Played very quick hands from Kyle Jamieson that moves him on to 33 off just 37 balls. As Fisher is in again, trying to make a bit of room. Jamieson crashes this high away over the leg side out towards Cow Corner. It's gone high, but how much distance has it got? It's run over the rope for 4.
Bethel with a slip in place. He's in to Jamieson. Gives it. Oh, it's bowled him. Gave himself room. Looked to cut it. And it's clattered into leg stump. That's why Bethel's on. He's picked up 3 for England. Don't need a specialist spinner. He has 3 for 16. And finally, England have made the breakthrough this morning. Not a lot of whooping and hollering about it, but New Zealand lose their 8th. Jamieson goes for 41, 367 for 8.
Yeah, it's just not full enough to. Well, it's just an old-fashioned Yahoo with his weight back. Not even step hitting. It was there to be step hit, actually, and he seemed to kind of get his weight on the back foot. But he's played a good hand for New Zealand. Jamieson, 41 from 48.
382 for 8. Bethel moves in bowls. It's wide, full, and size for 4. And Phillips goes to 97. I mean, we're taking nothing away from the way he's played. He's brave, outstanding yesterday. That duel with Archer was fantastic, wonderful to watch. As Archer glides in and he bowls outside the off stump, pushed away for 100. Big gap there in the offside, and well played. That's a really hard fought and also very entertaining 100. His first of his career. 133 balls, he hit 18 fours, and has led New Zealand's charge this morning. Archer runs in and bowls to Henry, who carves this high. He's going to be caught at mid-off. He's had a swipe. Straightforward catch taken. Bit disappointing that, I think, with a man at the 100 the other end. Henry's out for 5. And yeah, that was a bit surprising. Not quite sure what that's all about.
Well, just applauding someone who's played, I think, a really good 100.
Yes.
And Matt Henry, with the experience he has, he's not an inexperienced cricketer, has played a very inexperienced shot. I can only say he was expecting a short ball.
391 for 9. In comes Fisher. Bowls short and pulled into the leg side. A man out there. Surely he's going to catch this. Yes, he has. Gay takes the catch. Fisher celebrates. He's delighted he's got a wicket. But that is New Zealand's session. And there's going to be 10 minutes for England to bat up to lunch. And they better be on it. Because you have to say, they weren't throughout that morning. Some strange tactics. And that's resulted in New Zealand adding 100 runs for those last 3 wickets. Led by Phillips, who's just fallen on his sword there, rather. Going for a big hit at the end with the number 11 languishing at the other end. So he's out for 100. He'll be delighted. And New Zealand certainly will. 391 they've made. And now is a nasty little 10 minutes for the openers to negotiate as well. There's the applause for Phillips, all played. It's one of those innings where you just really admire. You know, you see batsmen go out and play beautiful flowing innings, whatever it may be, but that's the one you admire for the hard work and the guts that's gone into that.
Absolutely, and the skill, actually, the skill to play. And we just don't see it very often in the modern game. A batsman prepared to forgo a shot, to forgo an area of playing and soak up dot balls rather than take the attacking option, and that's the way I play method.
Yeah.
6 for no wicket. Right, it's going to be Jameson to bowl. Round the wicket, bowling to Emilio Gay, and Gay drives through the offside for 4. It was pitched up, it was a fraction wide, and he went for it. Well, dug it off the mark with a nice boundary in the previous over. Henry bowls. Gay eases this down the ground. Should be 4. Hits the rope now. It was up there from Henry, giving it a chance, speculating. Gay equal to it, not looking to hit it too hard. It was eased down the ground. Last ball before lunch. Oh, he plays at that one. That went away. For a moment there, I thought he'd nick that. He was looking behind. But he survives. A bit frustrated himself there, playing at it, but Henry's a skillful bowler. Gay, almost as if he's chastising himself there. Last ball before lunch. Okay, so New Zealand 391 and England 15 for no wicket.
Duckett, well, plays away from his body. It flies off the edge and down to the deep third boundary for 4. He moves to double figures in unconvincing fashion. All got a bit big on him. Jameson comes in. The driven beautifully for 4 to the left of the short extra cover, all along the ground. A lovely shot from Duckett. Takes him to 25 and England to 33 without loss. Short, pulled by Duckett out towards, well, forward square leg, mid-wicket for 4. Really got on top of that well. And I hesitate to say it, but Duckett is looking in a rich vein of form at the moment. 32 off 21, his feet are moving well.
45 for no wicket. Gay waits for Jameson. He's quietly forward. They're dabbing into the offside. They're off for quick singles. Nearly a run out. The ball's hit the stumps. Did he run him out? New Zealand think they've got him. Well, Duckett did that to Gay before lunch, and Gay has done it to Duckett. I think that's out. New Zealand are celebrating, and Duckett cannot believe it. He's on his way, and England have lost their first wicket to a run out. Duckett was playing so well. He's gone for 36. He's walking off. They're just going to check it, but I'm pretty sure this is out, and Duckett's pretty sure as well. It was dabbed into the offside. He's not scored a run since lunch. And then the throw, underarm throw. Oh, he's well out. Yeah, well out.
It's the pressure of Test cricket. Emilio Gay not having scored since lunch, desperate just to get his kind of scoreboard ticking. Kind of look at Nathan Smith at mid-off, he's quick, but it just wasn't a signal there. It was a poor call from Emilio. This is what happened, you know, new partnership. You've got to get used to each other. Ben Duckett could easily have run Emilio Gay out just before lunch with a similar kind of call. I would say, and you can see the walk off from Ben Duckett. He's probably walking off going, that's the best I've felt for a while for England.
Yeah.
You know, he struggled in Australia. It was tough last week on the pitch that they played at Lord's, and he was playing beautifully. He'd found his flow straight away. Yeah, it's just allowing New Zealand into a contest there, because England had made such a good start. I just watched Emilio Gay. He had his head in his hands, so you know, the skill now is actually Jacob being the senior. Even though he's only played a few games, he's got to be the senior partner and just said, Emilio, it's gone. You've got to just watch the ball now. Make sure you stay out here a while.
Jameson bowls to Gay, who drives for 4 through the offside. Finds that gap between point and mid-off. Well pitched up. And we've seen that shot a few times already from Emilio Gay in Test cricket. Yeah. Nicely played. He goes to 15.
3 slips in the gully go down here. Matt Henry continuing to Bethel, the left-hander, who's driving out through the extra cover region, and that's running away for 4. Well-timed shot, got himself onto the front foot nice and early. He's on to 8.
Yeah, lovely shot, isn't it? And you can just tell, he said he scored that magnificent 100 in Sydney, but you can just tell a decent player. And that shot is it, isn't it? Just all the time in the world, beautifully sort of positioned himself just to, as you said, rock on that front foot and ease it through extra cover all the time in the world, seemingly.
O'Rourke races in some width there to drive, and driving past backward point he is as well for 4. Now that might make him feel a little bit better. Gets the runs. And England move on to 68 for 1. Gay on to 22 now from the 50 balls that he's faced.
Well, there you go.
First runs from O'Rourke off his 17th ball.
Yeah, that might just be the ball, hopefully. Nice sort of shot, managed to get in a nice position and just glide it through gully. You know, it's just a matter of building that confidence and feet movement, and feet start all of a sudden sort of being second nature, and hands going for the ball. Well, I suppose it's getting yourself in.
Smith in once again. Oh, now has he got an edge on that? He has. And Bethel has gone, pushing at a ball in the channel. It was a little wide. He might have been able to leave it, but he's got a fair piece of it, and it's been well taken by Blundell. England lose their second wicket. Bethel goes for 9. England are 68 for 2.
Well bowled, Smith. He's just into his second or third over, I think, and he's just nipped that away slightly. It's that wobble ball, they call it nowadays, that oscillates as it goes down towards the batsman. He doesn't know which way it's going to go. He's pushed at it, got quite a thick edge actually, and Blundell to his left takes a two-handed catch, nice height, and Smith's done the business. Bethel is a good batsman. I think he has that aspect of time to play the ball. That's always a feature of top quality players. And he's a good young man as a player too. I think that's so. Now Root.
Here he comes, the England captain. We can say that again. Joe Root strides out to bat. Root on strike for his first ball. Leg slip in place. Smith into him. Bowls full and he drives away from his body. It's going to roll down towards deep backward point boundary for 4. It's in the air for a little bit. And the plan is very clear for Root. 72 for 2. That New Zealand are going to try and nip that one back, try and challenge the pads. They think that that's how to get him, don't they? Especially early on in the innings. Here's Smith, yeah, with his minimal gather, but a full ball's been clipped away through mid-wicket for 4. A very fine shot from Gay, straight onto the pads, got a little bit straighter, and the moment he did, especially with that length as well, it allowed Gay just to find that gap between mid-on and mid-wicket. Finishes the over with a boundary, goes to 31 at the end of it. England 83 for 2.
In goes Smith. Bowls to Gay. He's going to get 4 there. Now we've got the floodlights coming on because there is actually got a serious risk of rain. In fact, we'll go all the way down to the radar, go and pick it up. You don't often see rain, to be honest, which is disappointing. 100 up for England. 100 for 2. That's a better look than it was of that first hour of utter chaos this morning. A bit of calm has been restored.
Henry bowls to Root. That's 4 down towards fine leg, past leg slip. It wasn't in the air, but it was close to that leg slip fielder. The run's continuing to flow. You get full value here. The ball flashes away. 104 for 2. Root to 13. If it does rain, there must be a chance it can happen during the tea interval, or at least they can take an early tea if they are so minded anyway, if they want to just get on with it. Jameson bowls to Root outside the off stump, and he's cuffed that away. He's got that very fine. I'm not quite sure how he's done that. Toe end of the bat through that slip cordon down towards the fine deep third boundary for 4 in front of the pavilion. Strange shot from Root. Takes him to 18. Wasn't a particularly good ball from Jameson. It wasn't a particularly good shot from Root. Here's Henry bowling, edged and along the ground between third slip and gully. That's 4 to Gay. You get a real value for those at the oval. It rushes away. And Gay inching towards another half century in Test cricket. He's up to 45. And England to 115 for 2. Right, this could be it for the session. Jameson sets off and bowls to Emilio Gay. Struck on the pad going down the leg side with the angle there from round the wicket. Goes down, finds an appeal from behind, but no real interest from Jameson. And the umpires decide to take the bails off, and that is the end of the session. Really hard fought, interesting session in which England have scored 103 runs and lost 2 wickets. So fairly even, and the game is even. 391 plays 118 for 2. This is building up into a really competitive match. Is it raining, Cookie?
Well, I looked at the scoreboard to see how many overs we've had, and I wonder whether it's just started to be in the air. But maybe I'm seeing things.
Yeah, the stewards are rushing on anyway, just to protect the middle, just in case anyone wants to run on. The covers are not emerging from down beneath us at the moment. It is overcast at the Oval, and the spectators who turned up today, they might actually be quite glad of that, the fact that the sun's gone in behind the cloud, because it's still warm.
The players are coming out, which is great. There was so little water on the outfield that we just saw the rope go round, really. There wasn't any need for super soppers or that sort, and we didn't even get the full covers out.
It rained itself out, didn't it?
It sort of did.
The radar showed a big cloud of rain, and then as it hit London, it decided that it's done.
Yeah.
No more rain in it, and just gone slightly east. Sure, it's flooding somewhere down east.
Yeah, Essex might be getting it. You never know. But, Kent, yeah, but could be Kent.
The Garden, they needed the water.
With what we think now will basically be another 2 hours and 25 minutes of
7 o'clock finish at 7.
Yeah, basically 7:01 we think it might be.
But
that's what we're talking about this. Because we think they lost 31 minutes, and so they should be able to make up for those 31 minutes. And so the time at the end of the day will be 6:31, but they won't have bowled their overs in time, so you'll then have the next.
No way.
Oh no, I don't think they will. No.
No.
As O'Rourke is in, that's flashed away for 4 by Root. Leant onto the back foot and cut it brutally through backward point. Brings the Root chant That was there for the taking. You don't bowl that. 128 for 2. Got a bit of bounce. Get a bit of lip, but he got on top of it. Yeah.
I wasn't going to describe the Joe Root cut shot. You've seen how many times before. I was just thinking about who does get punished for the leg by then. If it's not the bowler.
No, it should be the bowler. That's the thing. At the moment, nobody's punished.
Yeah, you think the bowler should be punished?
Yeah, because it goes in this horrible hinterland where it's not properly accounted for. I don't like
Extra
it.
sundries.
There's a forward short leg and a leg slip as O'Rourke is in. And now has he guided that deliberately along the ground past second slip for 4 more? I think so. It looked a little edgy, but I think when we see the replay, we'll see he's actually just angled the bat and sent it speeding off. That's his 3rd boundary in the over. 36 off 35. O'Rourke here is bowling 2 lengths. He's shaking his head. He's not happy with things. 136 for 2.
Well, he's ruined his figures, hasn't he? 13 off the over. He had 7 overs for 13. Now he's on 8 overs for 26. That was Joe Root at his absolute best. Just gliding the ball.
O'Rourke into Gay. Now he's got his 50 here as he pulls up and over mid-wicket and down to the boundary for 4. Banged in short. And Gay got a hold of it pretty well, actually. Brings up his 2nd half century in just his 3rd innings. And it's been a very well composed innings today. He didn't get at all flustered about being close to a landmark. He just waited for the bad ball and put it away. The ball's beaten his bat a couple of times, but you'll expect that. But for the most part, he's looked in really good order. Looked very, very secure at the crease at the moment.
You stole the word I was going to use to describe that innings, was composure. It just looks like he's suited to playing Test cricket. It doesn't look like the occasion. He's doing anything different to what he's been doing for Durham or Northampton when he played for them. In his own little world, just trying to accumulate runs in his method, scoring in his areas.
Gay gets a vicious ball that flies past his nose, and a couple of slips asking, did that brush a little bit of glove? For a moment, he did lose his composure there. That came up at him rather nastily. Blundell doesn't think that there's anything on it, or does he? Oh, he does enough. Latham's going to have a look. They're going to go upstairs. This is their first review.
Does he look guilty?
TV umpire to director.
Can't see his face. What do you think?
I don't know.
Behind original decision.
There's definitely noise, isn't it? There's definitely noise.
But I didn't hear anything.
It's a fair delivery.
Did you hear it?
We go to front on, please.
I was surprised there wasn't an appeal, but again, we're 150 yards away. So.
Well, if there's a noise.
Thank you. That's gone very close to the bat there.
He's turned his face away. He's got an edge, and he's out.
Yeah, I've got a clear spike with the ball on the bat. So we can go back to Adrian. Adrian, we've got a clear spike with the ball on the bat and a deflection. I'll get you to overturn your original decision. You're on screen now, signal now.
Yeah, well, he actually flinched out of the way of that one. I think it's a surprise bouncer, and his top hand came off his bat. It's been a very fine innings, 113 balls, 53, but it's ended with something that might just give bowlers an idea of what they might want to do in the future. It's not a way that you would like to get out. He's turned his head away, he's not looking at it, his top hand's come off the bat and it's just scraped the shoulder of his bat. Amazingly, hardly anybody appealed for that, but England lose their 3rd wicket. Gay goes for 53, 142 for 3. Andy Saltzman.
I'll just give you quickly Gay's numbers. 114 balls, 9 fours. He reached his 50 in 112 balls, his 2nd in 3 Test innings, and the slowest 50 by an opener of the Bazball era, the 44th 50 by an opener, and that was the slowest. Previously it was Zach Crawley's 111 ball 50 against India last summer, so perhaps signifying a bit of a change of approach, but a fine start to his career. But finished on 53. The partnership was 74 in 17.1 overs.
O'Rourke in again. Well, there's some flair for you. Backing away, Harry Brook flays it away through backward point for 4. 6. An aerial. It's brought up the 150 for England. 152 for 3. He's decided to take on the big quick. He's done it to good effect.
What a cracking shot that is, so early in his innings. Angling back in, it wouldn't have missed the off stump by too much. Gave himself room to launch a back foot stroke, slightly sliced, an open face over backward point. Not a cut, a back foot stroke.
O'Rourke is in, full driven, and it's got through extra cover for 4. Well, getting one hand to it, couldn't save the runs, and through it goes down to the boundary. So Brook, you have to say, has won that battle with the 6, the boundary off the last ball. And it's taken New Zealand to 156 for 3. And Brook very swiftly on to 12. Go onto the BBC Sport website and app and see that extraordinary back foot sleigh over backward point off O'Rourke. Well worth a look. In a very different batting partner, hasn't he? Really contrasting styles now with Root
Very
at one
much
end
so.
and Brook at the other. Right, last ball of the over here from O'Rourke, bounding into bowl to Harry Brook. Short ball, and Brook drops to his knees to evade that one. Well directed and well played, you have to say, by Brook in the way he got out of the way. It was a short ball to Emilio Gay. We got an awful tangle at the last wicket to fall. Gay for 53.
Here's Henry going into bowl to Root. He's stuck on the pad. Shout for LBW, and he's given him. Nitin Menon raises the finger. Root looks back at Brook and says, "What do you think?"
He's gone
and they have reviewed it.
Yep, straight away, Joe Root.
Well, this is a big moment in the game.
Yeah, it nips back. Is it a bit
To the
high?
umpire, to director, we
Joe
have
Root will
a
be
player
hoping
review
so.
for LBW. Regional decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
Seeing it now front on.
Front on coming up.
Quite high, isn't it? Quite high.
There's clearly no bat involved, so we can get a ball tracking when it's ready.
Yeah, it hits the top of the pad. He's quite skiddy, Henry, isn't he?
Yeah. Umpire's call or missing?
Yeah.
Just the top of the stumps.
I don't think it's red. So he could get away with one.
Root shakes his head as if to say, "Oh, how can he give me out for that?" It's got
Ball
to be.
tracking coming up now.
Was it outside? Umpire's.
Impact is umpire's call.
Oh, it's umpire's
and
call.
wickets is hitting. So, Nitin, you'll stay with your original decision of out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now, signal now.
So it's umpire's call for impact, hitting the top of the stumps. So umpire's call was out originally, and Root is on his way, out for 46, and England are 170 for 4. And that tactic of having the keeper up has worked for New Zealand.
And he goes, bowls. Brook's in on the pad, appeal flag before wicket is out. He got nowhere, and I mentioned the keeper up, and Brook just hasn't handled that at all in this innings. Beautifully bowled by Henry. He can bowl that fuller length because Brook is back in his crease. Terrific bowling, and this game now is definitely, well, New Zealand have got a hand on it. 177 for 5.
Nathan Smith in the attack. That's beautifully punched away off the back foot by Cox. That's a class shot. Stood tall. Keeper is standing up the stumps. It wasn't that short, but there was just enough width and just the right length for him simply to lay bat on it and get it in front of square to the right of point, the left of extra cover. And England's 200 comes up, 203 for 5, flurry of boundaries.
O'Rourke bowls to him, and that was a more controlled shot into the offside. It's very well stopped at backward point by Ravindra, diving away to his right-hand side. He saved 3 runs there. They went through for a single. That was really well struck. You can hear the nice sound out the middle of the bat there. One more. Cox goes to 15. England to 209 for 5. 182 runs behind. We've got half an hour's cricket left. If you weren't with us earlier, there was a shower that came over the ground, held up play for half an hour on this otherwise really nice day. We had sunshine this morning, sunshine this evening, and in between we had that period where it clouded over and then it rained very briefly. Round the wicket goes O'Rourke, bowls to Roux, swings him away into the leg side for 4. Along the ground through backwards square leg, and you can hear that cry from the crowd again. It's going to be interesting when Roux bats with Root, isn't it?
I think it'll be a great game.
There's people
with your eyes shut to see who's on strike and who's scored runs.
People start pronouncing the T of Root in their root.
In the Root. 2:15 for 5 as Root faces up to O'Rourke. O'Rourke bowls it short, it's pulled away, down towards fine leg, and he drops
him.
He's dropped him. Ravindra coming in off the fine leg boundary, diving forward. His hat came off, his sunglasses came off. It went from sunshine into shadow down there, and Rue escapes. Do you know, I just knew that was going to happen, that ball. I knew it.
We even chuckled to each other.
I know.
That was one of those massive commentators' curses, but he's got away with it. Oh, he hasn't caught many Ravindra, has he?
No.
He's actually third on the bounce, isn't it?
He missed 2 at Lord's.
Yeah. Pretty straightforward sort of catch.
Yeah,
that.
he got both hands to it diving forward. You'd hope to catch those,
Yeah.
really.
Well, I'm not saying that again.
Put it down. Well, you're right. He was looking solid,
Yeah.
and then he was nearly out next ball.
Here comes O'Rourke again, bouncing in. Oh, he's got a top edge here. He's going to be caught. It's the end of Rue. And, well, he's been given a bit of a send-off there by O'Rourke, which I think is probably unnecessary. But there's another bouncer. Rue tried to hook it, and it's got a bit of glove or top edge of bat or something. And the slip fielder running back has taken a straightforward catch. So you have to say it's reward for O'Rourke. He does deserve that. That ends Rue's first test innings. Another bouncer. Glove, yeah. It's sort of followed it round, if you like. A very easy catch for slip.
Yeah, they've tested him out, haven't they? They've tested him a little bit. That's why they brought O'Rourke on, to sort of whistle a few round his ears. And to be fair, he's looking to hit that up, isn't he? He's looking to hit that for 6. And as you say, it just sort of rushed him a little bit too close to him. He gets a glove and just sort of like bunts it up in the air for first slip running back.
Well, back in the melting pot again here.
Yeah.
174 is the deficit, and Jofra Archer's coming out. And we've got 10 minutes to go. 2:22 for 6. Last ball of the day. Henry bowls it, and Archer stubbornly defends. He's not out. Cox is 22 not out. And England are 169 runs behind on 222 for 6. And that's a really good day for New Zealand. Not a great one for England, you have to say. It started off really, really badly. So that's how the second day ends. England 169 runs behind.
Henry going into bowl to Rue, stuck on the pad, shout for LBW, and he's given him. Nitin Menon raises the finger, and England are 170 for 4. And that tactic of having the keeper up has worked for New Zealand.
Yeah, really good from New Zealand. He gets the ball to nip back, Matt Henry. That's what he's renowned for, is finding seam movement.
Hello, and welcome to the third day of the second Rothsay Test match at the Kia Oval. I'm Daniel Norcross. I'm standing here on the outfield on a beautiful sunny day. I can glimpse the Shard behind the gas holder and the scoreboard. The crowd's starting to bubble up and the sun is beating down. It is an absolutely sensational day. Alongside me, I've got Phil Tufton, I've got Michael Vaughan, and I've got the correspondent, Stefan Schemmelt, because we may have some news for you later about the investigation about Ben Stokes. But we'll be looking back at a day that wasn't great for England yesterday, looking forward to a day that might be a bit better, you never know, and of course to discuss that Stokes situation. But with the weather being so lovely, I'm hoping that this could be a very productive chat that we're about to have with Sarah Keith-Lucas. Hello, Sarah.
Hello, morning to you, Daniel.
Morning.
Yes, it is looking hot out there, as you were saying. Blue sky, really strong levels of UV out there. We are very close to the summer solstice, so the sun really high up in the sky. And we're not going to see much change, I think, through today. Yesterday, we just had that little bit of passing rain, but I don't think we're going to see any today. We're going to keep with the strong sunshine. Light winds coming in from a southwesterly direction today, and I think temperatures at the Oval are going to peak 29, possibly 30 degrees into the afternoon. So yes, it's hot. I don't think we'll see many interruptions, but the dry weather sticks around for the next few days as well. Slightly cooler into tomorrow, not quite as sunny and hot as we're going to see today, so perhaps 27 degrees. Then into Sunday, day 5, of course, and temperatures back up at around 29 or 30 degrees. So I think the story is hot conditions, dry conditions, and yes, pretty productive weather for cricket.
Oh, Sarah, that is sensational news. So you think we're going to get through without any rain at all between now and the end of Sunday?
I think that's most likely. Tomorrow we have just got a little bit more cloud. There's a weak cold front that's tending to fizzle out as it moves across the region. So we're not really expecting it to produce any rainfall. But there is just a small chance if we do get any rain, it'll probably be tomorrow, sort of middle part of the day. But most likely, I think dry, hot and sunny all the way through now.
Oh, thank you very much. This is marvellous news. Thank you, Sarah. Well, so the news, as you hear, is that we've got potentially 3 days of beautiful weather. The question is, can England make it last for 3 days? Because after yesterday, well, they had a great first day and then a very bad morning, I think you'd say. Phil Tufnell is alongside me. I heard the word shambles in the corridor by noon. I mean, the S word had been brought out that early, Phil. Well, explain yourself.
Well, it was a bit of a shambles. Well, it was a scruffy day for England, wasn't it? It started off with the short stuff straight away. They had the new ball only 3 overs away. Now you're sitting there thinking to yourself, right, perhaps Tongue and Baker start, and then let's get Jofra back in. There was a drop catch, wasn't there? It just didn't set the tone, really, for a good day for England, and it sort of bled into the way they batted as well. So they'll be looking to rectify that. First of all, they've got to go out and get some runs. Only Jordan Cox, a recognised batter. He's got to somehow sort of try and get some partnerships together. Can they get sort of another 100 runs? To be fair, though, he's the right man for the job. Great timer of the ball, looks to be aggressive. So if he can sort of lead this batting performance this morning and the other guys just sort of stick with him and hang around, hopefully they're going to get a few runs. But it needs to be a better day.
Well, we'll look ahead to that shortly, but I've got former England captain alongside me. I have to say I was somewhat mystified by the interim captain's decisions yesterday. We started with 3 overs to go before a new ball, and within 5 overs of a new ball, Jacob Bethell was bowling. Jofra Archer and Matt Fisher, who'd taken the new ball on day 1, were nowhere to be seen. When Fisher came on, he came on at an unfamiliar end. Archer didn't come on for about an hour and 15 minutes. I mean, I could go on, but maybe you should.
Yeah, I mean, I would say to Joe in the England team, when you've got Phil Tufnell walking down the corridor saying utter shambles is a problem, there's a real issue. And that was the case for about 90-odd minutes. Like we've spoken about it yesterday, for Jofra to have 90-odd minutes out there, he was warming up for quite a long time. He was bowling to mid-on for what seemed like 30, 40 minutes. And for them to have not used him was bizarre. Look, we said last night on the podcast, this England side has a habit in recent times of having really bad sessions, more so with the bat in recent times, but that was a really bad session. The whole momentum of the test match inside 90 minutes changed. Glenn Phillips played a beautiful innings. He played fantastic, but Kyle Jamieson caused the chaos. England kind of tactics were chaotic as well. You've won a few quid if you'd have said that Sonny Baker and Matt Fisher would have bowled from the pavilion end with the new ball, and Josh Tongue, and then no Jofra Archer for 90 minutes. England got that wrong, and they're now chasing the game, and it's a real big chase for them to get back in this contest, because somehow they've got to try and get another 100 runs minimum. And then we're looking at the conditions. It's a beautiful day for batting, and you're looking at, can England get 10 wickets in the second innings? Where are those 10 wickets going to come from against the New Zealand side that will fancy their chances of batting long in the second innings to give England a very, very big chase in the last innings of the game?
Stefan Schubbert's alongside me. Was that a very good session for Ben Stokes, the captain?
I don't think I've ever been at a morning of a test match and seen the field set before the first ball was bowled and gone, oh no. Because you knew what England were going to do when Sonny Baker had the ball in his hand. And actually, I thought it was going to be worse for England yesterday because it had all the characteristics of a complete wheels-off day. If you think the tactics, the drop catch, there was the misreview off Matt Henry. It felt like, actually, the batting could fall in a complete heap. That didn't happen. And towards the end of the day, I thought that actually when Jordan Cox and James Roux were going nicely together, that maybe if they'd still been together this morning, that England would have had a real chance of getting up towards New Zealand's total. What is it, 21 overs before the second new ball is due, and Jordan Cox is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting, isn't he?
Well, what we saw yesterday was one of those things where a team looks fine, and you saw them on the first day, and you think, oh, this is very jolly, everybody's up for it. Maybe the debutants will bring extra life to the side. But then you realise the fragility of a team lacking any experience, Michael, because so much suddenly came down to Brooke and Root. And you've got to say that New Zealanders bowled brilliantly, but getting them both out, Matt Henry getting them both out in quick succession, transformed what looked like a decent batting performance into one that was teetering on calamity.
Yeah, I'm blaming Andrew McDonald, Alex Carey and Michael Neser because they've come up with a formula. And I believe it was Andrew McDonald's idea to get the keeper up, Alex Carey in Brisbane. He obviously got those 5 wickets, and I think the rest of the world has seen, look, to get rid of Joe Root cheaply, it's not easy, and to think that Joe's got a problem against the keepers, I don't think he has, but clearly Harry Brook has, because by having the keeper up, Harry Brook's now got to stay in his crease. The more I watch Harry, the more I think he looks more comfortable when he's being chaotic, when he's dancing down, or he's giving me that shot, the 6th ball, where he took a rope for 6 over third, was just a remarkable cricket shot. But maybe he plays that way because he really doesn't trust. If you go back to the Ashes series in 23 when he went to number 3, and it was a car crash. It was like, oh no, we can't have Harry at number 3. He hasn't got the technical side. He hasn't got a forward D to be able to nullify a Hazelwood really good length ball. And I think opposing teams now are going to go, how do we get Harry Brook to try and play a forward defence? The only way is by having the keeper up, and they're going to continuously do that. So Harry's got 2 options. He's got to be either better technically to nullify and make sure he has got a forward D, or he's got to go the complete opposite and create ultimate chaos by trying to launch it to get maybe the keeper back, that they have to go short to him, because from what I see at the minute, when you're up against quality in a Henry, Nathan Smith, those kind of bowlers, Michael Neser, that always just get a little bit of movement, challenging Harry Brook's forward D is what all oppositions are going to do around the world now.
Joe Root did get
a forward D is a forward defensive.
Thank you. It's good to have a translator on hand. Now then, Harry Brook and Joe Root got some nice looking runs, but one man made it to half century, Emilio Gay. Impressed by him? He's only had 2 test matches. He's got 2 half centuries, Phil.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think what's impressed me the most about him, not only his temperament, he had that run out, so he's got to kind of put that to the back of his mind, and sort of, oh, sorry, mate, I've run my mate out, so that sort of takes a little bit of working through, but that is part and parcel of the game. I like the areas that he scores his runs in, it's like a proper sort of opening batsman, you know what I mean? He's got a cut, he's got a clip through mid-wicket, likes to play the pull shot as well, and just a nice little nudge straight down the wicket. So that's what you're looking. Well, that's what I'm looking for an opening batsman. Where does he look to score his runs? Is he technically sound, which I think he pretty is. Obviously, the bowlers will now sort of start analysing him and where's his weaknesses. Little bit of a concern the way he got out, but he's an awkward bowler, that O'Rourke, slightly short, sort of left. It might have just sort of got him in a bit of a blind spot. But no, from what I've seen, back-to-back 50s as well, so it's a good start to his Test career. Always good to get off, with a couple of scores. So, I think that's a tick in the box for England.
Well, he's also a very confident man and a very good talker, and I had the pleasure of speaking to him after play yesterday.
Yeah, it's obviously nice to contribute. Naturally, my first feelings of disappointment to not continue. I've had a pretty good conversion rate of recent years with county cricket, so slightly disappointed I couldn't convert and stay in there. But yeah, I think I would have taken that a couple of weeks ago, leading into my first test. So it's nice to contribute again and hopefully help the team build towards a decent score.
Quite a contrast in conditions between Lords and the Oval. I'm guessing you prefer these, don't you?
Yeah, not necessarily. I think every game brings its own challenges. I think the wicket naturally is probably better to bat on, of course, than Lords. But yeah, I think there's a little bit more bounce in this wicket, which kind of, you get value for your shots, but also if you play a loose shot or something, Nick's more likely to carry. So there's different challenges within this wicket, but I think the general feel is that the wicket is pretty good, and I think New Zealand batted really well, so hopefully we can try and apply a bit more pressure and build on the score.
Was your feeling that it was getting a bit better, the pitch, or staying much the same? I'm trying to look forward towards the back end of this game because England are going to be chasing. Do you expect it to get worse, the conditions, or stay much as they are?
From my experience of the Oval, it's pretty true surfaces, and they kind of, I feel like, stay pretty consistent throughout. We'll have to see how it pans out. I think if anything, it's more of a credit to the bowlers. New Zealand, I think, have been relentless in their lengths and how they've bowled. Obviously, Ducky came out and was blazing it and put them under pressure. But I'll be honest, I found it pretty tough to put similar pressure back on. I had to absorb a little bit and try and wait and be patient for the balls to come in the right areas, because I feel as though their attack is so relentless and they hit the areas so well. Even though it's a good wicket to bat on, I feel like they can make it look as though it's a little bit tough work. And then with the lights and the conditions and the cloud a little bit coming over in the afternoon, that probably made it a bit more difficult. But I just think it's such a good cricket wicket. I struggle to see day 4, day 5 it be anything other than that.
You mentioned Ben's knock at 36. Got to ask you about the run out. What's your recollection of it?
I've tried to forget about it, but obviously I walk into the change room and he was the first person I saw. So I apologised as many times as I could. But yeah, no, he just was very relaxed about it. I think almost the same thing happened before lunch with me. I think I just picked out the wrong fielder. I think anyone on the park other than Nathan Smith, well, he might have got a bit closer, but yeah, that unfortunately happens. And yeah, I just try to forget about it as quick as I could. But yeah, I think the biggest disappointment was how well he was batting. He looked just so at ease, so that was naturally disappointing. But again, that's part of the game, and unfortunately, it was my fault. I take full responsibility, but you've got to try and forget about it and move on and score runs for your team.
That was Emilio Gay talking to me after play yesterday. Yes, it was a horrible run out, and tragedy for it was that Ben Duckett was batting so well. He got 36 off 25 balls. He'd struck 5 boundaries. He looked in fabulous nick. And actually, if anybody in England's top order, especially such an inexperienced team, could do with a good knock, it was Ben Duckett. However, I'm going to prize Michael Vaughan and Phil Tufnell away from Rachin Ravindra for a moment to talk about England's debutants briefly and to look ahead to today. James Rew and Jordan Cox. Jordan Cox got a big role today. How did you see them both shaping up, Michael?
Nicely. James will be disappointed of the shot that he played to get out, particularly to O'Rourke, the angle and that kind of movement away, trying to take him on with the pull shot. He got lucky, actually. He was dropped by our friend who's just been chatting to us, Ratchet. No, he hasn't caught one this series. We didn't mention that.
I was going to say, did you mention
No, we were talking about his left-arm spin. He might get a ball this morning, he says. So wait and see that. But I think, first and foremost, when you see young players come out to play, and bearing in mind the pressure of the game situation, you know, it was a smallish partnership, but they look nice. They look comfortable. They played 1 or 2 good shots. I'm intrigued to see Jordan this morning because yesterday he just played within himself. He's renowned to be an aggressor, to play all the shots. And, you know, you look at a young player on his debut that's going to have to shepherd the tail. You know, he's going to have to play a blinder for England to get another 100 runs, 120 runs if they can. If they do that, you feel that Jordan's probably going to have to get at least half of them.
Well, he got off the mark with a glorious 4. We'll need to see a bit more of that if England are going to stay in this game. Now, there is obviously a big story overshadowing this Test match, and it involves England's captain, who's not at this match. He is, however, bewilderingly, playing for Durham, in Durham, as I think Gus Atkinson will very much like to be playing for Surrey against Glamorgan. Now, we have got our correspondents at Durham, and I'm delighted to say we can go straight over to Kevin Howells.
Can confirm 2 things there. Yes, we have Ben Stokes playing here for Durham against Northamptonshire, top 2. So big enough game anyway in the 2nd division, and confirmation that Gus Atkinson is with Surrey in Division 1 away at Glamorgan playing in that game. Durham here have won the toss. They're going to field first. We'll see Ben Stokes bowl at some point, and maybe soon. Matt Henry, BBC cricket writer, is alongside me. He's been out there. I mean, what can you say? He looked absolutely fine, Matt. But it is just a little bit weird, is it not? They're trying to play everything down here, saying almost, what's the problem, aren't they? What's your reading of it?
They are, and we say the interest is here because I was down by the boundary edge earlier, and we've got, well, it was Bryden Cars who I heard say to himself, there are a few cameras here, I wonder why, which is definitely the case, isn't it? We've got a few more TV cameras and photographers here than you might expect for a game of county cricket in the 2nd division while there's a Test match going on down south. But the interest is here because Ben Stokes is playing, which he doesn't do that often in county cricket, but everything that has gone on over the last few weeks, and the real puzzling thing is the difference between the words we've heard from Brendan McCullum when I was in that press conference last week, or earlier this week, sorry, when he was saying how worried he was, and then up at Durham, how everyone's just playing it down, saying he's fine, he's in good spirits, was the words Ryan Campbell used earlier this week. Ben was out there warming up earlier with his teammates. I noticed he was doing a lot of throwing with Scott Borthwick, who is the former Durham captain up here now, but he was Ben Stokes' best man, so he's at his wedding a few years ago, so he's back in his happy place up here as Ben Stokes, certainly.
And all this started last weekend because during the Derbyshire game here last Saturday, he was here and he was netting. And the fact is that Ben actually spends a lot of his time at the ground. He may not play, as you say, that often for Durham, but he spends a lot of his time here. He often is here to be seen netting and all part of it. As you say, it almost seems like the perfect place for him to be. But this is the background of this is he should be at the Oval in the Test match. Both he and Gus Atkinson, it also sort of is logical that if they are going to be called upon next week at Trent Bridge, that they should be playing this week.
Yeah, I guess so, definitely. As you may have seen reports in the last few days from our cricket correspondent, or in the last 24 hours, our cricket correspondent Stefan Schemmelt, saying that it seems more and more likely, shall we say, that Ben Stokes is going to return next week at Trent Bridge and return as captain. So yeah, he probably could do with a run out after this week to keep ovals in the legs, but there's a lot more to it than that, isn't there? Just his general demeanour, and as well as how he bowls and how he bats when we do get round to seeing that.
It's the McCullum quotes that really set everything going, didn't they? And, well, lots of things have set things going, but it was really that quote, then you were there. I mean,
yeah.
He didn't just say it once.
That was when things the narrative took a little bit of a turn, shall we say, because I think we all knew this was quite serious when Ben Stokes, when that first statement came out from the ECB that Ben Stokes had broken team protocols by being out late in a nightclub, and that's a serious thing given what has gone on in the last few months going back to the Ashes. But then Brendan McCullum's press conference on Monday, where he repeated again and again how worried he is about Ben, he was asked directly, it must be a good thing that Ben's playing up at Durham this week, or it looks like he's going to play at that stage. And McCullum took a huge pause. It was 6 seconds or something we recorded it as at the time, and that just brought so much doubt into the situation. It all felt very dramatic, and now we're left wondering, that left questions about how Ben Stokes is. What we've seen so far, he seems fine, but...
Yeah, and let's see how he performs today and all that, but we can, again, read too much into it. We wait and see, but we are here to do just that, myself and Matt Henry, BBC cricket writer, and you can read, of course, Matt's stuff on the BBC website during the day and later on in the day. Talking of how much more attention there is, normally I'm told there's about a media team of about 10 or 12 here following. Today I understand it's more like 35, so it's 3 times more interest in this game than they normally would be from the media point of view. But you know me, it's first versus second, it's Division 2, so bring it on.
Oh, Kevin, I couldn't agree with you more. Thank you very much for giving us that update. I've still got Phil Tufnell, Michael Ford, Stefan Schemmelt alongside me, Daniel Norcross. There was talk there, Matt Henry was talking about the bizarre press conference that Baz McCullum gave, talking a lot about Ben Stokes' mental health. I mean, he's playing for Durham. It seemed to suggest that might have been overblown. I mean, what did you make of all those comments?
Well, I'm only going on what I read in 1 or 2 articles where Ben Stokes apparently has been bemused by those comments. Look, if you've got mental health problems, and to be playing professional sport, just a few days later, I find that a little bit bizarre. I think the messaging from the ECB for a period now has just been a little bit strange. He's not been backed as the captain to come back yet. I just wished it had been put to bed a little bit sooner. I understand that there was a lot of anger from both sides and it's played out over a few days, but the most important thing for me, Ben Stokes is playing cricket, so he's fine. That's great for him. And as I keep saying throughout this week, I want Ben Stokes back next week as England captain. He's broken a curfew, he's missed 1 game, and I believe that is enough punishment for him to come back as England captain next week. This team need him as the captain.
Phil, we've done a few events since this happened, and I felt that that's the prevailing attitude of the general public, actually. When I've been speaking to people, most people just do want Ben Stokes back.
No, absolutely. You can't see him not being here for Australia, can you? You know what I mean? He's the talisman. I think he needs to work on his game a little bit. I think with batting-wise, I think he needs to go back to the old Ben Stokes a little bit. So there's always things that you can tinker in your game. But, the vibe around the people, I've been doing a few little bits and pieces and talking to people at dinners and what have you. Everyone just says, they've created a bit of a vacuum, haven't they? And there's all this speculation flying around and everything. I think most of the people, they just want to see Ben Stokes captain in England again. It's as simple as that.
You know, it feels right about his game, and usually you go back to county cricket, you know, away from the spotlight to try and find your form. Well, he's not away from the spotlight this week, but, you know, to try and get a little bit of time in the middle. Again, I'm not too sure what's going to happen over the course of the next few days. I get a sense that things have changed. I get a sense that Ben will definitely come back. And unless he resigns, I can't imagine that he will. But I just hope that he's back as England captain next week.
Commentary on that Durham game on Sports Extra 2, by the way. Just before I bring Stefan in and let both of you go, can I just ask one question? If he plays a 4-day game now, these are back-to-back tests. He only has 2 days off before the next test.
But they can pull him out. Yeah. You know, if it's announced over the next 2 days. Again, I go back to James Rew at Trentbridge last week, playing for Somerset. He came down to the Oval on day 3. I think Shoaib Bashir was playing for Durham, but they lost in 3 days, so that is the way that Durham are playing, to be honest, and Northampton, it'll probably be a 3-day game. When Kevin and Matt do this reporting, I want to know what he had for his breakfast. I want to know what investigation. What time did he leave the house? What time did he arrive at the ground? What is he smiling? You know, I want to know all the detail about Ben Stokes' watch today.
Yeah. And I certainly don't want him to go into the red zone.
no one wants that. And by the way, Rory Burns obviously bowl first, just in case Gus Atkinson gets taken out. Now, Stefan, we've let Tuffers and Vaughan go because they're first up on the telly. I've got you to myself at last. So you have been ferreting around on this story. What is your take?
As in where we are now, or what's happened over the past 10 days?
Where we are now.
Where we are now. I think there was a desire from the ECB for the investigation or investigations not to drag on. And so when we knew that Ben Stokes and Gus Atkinson could play county cricket today, they were spoken to as part of those investigations before those games began. Now, nothing's been confirmed by the ECB as to what could happen, what the outcome of those investigations are, and whether or not Ben Stokes and Atkinson could be available for next week. And all options remain on the table. It's just that I think the option nudging towards the head of that table is for Stokes and Atkinson to both be available, and for Stokes to be available as England captain.
It's not. I don't think it's a very well managed message, is it? Because, you know, I've seen journalists starting to write the piece saying Stokes will be back, but he won't be captain, then having to change their pieces because there's rumours flying somewhere else. Will McPherson of the Telegraph has gone in quite hard and said Stokes will be back, and then I thought quite a flex from Lord Botham to start talking about behaviour at 1 o'clock in the morning. I thought that was quite something else. So, you know what? What a horrible mess, really.
I think, as journalists, we are predisposed to ask questions. That is our job, and to find out what is the story. We might be being told something, but what is actually going on behind the scenes? And I think maybe in this instance, it's been hard to forget just to take a breath and to realise that there are actual human beings involved in what's gone on over the past few days. And everyone at the top of English cricket, whether they've spoken in public or in private, have been pretty honest about when they found out what Ben Stokes and Gus Atkinson had been involved in the early hours of last Monday morning, that they were angry. And sometimes I'm angry with you, Dan, and there might be times where I never want to see you again. But the passage of time, it dims that, doesn't it? And I think that is what happened. If the temperature was hot in the immediate aftermath of what happened in that nightclub, and people have taken a breath and decided, well, is this actually going to be a reason for Ben Stokes' captaincy to end? Is this a reason for his career to end? And the public opinion, I think, has changed as well. I think when a lot of us first heard it, it thought this might be the end for Stokes, but as more and more information has come out, a lot of people, like you said, you've just spoken to, don't want it to be the end of his captaincy. Be some atmosphere, won't it, next week if he does walk down the steps at Trent Bridge?
It really will. I mean, perhaps the lesson is not to rush out with statements in the immediate aftermath of things that have happened, and maybe actually to have an investigation first.
But that's where the ECB are in a very difficult position, aren't they? Because they had the situation with Harry Brook over the winter, where something happened in Wellington at the end of October, beginning of November, before the Ashes series began, And that didn't emerge until there was a report in the Telegraph after the 5th Ashes Test in January. Now, whether or not the ECB statement last Monday was put out as a direct result of that, or simply because they knew they were in a situation where a squad for the second test was coming and there was going to be a very strong possibility that the England captain wasn't in it. They were in a difficult position after what happened. Whether or not there could have been more information to come out in the days that followed that, or whether or not Rob Key and Brendan McCullum, we have to take them at face value. They couldn't back Ben Stokes as captain because they didn't know what was going to happen, and they were genuinely worried about him.
Thanks, Stefan. Thank you for still talking to me after I made you so angry. Right, it's boiling hot at pitchside. We're at only, 4 minutes to 11, 4 minutes to the start of play. It's going to get hotter and hotter. It could be a really tough day for whoever's out here in the field. I need to get in the shade, so let's go straight up to the commentary box where Sir Alistair Cook is with Jonathan Agnew.
Yes, thank you, Dan, very much indeed. Good morning, everybody. Beautiful day, if you like it, hot. And we're all warming up Jerusalem there. We're seeing the big screen, obviously, welcoming people to the Oval on what could be really interesting. Third day of this game, England 169 runs behind at 222 for 6, and not much batting to go. People still talking about that remarkable first session yesterday, in which New Zealand got themselves into this very strong position indeed, with those very dubious tactics employed by England, and they may well pay the price for that. The umpires are on their way out into this glorious day. Really sun-drenched it is here in South London at the moment. The crowd are gathering, and who knows what we're going to see over the course of the next 90 overs. In fact, it's going to be six and a half hours and 1 minute, isn't it? Or is that right? Or, that's probably what it's going to be by the time the overs are done. Morning, Alistair. How are you?
I'm very well, Aggers. Very well indeed. Now, if you're a New Zealand batsman, you're thinking, can we wrap this up quickly and get batting on a glorious day? There's not a cloud in the sky. These are the days you kind of dream of as a batsman. And England's top order, be thinking, oh, wish I'd be walking out now, rather than the lower order. But Jordan Cox has got a really important job on debut to try and marshal the tail. The one thing, Fisher and Archer, they can hang around. If you got Archer played a really good 50 in the Ashes where he batted really sensibly, and they're going to need that sensible approach from him and then let Jordan Cox go to work, and maybe we could have a bit of a New Zealand error tactically. Well, England can start getting that momentum back, which they lost yesterday.
Yes, they really did. Bizarre tactics. As we were saying last night, once you go down that way, it's actually very hard to get it back again. You lose that control, the batsmen are ticking. But anyway, that was yesterday, and today is today. We've got Jofra Archer up at the non-strikers end, and Jordan Cox down at this. Big news in the other games going on is that Durham have found themselves in the field, so Ben Stokes is going to be in the field. We're going to have reports from there.
We should have a little on Zoltz's scoring chart. How many times Stokes' name is mentioned and Durham today?
And Gus Atkinson's in the field for Surrey. So, people keeping an eye on that. We don't know if there's going to be some sort of clarification about things today or not, but there seems to be in the wind the possibility of that. But if there is, then we'll let you know. Now, what are New Zealand doing here? Well, actually, they've started with quite a spread field. They've got a long leg, deep square leg and a deep point, but they do have two slips and a gully. And we've got Jameson running in for the first ball of the day from the far end, and he bowls outside the off stump. And Jordan Cox allows that to go by. So he's got 22, and Archer yet to score. Full house today at the Oval. And that answers our question. We've had one ball of this match, and already our screen to my right, the one that, I don't know if you can see that at home or not, has cut to Chesterland Street and Ben Stokes taking the field.
So 1 from 1.
Yeah. So it's not just us talking about it. I mean, it's
the story.
Big cricket story at the moment. 222 for 6 here at the Oval. Cox on 22, waits for Jameson. The towering figure lumbers in and bowls on the off stump. And Cox comes forward, plays that pleasantly along the ground to mid off. And there is no run. It is a beautiful day. So yeah, I mean, you have to like it hot, and so it is. But barely a cloud. Blue sky, the flags are hanging limply there on their poles on top of the pavilion. It's pretty hot out there on the terraces, I reckon. I think the Barmy Army might be getting a sweat on. Certainly Finchy blowing his trumpet. 2:22 for 6. And Jamieson over the wicket, comes in bowls, and well, Cox will pace up the pitch there at him, and then play that off the front foot down to mid-off. And there's no run. It's lovely to meet his dad yesterday. He was very excited about the whole thing. Quite a character.
Jordan.
Yes. I presume you know Stafford. Do you know?
I have come across him.
Time.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, he's an umpire, and he's supposed to be umpiring in the leagues tomorrow, in the Kent League. But he might put that on hold, I'd have thought. But Cox played nicely yesterday. A very nice square drive, I remember. As Jameson moves in and bowls to him again, and he watches that one go harmlessly by outside the off stump. And Blundell gathers it.
I reckon Jordan Cox must be a little bit superstitious.
But only a little bit.
Well,
it's quite rare
which
for a
is quite
cricketer.
rare, because I reckon last week he batted in a short sleeve jumper. It wasn't quite as hot and got a double 100. And he's got a short sleeve jumper on now, where it's going to be pushing 30 degrees, I reckon, out there.
Well, maybe it's an Essex thing, because I saw Nasser Hussain this morning going out there and wandering around the ground in a full sweater, like a jumper and a shirt. So I don't know what that's all about, but maybe it's an Essex thing. 2:22 for 6. Cox on 22. And comes Jamieson, bowls, and again a little shuffle up the pitch once more. That's turned away into the leg side and finds mid-wicket. Ravindra, and there is no run. 2:22 for 6 now. We've got one ball to go. So do we see Latham here bringing this field up, I wonder, trying to keep Archer down at that end? It doesn't look like he thought about it, but then they're going to keep that deep point where he is. There is a helmet there, but it's redundant, lying about 5 yards behind the keeper. So Jameson will want to keep the batsman at these respective ends. Here he comes, and he bowls on off stump. Oh no, they've given that away there. It was a poor field setting and a poor delivery, frankly, because the only place that short of a length ball was going to go was dabbed square into the offside, and they take a single.
Well, I was shaking my hand to get a point up in that last ball, and it is trickier now in this era when there is a set batsman. I'm not quite saying Archer's, because actually we just looked at Archer's first class record, came up on screens. He averages 21 with 7 or 8 50s in first class cricket. So he can, if he's in the right frame of mind in terms of when he's got his batting head on, and England need his batting head on, not just trying to score as many runs as he quickly as can. But it is awkward now as a captain, just due to the shots available to players, that when there is an batsman batting at the tail, it is horrible. I hated it as a captain, because the last thing you want to do is put everyone on the boundary.
Absolutely.
You know the criticism you're getting from a certain Agnew. But to protect the runs,
we did that when playing, and it was just, if it doesn't work, that's the problem. Getting it back again, isn't it?
Oh, impossible.
That's the problem. So Henry's going to bowl from this end. The keeper standing up, and he bowls to Cox. He's on the back foot playing out the cover, but that just seemed fairly basic, that one.
Yeah.
Or at least bowl a high bouncer or something. You want to get Archer on strike.
Absolutely.
So Henry it is who got those 2 key wickets yesterday. Root and Brook, both LBW. And we're analysing all of that with the keeper standing up and so on. Well, he's there again now. And Cox crouches over his bat. He's a bit of a bat waver while he's waiting, and now Henry bowls to him very full. He clips that away out towards deep square leg. Chase for the fielder. I think the ball's just going to beat him to it. It does. Just rolls into the boundary edge. So a cheer from those gathered beneath the big screen over there to our right. So the first boundary of the morning, 2:27 for 6, but England are still 164 behind.
Yeah, like a few more of those to get that deficit down. A very full ball, which is unusual from Henry. He's normally very accurate with length. He's gone searching a little bit, and Jordan Cox very easily just clipped it through the leg side.
Henry again runs in a big cross about that. He bowls a better ball this time, on a length and straight. Cox plays up to a straight mid-on. 20 overs to the next new ball, just to give some sort of guide as to where we are as far as that's concerned. 2:27 for 6.
Did you go anywhere last night, Aggies? Or?
Very quiet.
It was.
Very quiet indeed. Early to bed and all that.
I met up with quite a few friends,
Oh.
different groups of friends who were at the cricket yesterday.
There's Henry, bowls, tucked away into the leg side. Ravindra's there, there's no run.
Who'd certainly well oiled. One never made it to the pub.
Oh,
One never made it to our meeting point.
Oh.
One fell asleep on the train on the way home and ended up in Kettering rather than Bedford. and just to add to my random, I met Jim Laker's grandson.
Oh, well, that's nice. And I'm pretty sure he's popped into our commentary box before and announced that there was that connection. That's amazing, isn't it? I mean, what a name from the past, yeah. Here's Henry bowling, and a bit of bounce there. Nicely played by Cox, actually. But by people, I mean, not criticising, people do come and they do drink quite a lot at the cricket. I met 4 the other evening when I was standing over there waiting to get back, and I did say to them with a slight measure of concern, "Where are you going?" And one of them announced they were going to Tring.
Oh, that's near me.
Well, I thought it would be. I thought, how on earth are you seriously going to get to Tring? Anyway, they shuffled off, so I hope they made it. Here's Henry, and Cox drives down the ground to mid-on. And there's no run, 227 for 6.
Always a good homing device, isn't it? You always somehow get home.
Well, I think probably you do. I played cricket at Tring, I think. Is there a nice little club ground there at Tring?
I think so.
I think Northants Seconds used to play there. I think I played Leicester Seconds against Northants Seconds at Tring.
Used to go to the Stuffed Animals Museum in Tring with my grandparents.
Did you?
Amazing.
As a kid.
My kids love going.
Yeah.
The Stuffed Animals.
Yeah.
There's everything, isn't it?
It's one of the all-time great stuffed animals museums in the world. Just on Jordan Cox. We've seen some curious selections over the Bazball period, not necessarily based on a lot of county form, but Jordan Cox has been prodigious since he moved to Essex for the 2024 season. He's averaging 68 in first class for Essex.
Here's Jameson, and he bowls Archer's first ball of the day. He leans languidly onto it and plays the ball out to a cover. Hang on a sec. Like stuffed real animals, like elephants and things.
I can't remember if they had an elephant. They had a dodo. So from the
foxes and badgers and everything.
Yeah, it's before the internet. People did taxidermy.
Well, they did.
It's sort of fallen away since social media came in. It's on Jordan Cox, 8 centuries for Essex, including that recent double 100. He averaged 34 for Kent in his 5 seasons there, so he's had great form in the county championship over the last 3 seasons.
227 for 6. And in comes Jameson, bowls, and there's a nice shot from Archer. He's going to get 4 for that, a square drive. It's leaning on the ball, not much of a foot movement, he just waited and the bats drifted through really and timed very well, so he's off the mark to his 13th ball, away for 4. Well, that museum rather rivals the museum at Southport. Have you ever been to that? Have you been to Southport? Big Ken Dodd territory up there. I think you must have done the theatre at Southport.
I think I did a show there a long time ago.
Yeah, lawnmower museum.
There's a pencil museum in Keswick in the Lake District.
Yeah. In comes Jameson, and he bowls to Archer, who attempts a defensive shot. The ball just drifts past the outside edge to 231 for 6.
So we got on a bit of a discussion last night.
Oh yeah.
About Jim Laker. I think he was 2 or 3 months old when Jim Laker didn't meet his granddad very often. Which feat is never going to happen again? The 456 runs in a Test match at Gucci, or the 19?
Well, I mean, the 10's been repeated. In fact, Jim got 10 wickets twice in that season.
Did he?
Did he not? And were they both against Australia? They were, yeah, he did it for Surrey as well. Here's Jameson bowling, and he's got it away again. Back foot this time with a bit of a flourish. That's very nice. Archer up on his toes, bit of width from Jameson. And Archer's hit that square off the back foot for his second boundary.
Lovely shot.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
Which is why this pitch feels like a really good batting wicket, because we've seen a couple of times just that punch off the back foot. No follow through, no flamboyancy, and you get so well rewarding. You can only be a good pitch if you can play that shot.
But that was a good shot, wasn't it? That's a classy shot. Jameson again bowls and gets studiously behind this. Crowd like it. and plays that back. So just to go back to Jim Laker then, since Cookie brought it up, the one for Surrey, was Tony Locke playing in that as well? Did he also go wicketless again?
I think so. I'll get the scorecards up. So Laker had the 19 for 90 in the match in the test at Old Trafford. I think followed up with 11 in the match at Leeds, had 46 over the 5-match series. He's never had any other series for England in which he took more than 18 wickets, curiously, over his career.
But the more I think about it now, that 19 wickets won't get beaten, will it?
Wouldn't have thought so.
450, possibly. You could have a batsman go absolutely berserk.
Now here's Archer being beaten this time outside the off stump.
I'm not sure. I don't think a triple 100 and 100 in the same game is ever happening again, is it?
Shubman Gill was quite close to that record, the match runs record last year, about 40 runs short.
And they're introducing other nations to Test cricket, Ireland. I'm just not saying necessarily the Irish are going to go for a gallon, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's possible.
They're only 4-day games, so I think it isn't quite the same time. But yeah, it's intriguing. But to take 10 for twice,
and then 9 for
against the Australians twice.
What was he? A left arm?
Jim. That was Offie.
Offie.
And if you watch the film, when we finish, we'll watch it. No celebration, just pulls his trousers up and
all in a day's work.
That's 10, Jim. Oh, thanks, yeah. Just wandered off.
How many test wickets did he get, and how many test matches did he play?
That's one for Andy. I couldn't tell you that. Here's Henry bowling. Oh, he's going to be caught. He has been caught. Cox has flicked that to mid-wicket. And a very good catch there, actually, low to the right. He hit it quite firmly. But that's not what England want at all. At all. And Cox is out for 27. And he's just perhaps a little casual there. He's just flicked that into the leg side. Nice catch, low to the right. He was just aiming to beat the fielder there. And he's just not quite kept the ball down. A little bit of an uppish flick. And England lose their 7th wicket. And they're still a long way behind at the moment. So that's the end of Jordan Cox at 27.
Very, very New Zealand like that, isn't it? A really good catch. Making the most of every half opportunity. You generally say about New Zealand, they don't miss too many in the field. I know they've been poor actually. At Lords, they were in the field and dropped a couple, but that's half a chance. Take it, and it's such a big wicket, because Jordan Cox, you'd think, would have been so important for England to get this lead down to a manageable amount.
Well, it's still 156 as Matthew Fisher walks out to bat. Tall man. I mean, he's not an absolute rabbit. He can bat a bit.
He's definitely he can hang around there. Can't he? I thought he's half decent.
I wonder if this will elevate Archer, as it were, and Archer. I think he's now the senior partner. Well, I suppose he is. They're having a conversation, quite an earnest conversation actually, about what they're going to do, how they're going to play. Average of 16 in first-class cricket. Fisher's got a couple of 50s. A score of 88. Keeper up to the stumps again. And the man catching fairly close at mid-wicket is still there, and also short extra cover. Henry is on his way, and he bowls to Fisher, the right-hander, who leans forward and plays the ball carefully into the offside. Short cover, they're working furiously on that ball, giving it a good polish.
Are you allowed to use saliva on the ball again?
No.
No, just to sweat.
Yeah, saliva's gone ever since COVID, isn't it? Goes Fisher again. Bowls. Edged. Oh, he's put down, but a very difficult chance. Did he get carried?
I'm saying he didn't carry.
It was very low. It went quickly. And a sort of a scuffed effort there by Mitchell at slip. I'm not sure if it got there or not. There's lots of low fives coming in from the fielders. Often quite difficult body language to tell that one. Let's see if it carried. Oh, I think just half volley, wasn't it? Yeah. And it would have been a difficult one, because he wouldn't have seen much of it.
No, not easy with the keeper standing up.
Yeah. He goes Henry again, bowls, and this time he's on the front foot, pushing out towards point. Go for a quick single. Archer makes his ground up at the far end, and Fisher's off the mark.
It's also not easy to know where to stand as well, because you always take your guard, where you stand off the keeper. And when the keeper's standing up, I know you say you just stand on the same marks, but you don't, because you feel like you have to stand a little bit finer to cover, the fine edge, which could miss the keeper. Therefore, you're seeing less of it. I think he saw it all the way, but went very, very fine. It would have been the keeper's catch standing back, because he would have been able to move to his right. He went low left. Just where you stand, because you feel like you are edging closer. But just as on that pitch, that really did die, didn't it?
But you've made a good point there. Here comes Henry, bowls, and Archer's hit on the pad. Ball rolls away.
You sound surprised.
Well, for this class of batsman, I'd have the keeper standing back, because where he's in his crease is irrelevant. He's likely to nick, isn't he? And you're right, the keeper would have caught that. So I think with the lower order batsmen like this, tail enders, just go back and they're likely to nick it.
I think they feel this tactic has worked, isn't it?
Yeah.
For Henry, keep her up.
Yeah.
And it almost doesn't matter. It feels that feeling it's giving the English batsman.
Henry bowls, and again on the pad there, the ball rolls away down to slip. He's certainly on the money, Henry. He's causing all sorts of problems out there. 236 for 7. Archer has 8. Fisher has 1. Cox was the last man dismissed.
Jim Laker,
yes,
193 wickets in 46 Test, average 21.2. Economy rate just over 2 and over. 9 5-wicket hauls, 3 10-wicket match hauls, including that 19-wicket match at Old Trafford in the 56 Ashes. Almost 2,000 first-class wickets, average 18. 127 fifers in first-class cricket and 32 10-wicket matches. In that 1956 series, and he'd been in and out of the side, hadn't gone to Australia on the Ashes tour of 54-5. And he started the series with 6 wickets in the match at Nottingham, 3 at Lord's, 11 at Leeds, then 19 at Old Trafford, and 7 more at the Oval as England won the series 2-1.
I hope he was named man of the series.
I'm not sure they had it in those days.
He would have been lethal on, of course, there'd been wet pitches then, uncovered. Jameson moves in and bowls outside the off stump and completely defeats Fisher there, prodding outside the off stump. And it's taken by the keeper.
I'm going to go back and watch that.
They
just reacquaint myself with the
bowl and just caught in the leg trap. Just kept getting caught short leg basically, or LBW 1 or 2 little skidders, weren't there from memory? But the total lack of any celebration. You didn't see Jim Laker good do a high five, put it that way, which would have been quite a sight. And then he drove home after the game, stopped at a pub in Derbyshire for a sandwich and a pint, and the locals were all in there. They were talking about the cricket. It's an amazing performance. There comes Jameson, bowls, pushed away out towards cover. And Jim Laker, the man they were talking about, sat at the bar. No one recognised him because...
No one did, no one would.
Wasn't on the telly. Or it was, but no one had tellies and no one knew who it was. He sat there having a sandwich, had a pint and drove back.
Did he, what happened when he retired? Did he have any role in the...
TV. Lovely commentator.
Was he?
Very sort of lugubrious.
Good word.
Commentator. And he was a great foil to Richie. Richie Benno and Jim Laker were like the combination that I used to listen to on the telly. Yeah, absolutely. Peter West, Dennis Compton. That was Tom Graveney. Here's Jameson bowling, short of a length, pushed away back again. Jim Swanton. Those are the people who would line up on the telly then.
The last 3 tests of that 1956 Ashes, he took 37 for 291. Average of 7.8.
So the Surrey one, that question if you can find that, because Tony Locke not take... Did he take any in the match at all at Old Trafford?
He took the one
that Jim didn't. I'm just wondering if he got... What happened in the second one, because the word had it he bowled flatter as Jim was mopping up at the other end and took 10, and then another 9. Here's Jameson, bowls a bouncer, which hits Fisher there on the back. I don't think hit him on the helmet, but somewhere up on the shoulder. He's okay. He's up on his feet. The Locke was firing it in desperation.
Do you think the Aussies probably should have had a few nets of how to play off spin? Have a few throwdowns. Don't worry about the seam. Just chuck a few off spin out.
Yeah. I'm not sure what the pitch was like here at the Oval, but certainly I know Richie always muttered about the pitch at Old Trafford, that this sort of wheelbarrow of sand appeared at the start of the game and sort of was scattered over the pitch.
Home advantage even then happened.
Yeah, and it spat and turned square. That was what the Aussies said anyway. And comes Jameson over the wicket, bowls a bounce, and sways out of the way, because at the end of the game, I think I'll try and get this right, but Richie was kind of devastated sitting there. Australia had lost. I'm pretty sure it was Keith Miller came up to him and said, don't worry, mate, we're back here in 4 years' time and we'll win the next one. And Richie bowled England out 4 years later, didn't he?
It's 5. It's 1961. They had slightly older gaps, but
right.
It's 5 years.
But the next series, yeah, Richie did indeed bowl England out at Old Trafford. Nice little tale. 236 for 7. England still 155 runs behind. Batting to do here. Fisher's on 1. Jameson comes in, bowls to him, and he's forward, playing out quite nicely into the offside to end that over. So England have made little progress here. A couple of nice shots from Archer, but they have lost the key wicket of Cox. They're 155 behind. 236 for 7. Cookie, nice to catch up with you. A few words from you. Simon Mann's coming here.
Well, a very different start to day 3 than it was day 2. New Zealand bowling with some real control, keeping it very simple, not chasing England at all, just doing the simple things well. And England have got to battle on. They've got to find a way, however long it takes them, to try and get that deficit down. I think if they can somehow find 60, 70 runs, you feel like you're in the game. Any lead of over 100, New Zealand are well ahead.
Here's Henry. Good morning, everyone. Here's Henry bowling to Archer. Archer is forward, playing towards straight mid-on, and Latham comes across to pick up. Latham with that catch this morning at mid-wicket to get rid of Jordan Cox. Just the start New Zealand wanted. So it's 7 down. Situation yesterday where New Zealand was 7 down. Very different atmosphere, very different tactics. New Zealand looking to squeeze with Henry, with the keeper up. Goes in now, bowls to Archer, and Archer gets a straight ball, which he defends watchfully, and it rolls back up the pitch. And there is no run. It's a still day today. The flag's barely fluttering at the far end of the ground above the pavilion. There's a breeze across the ground from right to left as we look from the Vauxhall end throughout the match, but not today. There'll be some fairly warm spectators by the end of the day's play today, Alistair.
Very warm.
Henry bowls, forward goes Archer, playing across his front pad there. Plays it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, back, I suppose, at the beginning of the Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes era, they kind of started with chasing, didn't they? Good total. Do you reckon New Zealand will have that in the back of their mind? You know, thinking, yeah, we're in a good position here, but actually this England side 3 or 4 years ago chased some unbelievable totals and actually wanted to chase on good wickets, which I don't think this is going to deteriorate much.
Henry bowls, he's outside the off, the appeal for a catch behind, he's out. Just followed it. It was a different sort of delivery from Henry. He'd been targeting the stumps up until now, and that was a bit wider, and Archer's nicked it through, and that's a good catch. That really is a good catch from Blundell. He's got a big smile on his face. Keepers love that when they can pull that off.
Outstanding catch. Not a good catch, outstanding catch. Back of a length ball, and that's nipped quite a long way. And they just pushed point back. I don't know why they did that really tactically, but maybe just in Archer's mind, easy single. And you're right, he wasn't very committed to the shot, but that is a brilliant take from Blundell. 81, 82 miles an hour. It's edged a long way as Archer has to go for 8. But again, New Zealand are back, aren't they, in the field? Those half chances, they're so often taken.
Well, they look right on it today, New Zealand, and England under pressure immediately. So such a different feel yesterday morning and today, and big problems for England. They would have hoped that they could score perhaps 100 runs from the last 4 wickets today with Jordan Cox there and Archer, but both have gone already inside 25 minutes. It's one of those days. I mean, the lower order here is being asked to bat and score runs that the top order didn't get, and of course the double punishment is that if and when they get out, they're going to have to bowl all day in 30 degrees and try and drag England back into the game with a huge deficit. So this is a fantastic opportunity for New Zealand. They've really taken a firm grip on this game. I just thought yesterday that partnership between Root and Brook was the key partnership, and there's 2 wickets from Henry. Just nailed it down for New Zealand, and he's backed it up today with 2 more with Cox and Archer. So he's on for 5. He's taken 4 for
62. He had 0 for 44 after his second spell, and 1 for 100 in the series, but 4 wickets now for 18 since then.
Here is Henry then bowling to Josh Tongue, and Tongue clips that away down towards deep backward square leg, or fine leg, to get off the mark. And England moved to 237 for 8, but they're still 154 runs behind. Matt Fisher has a best first-class score of 88. We said he averages, what, 16, 17 of first-class cricket. When was that?
That was September 24 against Leicester. Leicestershire at Leicester. He had a 53 against Sri Lanka A in Gaul early in 2023. A few other 40 scores, not much this season, just 44 runs for 6 dismissals for Surrey in the Championship.
There's Henry going in to bowl to him, and he's forward. Solid looking defensive shot. Stabbing forward there, plays out towards cover. But Henry's through 19 overs now, then 4 for 63. Tongue has 1, Fisher has 1. Only Sonny Baker to come on his Test match debut. I think, look to your stats sheet, he averages 4 in first class.
Yes, 4.8. Let's give him the 0.8. I think he needs 58 runs from 18 innings with 6 not out to the average runs divided by dismissals.
Yeah, I mean, he's not played that much first class cricket. So, well, we'll see what he's got in a few minutes' time. It's 237 for 8 on this sun-baked day at the Oval. Barely a cloud in the sky. And here is Jamieson looking for his first wicket. Start of his 16th over. Bowls to Tongue, gets one down the leg side, looks to glance it. One of those that could have flicked the glove on the way through, did not. And it was taken by Blundell away to his left-hand side. You were in sparky form last night in the podcast, Cookie, trying to put me on the spot. I'm getting to answer the question. And I was thinking back overnight, I was thinking, how many questions, when you were England captain, I was interviewing you, which I did many times. How many of my questions did you ever answer?
Pot kettle. I just loved how you answered. I don't know what, I can't remember it, but
you were right. I did slightly evade
a lot.
I was hoping no one's going to pick it up. Here's Jamieson bowling, short ball, and Tongue ducks underneath it. And it's through to Blundell.
It wouldn't have mattered if you'd have said, I don't think Stokes should have played, or I should have played. I just wanted I'd like to hear your opinion.
Yeah. When you're in question asking mode,
you don't think of it. I apologise.
You're locked into a different sort of mindset, really.
It's always the way, isn't it? Not that I interview many people, but you have a couple of questions. If they answer those questions in the first answer, I wouldn't know what to do. I would panic.
You've got to have a few. You've got to have a few ready to go.
You do.
Yeah.
It's a different skill. I admire that skill, Simon.
237 for 8. Jameson bowls, and not a good one past the outside edge, past Tongue. Through to Blundell. The tricky one is if they, you're right, when they just answer every single question you have in the first answer.
There's 2, isn't there? There's 2 things now. Again, I don't ask many, but there's the short answers, where they say 2 sentences and then they finish it, and you think, oh my God, where am I going now? Or they answer everything in one long 4-minute spiel, and then you think, where do I go now?
I mean, Ben actually, he is quite good at that in the sense that he will come up with very short answers sometimes, and you're suddenly paddling underneath to think of the next one. 237 for 8. Here's Jameson bowling past the edge again of Tongue's bat ball that's short of a length. He's on the back foot, and it's through to Blundell. Ben Stokes is in the field for Durham today against Northants, and Gus Atkinson is playing for Surrey as well down at Sapphire Gardens against Glamorgan. He's bowling. I don't know if he's picked up a wicket, but a couple of overs the last time I looked. But Stokes hasn't bowled yet. Rain and Potts. So half of England's attack from Sydney is playing in that match today against Northants, Potts and Stokes.
I don't know whether you heard it, but I said we should.
237 for 8 is Jameson bowling. Short ball, Tongue goes down on one knee to evade that, through to Blundell.
On Zoltz's score sheet today should be a Ben Stokes mention. How many times he gets mentioned and the word Durham, and he'll be up there in, you'd say 30 or 40 times in the next 6.5 hours, you'd say.
And what we want to know, of course, is whether he's going to be playing next week. So the next Test match is at Trent Bridge next Thursday. Quick turnaround. This could be a longish game, although New Zealand making progress here today. I mean, they're just trying to imagine how this game might pan out. It could end in 4 days. You think it's likely to go to a 5th. Jameson bowls. Tongue plays at that one, fences at it. It's through to Blundell. Just looking around the crowd at the end of the over, 237 for 8. I said a lot of spectators out there getting baked today. There's a little bit of cover. There's one spot, Cookie, do you see by the scoreboard over there, where I think it's is it the floodlight pylon? So if you're just lucky for probably about half an hour, where you've got some shade over in front of the scoreboard to our right-hand side on the Harleyford Road side of the ground, in front of the Archbishop Tennyson School.
Yeah, I reckon that new stand there, I don't know what it's called, you could, the ones underneath are in the shade, you could make a bit of money on those in an hour's time if you offered to trade to someone who's been sat in the sun.
Yeah.
Say, oh, do you know, I'll trade you, mate, this ticket.
Definitely, yeah.
But it'll cost you.
It looks as though it's changed names, that stand. It's now sponsored by an energy company. Henry Bowles turned away firmly into the onside by Fisher, and they get a single. There was a dive from Latham to his right-hand side. He couldn't get there. And Ravinjo ran back towards deep mid-wicket to pick up. And there's one more run to the total, but slim pickings for England, 238 for 8, 153 runs behind. And even if Tongue and Fisher were to produce some sort of stand here, New Zealand still on course for a significant first innings lead. It'd be something really dramatic from these two to haul England up towards that total. Henry Bowles, it's a fine delivery against Tongue, goes past the outside edge and bounces a bit. Again, very well taken by Blundell, who took that excellent catch to get rid of Archer for 8, and then Jordan Cox clipping to mid-wicket off Henry for 27. One former England captain has gone, another one has turned up, Michael Vaughan.
Morning everyone. That last delivery from Henry to Tom was a beauty. It shaped away and bounced.
Henry Bowles, that's another fine ball to Josh Tongue. I think he's been beaten about half a dozen times now.
Just trying to see if it's reverse swing. Now, we're into the 66th over, and the ball's swinging around a little bit. Just trying to see from the telly where there's a bit of reverse swing going. It's a very dry day. I think over the course of the next few days, this pitch will bake and bake. We'll see a little bit more of this.
238 for 8. Henry looking for his 5th wicket. Bowles to Tongue, who drives. That one seems to keep a bit low. He misses it. Ball outside the off stump. I don't think that was taken cleanly by Blundell. That wouldn't have been easy to take. One bounced and then one seems to keep a bit low. I mean, this is problems for England if there's a little bit of variable bounce in this pitch. Look at that. Yeah, that did keep low.
What a take.
They actually did take it, didn't I? I thought from when he dropped it, it was right at the end of his gloves. And then eventually I think he might have just let the ball drop to the ground. He had control of it if he'd nicked it. Henry causing lots of problems. Bowles, that's on the leg stump. He tries to flick it away. Tongue misses it, hits him on the pad, goes into the onside.
And the problem here, Simon, is that you just can't see where the boundaries are going to come from. You've got Tongue, who's more of a conventional tail ender. You've got Matt Fisher, who's kind of a technical tail ender. You almost need a Kyle Jamieson-like play, can cause a bit of chaos for you at this stage. You're going to have to get that scoreboard ticking. 153 they trail by.
Yes, it's a decisive session last night. And more wickets this morning. Henry Bowles. That's lofted away. Is he going to be caught mid-on? He is. The second attempt by Nathan Smith. Just running back. And it's 5 wickets for Henry. 3 more this morning. And New Zealand on course for a big first innings lead. It wasn't a straightforward catch for Smith. It was lofted in the air, looping away towards mid-on. He ran back. He got 2 hands to it. As he was falling back, he parried it and then caught it at the second attempt. Well, the run out yesterday, and now a decent catch running back to get rid of Josh Tongue. And well bowled Matt Henry. 5 wickets. And it's 238 for 9.
Yeah, he's taken a good grab there. It's almost, what do they call it in AFL when they catch it? It's a marker. They kind of punt it to each other and you catch it and you have a marker, and he took it on the second attempt. Brilliant from Henry. 5 wickets. He's got the ball nipping around. I mean, the tactic from yesterday afternoon to bring Blundell up to the stumps has got him his fifer. Did for Joe Root and Harry Brook yesterday, and today he's done for Cox, Jofra Archer, and now Josh Tongue. England are in a pickle here. They're in a real pickle because you've got a young attack that will come out and bowl. You've got Jofra Archer, who couldn't bowl for 90 minutes yesterday morning. He's going to have to bowl today, so I don't know where that sits. And you've got Sonny Baker, who's out there on debut. Yeah, this is trouble for England.
Yeah, I mean, even if you had a crackerjack day with the ball and bowl New Zealand out for 180, you're still chasing 330 to win the game, aren't you? I mean,
they're up against it, Simon.
Good luck with that.
But you never know. Yeah. You never ever know. Get it right, catch well.
Yeah, last Test match played on this ground, England nearly chased, what was it, 380 against India? Should have chased it, really. Sonny Baker out there with his first-class average of 4.64 on the television screen. You reckon it's 4.8, Zols?
Oh, I'm not sure I updated this after their last.
Okay.
But less than 5.
Yeah. Well, room for improvement. He's not on strike. It's Fisher at the moment, and Fisher has a huge mow at that. Goes out towards deep back with square leg. They might come back for 2. O'Rourke comes round the boundary. So it's clear that Fisher has seen Sonny Baker's first-class average. Perhaps seen him in the nets as well and thought, right, time to go.
Yeah, but mid-wicket was up on the 1, so you know he's got to try and get the scoreboard. Ticking square leg now goes back for New Zealand. Cover point on the boundary, still keeping the 2 slips in the gully. So you're looking at where can he get the boundary, possibly through the covers, maybe cow corner, just give it the old Yahoo.
Put a man back now, deep forward square, deep backward point as well. Jameson bowls and Fisher slices that away. It's a nice looking shot down towards deep backward point. They've gone for 1. They can't come back for the second. Ravindra gets the ball in on the bounce to Blundell. So Fisher moves to 5 and into 241 for 9. Fisher coming down the pitch, I think, to have a chat with Baker, but Baker's more intent on taking guard for the first time in Test cricket, scraping away at the crease. Now Fisher is going to have a word with Baker. I've not knowingly seen Sonny Baker bat. I mean, obviously he hasn't batted for that long. I've seen him bowl a lot in county cricket, or a bit in county cricket, but not seen him bat. So I'm not quite sure what to expect here. A little twiddle of the bat. He's a confident chap. He kind of reminds you of Tigger from Winnie the Pooh. Jameson bowls, and Baker is beaten. His first ball in Test cricket outside the off stump. At it, through to the keeper.
My first daughter, Tallulah, used to have a Tigger.
Yeah.
Most kids. Did you have a Teddy when you were young? I had one. Snoopy. Do you remember Snoopy?
Yeah, but I actually no. That's you've opened up deep, grievous wounds, Michael, because I had a panda.
Oh no, what happened?
My mum said, leave it at home, and I said, no, I want to take it, and I left it on the bus in Bristol and never saw it again.
How old were you?
Like 5 or something.
Is that why then, yeah? Why you are who you are. It's all because of the panda.
Very sad moment in my early life. Jameson bowls, and that's a short ball. That doesn't really threaten Baker there. Drops the gloves.
Parents, it's one of the toughest moments of being a parent to young kids if the Teddy goes missing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was distraught. You've just raked it all up.
Can't replace it, can you?
No, you can't.
Even if you go and buy the same one, it's not the same. It's not the same feel.
Right. No. I'm almost in tears again now, Michael.
I wonder who ended up with your panda.
Well, that's a good question. Probably just got thrown in a bin, didn't it, somewhere?
Someone just, what is that? Just put it in the dustbin.
We went to the lost property office, but no, it wasn't there. Jameson bowls and past Baker's edge on its way through to Blundell. Have a great feeling of permanence here, Sonny Baker.
Well,
get Fisher on strike, just play a few shots by the looks of it.
Yeah,
150 the lead.
I just can't see where the 20 or 30 quick runs are going to come from, which is still going to leave England a long way light.
Field going back here for the final ball of the over. They obviously want to bowl at Baker, and they don't want him to do any damage by, say, taking a boundary off the last ball. So deep backward point, deep square leg, fine leg. 2 slips in the gully, close catches. Jameson still looking for his first wicket. Last ball of his 17th, bowls to Baker, and Baker, I think that's the first one he's hit in Test cricket, isn't it? Guides it away down into the gully. And there is no run. It is the end of the over. It's 241 for 9. Baker yet to score. Fisher on 5. Zoltz and Michael, and then Alison Mitchell's coming in.
Matt Henry's 5-wicket haul is his 7th in Test cricket, one of the most improved cricketers of the decade. Up to January 2021, he played 13 Tests, taken 31 wickets, average 51. Which would have been enough to end many players' careers. But since then, in his next 22 Tests, He's taken 115 wickets at an average of 20.1. His last 12 tests, 68 wickets, average 16 with 6 5-wicket hauls. One of the finest sequences by any, certainly any New Zealand bowler and by any recent test bowler. And that was his first 5-wicket haul either in or against England.
Hello, Zoltz. Morning, Michael. And New Zealand have caught well, haven't they? Except for the drop yesterday from Ravindra. This morning's gone all to plan. Setting himself up for a scoop attempt there, Matt Fisher. And it's ricocheted into Blundell behind the stumps. Caught him, I think, round about hip height. The ball's dropped into the turf and left for Fisher to pick up. Blundell's got a grin on his face.
It's not a bad option, actually, from Matt Fisher, because it's a short boundary down there towards the England dressing room. Pretty much knows it was going to be on that good length. The keeper, that's the way to get rid of the keeper.
Oh, so he might just be retreating immediately.
Straight back now for Matthew Fisher.
He didn't get a deflection on it, did he, Miss?
I think he did. It's just, I think he's got the deflection. It's gone straight into Blundell's ribs.
I mean, if he'd grabbed and caught that would have been probably top the lot. But he has retreated now, so the keeper's standing back. 2:41 for 9. Fisher awaits. Henry is in outside the off stump, steered away towards deep backward points, taking one, turning quickly for the second. There's hesitation. Trouble now. The ball is loose. Blundell has missed it. And, well, Baker was left stranded at the striker's end because Fisher charged back for the second. That should have been a run out of Baker down at the non-striker's end. But Blundell fumbled the ball and it came back in. And Henry was then able to... Baker, rather, able to sprint to safety. Now, where did this throw go? Was it wide of the stumps? No, Blundell has just... Oh, it's coming on the bounce, and he's just missed it at the stumps. In fact, well, Fisher was probably out the frame as well at that end, even.
It'd have been a tough day. It came to him on the half volley, and it landed in the kind of dry spot by the pitch. Yeah, if he'd gone and got the ball in his glove and whipped the bells, I think Fisher would have been out.
Well, the two batters are taking their time now, meeting mid-pitch to have a little word. Umpire's holding out his arm to pause Henry for the moment. I think Fisher had to readjust his pads and gloves after putting in a full-length dive to try and make it home, but he would not have been home had that been taken cleanly by Blundell. Probably like the first thing that's sort of not gone right for New Zealand in the field this morning. And now deep third is pulling a little bit finer, so one slip in place. Fisher on 7 now. Henry over the wicket with 5 wickets to his name. A little bit of a fiddle, through to Blundell it goes. And a dot ball. Yeah, it's been a disappointing effort from the tail. From Jordan Cox was out. I guess a bit of a soft dismissal, chipping that to short mid-wicket.
Yeah, that was a good catch. Tom Latham diving to his right.
Very good take behind the stumps. Blundell standing up for Archer's wicket. An overhead catch taken by Smith running back. So New Zealand have done well with those catches. It's a short ball back of a length, has Fisher swaying out of the way and through to Latham.
Well, you've got to give New Zealand a huge amount of credit, because on day one England were very good in the field. They bowled nicely, tactics were good, and day two's just gone all the way of New Zealand, because they kind of grabbed it yesterday morning with those 100 runs, and then with the ball they've bowled nicely in terms of tactics. And it's just been that tactical manoeuvre to get the keeper up. It's got Henry a fifer.
Yeah.
As it did Mr. Nisa.
That's right, in Australia. Well, Fisher awaits. In comes Henry in the bright sunshine, a hot day, some width, and flashed away through cover. Backward point, racing across the boundary to try and save this. Pulls it inside the rope. That's an outstanding effort. And Conway retrieving the ball, doing it all on his own. And they've come back for 3.
Yeah,
they certainly saved the one.
If you think about Test cricket, you heard things like, they don't play quick bowling well, understandable. And then you hear, don't play spin when it's really spinning well. It's the new one, isn't it, that England have got a problem with the keeper stood up.
Going to have to do some work on that. Whether that's, the batting coach's job. I mean, interesting to see what
players.
Yeah.
It's the players that have to kind of take responsibility. There's a few of them that have seen it now, and can they play it a little bit different? Can they kind of challenge the bowler and do something to put him under a bit more pressure?
2 slips have gone in here, as well as a gully for Sonny Baker, who's 0 from the 4 he's faced so far. A catcher at short mid-wicket as well. Henry is in. He's leaving it alone outside the off stump, taken around about knee height. by Blundell for the last ball of the over. So England are 145 behind, clinging on here for the last pair, 246 for 9. Salts, what have you got?
Well, story of unconverted starts for England in this innings. Openers 36 and 53, Duckett run out for 36, Root 46, then 5, 6 and 7, Brooke, Rue and Cox 24, 24, 27. It's the first time in England's Test history that their numbers 5, 6 and 7 have all reached 20 without, and then all been dismissed before reaching 30.
Oh, goodness.
But it's been a week when there's only been a couple of the batters that have kind of missed out. Jacob Bethel for England got 9, but you look at Duckett 36, Emilio Gay 53, Joe Root 46. Harry Brook 24, Rue 24, 20. What did he get? 20.
Fox 27, only added 5 to his overnight score.
So everyone's pretty much got in.
Jameson in again, back of the length, steered away through what would have been the gully region. There's no gully fielder there now. Fisher wants a second here, and again Baker has left, and there could have been a run out at the non-striker's end. The ball went to the wrong end. That's the second time now Fisher has turned for 2, and Baker has not either responded or the calling's not there.
Yeah, this is where you as a fielding side has to be aware of what's happening, and you've got to throw it to the Baker end. You've got to go, just get the mess around, that when you get the ball in hand, just throw it straight. Even if you throw it to the bowler can then pick it up and shy it at the stumps.
Yeah, that's a big missed opportunity to have England all out. They're behind now, 248 for 9, 143 behind now. And Fisher he's tall, he's got long legs, he's sprinting for these 2s, but whether he's not calling Baker for them, because he was only there for the 1. Jameson in again, straighter, defended, jabbed into the onside. This idea of starts results, it was the same story in the New Zealand lineup, wasn't it? Until yesterday morning and the bowling being flayed to all parts, the short ball tactic just didn't work, and Glenn Phillips gets the 100, and that was what New Zealand were missing, wasn't it? At the end of day 1, they were just missing that one player to go on and get a bigger score.
Yeah, so they had Latham 27, Nichols 24, Ravindra 33, Mitchell 44, Blundell 51. So Phillips really the main difference between the two sides.
Yeah. Did you hear his lovely tribute to his father last night, Glenn Phillips?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
So it's his dad's 1-year anniversary of his passing today now. Jameson in, short and striking Fisher on the shoulder. He turned his shoulder into that one, took his eye off the ball. It drops into the turf, and Blundell moves in from behind the stumps to pick up a dot ball. Yeah, he raised his bat towards the heavens at the point of his 100, and it was in the moment you recognised it as a sort of more muted celebration, given the sort of character that Glenn Phillips is. And he paid tribute to saying how his dad, would take them early morning throwing balls down to him in the evening. Big influence, as so many parents are on there.
Absolutely, yeah. It was a wonderful innings. He had a bit of everything. I think Matt Fisher might have to face a few more short balls from what I've just seen.
He didn't play that terribly well, did he? He's on 12, Fisher, but England 9 down, 143 behind. Jameson, there's another short one. He attempted to play at that one, though, and it's gone through down the leg side to Blundell. They've got fine leg back for the pull shot, the miscued top edge. Might go down to third man as well.
And Stokes is having a bowl.
Oh, we're watching footage from Chesterley Street. It's appeared on our screens. So he's bowling for Durham.
Well, he's just been whacked for 4. It was a good shot.
That's his first ball. No, he's into his first over. That's the 5th delivery he'd bowled. We've got commentary on Sports Extra 2 of that match, Chesterley Street. Durham taking on Northamptonshire with Ben Stokes and a slightly busier media centre than there would normally be for that championship match. Jameson, 5th ball of his over here. Another short one, and he's looking for an uppercut there. He's missed, and through to Blundell again. Deep third has disappeared, so that shot could have been on if he had managed to get it up and over the cordon, but now slip is being sent back to the boundary, having seen that attempt from Fisher.
Yeah, I think that's a good option, actually. Now, first slip's gone back into that zone. Yeah, it's sometimes a better option to take on rather than the pull shot. You can kind of just make sure your eyes are on the ball, you're swaying, you just glide it. It's just like a little ramp, just use the pace. Harder now that Mitchell's gone down on the boundary.
Yeah, deep backward point, deep third, fine leg, and a deep mid-wicket. Jameson in now to Fisher, bangs it in short again. He's done well there to keep it down behind square. Will be scooped up by fine leg, moving across to his left-hand side, and Fisher's through for the single. He'll keep the strike now. He's on to 13. England 142 behind, 249 for 9. Jordan Cox added just 5 to his overnight score. offering a catch to Latham at short mid-wicket, out for 27. Jofra Archer got a little tickle, a very thin edge to Blundell. Keeper standing up to Matt Henry. He was out for just 8. And then Henry's 5th wicket, his first 5 for against England. It was a very good running catch from Nathan Smith, running back from mid-on, taking over his head. And that was the end of Josh Chung for just 1. So that's why we've got Fisher and Baker out here. And they will try to stay out as long as possible. And then we're going to see England with the ball again. And that's test number 2 for Joe Root. And just what tactics will England employ? They can't make the same mistakes twice.
Well, it's going to be hard because, I mean, Jofra could bowl for 90 minutes yesterday. It's only 24 hours later. How much could he bowl today? Sonny Baker on his debut. Henry
in, looking for a 6th wicket here. Dropped into the offside, into the cover region. Quickly through for the single is Fisher. So the 250 is up for England. But the problem for them is that they're 141 behind, and this is the last pair.
Yeah, then you've got Josh Tongue, who's obviously it's like the key to the attack at the minute. He's bowling beautifully.
Well, who'll be given the new ball?
Well,
it was Fisher.
Well, it was Fisher and Baker yesterday.
Yeah, well,
no, it was actually,
sorry,
it was
Tongue and Baker.
Tongue and Baker yesterday. It was
the
Fisher.
Start of the innings was Fisher and Archer.
Yeah, it'd be Fisher and Archer.
Or surely Fisher and Archer.
Yeah. I mean, on a day like this, day 3, and your bowlers have done some work just a day ago. You would think Jacob Bethel's going to have to do a bit of work.
Henry racing in, past the outside edge of Sonny Baker, through to the keeper, and no run. Yeah, it's going to be a real day of toil in the field, and this will test the resolve of the bowlers and the fitness of Archer again. You don't imagine he'll bowl any more 8-over spells, do you?
No, I thought it was surprising at the time. It's not that we're just speaking in hindsight. It was, but you kind of watched Jofra when he was in that spell. They kept on getting a wicket, so he was like, "Oh, let me have one more."
Henry in, a little bit of movement away again, taken by Blundell, and no run. I mean, he wanted to keep going, didn't he, in that spell late in the day? And it felt exciting, and it felt, you know, it was awesome to watch that contest. The crowd, everyone wanted more of that contest. And there's so many questions, isn't it, to ask about whether did Joe know that, you know, by bowling him 8 would mean he wouldn't pull up, or is it a case of him not pulling up, or is it the physios and the backroom team saying, you know, we don't need to bowl again? Beaten again past the outside edge, prodding forward, not very convincingly, is Baker. Through it goes again to the keeper.
This is genuine outswing with a ball that's 70 overs old, so I haven't got the data in front of me, but you know, the ball seems to be swinging a little bit more today than it did yesterday.
The heat in the air, maybe. A bit of news from Chester Street, by the way, Michael. So we saw Ben Stokes bowling. He should have already got a wicket, but Ben McKinney's dropped a catch. Well, that was off his 4th delivery. Full defence this time, up to mid-off and no run. So he should have got one under his belt there, Ben Stokes. Will we see?
Doesn't surprise you, that, does it?
No.
Ben Stokes first over under a little bit of a cloud. Make something happen.
Deep backward points, dropping back onto the boundary here. Baker waits back poised in the air. Last ball of the over here from Henry. Deep square leg's gone back as well. It's a length ball on leg stump. Scrambling take, diving to his left down the leg side from Blundell to end the over. So just the one coming from it, 250 for 9.
Well, you just look at, you know, Trent Bridge, and I think the weather's going to be beautiful for
set really beautiful
7 or 8 days. So we're going to obviously have a week where it's going to be nice and warm, nice and dry. And the only way that you can get Bashir into the side is by playing the all-rounder. Somehow
well, we await
a solution
we await
needs to happen.
We await the outcome of the cricket regulator, and whenever those findings become public, whether it's going to be during the course of the match or whether the ECB decide to wait till the conclusion of this match, and because you can only imagine, you know, Joe Root will be asked questions about it if the outcome is known, or whoever is put up for interview. There's a lot of young players in this side that you can't really ask too many questions of. It's not really their place to answer.
I wouldn't be spinning too much anymore, Ali. Just
say it how it is. Well,
he's England's captain. Made a mistake. He's missed one game.
I expect we'll see him back at Trent Bridge. Leg slip in here. O'Rourke in from the pavilion end now, looking to carve it away out through the covers for 4. This is Fisher scything it away off the back foot. And a very welcome boundary here off O'Rourke's first delivery.
Yeah, they brought the field up on the offside.
So Matt Fisher just gave himself a little bit of space. Just punches it through that vacant space at extra cover. I think cover point. Will he stay back now for Fisher? No, he's coming back up on the one, so it's still available for him to go again.
Yep, a slip, a gully, and backward point, got a long way behind square. And out at fine leg as well, if there's a short ball, O'Rourke is in, bangs it, doesn't really get up, but smeared across the line out towards mid-wicket where it's fielded, no run. Will Fisher get a few more short balls here to test him out?
Oh, he's on 18, so he's doing a decent job for England, but they still trail by 137.
Well, they need one of these, really frustrating last wicket stands. But, it can happen. That's happened many a time before when the last pair can add a few and frustrate the opposition. And then things do start to get a little looser. Bowlers get more frustrated. Wicket will probably fall now, won't it? Fisher's on 18. He awaits then. Here is a tall figure of O'Rourke. Bangs in short. He manages to deflect it away. Gets in an awkward position. Almost half looking to pull and then half looking to duck and pull away. And deflects it down into the ground as he's backing away towards backward point where Ravindra fields, and it's a dot ball.
I think the players are finding O'Rourke difficult to pick up. That
was the glove, actually.
Fisher hits him hard on the glove, points going on the boundary. Leg slips going to extra cover. I think it's because he's kind of all arms and legs. I think it's quite hard to pick up the ball. It's not a conventional action that, you see the ball in the action, i.e. someone like a Brett Lee or someone like Jimmy Hannon. You see the ball because of the pure action. Look at these arms and legs are everywhere.
Over the wicket now, bouncer, but down the leg side. Shaping as if to play and to pull, and then deciding not to is Fisher. But it was from this end, wasn't it, when Glenn Phillips was batting. From this end, I think, when he asked for the sunglasses to be brought out when he was facing Jofra Archer, and he said he was finding glare off the sight screen at the far end was making it difficult for him to pick up Archer's deliveries. Although, ironically, it was the first ball after he put the sunglasses on when he got hit for the first time.
Yeah. Now the 2 balls to go in the over. O'Rourke to Fisher. Those short balls have caused a bit of problems. There's a vacancy down at third if you can get that kind of ramp going.
Yeah, point has retreated back to the boundary. Full ball this time, bottom edges into the ground though, looking to pull and fielded at mid-wicket. So one more ball to come. England trying to chip away at this deficit. A hot day. Lots of hats in the crowd, I can see, short sleeves, hopefully lots of sun cream as well for those who are in the sun. I think tops of my shoulders got a little bit burnt yesterday, just being out there for half an hour at the start of the day. It's glorious to have some sunshine. I made sure I was fully factored up this morning when we were out there. Now, Mitchell's retreating back to the deep third boundary again from his position at slip. Glenn Phillips remains there at gully. Ravindra at backward points.
Will he go for the bluff here and fire in the Yorker?
Running up past the umpire, O'Rourke in. Length ball, it skews away over the top of gully and down to Mitchell at deep third. And Fisher's able to keep the strike. So leg by signalled by the umpire. 255 for 9, 136 behind then. So Fisher's doing a decent job out there, and he certainly looks a more senior partner between he and Baker rather, who's faced 10 balls and hasn't yet scored.
Yeah,
sort out the running between the wickets.
Yeah, you've got to remember this England side has got 5 changes. It's got a lot of young players that haven't got a great deal of experience, and they're up against Roy Hodgson's over in the committee room balcony. I can see ex-England football manager. Yeah, so you've got to be understanding that the experience isn't quite with the England side this week.
It is 255 for 9 with bowling change at this end as well, Michael. And Daniel Norcross is joining you to tell you all about it.
Thank you, Alison. Yes, it's Smith who's coming into the attack, Nathan Smith, as this 10th wicket partnership. So it's going to be a bit irritating for New Zealand. 255 for 9. Fisher on strike, gets struck on the pad, thigh pad.
And I can't report. It looks like Roy Hodgson's on the bubbles.
You what?
Looks like he's on the bubbles, having a nice...
Roy Hodgson, is he already?
Looks that way. He started early, Roy.
Well, unless it's Ben Stokes' alcohol-free bubbles, you never know. So the deficit, 136. It's been New Zealand's morning. It was New Zealand's day yesterday. They have, after a first day they'd be disappointed with, they've clamped their hands onto this test match, and they've got a very firm grip. Phil Tufnell is alongside me. Smith is in. And goes for the ramp, of course, does Fisher. Why not? And the ball goes through to the keeper. There's no run. He misses it completely. Nice bit of invention. He has 18. I had cause to check out Sonny Baker on Cricket Archive, Andy Zoltzman. And Cricket Archive, you'll confirm for me, it has all sorts of other matches in there, not first class matches as well, isn't it? I couldn't find a Sonny Baker innings of more than 27.
Okay.
In any form of cricket that he'd played.
Okay, well that doesn't make you a bad man.
No, we're not. Not a bad man. No, he's a thoroughly lovely individual.
What are you trying to say?
Smith in, bouncer through the keeper. It swings a little bit after it leaves Fisher. No run. I'm sort of saying that.
Morning, Dan, by the way. Morning, everyone. Morning, everyone. Glorious here at the Oval.
Isn't it lovely?
Beautiful.
I'm saying that he's done a very good job to last 10 balls.
Yeah, well.
That's what I'm saying. He's keeping Fisher company. We've had, you mentioned to me earlier, a spectacular bit of bowling to get rid of Archer. You really
lovely.
Like that,
yeah, lovely bit of bowling. Really
hang it in the loose.
Skillful, you know, keeper up, bowling it straight, stump to stump, and then just turn the ball round. Little slight different of wrist position and the away swing. A beautiful catch.
Smith in again, goes for a big swing, does Fisher. He's going to get a run to the deep set Jameson at, or O'Rourke, I beg your pardon, up at mid-off. They take the run, 256 for 9 with 2 balls left for Sonny Baker to survive.
Skillful bowler.
Yeah.
Experienced, skillful bowler on all pitches. You know, it's not a typical oval flatty. You know, I still think there is a little bit in there for the seamers. There's been a little bit of up and down bounce as well, a little bit of sideways movement, but
decent though, isn't it?
It's a good pitch.
Yeah, I mean, I think 256 for 9 is about 100 short of what they would
absolutely
expected.
Yeah.
But it's an inexperienced lineup.
Yeah.
3 men making their debut. One of them is on strike. 2 slips and a gully as Smith is into Baker and beats him. All ends up, goes through quite low to Blundell behind the stumps. Nathan Smith pulled off a spectacular catch earlier in a series where we've seen quite a few drops. Pulled off a really good one. He's been a fine fielder for them. Got the run out as well yesterday. He's just a very handy cricketer, isn't he, all round?
He's a New Zealander.
Yes.
He's a New Zealand cricketer, isn't he?
They make the best of themselves, don't they?
They
Through
do.
hard work and practice, dedication and enthusiasm.
Absolutely.
And being really nice into the bargain. Sickening, isn't it?
A little bit. Yeah, one of those guys you're wanting to your side.
Yeah. Smith in again. Baker lets this go. He leaves that beautifully through to the keeper. Just the 1 run from the over, 256 for 9. They might not be making many runs here as drinks come on, but what they are doing, I suppose, is at least they're not having to bowl all day.
No.
There's a chance that they'll have to bowl for quite a lot of it.
Absolutely, and it's an inexperienced bowling lineup, isn't it? That's what I'm slightly concerned about. I mean, we saw that the sort of wheels came off a little bit yesterday morning, didn't we?
Yeah.
You know, sort of fielders all over the place and wides down the leg side, trying to bowl the short stuff, which I'm not a fan of.
No.
There is a time and a place for it, as there is everything. But long hot day, flattish pitch at the Oval. What are they behind? 130 odd?
135.
130 odd, inexperienced bowling lineup.
Yeah, I mean, they're staring down the barrel, aren't they?
They're staring down the barrel. Jofra Archer in this red zone, or, you know, was very stiff as well, wasn't he? Sort of. So
Does the day make a difference?
Well, yes. I mean, he would have been worked on. You know, he'd have been
like Wagyu beef. Owen Morgan described the way Stephen Finn was treated. He came onto a podcast I was on once, and he said, "Oh yeah, Stephen Finn. It's totally different from us when we were lads. You would stand out there in the field all day because you're a batter, blah blah. Finney would bowl 4 overs. Then he'd be called in by the physio. He said they'd put him down on this table and they'd pound him like Wagyu beef.
Yes, but don't they?
All the knots.
Yes, but don't they? They feed Wagyu beef cows
Beer.
with beer. I don't know whether that'd be allowed now. There's curfew.
Maybe it's a different programme for the fast bowlers.
Yes, yeah, but you're right. You're right. He would have been worked on, and ice baths and
elbows in the knots.
Yeah, a few. Ow. Yeah, it does hurt. But but they're going to have to get him right, because he's going to be the leader of the pack, isn't it? And if he, you know, can only bowl you, I don't know, 10 overs or something, you're going to be throwing it back to Sonny Baker and the inexperienced Fisher.
Sort of already looking forward to the third Test decider, aren't we? And yet this one, we're not.
No. Listen, what I'm thinking is we might be. I think we could bowl them out for 280.
Right.
So that's a lead of
410.
400.
Yeah, it's quite a big target.
And they like a chase. Ask Ben
They
Duckett.
do, don't they?
Just ask Duckett. Doesn't matter how many. We'll knock them off.
Well, actually, we might look back on this Test and think that his run out was a rather key moment because
he was going well.
batting very, very well.
Yeah.
By the way, at tea today, we're going to talk about the day for Thorpe. Former England and Surrey player Graham Thorpe sadly died 2 years ago, and he's being remembered today with spectators wearing white headbands. We'll hear more about Bat and Chat campaign at tea. Meanwhile, I'm sure you're aware that on Sports Extra 2, the England captain, Ben Stokes, I'm still calling him that for the time being, is in action.
Is he having a bowl?
Well, he was having a bowl. He'd been in for a couple of fours when I was looking.
Seems a bit ridiculous talking about the England captain playing for Durham when we're watching England play at the Oval, doesn't it?
2.1 overs, none for 8 at the moment.
Had a catch dropped, apparently.
Did he? Right. You're keeping your eye across a lot of stuff here, Andy.
I was keeping my ear across it when it was mentioned about 10 minutes ago.
Oh, I see. Just as importantly, at Cardiff.
Yeah. Oh, what's Gus doing?
Where the former league leaders Surrey are in action. Former, by which I mean last year. Glamorgan are 33 for 1. So Gus Atkinson is also bowling. None for 7 off 4.3. Right, start of a new over. And it's O'Rourke from round the wicket. And Fisher goes for a big heave. And it thuds off his body. He's been peppered a bit here, is Fisher. And rolls down to the keeper. I'll give you the field because it's very much for the short ball. Fine leg, a short, long leg, so in about 20 yards off the boundary. A forward square leg, mid-wicket, sort of saving one, but also there for the mistime pull. Quite deeply set mid-on, a wide mid-off, deep gully, a deep backward point and a fly slip. So he knows what to expect, it'll be short. Here's O'Rourke. And now he's pulled this high in the air. Where's it going to land? At mid-wicket? Yes, it plugs a little bit. They'll get back for a couple. Fisher into the 20s.
Yeah, he's done well. Well, there's no point in just sort of eating up time, is there really? You know, they've still got time on their side, New Zealand. As you say, glorious weather set fair for the next 2 or 3 days. So I think this is the right tactic. Try and get yourself a quick 30 or 40. And he's gone about it all right.
Yeah, they've added 20 so far. The partnership could have been ended on naught, and New Zealand sort of missed 2 run-out chances in 1 ball.
Good effort, that. O'Rourke into Fisher, round the wicket, short again, too high, and Fisher's able to duck underneath it. I'm not quite sure what category Fisher comes into. I'm not sure if he can quite yet do a job with the bat, but he can certainly hold the bat.
Well, absolutely.
One
I think he's got 2 50s in county cricket, so, you know, he's all right.
He's batted pretty well for Surrey. He's not had a great season with the bat this year. Last year he did, actually. He put in some important contributions.
Tricky down that end, though, isn't it?
Very.
Tricky down the end.
Well, and also hard ask when you've got sort of 6'7" bowler coming in and just trying to whack your head. He's acquitting himself pretty well here at the moment. So O'Rourke is into him. He gets up on his toes and defends into the ground. It's picked up a gully by Phillips. There's no run. It's a very happy Glenn Phillips spoke to yesterday.
Oh, I could imagine. What a knock that was, quietly.
Yeah.
Great knock.
He's such a good cricketer. He's another one, isn't he?
Another New Zealand cricketer.
I mean, he's batting at 7, gets 100.
Yeah.
Actually quite useful spinner that we haven't seen yet.
More than useful spinner.
What a fielder.
And an amazing fielder, you're right. And I think spin might come into it a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, we've got 3 absolute corkers a days. It's going to get a bit scuffed up.
Could do. O'Rourke in. Short. No, has that hit him on the helmet? It has. He's flinched a bit. He was looking to just pull it. I heard a sound that sounded quite grilly, and he's taken his helmet off.
Yep.
So there will be a concussion check. He looks fine. He's moving around perfectly happily, but the physio's going to have to come out and take a look at this. I was told about Glenn Phillips that he takes these spectacular acrobatic catches in. Apparently he used to be not an acrobat, a gymnast.
Yeah.
It sort of makes sense when you see it.
I can
because
see
he
that.
does those wonderful rolls when he goes for the ball.
Yes.
Most people you think, oh, it might bounce out of his hand.
Yeah.
But he does these wonderful things. He gets scoops underneath and then he rolls round like to James
Like
Bond.
a forward roll.
Yes.
And then jumps up like that.
Yeah,
and
it does.
spreads
And sticks the arms out. He gets judged 5.9, 5.9.
Well, he's a strong lad,
isn't he?
You can see him. He's got that sort of really stocky, powerful physique of a gymnast. I can see him on the rings. In the crucifix.
Yes. Oh, wondrous pecs. Yes.
And plays it again in a very good spirit, doesn't he? We had a little chat with him this morning when we was out there. Came across, well done, thanks mate. You know, full of smiles, enjoying himself, running around in the sunshine.
178 runs in the series for Phillips in 3 innings, 1 not out. Scores of 34 and 44 not out in that very low-scoring game at Lords, and now a century here. That's the only individual innings over 60 in the series so far.
Wow. Well, I tell you what he brings to a side: energy.
Yes.
Energy, and that's what England are going to need in this second dig when they finally get the ball in hand. They are going to need a couple of people like that who are going to just keep you pushing and pushing and pushing, because it's going to be tough today.
In a weird kind of way,
Toughers. Yeah.
Does having such an inexperienced team, you've got 3 players who've never played Test cricket, 2 who've played 1.
Yeah.
They've not been beaten into submission by years in the dirt yet, have they? So
no.
might they actually have a fair bit of energy, and also reading the runes and knowing that there's a strong likelihood that Stokes and Atkinson could well be back in the team, there might be a bit more, sort of.
Well, absolutely.
Energy imposed that way, really.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're not going to run around and give it your best shot in your debut, you never know. So they'll be up for it. And we're talking England down here a little bit, but there's still a long way to go. I think this England side could easily go out there and knock off 350.
Yeah, well, if Root and Brook get going, the way Duckett looked in the first innings, and there's a lot of potential in those
Rue and
batters at 6 and 7. Stokes is none for 15 off 3, by the way. So I calculate since I last updated you, his last over's gone for 7. We're getting more updates on Stokes than anything. As O'Rourke's back, as Fisher is ready to face, and he gets one down the leg side that he gets a long way across, misses completely. It means that Baker will be on strike at the start of the next over. Fisher 21, England 258 for 9, the deficit 133.
We're sort of on Stokes' watch.
We are. I mean, I'd like to keep an eye on Atkinson as well, because I think it's only fair. It's only fair. It shouldn't all just be about Stokes.
No.
Because it is a bit of a shame for Atkinson to be missing his home test as well, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think it was hard done by Gus.
Yeah.
A little bit, skipper asks you out for a drink after you've won a test match.
When you live in London.
And
I think the place he went to wasn't very far from his house, was it?
No, you kind of think you're pretty safe in their company, don't you?
Yes.
Skipper. But if the skipper's here, everything's good.
Yes, just imagine.
Yeah.
Smith is in. Baker on strike, down the leg side, long way down the leg side. Baker doesn't get anything on it. So it's taken by Blundell. 2 slips, gully, point, extra mid off mid on shortish, but quite a square mid wicket and a long leg down towards the groundsman's hut.
Yeah, you've got to keep positive, you're right. You've got to keep that energy up, and that's what they'll be saying. And I think Joe Root is going to have his work cut out as well.
Yeah, but, he's got the enthusiasm of Baker.
Fisher.
And Fisher, who are desperately keen to impress.
Yeah, Bethel might have to do a bit of bowling.
The pace of tongue. Smith is in. That's well played by Baker as he just guides the ball to backward point, back of a length ball, but he's got full face of the bat on it. 258 for 9, the score remains. And, look, Archer probably wouldn't have played this game, would he, as they were trying to build up his load.
That's the worry.
England have got to say to themselves, well, the positive here is that they are building up his load.
Yeah. Just make sure you keep an eye on it and don't go twang.
Yes, because you might well need him for Trent Bridge. Especially if this game is lost.
Yeah.
Although it is not yet lost.
All is not lost.
No. Oh, bouncer, horrible bouncer. That is really well taken by Blundell. One-handed, diving above his head. Why did I turn to my left and see Andy Zaltzman doing a Tommy Cooper impersonation?
I'd lost my calculator.
Oh,
dear. I didn't think you needed a calculator.
That's just for show.
What were you calculating?
I was going to calculate Sonny Baker's balls per dismissal in first-class cricket. Not many runs, but has been quite dogged
has he?
down the order.
Okay, well, that's good. In comes Smith. So Baker edges for 4. First runs in Test cricket.
Well done, Sonny.
For Sonny Baker. I say edges. He almost guided it there between second slip and gully. Gets a pat on the helmet from Fisher for his pains. And he's off the mark.
Yeah. Nice little shot.
Yeah, it's all right for his 16th ball.
Yeah, bounced outside the off stump, rocked forward and just let it hit the bat and sort of, as you're right, guided it through that vacant sort of 4th or 5th slip.
Didn't move. Didn't move. I went off the bat. It's 4th. From the moment it went off the bat, he said. It's lovely. There's a big beaming grin on his face as well. Should have more slips in, shouldn't they?
Well, he might have a little bit of a dart, hit someone in the ring.
Smith into Baker, and he's beaten by a beauty. I mean, I say a beauty, that Baker's not comfortable as a batter, and so when he misses, the ball does look extremely quick because the head jerks back and the ball seems to fly.
You talked him down a little bit, though, Dan.
I'm sorry.
I think he's getting himself in a reasonable position there. He's sort of, you know, he's not nipping off to square leg. He's trying to sort of get over there. It's a pretty good ball.
Yeah, he's been dismissed every 24 balls in his career, so averaging only 4, but has managed to hang around. It's going to be very useful.
He strikes a rate of 1 and over. Yep. Here is Smith again into Baker, and it strikes the pad. I think it's going down the leg side. They're not going to take the run because it's the last ball of the over. I'd be surprised if they take it upstairs as well, because it did look like it was angling a long way down. They're not going to, I don't think. 4 off the over, 262 for 9. The deficit is under 130 now, 129.
Yes, psychological.
It is. It is. And who's due on next? Jonathan.
He had enough.
No. I've got one more over. I'm just thinking about, you know, the between innings.
Have we mentioned that shirt?
No.
No, it's
like it.
It's a belter, isn't it? And Andy's as well, actually.
Yeah. We're quite well.
My God!
I've gone full on.
Yeah, very bright, very flowery, floral.
Almost coordinated.
I think you've got every colour on the rainbow.
So in a way, yes.
Yeah, you know what I'm trying to say. It must be there somewhere if you look hard enough. Yeah.
Well, I felt a bit overdressed when I saw Jonathan this morning. He's dressed down Friday for him as O'Rourke is in. Bouncer, which is evaded by Fisher. Whereas you've come very properly, I think. Beautiful blue.
Yes, midnight.
It's wonderfully with your eyes.
Yeah.
Andy's shirt's another stonker. Again, it's a blue I like, and it actually goes very well with our lunch bands today. It's almost like he knew in advance.
Yeah, no, like it. Where did you get it?
I don't know. Well, my wife bought it.
Well, she's very good, very sartorial. No, I can't see. No,
it was a Christmas present.
Just had your name in the back of it.
O'Rourke bowls another bouncer, which is very easy for Fisher to evade because he's coming round the wicket. He's just keeping on moving away. Yesterday was a weird one with Emilio Gay, wasn't it? Because when the bowlers were bowling round the wicket short into it, he actually played those ones really well.
Yeah.
But the one that went across him, which you sort of thought would be one that would be easier to lead, sort of
might have just got him in a blind spot or something. But you don't want the start of your career,
Rue, yes.
Yeah, you don't want that at the start of your career because all these fast bowlers, they talk to each other, you know.
They really do. Yeah. Here's O'Rourke down the leg side, not as short. Fisher's obviously not really liking this.
If you're going to get out at the start of your career,
sort
of get to about sort of 60 or 70, then nick a half volley.
Yes, that's the way to do it, isn't it? I thought exactly that because Rue was dropped, wasn't he? And then got out to it.
Yeah.
And then Gay was slightly flinching. I mean, he played really well. Yeah. He obviously faced plenty of short bowling in his life. Yeah. But that particular ball from that angle.
Having said that, no, you're right. But that is the step up.
Yes.
Wouldn't have faced too much O'Rourke kind of bowling.
Yeah.
In county cricket.
Here's O'Rourke again. Oh, comes forward in defence and plays it really well. Slightly on the walk. into the offside off the front foot, takes the single because it's the 4th ball of the over. 263 for 9. Every run precious at this stage. Are we at the point of vital runs or precious runs? I don't know which it is.
Oh, I don't know. Just we need to somehow try and get to 100. So.
They're not useful yet, are they?
No, they're not. No.
Sure, it'd be useful before they're vital or precious, or
I don't think so, actually. No, I think useful runs comes, when you're
ahead,
like 21 ahead, exactly,
yes.
and you get some. These are useful. Whereas vital is when you're quite a way behind.
Yeah,
you really do need them. I know. I think the scale works the opposite way to the English language. If that's if that makes sense.
It doesn't.
No. O'Rourke's over the wicket to Baker, wide of the off stump, and Baker's not remotely tempted. Lets it go through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Well, it just gives you a feeling that I thought when Archer was out, you just don't want to bang bang, do you?
Yeah.
Because they're sort of like New Zealand are off the park, and come on lads, let's go and get a biggie. But always handy, always useful. Oh no, not vital.
Always vital.
Yeah, just to try and just put the brakes on a bit and make them work for that last wicket.
Well, the other thing is, it's the amount of time you spend in the field, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, they now will have a very short session here if they lose a wicket before lunch. O'Rourke into Baker, who works this into the onside really nicely, but a good diving stop at mid-wicket will prevent the run. Yep, I mean, they're not going to have to bowl for more than 30 minutes, which is something. All thoughts from you on this fine resistance, Tuffers, and then it'll be time for Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, he's putting in the hard yards, Sonny Baker, trying to get behind the line, and he's done that pretty well. Fisher trying to be the aggressor and play a few extra shots, but they're slowly chipping away this rather daunting 128 lead of New Zealand.
Yeah, they put on what, 25 have they now, these two?
Yeah, take that, wouldn't you?
Certainly.
Yeah,
absolutely. It's been very much New Zealand's morning, but they're just offering some resistance. But still, 128 is still potentially a big lead, isn't it? There's a change of bowling. The left arm spin. Rachin Ravindra is coming on.
Lovely. Well, there you go. That's the first little tick in the box.
Yes.
Yes, we got the spinner on. We'd have been in the middle now.
Oh, we'd be congratulating ourselves.
We'd have been high fives.
Yep. I think it might be a fight to get down his end, I think. Anyway, spin it is. There's a slip, and there's a couple coming out here in the distance that were long on, long off as a deep point. So it's quite a scattered field. Fisher's on 22. He's looked to try and be aggressive when he can, but there is still a slip as Ravindra bowls to him, and his first ball is just tapped away into the offside nonchalantly, and there's no run. He's been sprinting between the wickets.
Yeah, full of energy.
Impressive, those twos that he ran. One should actually run him out. Ravindra again bowls, and he leans into a defensive shot.
Slight change, isn't it, now in the tail ender? Now you start sort of getting a bit giddy, don't you? You start thinking, how do I do it? Do I just slog one up in the air? That's what usually happens. You've got to try and just keep a lid on it and play nicely.
Ravindra again bowls to him, and he comes forward. Certainly no sign of any spin. Ball trickles out there into the offside. Latham picks it up.
It's been a bit of a shaggy pitch, actually. I was out there this morning, John. It's not like that. Most pitches I've seen, actually, over the last year or two haven't got that kind of top on them like they used to.
Ravindra again, and that's worked. Just past Latham. It was in the air, and hence the cry of catch he might have heard coming from the wicket keeper. But just out of the tumbling captain's reach to his right side, and they take one more.
It's the first over of spin by New Zealand in this series. They've had 173 overs of pace up until now.
What's his stats, Ravindra?
In Test cricket with the ball, 11 wickets, average just under 47. Bowled quite a bit in his first few tests. Got a few wickets in India, but hasn't bowled a great deal more recently.
Well, Baker has 4. And then goes Ravindra and bowls to him, and he plays a very nice looking backward defensive shot there, very straight bat. Ball rolls away out to mid-on. It's picked up by Henry. 264 for 9, so still 127 behind. Oh, now Fisher's spotted something. And he's coming down. That was definitely a little coaching tip there with the bat, wasn't it?
Don't roll the wrists.
No, I think he's telling him to play straighter.
Yeah, leading edge.
There's a short leg. As Ravindra comes in bowls, and Baker could get past that. It's like a barn door coming down 264 for 9. Baker 4, Fisher 23. And, England losing quick wickets this morning. Cox for 27, Archer for 8, and Tongue for 1. Bit of a collapse there. But these two playing very sensibly.
Did you see Jordan Cox's dismissal? Both feet behind the popping crease, which I thought was interesting.
Yes.
People were sort of wondering. A few people were saying, well, you know, what does it mean when the keeper stands up? You know, well, Jordan Cox doesn't usually bat with both feet behind the popping crease. I mean, that might have been a bit too much, actually. You know, but
it's a bit too much in their heads, all this.
Yeah, but it used to happen back in the day.
Yes,
didn't it?
absolutely.
Yeah.
But does it really change the technique that much? I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. It's perhaps just not used to having that presence behind you.
Yeah, breathing down your neck.
Smith's had a change of ends. He's coming from the pavilion end, and his first ball's tucked away into the leg side. Again, they'll want two. You can hear him calling two. He's very, very quick, Fisher. He's got long legs, big strides. And what he does do is he gets out of the blocks very quickly. I think he's got a little.
Oh,
he might have got a little niggle there. I saw it after his last two. But, we'll see. He's just feeling that left leg a bit. But
oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
oh, dear, no, that might be
it. Don't like the look of that.
Quad. Might be a quad.
It looks rather like it. I thought I saw him do that after the last two that he ran.
Poor blimey, England will be in trouble if he goes pink.
Yeah, I mean, it might be something they can just work on. And the fact that he did run two there is a good sign, but he definitely flexed that left thigh. 266 for 9. Smith again. Bustles in from the far end. Past the umpire he comes and bowls, and that's driven on the up. Got an expansive shot from Fisher. It's fielded in the offside. It's interesting with the whole wicketkeeper thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
And okay, so we all know that if you bring your back foot out of the crease, then you're going to be stumped. But how often do you do that? And if you surely all you do, and bear in mind we are two non-batsmen talking here.
Well, yes,
you just go back a couple of feet and you just start off with your back foot in the crease.
I think what it has done is especially someone like Henry, it examines your defensive technique. You know, you've got to have a solid forward defensive.
Smith again bowls.
Shot.
Tucked away for 4. He's pulled that. Nice shot. Round about his ribs. And there's no one very fine below us here. And 4 more runs. 270 for 9. But I don't understand quite what examines your technique more. Just because the keeper's standing up and you're playing, basically because you're playing further back, so the bowler's going to bowl a bit fuller, so he's more likely to hit the stumps.
Yeah, but then also, like these batsmen nowadays, you know, they don't really, they don't stand still, do they?
No.
You know, like Harry, crikey, I mean, he's running all over the place when he's out there, isn't he? All these weird and wonderful shots and everything, and if you just make a slight, you know, perhaps even a leg side flick and you just fall over, you're gone, you know.
Smith again bowls, driven into the offside. Roly-poly save there by Latham, and there's no run. 270 for 9. You see, what the danger they have, I think, as a result of this, is they're now going to start lunging a bit, to get on the front foot to make sure they're not LBW.
There's your man.
I'd have my man in there.
Your man.
Because not just to take the catch necessarily, but to stop them from lunging.
Absolutely.
And so they're caught half and half.
There you go, and that's the whole point of it, isn't it? That it examines your, you know, back technique, forward technique.
Yeah.
And you can't nip around the crease so much. Even a leg side flick, you can get bails whipped off in a flash.
Smith again, nicely played by Fisher. He wants a single, he's not going to get it.
Careful.
He rolls away up to mid-off. No, it's all these little tactics within things, isn't it? But it is interesting, and definitely the Carey-Nisa combination. Yeah. You need a very accurate bowler of the right pace.
Yeah, which Henry is.
Absolutely. You need a really good wicketkeeper who's capable of doing it.
Yeah. And I think it's just given them something to think about.
Yep.
It's put something in their minds, hasn't it? And I bet they're sitting there sort of scratching their heads a little bit. Well, hold on a minute now. I think we're going to get a bit of this around the world.
Yeah, they will. As long as the right bowler
and
the right wicketkeeper is in the opposing side. This one's gets an inside edge here. He wanted a single anyway, so I think he's got to run virtually wherever he played that. But it's an inside edge down to long leg, and so he keeps the strike. Fisher goes to 30.
Yeah.
271 for 9. That's about double his first-class average.
I can remember we decided to do it, Gladstone Small, all those years ago,
Oh, yes.
and Jack Russell.
Yeah.
It was Dean Jones. Dean Jones was a similar-ish player, you know, very sort of, not fidgety, but, you know, looked to sort of walk up seam bowlers and out of his crease and flicks and all these sort of funky shots. And it did the same. It just gets in their mind and it traps you in the crease a bit.
Yeah.
I think it's a good tactic.
So do I.
Yeah, I mean, it's not rocket science, you know, it's not a new tactic.
No, and the thing is also, if you just look at it really simply,
yeah,
what is the difference between, you know, between batting that, we're talking about a foot, 2 feet?
Yeah.
Further back, okay, that is that little bit of extra length that the bowler has to bowl the ball fuller. A little bit more time for it to swing, maybe, but it's not.
Why is it different to a spinner doing it?
Exactly.
You know, you don't feel all hemmed in. Well, I suppose if you come down the wicket, you've got more, you know, and your bowl's one wide, and you're sort of out your crease, and you leave it. You've got to then make sure you get back. Yeah.
Yes. But no, I mean, if you look at it really analytically, there shouldn't be that much difference.
No, not really.
Maybe that's why you and I weren't batsmen.
Well, there you go. We knew what we should be doing.
We knew what we should be doing.
We do. Technically, we were very sound. It's just that
I was never LBW in my career.
No.
It was clearly a very sound technique. Here's Ravindra, and that's played defensive back at him. Alternatively, it may have been that I was never in line in my career.
Well, yeah, I'm with you there. Yeah, just
LBW? Ever?
I was very pleased. I got Kenny Benjamin and Antigua. I think
well
it was.
done.
Yeah, no, I was absolutely delighted. Punched the air as I walked off.
Yeah, Ravindra, and a bit of a mowing swipe there from Fisher. The bottom edge was found. I was very upset with John Holder, who we love, John, don't we?
Yes.
He gave me not out at Grace Road when I really believed I was absolutely plumb to Imran Khan.
Oh.
And I could almost feel the headlines and the scorecard as he appealed.
Yeah.
There's Ravindra, driven out to cover, nicely fielded, no run. I thought, yes, imagine that in the paper. People aren't going to believe this. Agnew, LBW Imran.
Yeah.
And he gave it not out.
Yeah.
And I got up to the other end eventually. I said, what happened there? He said, he wouldn't have hit another set. He said,
no, going
you're
down.
so far down the leg side. Wouldn't have hit another set. It was very disappointing. Ravindra, it almost bowls him there. Little arm ball, I think, and he's trying to chop it away into the offside or bottom edge. And takes a single.
Couldn't even review it in those days, could you? You don't often get.
Ask some reviewing and not out. Nice thought. Yeah, that was close. I think it might have been an LBW old that I thought was out as well, but didn't happen.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
It's a partnership now 34 in 11 overs and 4 balls.
272 for 9. Baker on strike on 4.
Doing a good job.
Yeah, there's 2 balls to go in this over, and Ravindra bowls to him. He's not going to get through that. Little defensive shot. He's absolutely holding his end there. No problem at all. And Fisher's trying to play a few shots at the same time. Ravindra again bowls. He's played the way out towards mid-wicket. Was that? Looking at the replay, that one that went through might have been a catch.
Yeah, toe end.
Yeah, just,
toe end.
I think a little chance there to the keeper. I mean, it's very hard standing up and all that, but I think that was a chance offered. Yeah, well, I've suddenly seen the screen. Oh, we've got Atkinson bowling now. We've seen, in fact, he's taken a couple of wickets. So not only have we got Stokes popping up on our screen bowling, but also Atkinson as well. It's all very strange, this. People don't know if there's going to be any sort of announcement today about the fate of those two for the next Test match, or whether it's going to wait until after the game, or quite what's going on. But every now and then we get a flash on our screen of activity in Durham and also in Cardiff. Here at the Oval, 272 for 9. Fisher's on 31. We've got 25 minutes to go until lunch, when we're going to be talking, well, about the retirement of Kane Williamson, actually, which has sort of passed under the radar, really, with everything else that has been going on. Terrific batsman. Certainly was rated #1 in the world for a while, ahead of Joe Root and Steve Smith. Smith's going round the wicket now for a change, and a bouncer there doesn't tempt Fisher particularly. Watches it go flying past. But a very quiet individual. I mean, someone who just discreetly got on with his game in a business-like way. Jeremy Coney's alongside me. I mean, I'm thinking myself of the times I watched Williamson bat, and we sort of score lots of runs, but often not innings that stand out in the mind, because he just got on with it, didn't he?
He did. He didn't like capturing headlines and grabbing everybody's attention at all. A technical player.
There's Smith bowls, and that is short and pulled hard into the leg side for 4. That's a good shot. Put a bottom hand in that. He's just poked it round the corner. And the ball skimmed away over this green outfield and into the boundary hoardings down to our left. Nice shot. Fisher's on 35.
These are very frustrating runs for New Zealand, aren't they? I can't understand why you'd have a skiddy bowler like this. We've seen short pitch bowling predominantly. It hasn't gotten the wicket. I'm pleased to see and mention that Ravindra should be on because they're both righties.
Smith again bowling short and tugged away down towards fine leg. I mean, this is not really Smith's modus operandi, is it? He's just not a run up and bowl bouncers fella.
He's a skiddy bowler that brings the stumps into play and LBW and perhaps a little nick on the outside if he gets it to swing. I can't see the point in coming around the wicket to try and... He's going to be pitching probably outside leg stump.
Yeah.
So he's ruling one of the key ways and modes of dismissal against him. There hasn't been much thought about this. I don't think seeing 5 men on the leg side all dotted like bait around the boundary.
He goes again, bowls another short one. They're just trying to tempt Fisher into hooking a catch into the leg side. And this is England's number 10, or 9, isn't it? Actually, number 9. But well, it's shades of England and their tactics yesterday. But now they're bringing the fielders up.
Well, they're trying to get Baker on strike, aren't they?
Yeah.
So, I mean, you've really fly slip.
You all smell fish and chips. Where are they coming from? You're nodding, Andy. Where are they coming from?
The window.
It's such a tantalising smell.
Well, fish come from the sea. Chips from the ground.
Where's that smell coming from?
I think there's vap
outside.
Yeah.
On the ground level. It's wafting up. Here's Smith bowls on a great swipe there, and 4 runs carved through the offside. Terrific shot. And as we mentioned earlier, the trouble is when you try and mix these sort of tactics up, you lose the plot a bit, you lose control.
And Fisher's playing quite nicely, isn't he? He's just anything slightly wide, he's staying well back, and he's using a sort of a hacking cut stroke. But he's really been in long enough now that he's seeing the ball well. The pitch is still okay. There's been a wee bit of variable bounce this morning early.
Smith again, what's he going to do? He comes in and bowls, and that's tucked away around the corner. That's very cleverly played. He's moved outside the off stump this time, which is new territory in this innings for Fisher. And he's just tucked it away down to fine leg and take the single.
It was a good stroke, wasn't it? It also takes the single so he's facing next over. So no, very frustrating runs for New Zealand and terrific for England. Well done.
Yep. 21 minutes to go until lunch and our conversation about Kane. That I think you're going to be joining us for that, Jeremy. So I'm looking forward to your contributions. And I want to find the source of those fish and chips, to be honest. Driving me mad. Simon Mann's coming in here.
Well, a very handy partnership between these last 2 English players. Fisher's tended to be the main man, hasn't he, in attacking. Anything short, he's either got very well under or he's looked to attack it. And that's now, I think, going to be bringing Henry back on. They didn't really want to do this, New Zealand. Of course, the new ball at this stage, I think, is due, and they'll take that almost immediately. So that's why we're seeing the appearance of Henry at the moment.
So 281 for 9. And Henry is going to bowl to Fisher. Bowling from the Vauxhall end. Henry with his big bag of wickets already, with 5 to his name. Bowls, nearly gets another one there. Guided away by... Oh, Fisher tries to guide it away. Goes past the outside edge. And it goes through to the wicket-keeper.
Yep, so New Zealand now almost on the cusp of lunch, are we? 20 minutes to go, so there'll be 10 minutes, be an awkward little period.
Of course, lunch will be delayed if this keeps going.
Yes.
But here's Henry bowling. Oh, and he has a mow at that, giving himself some room. Hits it out towards deep third, and they're going to come back for 2. A long way there. It's a big boundary out on the offside behind square. There's that fielder in the distance. He didn't pick it up cleanly, just scrambling out there. And they're able to come back for 2 runs. Fisher's played really well here, 42. I mean, these really are bonus runs. I mean, he's not a real sort of tail ender. And he does have a first-class average of 17, which shows some ability with the bat. But he's played the situation very sensibly here on his return to Test cricket. Henry goes in and bowls to him. And he guides that one away just to the left of cover. And there's no run, no attempt to run there with Baker at the non-strikers. And Baker just supporting him with 24 balls for his 4 runs.
It's Fisher's highest score since September 2024, and he made that 88 his career best. I mentioned earlier on, prior to this innings this season, he'd had 44 runs in 8 innings for Surrey.
Henry bowls to him, and that one really left him. He tried to flick that away into the onside. It curved away. An away swinger trying to manufacture something because there are wide open spaces on the onside. But Henry's not a bowler that's easy to take liberties with.
Yeah, that was a little outswinger, wasn't it? And just kept on going, and he tried to fiddle it into the leg side, missed it. That's maybe because the New Zealanders were able to mop up 3 relatively quick wickets of England.
Henry bowls, it's full, it's driven back, stopped by Henry in his follow through, and Baker has to scramble as well because there's always the fear that Henry was going to deflect that onto the stumps there. Possibility. Hit straight back. How many balls he had in the over now? That's 5. So obviously they're looking for the single here. The 2 batters having a quick chat. They even go to the middle of the pitch, just a calling really there. Come on, look for 1. It's pretty obvious really what they need to try to do. So where's his option here? Guided away through backward point is 1. Here's Henry bowling, and he tries to do that. And in fact, he slaps it over the slip cordon, and it goes bouncing down for 4. They brought the fielder up, so he took the 4 option instead. Henry stands in the middle of the pitch with his hands on his head in frustration. And this last wicket partnership continues, 287 for 9. I mean, overall, it's been a good morning for New Zealand because they're going to bowl at the moment. If they took the wicket now, they'd have a 100 lead, which they probably would have accepted this morning with 6 down. But it was 238 for 9. You get greedy, don't you?
It's the manner in which the runs this morning have been achieved that will be frustrating. You see, certainly in the middle of the wickets, you say Henry is not happy at all with the way the way the shots and the runs are coming, and New Zealand, even though they have this lead, they will be frustrated at lunch.
Yeah, the lead's 104 at the moment. It's still a sizable lead, clearly, but it could have been 150.
Yeah.
Which really is a match-winning lead.
Oh, yes, it is.
Feel that.
This is a bit different now, and now they're going to Jameson.
Yeah, with the new ball, he's bowling to Baker, so this will be a test. Jameson bowls way down the leg side, not a good delivery from Jameson. He tries to flick it away, Baker misses it. Well, Baker's only got 4, but he's played his part. Fisher's been out there for 71 balls. It's been an unusual morning's cricket, really. Cox going early, caught at mid-wicket, and then Archer going soon afterwards. Really good catch by Blundell standing up. It was quite a thick nick on that. Henry bowling, 236 for 8. It was 235 for 7, 236 for 8, 238 for 9 when Tongue was caught by Smith at the second attempt at mid-on. Since then, these two have resisted. Jameson bowls, Baker gets the ball outside the off stump, which looks as though he's going to play out for a moment. It's curved back, but after it went past the stumps and collected by Blundell on this roasting hot midsummer's day. High summer, and the temperature is high. Shirt sleeve crowd, hats, sunglasses. And New Zealand looking to finish this off. It was about this time yesterday when England finally finished off New Zealand after a frustrating morning. Here's Jameson from the pavilion end, moves in to bowl. Baker defends, plays away into the offside, and there's no run. And here the crowd responds to that.
Well, Jameson struggled the whole innings, really, I think, with his length in particular. He just hasn't felt comfortable at just running in and finding that length that draws the batsman towards the ball, whether it's from the front or the back foot, mainly from the front, because he's lost that speed that he had in the first iteration of Jameson. That's prior to the stress fracture. He's now reinvented himself really into a swing bowler.
2 slips in the gully, looking for the outside edge. Jameson goes in, bowls to Baker. It is outside the off stump. Baker withdraws the bat and allows it to go through to Blundell, then sets off for a mind-composing walk off towards square leg.
It's very good from Baker, really. He hasn't scored all that many runs, and yet he's looking quite comfortable. He's allowing those balls to go over the stumps. The length isn't troubling him. The short pitch ball a little bit more, but really not too bad. And he's supported Fisher, who's on the cusp of 50.
Jameson mops his brow as he walks back. He's loping in to bowl to Baker. He's with him now, and Baker gets a ball outside the off stump that curves away a bit wide. That not threatening the stumps. Baker allows it to go through, and he's off for his walk again.
I do think, Simon, you've got to bring the stumps into play for a number 11. I mean, that's a delivery that you're looking to get a top order player to nick into the slips, and Baker's just not capable of doing that, I don't think. So it's either got to be an in-swinger coming back in, and then he sees it start to happen, then he's playing at it, or maybe even I haven't seen a Yorker yet.
Jameson bowls to Baker. That's quite full. He's forward, stabbing it back to the bowler. You can again hear what the crowd think of that. I think it was a maiden over, but I think the applause is for Baker.
Totally.
For resisting.
Totally.
287 for 9. We've had 82 overs. Baker 4. 30 balls. This is his average. He averages 4 in first-class cricket, but then he's not played that much. It's only his 14th first-class match.
And he's exceeded his average balls per innings, which is 24. We talked about O'Rourke in the last test. Low average, but quite a few balls chewed up in a supporting role. So hugely valuable here. 49 partnership in 15 overs. It's only 13 balls short of, 14 balls short of being England's longest partnership of the series so far.
Well, that says something, doesn't it? Right, Henry looking to finish it off, bring some order to the proceedings. He bowls to Fisher, and Fisher plays defensively back, as he can actually at the start of the over. Just keep New Zealand out there, I suppose. It's one of those days, it is hot. You probably want to be batting rather than bowling today, and these are the bowlers who are batting at the moment. Baker's probably thinking, yeah, I don't know. I don't fancy 2.5 sessions out there. Just the 2 will do today. Fisher likewise. 46 not out. Henry goes in, bowls to him, and he nibbles at that one. And away curver from Henry, full. A little smile on Fisher's face as he walks away there. Just appreciating the craft of Henry. One seam bowler to another.
Because Fisher is actually hitting the ball, looking to hit the ball, I think that's a reasonable approach for Henry, because he's good enough, I think, that he'd nick it.
Yeah.
So it's a different kind of approach when you're bowling to Fisher than it is, I think, to Baker.
Henry bowls to Fisher and comes forward there, plays that firmly away into the offside, but straight to cover. And there's no run, so 104 ahead. That's 3 balls gone in the over. We've got 5 fielders out, fine leg, deep square leg, and deep mid-on, and then deep third and deep backward point. So 4 inside a notional circle, 2 of them slips. So there are gaps there. Is he going to take the single or try to take the single this ball? Henry goes in and bowls to him. He's struck on the pad there, looking to whip that into the onside, and he's frustrated with himself because that actually felt like a scoring ball on the pads. Sort of flick it away, and that would have got him up the non-striker's end. Leave Baker with 2 balls to survive. But at the moment, you'd feel that Henry with a new ball looks a bit more of a threat than Jameson with a new ball to Baker. No early days. Now the field comes up. Backward point is up. They've kept the third in this time because the last over he swiped and it went down there. I think that seemed to frustrate Henry. That went down there and they didn't have anyone down there. Henry bowls very full. That's clipped away. Now that's 4 and that's a 50 for Matt Fisher. It was full from Henry. It wasn't the most elegant shots, but mighty effective. And Matt Fisher raises back to the crowd. Who would have thought that this morning at 11 o'clock? And then he looks to the sky. It's a maiden Test 50 for Matt Fisher. It's come from 76 balls. He's hit 6 fours, and he's just about keeping England in the match. 100 behind, though.
Very fine innings from a number 10, from an unexpected source, you might say, but nevertheless he's played right from the time he came to the crease. Wickets fell and then he started to be more aggressive. Now he's kind of almost playing properly.
This is the last ball of the over. Henry goes in and bowls, and Fisher dabs into the offside. Baker's backing up, but he's hit straight to backward point, and so there's no possibility of the single, or no realistic possibility. They could have run, but Baker would have been run out by half the length of the pitch if the throw had hit. So we come to the end of the over. It means that Baker will be back on strike, and so in theory Jameson will have a full over at Baker.
Matt Fisher's half-century, just his 3rd in first-class cricket. He's been playing for, well, since making his debut as a teenager for around about 10 years. The partnership, the 50 partnership was brought up with that shot as well in 15.5 overs. England have never had a 60 partnership for the 10th wicket against New Zealand. This is their 4th 50-plus stand for the last wicket against the Kiwis.
Oh, how far can they push this forward here? And they've done extremely well. The lead is still 100. I suppose with the relative ease with which they survive will give New Zealand's batters plenty of hope, confidence that they can really extend that lead when they force England to bat for a second time. Jameson begins the over then. His 20th, bowls to Baker. Baker gets one that seems to bounce a bit more, perhaps just the extra height of Jameson, the way he played it. But he was in behind it, dabbing away into the offside. You just sense, just watching, and while listening to him as well, that Baker just loves the game. He loves being involved. I don't know if you've heard much.
Not at all, no.
He's a real enthusiast for the game.
Oh, you can see that from his cricket.
Yeah. And he's doing a good job for his side here. He's helping Fisher. 291 for 9. Jameson turns, 2 slips in the gully, moves into bowl to Sonny Baker, and Baker is forward firmly back to the bowler, who stops in his follow through, and there is no run. We're now in a situation where if a wicket were to fall now, then lunch would be taken, so the openers will be spared, Tom Latham and Devon Conway. Unlike England, who had to come out for 10 minutes yesterday, so lunch will be taken immediately if a wicket falls. But of course, if it doesn't fall, we continue on. 291 for 9. This is the 3rd ball of Jameson's over. Bowls now to Baker, and Baker gets the ball outside the off stump, and he calmly allows it to go through to the keeper.
That was almost a professional lead.
It was, wasn't it?
Covering the stump with his front pad, bat, and then raised, let it go.
I was saying earlier in the Test match, it is a feature of Championship cricket that everyone now is expected to bat and score runs, and there have been lots of partnerships down the order this season in the Championship. So it's not. Perhaps in the ye olden days, it might be 7 out, all out, but teams fight hard these days. Baker takes one hand off the bat there as he plays defensively into the offside, and there's no run. What was that 100 partnership in the last round of Championship matches? There was a 100 partnership, the 10th wicket in the last round of Championship matches. And there was a game early in the season, Gloucestershire played Derbyshire, but the game Sher Bashir played, where I think it was a partnership of 193 for the 9th wicket. It's been what I'm saying is it's been a feature of Championship cricket. It's not just about getting through the top order anymore. That one bounced a bit more actually than Baker expected.
Well, even I think when was it Sussex who played here and lost a lot of wickets in the first morning.
Oh yeah, Ollie Robinson made 100, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah. Here's Jameson bowling. That's a good one. Baker pushes at it and misses it through to the keeper.
But not just Robinson.
Yeah.
He scored 100. Robinson did, and also the number 10 scored 100. and suddenly from 7 for 50,
yeah,
they were sort of near 300.
Well, Doltz, he was just about to look up that, and I just seen on his computer it came up with the message, oops, something went wrong. So that, I don't know whether there's a...
that'll be the fish and chips again.
The smell's getting into the computer.
Yeah.
We'll dig up the scores from that match. Of course, if a wicket falls now, it'll be all over and they'll take lunch and they'll move on. But here's Jameson trying again, bowling to Sonny Baker. And Baker's edging, and there is the wicket. He's caught by Latham at second slip. But he got it right there, Jameson. The extra bounce. Baker's resistance is over. England are all out. 291 all out. So that makes it easy for us. It's a 100 lead for New Zealand. And the players will now take lunch. Jameson finally joins in, takes his first wicket. But well played Matt Fisher. He walks off next to Sonny Baker. Baker has done his job. He's helped England up to 291. Fisher, the main man this morning, as well as Henry, is scoring a half century. He's unbeaten on 50. So those two walking off. New Zealand congratulating each other there. Some low fives and some well bowled and well caughts. And that ultimately is a job well done by New Zealand. If you'd offer them a 100-run first innings lead this time yesterday, they would have been very happy with that, and perhaps even this morning as well. If you said 100 lead, I think they would have taken that, wouldn't you, Jeremy?
Yes, I think that's true. It's just that it's been constructed in a slightly different way, and that might cause them a bit of frustration that maybe they weren't more than 100 in the end. However, that's what it is. A ball from Jameson that he got much more on target. He did get the little bit of bounce, and it was an in-swinger coming in. That's what forced Baker to just push a little bit at it, almost off, not the edge of the bat, but the full face of the bat through to Latham at a comfortable height, and he took the catch quite nicely. So you could see the England side all waiting for Fisher and Baker to arrive at the changing room. They're delighted with the way that they've managed to construct those extra runs. It's 4 overs into the second new ball and 100 exactly behind the New Zealand total.
And you used the phrase there, extra runs. It's also just worth having a look at the extras.
Well, you imagine the 50.
53-9.
If they weren't there.
53-9.
Yes.
Between the two teams. 9 extras that New Zealand conceded, England conceding 53 extras. Yep. So that creates that lead as well of 100. Henry, 24 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 80. Jameson, 20 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 78. O'Rourke, 20 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 68. Smith, 18 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 57, and Ravindra bowled 2 overs for 2. The wickets to go today. Jordan Cox caught by Latham at mid-wicket off Henry for 27, and Archer was caught behind by Blundell standing up off Henry for 8. So 235 for 7, 236 for 8. Tongue was caught by Smith, the second attempt moving back from mid-on off Henry for 1, 238 for 9. And you thought, well, a 150 lead for New Zealand. But then that half-century partnership was worth 53 in the end between Baker and Fisher. Fisher 50 not out, Baker out for 4. 291 all out from 84 overs. So well done to the players for making it easy for us to calculate the lead in that second innings. Just add on 100 to anything that New Zealand score from here. But clearly they are in a strong position in this match, but not quite as strong as they were, say, 3/4 of an hour ago. But the sun's out, the pitch looks decent enough for batting. This is going to be a mighty challenge for England's 4-pace bowlers as New Zealand look to build a potentially match-winning lead. Jeremy.
Yeah, it's a handy lead. It's a handy lead. The run rate's around about between 3 and 4. So you can say that's about a 30, almost 30 over lead, if you like, for New Zealand, which is just over a session. And if New Zealand are able to get started here, there's no reason why they, shouldn't be able to put together a number of partnerships. They'll obviously be looking for as many as they can. They've got plenty of time left in this game. But we'll just wait and see. There's a certain je ne sais quoi about both these sides' batting lineups.
Indeed. Right, so play will resume just before 20 to 2 because the wicket fell a little before the scheduled lunch interval. Heavy rollers going up and down. So it's lunch, it's Jonathan.
Yeah, thank you, Simon. What a beautiful day, isn't it? It really is. And it's a joy to see spectators down there, shorts, T-shirts and hats and everything else, and just enjoying the sunshine. And Big Lee and co, his fellow ground staff out there getting to work on the pitch. The heavy rollers poised and ready to go. And as Simon mentioned, we'll be starting a little bit ahead of the usual 22-2 because that wicket fell within 10 minutes of lunch. So around about 25-2 if you're clock watching, will be when New Zealand will go out and bat again. In the next half hour or so, we will be checking in on Ben Stokes, who of course is playing for Durham. We'll be doing that. We have a reporting team up at Chester Street. I've got a feeling, actually, if you're to count up, do a head count of reporters, photographers, news crew and everything else up there at Chester Street this morning, they'd comfortably outnumber the crowd. But that's just a thought. The first, we're going to reflect on the retirement of Kane Williamson, who a week ago, New Zealand's record run scorer as he was and still is, of course, he surprised the cricket world.
I stand here to announce my retirement from international cricket. It's been a process, but it does feel like the right time. I've given everything to this team and it's given me a lot more, I think, in return. And when I look at the dressing room now and I see the talent and the journey that I think this team's looking to go on, it just feels like the right time for me to step away, and I feel really good about it. Yeah, it's funny when you reflect on so much. Yeah, all good things come to an end, and it's the change of seasons. And the things you reflect on are the experiences that you had together, the journey, the ups and the downs, and where you get to as a group, and that full commitment to one another. That space is special, and it's something I've valued for so long, and that's what I see in this team now. And playing that last game at Lord's, which is also kind of cool, to look at the group and see. I think there's just a huge amount of talent in that side, and there's a lot of people that are fully committed to the journey that's to come, and I think they can achieve some amazing things, and they're ready for it. I think just ultimately it's, and the reason why it's the decisions here now is the respect and that I have for the group, and how grateful I am to have been a part of it. And I know there's, you look back on what perhaps your own time there, and you might score a few runs and you have a few wins, but actually, like, being a part of a group that draws a lot out of you and you care so much about is the thing that I've appreciated so much, and that's why I feel good about it too. And it's my reasons and nobody else's, but it's based on team and change, and that's why it feels comfortable for me now. And I'm looking forward to the next phase.
There we are, Kane Williamson. Thoughtful, quiet, understated sort of a fellow, really, announcing his retirement for the international game. We'll hear from his captain, Tom Latham, shortly on the background to that decision. But I've got Andy Zoltzman and Jeremy Coney alongside me here. We're going to talk about your favourite subject, Andy, obviously, from a statistical point of view. Where does Williamson sit? I mean, he was ranked #1 in the world for a while, wasn't he?
Yes, he has fantastic numbers. Made his debut as a 20-year-old in India back in 2011. Scored a century, one of only 8 players to make a Test debut century in the away team in India. Since, in all, just over 9,500 Test runs at an average just over 54, almost 2,000 runs ahead of New Zealand's second highest run scorer, Ross Taylor. 33 hundreds in Test cricket. No other New Zealand player has made 20, also made over 7,000 runs in ODI cricket, and just under 20,000 across all formats. Averaged 48 in ODI cricket. Only one New Zealander with more than 1,000 runs has a higher average in that format. So he's, just in terms of his overall career numbers, incredible, but he had a phenomenal peak. So between 2014 and 2025, for 12 consecutive calendar years, he averaged over 45 in Test cricket, and in only one of those years did he average under 40 in ODI cricket in a calendar year. I know Test cricket doesn't really work on calendar years, but it still sort of highlights quite how consistent he was for New Zealand. In that time, he averaged 62 over 79 tests. From November 2019 to February 2014, 23 tests, which tells its own story. Not many test matches for compared with, say, Joe Root, who's played about 50% more tests over a similar time scale. He scored 12 hundreds, converted 12 of his 14 50-plus scores in that time into hundreds. So amazing powers of concentration. Some of his bigger innings for New Zealand. Made 85 in the World T20 final against Australia in 2021, although New Zealand lost that game. In the World Test final, the first World Test Championship final in Southampton in 2021, scores of 49 and 52 not out in a low-scoring game. Hugely influential in New Zealand's victory there. A crucial 67 in their victory over India in the 2019 World Cup semi-final. So yeah, he's. I think Test cricket is his strongest format, and he's been certainly one of the modern greats.
3,300s and 120 tests. How does that must compare very well with others who've scored that number of hundreds, wouldn't they, in terms of the test matches that they took to get there, I'd have thought.
I'll just get some numbers up.
Look those up.
His conversion rate. Over the course of his career, almost half. But in that latter stage of his career, like Joe Root over the last sort of 5-6 years, his conversion rate of 50s to hundreds has been fantastic.
Yeah. Well, Jeremy, I mean, he's clearly New Zealand's outstanding batsman over the years, and that's quite a big comment. You've got people like Glenn Turner and so on in there as well, and there's memorable, fine players. What will you remember about Kane Williamson, the batsman?
Technical player, a very neat, compact man, really, and like the best players, has a good balance rather than shambling tall men like myself. He had all the raw materials, a quick eye, good hands, an outdoor environment, of course. He was born in Tauranga.
Yes.
And comes from a sporting family. Onto which he bolted, a fierce determination, I think, and a will. And once he chose cricket as his main sport, because he had others as well, he was always going to challenge himself to master this thing called cricket. And onto that, he studied it. He willed himself thousands and thousands of balls that he hit in studying the way that he was going to play. And really, it was almost as if the Lord one day sort of scooped up a great lump of Tauranga earth and blew into it, and said, Kane, go away and go into the top order and play for New Zealand.
Yes.
And that was the kind of thing that he came for, and that duality, I think, of personality and hard graft. We don't really, he didn't like to be the centre of things.
No, I can see.
Even those things we heard him say, it was deflecting, wasn't it? It was deflecting away for himself and into his side.
Yeah.
And that was very much Kane in the way that he wanted to be seen and how he played.
When he was captain, he was
absolutely.
He played that sort of not low profile, but he was one of those in the team. He didn't. I mean, I was going to ask you sort of direct, really. I mean, I've seen Kane Williams score hundreds, but I can't remember much about them. He just scored them.
Well, he just gathered runs.
Yes.
Gathered them around him. And played, had all the skills that were required to stay at the wicket. Very good solver of problems, I think, at the crease. You'd ask him, what do you think of the pitch today, Kane? And he wouldn't say anything. He'd just go, with his hand, he'd go, poof. And the ball would go, poof. Up like that. And he would solve and work out a method that he would be able to play, first of all, and stay at the crease, and then be able to score runs. Played it very late, the ball. Let the ball do its work. Come to me just outside off stump. I'll lean on that and I'll take 4 down to third man. Thank you very much. That was his style. He wasn't a noisy cricketer, was he?
No, not at all.
And he made his runs, they were flowingly appropriate, I think, to the bowled ball. So and none of us ever laugh at things that are well done. We don't. We enjoy hard graft, and we enjoy a craftsman working away at it. And it was the mastery of it, you know, that... I mean, I was disrule, the Lord of Disrule, really. And that made us aware, of course, of our essential limitations, whereas Kane didn't kind of have that.
Yeah. We haven't mentioned his bowling, actually. I mean, his bowling was interesting, and I think in the end he was finally called and ruled out. But he did take a number of wickets, didn't he? Test wickets. There was a definite little bit of jerkiness going on there in his.
Oh yeah, there was a straightening
in his arm. Yeah, but I think I'm right in saying that he was eventually he couldn't bowl in. I think he was ruled out of bowling, wasn't he?
He couldn't bowl in the end. No, that's right.
Yeah. How many did he get?
I'll get the bowling stats up. In terms of what you asked about, the frequency of his centuries, 33 and 110 tests, one every 3.3 tests. Of the 148 players with 10 or more hundreds, that's the 6th best rate of sort of matches per 100 behind Don Bradman, George Headley, two of the greats of the pre-war years, Clyde Walcott and Everton Weekes, who played for the West Indies after the war, and Steve Smith. So that sort of puts in context that achievement. In terms of his overall average of the players who've scored 5,000 or more in Test cricket, there have been 108 of them. He's got the 10th best average, just behind Steve Smith and Jacques Kallis, and just ahead of Greg Chappell, Sachin Tendulkar, Brian Lara, Javed Miandad. So again, that sort of shows the context. There's a couple of little, like with all players, slight glitches in his career numbers. Hasn't got a great record in England, made a good 100 at Lords in 2015, but ended up averaging under 30 in England. And a bit of a patchy record against Australia. Had a good series in Australia in 2015, got a couple of big hundreds, but not a lot in the sort of 4 other 2-match series that he played against them across his career, but not many gaps in his sort of batting numbers apart from those.
But quiet and understated. I mean, is he a big character at home? I mean, is he on the telly a lot and
no.
Adverts and?
Oh no.
No.
Virat Kohli must have millions of people following him. Kane wouldn't even be on socials. Not interested in that in the slightest. Loves his family, 3 little kids. Loves his surfing.
Oh right.
You know, the balance again. You see, and those things. Just, you know, would play lots of different sports, capable. I remember a couple of innings of his. A little bit the same as you. They don't sort of come to mind.
Well, those batsmen who Andy read out there. I mean, you can immediately say, "Oh yes, you know,
that's right.
Steve Smith." You know, even the W's or whatever. You can think of them as being iconic characters.
Yeah, I remember one innings, well, both these ones were against South Africa, actually, but, you know, it was Steyn, Philander, you know, Morkel, you know, difficult.
Good attack,
and playing on a slightly spiteful Basin Reserve pitch, actually. They got quite a few runs. We didn't have a strong attack, and suddenly, you know, New Zealand had to save the match. And he came out and it was variable, a lot of variable bounce, and he took a lot of knocks and spent the whole of the last day just seeing those bowlers off. And I don't know, they might have been 7 or 8 down at the end, but he scored 100. But it was a gritty kind of, you've got to get me out. Innings, and then the second one was against a weaker South African side at Mount Maunganui, and New Zealand, New Zealand were chasing runs to make a declaration, and you saw him pushing himself a little harder to get runs, and he was really extending himself, and he looked a completely different. I saw a different side of him.
Yes, absolutely.
And he really just played some beautiful strokes. He, as I say, never noisy. Didn't like to play across the line or get in at, you know, big inside edges and so on. Look, New Zealand are a different side without him.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Jeremy. Thanks for your company. We'll catch up with you during the course of the afternoon. Let's hear from the New Zealand captain, Tom Latham. He told our cricket correspondent, Stefan Schemmelt, the background to Williamson's surprising retirement.
it's sort of been a process over, I guess, a period of time now for Kane. Obviously, from a series by series basis to, I guess, obviously the decision that he's made sort of a week ago. He texted me saying, "Can we catch up?" Which I thought something might have been coming, but I think it's testament to the bloke Kane is, to the player that he is, that even though it's mid-series, he understands that giving his 100% isn't quite there, and he's giving so much to the game over a long period of time, so much to this team over a long period of time, and the fact that he's done it now, he's giving someone else an opportunity when he believes he can't give 100%. As I said, is testament to the person he is, and I guess his philosophy on cricket has been always giving to the team as much as he can, and as I said, it's been a busy week, it's been an emotional week, but obviously excited for him to obviously now move on to a new chapter, and we certainly know he'll be a big supporter of this team for a long period of time.
I'm assuming that you were one of the first people to find out. So what's that like for you, actually, when one of New Zealand's greatest cricketers, greatest sportsmen, is there telling you that he's not going to play anymore?
Yeah, it's. I guess it is emotional. Yeah, sort of. I guess you look back on the times that you've spent together, not necessarily the runs, but I guess the moments that you've had, and we managed to share some time, after his announcement, and I guess those were the things that you end up talking about. It's not necessarily the runs or the wickets. It's the games that your team's on the line, or a game where you've come back and you've managed to win, or series that have been really enjoyable. And I guess it's been a nice time to reflect on those moments that we've been able to share as a group together. And as I said, what he's done for this group over such a long period of time, pushing it forward, the legacy that he will leave, will be with this group for a long period of time.
A lot of people have obviously seen him bat, and they know what he's like as a cricketer. Playing it late, soft hands, those trademark runs down to third man. What's he like as a bloke?
He's a great bloke. He's someone that's always willing to give his time. He's very generous in offering advice, whether it be cricket, whether it be life. But I think you can see a player that is so dedicated to the art of batting and the team aspect, that whatever he does is for the greater good of the team, and that's something he lived by every day. And I guess he sets a really good example for everyone that as long as you can keep pushing the group forward, keep pushing the environment forward, then you understand that I guess results sort of take care of themselves in the long run. And just a great example for people, I guess, growing up playing cricket. He's been a role model for me, someone that I've looked up to as well, whether it be from a batting point of view, but also a leadership point of view. He's always someone good to talk to around, as I said, cricket, life, whatever it be. So we're certainly going to miss him, but we know whatever he's sort of moves into for the next chapter, I'm sure it will be a successful one as well.
Yeah, that's Tom Latham, Kane Williamson's successor as a New Zealand captain, talking to Stefan. We'll about to hear from Alistair Cook as well, but just a reminder, if you are just joining us, we're in the lunch break here at the Oval, where England were bowled out just before the scheduled break for 291. So New Zealand have a lead of exactly 100. It could have been worse for England, but there's a very handy 53-run stand for the last wicket between Fisher and Baker. Fisher making a half-century, which was a very good effort. They'll be underway again in about 15 minutes or so. So go on then, Alistair. I mean, you played against, obviously, Williamson a lot during your career. He is an understated man. He's an understated batsman. I mean, what do you remember about watching him play?
I think I have one of the most amount of respects for him out of almost any of the players I played against, because I know he's almost similar to my kind of style of cricket. You're hearing about Jones. He can't remember many of his innings, nor can I. But the numbers he created, averaging 55, those 3,300s and 110 Test matches, that is extraordinary numbers.
It's high, isn't it? That
it's high,
yes.
And you could build that consistency around. His consistency allowed New Zealand to be a more consistent side. Man, number 3, averaging 55. No, he probably didn't win Test matches like in a session. Those play those innings where
you can remember, I don't know, a Peterson innings or a Lara innings, but without people like him, The Rock, and those other players would have benefited from that. And I watched him bat, and I couldn't believe how late he played the ball, and so much that you thought he's just almost risk-free.
Okay, so explain that, and explain what the benefit of it.
So a top order player, in my opinion, the top order player, new ball, hard ball, it moves a bit more, and you want to play the ball. So the hard thing is actually allowing it to do the movement and then playing it under his eyes. As soon as you play it outside your bubble, so almost your eyes, if your eyes are aligned down to the ground, and you play it in front of your eyes, you are creating the momentum into the shot. So if you get it wrong, those nicks tend to carry.
Right.
So he has developed that technique of not the massive stride, but letting the ball come right under his eyes and move. And if he did nick it a little bit, because he was playing it so late, the general didn't carry to slips very often. So he's almost taking the whole dismissal out of it, a defensive nick and that forced stump. The ball you're challenged the most with in Test cricket and the top of the order, on and around the stump, he kind of found that technique of letting the ball come so much and playing it so late that he was incredibly hard to bowl at. He got that, we mentioned that 100 in 2015.
Yeah.
But we didn't have anyone at third man.
Right.
And then he got 100, and then we put third man the rest of the series, and he didn't score as many runs because he wasn't getting rewarded for playing it late as many, only getting a one. And actually, you could restrict him. No different. He wasn't going to, dominate you.
No.
He would just grind you down. I have so much respect for him as a brilliant batsman. His numbers are extraordinary, and New Zealand are going to miss that consistency so much. And I think that is you leave a mark like that, and it's like, do you know what? He was a seriously good player.
Yeah, it just shows that to produce runs like that and be prodigious, actually you don't have to be a flamboyant player. Go kind of a run machine, really.
I'd like to see, I mean, results has gone, but actually the word consistent keeps coming back into my mind about him. And to be that consistent, how useful as a team. But I want to know if that's right. How many times he got into double figures? How many times do you know what I mean? He scored those runs with consistency. That is almost like a bit of a cheat code for your team when you've almost got a banker. He's almost as good as a banker as you could become in that top order, and then an unbelievable conversion rate as well. So when he got in, he played the same tempo, didn't he?
Yes.
He wasn't one of those players who changed his tempo. He played the same way whether he was on 10, 20, 40, 50. A little bit more expansive, I imagine, as the innings, but in general, same tempo. And once he was in, it was incredibly hard to get out. So huge admiration. And another thing I think I admire as well, got the most out of himself. And I like that. He's left nothing unturned to become the best cricketer he could become. And I there's something after my own heart there.
What about, just the last thought, the actual retirement itself? Does it come to you and to Michael and people who've played so many Test matches, and you've been captain and everything else? Did it suddenly, can you imagine just sort of sitting there on the balcony at Lords, thinking, actually, I've had enough of this. He got out in a couple of soft ways there. The pitch wasn't great, was it? I mean, Murray just thought, well, that's it. I've just had enough.
Yeah, and I think he was concerned that because he's got to that stage, that his lack of, that real energy, that he might have been detracting from the group. You've seen everyone else, meaning this is everything, and he's got to that stage now where he was like, do you know what, it's not everything anymore. And I don't want to be that burden on the team. Again, I was surprised. Again, my first initial reaction was, I can't believe he's done it mid-series.
Yes.
Because you can have that moment. I had it.
It's a long way to come for New Zealand. They one test to go home.
Got good air miles. I had it, and you heard Tom saying he'd been talking about it with him for 12 months, and it's obviously a bit of a process, and he just got to that stage. I had that stage, but then decided to play 2 more Test matches because the series was still alive, and I thought, I could still do that job, and it actually really freed me up. Right. I'd made the decision, that was it, I'm going, and it made me just concentrate on just this game. Nothing else mattered then, and also, so I wondered whether he could have stayed on for these 2 games, but people see things slightly differently. So I was surprised leaving his mates in the middle of the series, but the word he is, I saw a group full of energy to be here, and I couldn't give that energy to them, and he didn't want to distract from what possibly could be a series win. That's what he would be saying. Obviously, they've got a lot of work to do before that, but that's how he was thinking.
Yeah, very interesting. Thank you, Alistair. There we go. And thank you to Kane Williamson, too, for his contribution to the cricket world. It was immense, an extraordinary player, but say just not one of those ones that you could actually say, well, he's a hard batsman to describe him in many ways. A quiet character, but someone who really did, as Alice was saying, get the very, very best out of his talent. So before we recommence here in about 10 minutes, we're off to Durham because yes, Ben Stokes is playing there today. Speculation continues about what's happening at Trent Bridge. All sorts of different stories written today. He could return, he will return, he might return, in what capacity might he return, all of that sort of stuff. I know a man who's got his finger on the pulse. He's up there at Chester Street for us as always. Go on, Kevin Howells, what's going on?
All of those things will happen. All of them will happen. Anyway, I've got Matt Henry with me, which is more important, BBC cricket writer. He's probably got more answers to that. What I can tell you is this is a very important game in itself. It's the top two in the second division, and Northampton 91 for no wicket, which in itself will tell you that Ben Stokes has been bowling. He hasn't taken a wicket, but he should have done. We'll tell you more in a moment. His analysis, 6 overs, what came on about 11:44, was it? Something like that. 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 16. We're also keeping very keen eye on Gus Atkinson, who's also playing today. He's playing for Surrey away to Glamorgan. He's bowled 8 overs. He has taken a couple of wickets, 5 maidens in those 8 overs, bowling very quick. We've been listening to commentary there in Cardiff. That match between Glamorgan and Surrey, bowling extremely quick. 2 wickets for only 8 runs. His wickets coming there, Gus, just very briefly, was in his second spell. He took 2 wickets in 3 balls, first coming at the end of his second over of the second spell, then 2 balls into that third over, and in the game itself, Glamorgan 71 for 4. But Matt, Ben Stokes, 6 overs. We thought almost the headlines were going to right themselves in terms of his bowling anyway. Not quite happening in that first over, but it should have done.
It should, yeah. Drop catch by Ben McKinney at leg slip. You could see Stokes, he was up in the air ready to celebrate. His head went into his hands very briefly, and then I did notice there was a little low 5 between himself and young Ben McKinney, someone who's been tipped to be in an England squad in the future, actually, and was with England for the Lions in the winter. So someone that Stokes knows well, a little low 5. So I don't think he was too frustrated, but
Can
disappointed.
I just briefly point out, you're struggling with Ben McKinney to do a high 5, most of us anyway, aren't we, at 6 foot, whatever he is, but I do know what you mean. He forgave him, but it wasn't just that. I mean, he was bowling and he was causing problems. It is hard to imagine how he didn't take a wicket, in fairness.
Yeah, Stokes, as you say, 6 overs, but in that we had the drop catch. He hit Luke Proctor on the helmet. He got pulled for 6 as well, and then his very last ball of that 6 over spell was a massive LBW appeal. His backside was almost on the ground as he squatted to appeal, and then it was actually James Treadwell as the umpire here at this end. We've got James Treadwell and Michael Goff. Treadwell played 20 times with Stokes for England back in the day, the off spinner, people may remember, but Treadwell shook his head, nothing, and then Stokes slaps the floor in frustration, and everyone going, we're so trying to read so much into what Stokes is like up here because of everything that has gone on in the last few days. But it's a little frustrated that he didn't get that decision, didn't go his way, but it looked a close one. I think he definitely thought it was out, but I was over by the dressing rooms just as that first session ended. Stokes walked off, high fives around with all his teammates, a smile on his face. He's in there with the group. He's obviously got a lot of very good friends and good mates up here. As we mentioned before, player, that he was warming up with Scott Borthwick, who was best man at his wedding, and this is where Stokes so often is, and he seems in a pretty good place.
And again, conversations, we can't give details exactly what we've been speaking to, but conversations round and about, which does tell a tale that people up here genuinely seem to be saying to us they don't understand what all this talk is about this bad place that he's in.
Yeah, so this has happened in a few different stages, hasn't it, over the last 10 days or so. That initially Stokes was in this nightclub after England's curfew, and I don't think that's up for debate. But then Brendan McCullum, the way he spoke since, has given the implication that Stokes was struggling a bit with, by the way, he said over and over again in a press conference that he's worried about how Ben is, was what McCullum said over and over again. He's obviously someone who's very close. They've worked very closely together for 4 years now. The people up here, we've spoken to a few people around, just seem to say Stokesy as Stokesy is. He's been fine. So he trained last week, as you said earlier, Kevin. He trained Tuesday, Wednesday, it's Friday today,
Friday
isn't it?
today,
Yeah, I'm trying to
You've
work
done
out.
a few miles around the
I have
country,
done a
mate,
few
yeah,
miles,
really
yeah. So he
surprised.
trained,
Yeah.
Stokes trained Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday this week with his Durham teammates. He was here last week when they were playing Derbyshire as well.
Yeah.
So he's been around, he's been in the nets, he's been bowling, he's been batting. Everyone around here seems to say
They seem genuinely bemused by it all. It doesn't tell us exactly what's going to happen next week. I'm not too sure we will find out here today. Surely the decisions and things will be taken elsewhere. They won't be here today, will they? I mean, there's plenty of media around, lots of media attending this. I mean, it is of massive significance, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. There's more media here than you would expect for a day, especially when there's a test match going on elsewhere. It's a busy press box, but there's quite a few people in the ground as well. I think one of the biggest cheers of the day was when Stokes came into the attack. It's not a big crowd, but it's a smattering of people at a county championship game. And one of the biggest cheers we got was when Ben Stokes' name was read out. I know one of our colleagues is upstairs from BBC Look North, and he's been going around speaking to different Durham fans about what they think of the situation. Should he be playing here? Should he be playing for England? Should he be playing cricket again at all after what's happened? I think most people that he's spoken to, Adam's spoken to upstairs, he was pretty supportive of Ben. A few were saying, oh, he shouldn't have stolen someone's place in the Durham team and that sort of thing, who are the county traditionalists. But I think most people around these parts are very supportive of Ben Stokes because they see him as one of their own up here.
Yeah, by the way, big coincidence of no great, I say big, it's significant in the sense of couldn't quite make it up as you, when Gus Atkinson and Ben Stokes virtually at the same time struck opposing batters on the helmet. They were causing a little bit of aggravation, and thankfully both batters are okay and continued, as Matt mentioned here. And fair play to the Northants pair who've survived all this. You're pointing to something.
I was just going to say a slight interest for anyone who's listening who's interested in the test match. We've got Bryden Carse bowling out in front of us as well, which I should probably point out. He's not played since going to the IPL and has not played since Australia for the test team. He's been having a bit of a wrist injury, we are told. He's bowling out in the middle here at Durham. We think a couple of weeks away from being able to really ramp up his fitness.
And we'd be surprised if Ben spoke today, I think, wouldn't we, in these circumstances? We'd be surprised.
Yeah, I think so. We, as journalists that are up here, will ask the question. We will be surprised if he does want to speak, but he might want to give his take on how things are. So much talk has been going on about how he is, how the week's been, what he's been up to in recent weeks. So you never know, he might want to just set a few things straight.
Yes, he might. And if he does, you'll be there.
We'll be here.
Yeah. What about the way? You'll be there. I'll be here. Keeping an eye on what's going on elsewhere. Just a very brief roundup. It's the first day of this latest round of championship matches, and it has been a busy day around the country. Division 1, Essex, who find themselves top of the Division 1 table, taking on the defending champions at Chelmsford. They're 87 for 3. I mentioned Gus Atkinson taking a couple of wickets for Surrey in their game away to Glamorgan, 71 for 4 at Glamorgan there at Sapphire Gardens. Yorkshire 5 down away to Leicestershire, 89 for 5. Somerset also 5 down against Warwickshire. They enjoyed a really important win for them last week against the defending champions Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge, but home to Warwickshire this week, 94 for 5 is the latest score I've got there. Hampshire 82 for 3 away to Sussex. Lancashire, who struggled at Blackpool, well, they're struggling at Queen's Park. Chesterfield to take on Derbyshire today. They were out really cheaply. Was it sort of 80 odd runs last week in the game against Kent? Well, they've managed to get past that today. They're 106 for 6. We've told you about the Northants score here. Kent 69 for no wicket against Middlesex. That's another important game towards the top of Division 2. And Gloucestershire struggling in the table, but they're 78 for 2 away to Worcestershire. Yeah, so despite what you might suspect, Daniel Norcross, or some might suspect, that there are more media, and there are plenty of media here today. There's even an overspill room, would you believe? But that's mainly because Angela's Arts and Crafts need to take over part of the top level as well, and quite rightly, but it does mean we've had to have a bit of an overspill because there's lots of media, but they do not, despite scurrilous rumours at the top of this lunchtime sequence on TMS, they do not outnumber the spectators. There is a good crowd in today, and they are boisted, and I say this in every sense of the term, by 600 school children as well, who are here at the ground today, really enjoying it. But yeah, no breakthrough as yet for Ben Stokes or Durham. Northants 91 for no wicket, and we, of course, if we hear any more, you'll be the second to know.
Oh, thank you. I can't wait. I could tell there were lots of children there. There's that very distinctive noise. Right. There was Kevin Howells at Durham. And he was talking there about how there are 35, loads of people from the media, as if you're saying, oh, yeah, these Johnny-come-latelys only turn up to see Stokes. I'm not sure we'd have been covering the Division 2 clash, actually, between Durham and Northants if it weren't for other events. But there you go. You can get commentary on Sports Extra 2 on that if you would like to head straight there. And every ball of the county championship, every game on the BBC Sport website and app, or you go to your smart speaker, you could say, ask BBC Sounds to play me wall-to-wall Surrey County Championship matches, or well, any other club if you want. But interesting scores going off around the country there.
Lots of wickets.
Well, Somerset are challenging for the title, but they're 5 down. Sussex with a 12-point penalty, right up there near the top of the table.
What are they doing today?
82 for 3 Hampshire. Hampshire down the bottom. Hampshire desperately need points. They've been thwarted at the Oval by the weather last week, so one day of the match was wiped out, so they couldn't force a victory there.
Well, you'd think in conditions like we have in the country, good days for batting, but maybe there's a bit of spice in the pitch.
It's looking that way, isn't it?
The venues.
I'm not sure we've seen a great deal of spice in this pitch. We've seen a little bit of variable bounce, and England have got a new ball because having been bowled out for 291. Everything's very easy this match. The first day, New Zealand scored 291. Then they added 100 before lunch to get to 391. Then England replied with 291. And it's commentator's dream, a lead of 100. It's quite easy for us to add up. Can England get back in this game, Michael? The way they've got to do it is to get quick wickets. Is it not with this new ball, you'd imagine?
Yeah, I mean, they obviously have to strike early just to try and continue with that momentum of the last wicket partnership. Joe Root's just giving quite a strong speech in the hood. It was a very stern, serious speech from what I could study. Jofra Archer, average of 30, 62 wickets. This is a big spell for Jofra Archer. You know, on the back of not bowling yesterday, England desperately need New Zealand to be 30 for 2. Just get them panicking a little bit. Remember, last year England nearly chased 370 odd against India.
They did, and frankly, they should have done, shouldn't they? Archer in, first ball of the innings is full and clipped away by Latham. Rather tinny sound on the bat, out into the wide expanse of the leg side.
It's the kind of afternoon, and I'll throw a name at you.
Oh yes,
that I would hate to be out there batting. D. Warner. Third innings of the match. His team are ahead and the sun's shining. Come out and punch it.
Yeah.
I don't know whether the New Zealand players will play in that kind of fashion. I'll just try and bat. So England, I think they'll look at the scoreboard and don't think it's going to race away.
Well, the third innings can oft produce a pickle in certain situations, as Archer runs in again round the wicket from the pavilion end and left alone by Latham through to the keeper, no run. But I think of the ultimate pickle in the third innings of the match. I go back to Trent Bridge in 2022, first season of Bazball. New Zealand got 500 and something. They'd lost the first test. Then England got basically parity. I think they were 40 odd behind. It was something of that magnitude. But so much time had gone out of the game that then New Zealand was sort of caught between. They didn't know whether they had to go harder in order to get ahead of the game, to force a declaration, give themselves enough time, all those sorts of things. Here, they have got some comfort. They've got a buffer as Archer is in. That strikes a bit of pad or bat, maybe, goes into the onside where forward short leg would have been. And Tongue trots round to collect. They get through for a run. It was off the bat. But here, because we're only, we've got lovely weather forecast. There's 5 sessions. No, I'm not. What am I talking about? There's 8 sessions left in the game, right? So they can bat 4 of them, can't they?
Yes,
and have 4 to bowl England out. They can bat fewer than 4 if they want, but if they batted normally in 4 sessions, they'd get themselves a lead of 450, 500, which England couldn't realistically chase down, even if they did manage very nearly 370 odd last year. Archer in, Conway drives beautifully, just to the left of a diving extra cover, and it goes up to the boundary for 4, the far left edge of the pavilion as we look at it. It's a lovely shot first up from Conway.
Yeah, the number that, Andy, that England nearly chased last year, was it 370 something?
And bear in mind they were doing that with only 10 batters.
Yeah, I would take that now.
If the number is that number,
yeah, you definitely.
I would certainly say that means you bowl New Zealand out of what, 270 odd?
Yeah, and also you're doing that in such good time, aren't you? You're doing that before lunch tomorrow, probably.
Yeah.
So time would then not be a factor. And the pitch hasn't degraded so far. Archer into Conway, 2 slips of gully. Oh, he reaches for one wide of the off stump, encouraging for Archer, but he doesn't time it. It rolls up to mid-off, where Sonny Baker does the fielding.
That's at the Oval last year, the 5th test against India. The target was 374. England reached 301 for 3, at which point Harry Brook was out for a coruscating 111. England collapsed 367 all out, lost by 6 runs. In the first test last summer, they were chasing 371 at Headingley and won by 5 wickets.
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of things I'd say are a bit different there. I mean, Ben Duckett's was in pretty good form at his points last year, hasn't been in great form this year. Archer in, left alone, good carry through to Rue, takes it up well above his waist, two-handed away to his right. First over's done and dusted, none for 7 for Archer, Conway 4, Latham has 3, and England have also got 2 debutants at 6 and 7. Vern Eto has emailed after our Kane Williamson tribute at lunch. It says, can I just say, Kane Williamson is one of the best sportsmen I have ever witnessed in my 42 years of loving sport. Not just because of his ability, but primarily because of his humility. I will never ever forget the way he conducted himself after the loss of the World Cup final against England. Magnanimous in defeat, it was exemplary to all sporting youngsters worldwide and sets him apart. Well, sound words, I'd say.
Yeah, he's a class act. He's Kane Williamson. Wonderful player for such a long time across all the formats. A right arm around the wicket from the England batter. They got a lovely 50, Matthew Fisher.
He bat well.
Played beautifully. It's always a bit of a concern when I see someone like Matt Fisher coming in at 9 batting so well. I'm thinking, oh, the pitch must be pretty good. And Sonny Baker surviving for plenty of deliveries.
All of those things suggest it's a pretty good deck. Fisher in, up at his toes goes Latham, finds a gap through point, takes the run. Duckett moves from extra cover to his right to field. They move to 8 without loss. It's been my experience here for years, the last 4 or 5 years, that the pitch doesn't degrade. Good bowlers still get people out. You know, you bowl really quickly. There's still often, surprisingly, a little bit of nip. You know, because there's some grass left on the pitch. You saw the pitch this morning, didn't you? There's still something there.
Oh, I think
you've got to bowl quick.
I think today's the best day to bat, isn't it?
Feels like.
A3, the sun's shining, ball coming on quite nicely. First day was a little bit sticky.
Well, honestly, I've
tennis bally, it's not anymore.
I've seen day 4s that are good to bat as well. Fisher's in, that swings back into the pads. He's come over the wicket for Conway. He was round to Latham. He defends into the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Conway, he drove Jofra Archer's first ball that he faced down through mid-off for 4. We didn't see too many of those on day 1. They kind of going square of the wicket. They weren't getting punted down the ground. I think we'll see quite a few drives going down the ground through extra cover this afternoon.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I say, I've seen lots of hands shaken with an hour to go with the side on 300 for 3, you know, on the 4th day. But it did feel to me like it was a sort of day 2 pitch when we started, as Fisher is in outside the off stump. It goes through quite low to Rue, who takes it down by his ankles.
I mean, New Zealand have got an incredible chance here to level the series. They bat with sense today. Naturally, they're going to face 56 overs today.
Think so.
They were over 8, so score at 3.5. So that's going to give them about 200. So you're 300 ahead going into day 4.
Perfect.
As long as you've not got too much damage, you've got a session tomorrow. You could probably get another 80 or 90 bit in the afternoon, and that takes you to beyond 400. And not many win from there in terms of the chase.
Fisher is in. It's a bit thick outside edge of Conway's bat there as he came forward. It's an in-between length, and it squirted away to Duckett in the backward point position. No run. Crowd's just sort of coming back from its lunch. They must have, I don't quite know how it works, but I've been looking at the stand away to our far left. And at lunch and tea on the first tier, completely empty, those bits. So do they get like lunch tickets as well? See what I mean? Just above where you've got the scoreboard, ticker and the time.
Yes, I think there'll be an area.
Oh, leaving this was Conway, and it got an under edge, which could so easily have gone back onto the stumps. Instead, it rolled through to Root.
But you know this, isn't there a...
Yeah, there's function rooms up there.
Function rooms out the back of the old pavilion that was built recently. So I'm guessing there's balconies that you can see. There's the roof terrace
bar up there.
I like the roof terrace, and
good,
I think there's more vent space out the back that potentially that's where they go and hang out.
So I just wonder if you get a...
Is there a hotel not coming here as well?
Well, we've got a hotel on the other side of the road.
Right.
Just outside, opposite the Hobbs gates. As in comes Fisher. That's defended by Conway. That's swung back into the pads a bit encouragingly for Fisher, who's had a good morning with the bat. He needs a good afternoon with the ball now. 8 without loss, 2 gone. Conway 4, Latham 4. If you are just joining us, New Zealand were bowled out. England were bowled out for 291. A very handy round deficit of 100.
How's Jofra Archer's average going to come down? And obviously get wickets and by an average of 30 with the ball.
And it's not as skinny as you'd expect it to be, is it?
No. He needs to, for England's sake, improve upon that. Best way to do so is get a few afternoon wickets.
Be interested in clocking his paces. Andy, I wonder if you could keep an eye on his pace in this session. He's continuing to come around the wicket. There's somebody moving behind the bowler's arm, but not anymore. As Latham waits, just the 2 slips and a leg slip. Gully, backward point, extra mid-off, short mid-on, and deep backward square leg. As Archer is in. Edged and gone! Latham pushing a one in the channel outside the off stump. And Archer does have that breakthrough, the early one. The skipper's gone for 4. And New Zealand are 8 for 1.
Yeah, it's just a good channel. I think Latham will be walking off now thinking, oh, why didn't I leave that? It was there to be left, and he just dangled his bat. Just a little bit of extra bounce. It's a nice catch for James Root, and that's how he's going to improve his average. Get a few afternoon poles. Got that celebration. That goes back to Steve Smith.
Yeah, you tell me.
What is it?
Yeah,
like
I don't understand what it is. He's like a C. I don't really understand it.
Someone will know what it stands for.
Let us know.
Back. Jack's
he's youthful.
Yeah, he knows exactly what the kids are about. What's that all about, Jack?
He's our resident kid.
Yeah, the kid doesn't know.
It literally stands for nothing. He's told us. That's how. Is it like 6-7? Is it? It's a 6-7. Is it the 6-7 of the celebration world? Right, great.
The 6-7 began when Scott Boland took 6 for 7 against England at the...
Oh, I believe that's true, isn't there? There was an American who picked up on it.
Oh, it was definitely Scott, yeah.
American kid picked up on it, was watching the cricket through the night.
Harrowing on so many levels.
Well, an early wicket. I mean, I'm with you, Michael. He could have left that, but it did move a bit. It did come in, and it did just take a bit of shape, didn't it?
Yeah,
an angle, and his arm is different. I swear, Archer's arm is different.
Lower.
It's wide, yeah.
But what I will say is, as a left-hander facing Jofra around the wicket, I don't think you are aligning him for the ball that's coming back.
Right.
You've got to expect the ball to be going away from you.
And he's never going to hit the stumps.
It looks to me like he kind of almost got that left shoulder in early, which means he got squared up and then he just dangles his bat. You know, he came out wanting to put bat on ball. And
he did.
He did. Unfortunately for him, it was the edge of the bat. Perfect start for England, though.
Yeah, they need that, and they'll need more if they're going to drag themselves back in the game. They were completely out of it when their 9th wicket fell, but a partnership of 50 has given them a glimmer, and now wicket has given them a bit more than a glimmer. As Nichols faces up to Archer, who's in. Oh, he's beaten on the inside edge. A very expressive look of dismay from Jofra Archer. And actually the crowd's starting to get into it a bit here.
Yeah, and that's 90 miles an hour, Dan, so that's what England need. That one just kept a little bit low. It skidded through. He's gone through between bat and pad, just over the top of the off stump.
That arm is so much wider. Because the early iteration of Archer was high, straight arm, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And I just wonder whether that's causing a bit of an issue for the left-handers here. And he comes once again. Oh, now then. He's gone for the pull. I don't know whether he got any bat on it, but it's bobbed out into the offside behind square, where a sort of very, very short gully would be. And now listen to the crowd. They're really up for this.
Well, 91 miles an hour. This is what England need. You've got the captain. He'll no doubt get the crowd going. He's done that in the past when he's been to play. Kind of gets there. Like at the
G's them up.
Yeah, it's like being at the top end of your, when you're doing a long jump. The crowd going, ain't you?
Yeah. I don't think there was any bat on it. He's got nothing on it at all, really. Bit of pad.
You're any good at the long jump at school?
Triple jump was mine.
Triple jump,
yeah. Here's Archer. Nichols lets it go very wide of the off stump. It was just the point when he needed to challenge those stumps there. He just lost his line a bit. But the crowd are clapping along rhythmically.
Yeah, this field that they have for Henry Nichols, very similar to the first innings where they got a short mid-wicket, mid-on, leg slip, wide he's flying. They feel that he falls over. Now his head kind of goes over to the offside. He doesn't control the strokes on the onside. He got one that came back off the bat onto the stumps in the first, and again with that close face of the bat. So that's what England will target. Nice and straight to Nichols.
Here's Archer. And Nichols drives at one, and there was a noise, but I don't think it's an edge. It's perilously close in the channel. There was a little noise of something. A couple of slips went up. But Nichols survives by the skin of his teeth here. This has been quite the over, quite the drama at the Oval. Oh, it's gone past the inside edge. He's nowhere near it. He's been beaten for pace here a bit. He was beaten for pace in the first innings when he played on, didn't he, off Josh Tongue. And he looks uncomfortable, I think we can say. His feet aren't really moving. And the pace of Archer is unnerving him. Archer turns theatrically and runs in. And Nichols plays away, one just away from his body, guides it past gully. Bethel's after it. He's going to be beaten to it by Harry Brook, who flings a wild throw in. As people get bumped and jostled left, right and centre as Rue was running backwards trying to take it, and bumps into another fielder. But they come back for two after all that. 10 for 1. Well, a successful over from Archer, and it's just kind of changed the feeling in the crowd. The crowd's not had a great deal to cheer at while England were batting, except towards the back end when Fisher's fours were getting warm applause. But now, where's Archer going? He's going off already.
Is he? Where's he gone?
I just saw him climb over a gate.
Has he had enough? Well, it's a nice afternoon to spend in your garden.
They're lovely.
Sit on your deck chair.
Well, this is a time to be in the flats.
Yes,
isn't it? Fisher into Conway, starts a new over, and punches down the ground in the air for a little while. But it's gone to the offside of straight. Baker's after it, and they easily...
Dan, which gate have you seen Joffre?
Well, I saw him go over something.
Well, it must be down near the pavilion.
Yeah.
The dugouts where... I can't see him though. Where?
Andy's got binoculars. Can he get on it for us? I can't see him. They showed it on the screen. They had it way to our right.
There's a subfielder on it, long leg.
Long leg.
Yeah, we know there's, but we don't know where Joffre's gone.
No. Disparu. Fisher in again, and slightly awkward defensive shot from Conway when he brings his bat across the ball, pushes it into the offside of the front foot, picked up in the covers. I'm sometimes not convinced by that.
No.
Defensive shot, just kind of think.
Yeah, it's not quite
not full face, is it?
Committed.
No.
Bit of swing for Matthew Fisher, which is a good sign for him. He must be down near the dugout.
He must be. I think it was a white gate that he clambered over. Fisher runs into Conway. And Conway leaves one so close to his off stump, and in my word, it swung so far that in the end, Rue ends up taking it beyond the parallel with the pitch, if you know what I mean, away to his right.
Yeah, that was a close shave for Devon Conway because it swung late. Yeah. Ooh, it's tickled the off stump. Ooh.
Well, I never. Oh, that's so close. We saw a few bold leaves at Lord's, didn't we? But I suppose there was more seam movement there. Fisher from his preferred end, which he didn't bowl from yesterday, rather bewilderingly. He's in now, and Conway lets this one go. That's going across him into the keeper's gloves.
It always makes me chuckle down on the way from the hotel to the ground that I always go past the pub called the Dog House.
Ah, the Dog House, yes.
I can imagine you living there quite often.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you seem to understand my domestic arrangements extremely well, Michael. Yeah, the Dog House is a good one. There's a White Bear as well. It's got a theatre in it, the White Bear.
Really?
Like Kennington, yeah.
It's a great name for a pub.
The Dog House, yeah. Fisher in. Oh, now that it strikes the pad. If that's not hit the bat, this is very close.
Where did it pitch?
I think just in line. What's Fisher saying? Is Fisher saying, I think he's got bat on it? I don't know. There was a sound that was a trifle woody. Fisher would love to review, but isn't quite convinced himself. He gave it a bit of the shaky jazz arms. We'll see this now. They're not going to take it upstairs. Oh, I think it might have pitched outside.
Yeah, I think it's pitched outside. Yeah. It's certainly going on to hit the stumps. It's just the wobble seam, pitched outside leg. Ooh. Kept a little bit low.
It's not far off, though.
No.
Be interested in ball tracking, because they did burn some reviews early in the first innings, but here, in a way, is when
it's
you
come out of the
groundsman's hut. He was in the groundsman's hut. Archer, this is, as Fisher is in again, and this is tickled away into the onside where Emilio Gay does the fielding. End of a good over from Fisher. He's getting movement, he's probing line and length. 12 for 1, 2 off it. Conway 6, Nichols 2.
See, I reckon in the groundsman's hut down there.
Oh yeah.
I reckon there's a toilet. I reckon he's just gone off to the toilet. Or if you
don't want me saying so, though, we just had a lunch break.
Yeah, but he's probably had a load of juice.
Right.
A load of fluid. And just the excitement of being out there. Wicket, he may just have needed a
comfort break.
Or you tactically go in the shed every time you bowled it over.
But it's nice and cool in there, isn't it?
It's a little fridge just sitting there. Here we go.
Well, Lee Fortis's gaff, it's lovely in there. I mean, I've had a sneak preview. I've never properly sat inside. He would never let me do that. As Archer starts a new over, forward comes Nichols, defends back to the bowler. But it is quite cool. It's subterranean. And it's where all the ground staff hang out. This has been quite an exciting start from England, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if you go back to the first hour of the day where, well, it was first half an hour, wasn't it? They lost the 3 wickets, and then suddenly the Baker and Fisher partnership was a tremendous one. Just dug in there and took the game to pretty much lunch. And they've got the early breakthrough, so England are fighting back nicely.
Archer in, left alone by Nichols, the keeper. He looked a little bit agitated in this first over that he faced. But quite like the line of attack. I like the speeds, 91 miles an hour or so at the moment. You spotted anything, Andy?
Archer's average speed in his first 2 overs was just under 89 miles an hour. His opening spell on day one was 90.2 miles an hour, one of the fastest recorded opening spells by any England bowler, so pretty close to that in the second inning so far.
Thank you. I mean, I suppose he's had 2 nights sleep since then. As Archer is in. Oh, it's full. It's clipped away to short mid-wicket. There's no run. There's something very bizarre about this game, isn't there, cricket, when you find yourself fixating over a man's sleep patterns. It's not healthy. I suppose it's not quite as bad as that. Which was the World Cup with Rooney's metatarsal? Was it Rooney's metatarsal or Beckham's metatarsal?
I think
entire country got.
I remember Beckham's metatarsal. I think Rooney had one as well.
Yes. It became the most hot topic in the country, didn't it? A small bone fracture in the foot.
I think he missed a few of the early rounds, didn't he, and came back. It wasn't quite right. It's like he got sent off as well.
Here is Archer through to the keeper. No run. 1998 that was, wasn't it?
No, but didn't Rooney get sent off as well?
Rooney.
Euros game against Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah, 2006 World Cup, I reckon.
Yeah.
Bit rusty on my football.
We've had some fantastic sendings off, haven't we, England, over the years? Ray Wilkins sent off years ago.
Was that 1982?
I think so.
Spain.
86.
86 was it in Mexico? Good on your football, Andy, aren't you?
Good on my old football, not so good on my recent.
Yes, Brian
82
Robson.
was when Robbo scored in the 27th second against France.
Fastest goal to start a World Cup in history, isn't it? Anyway, meanwhile, back here, the well-slept Archer comes in and is pushed into the offside this time by Nichols. He just finds a gap to the left of Bethel, who's fielding in the gully, and they get back for a couple. But again, I don't think you're Mike. He's sort of reaching for that, pushing for that was Nichols.
I think 1982 was Paolo Rossi, wasn't it?
Yes.
He scored a load of goals.
That's right. And 1990 was Schillaci, wasn't it?
Schillaci, yes.
Yes, it's funny, isn't it? 82, 86, 90, absolutely fine. But for me, once I get to 94, I start to
Wasn't it
lose track.
1990 where Lineker went to Bob Rom to speak to him about Gaza?
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah, I speak to him.
That's right. Here's Archer again. Reaching for it is Nichols, pushing slightly away from his body. Plays it out to the offside. There is no run. End of the over, the 5th of the innings. 14 for 1. Archer with the wicket of Latham caught behind. And I'm going to get out of the way because there's a gentleman here who needs a seat. More from you, Michael, and then it will be Simon.
Yeah, this is good test match cricket. 14 for 1 New Zealand. Lead by 114. As we keep saying, at the Oval, the pitch pretty much stays the same. So a chase of 300 plus is always possible. You've just got to keep chipping away and getting wickets. Afternoon, Simon.
Good afternoon, Michael. Good to hear Dan recycling his non-funny jokes. Right, here's Fisher. England putting the pressure on here. He goes in now and bowls to Conway. Conway comes forward, hits that to cover firmly. It's picked up there by Jordan Cox. First man out today. Had 5 wickets today already. It's a strange game, this, isn't it? You think you come to the over, you think decent pitch, but just had that 100 and batters not been able to really go on and show a great deal of permanence. How many half centuries we had now? Results at 3 and plus the century, so 4, of course. Get that in quickly before you jump down my throat in a nicest possible way. Fisher bowls outside the off stump, curving away from the left-hander, and Conway allows it to go through.
Yeah, there were just the 2 half centuries in the first test. Emilio Gay's 57, Harry Brooks' first innings 56, and in this match 4, Blundell 51, Phillips 100, and the 2 for England, Gay again, and then Fisher. So only 1 score over 60 in the first 6 innings of the series.
Yeah. So is this are we putting this in the category of good cricket wicket as opposed to good batting pitch?
Yeah, I think it's been a good pitch. Bit in it for everybody.
Here's Fisher bowling to Conway, who plays a fiddly leave there, coming forward and lifting the gloves high to allow it to go through to the keeper.
But I think New Zealand are the kind of team that they're ahead of the game and they've played well, but the kind of team that you kind of look at, they're not going to take the game away from you quickly. So England, they just keep probing away. I don't think they're going to suddenly start scoring at 4 and 5 and suddenly the league gets to 200 quick. They're going to kind of graft, hang in there. I said earlier, I mean, if David Warner was out there, he'd be buzzing, wouldn't he?
He'd be busy. Now Fisher's coming round the wicket to bowl to Conway, who's on 6. Fisher bowls to him, and Conway turns that through mid-wicket for runs. It's on the pads, a nice, easy ball. He runs for 2, and it's going to be picked up just inside the rope, way to our left-hand side.
Yeah, I
come
think
back to 3.
Yasishwi Jayaswal, something like that. Comes out with his team on top, and before you know it, they get to 50 off 6 overs and flying. England have been good at that.
Yeah,
they'd come out and have a bit of a dash.
And the game's away from you before you can almost react.
Well, then as a captain, you've got to spread the field, and then more scoring opportunities come available from the best balls. You know, your cover point on the boundary, so you play a forward D, and there's a nice kind of 1 on the offside, whereas now it's kind of everything's compact and tight.
Conway feels like a player who's kind of battling with himself. He had that very good start,
Yeah.
obviously, and he was a star player for New Zealand and in franchise cricket as well. And career seems to have just tailed off a bit. Fisher goes over the wicket to bowl to Nichols, and Nichols, of course, who plays that defensive. Nichols is battling to establish himself in the team again. He's played a lot of Test cricket, but he's been out of the side, but allowed back in by Kane Williamson's retirement. 17 for 1, so the lead is 117.
I'd love to know the data analysts of why England are consistently putting a leg slip, because I'd want to know where they feel that player in that position is helping other aspects of the game. Rather, I would think more in front of square on this kind of wicket.
Fisher bowls, and it's turned away by Nichols towards mid-wicket, and there's excuse me, and there's no run. It's the end of Fisher's over, so he's bowled 3 overs for 6, 17 for 1. I don't know.
If there's bounce and you get lots of balls off the hip instinctively, you just flick it and it flies down to fine leg and in the air. You think, oh yeah, I get that. But on this kind of wicket, you think more square the wicket catchers would be, because of the slow nature of it coming on. You kind of just flick it in the air. And
you often find that players get a lot of runs down to fine leg, just almost just without thinking about it, taking it off their hip, don't they? And sometimes they get over it, and sometimes they don't. Perhaps they worked out. I mean,
well, I'd love to know and speak to them, and it's definitely coming from an analyst. I'd love to know what they're seeing.
Not for Archer though. There's no leg slip or leg gully for Archer. What there is though is a backwards square leg who's quite close in. So he's more of a sort of a leg gully, but more of a backwards square leg. So Emilio Gay there. So Archer looking for a second wicket now. Moves in and bowls to Devon Conway, and Conway gets the ball outside the off stump. Good carry and through, but no shot from Devon Conway.
Well, you can't. I mean, this is Jofra's 4th, so you can't think that he'll bowl more than 5.
No.
So New Zealand will know that. But Josh Tongue will replace Jofra Archer, and he's high class.
I imagine if New Zealand bat for a while, we'll eventually get to a situation where Bethel will be bowling at one end and the seamers will be rotating from the other, I presume.
Yeah, he's going to have a job to do for England.
On the 7th over of the innings, Conway waits, Archer bowls, and he tries to flick that away. Struck on the pad, goes into the onside. Archer's arms in the air, but that was angling down the leg side. It's a lovely sunny day. The breeze has picked up now, which I think will suit everybody out there. Crowd, players, certainly bowlers. England looking for an inspirational spell, really, from someone or two bowlers to drag themselves back into the game, or just to bowl with such great discipline. They do what New Zealand did in that England first innings, just keep the pressure on relentlessly. Archer in again, bowls to Conway, who pushes that through a small gap at mid-on, and they run through for a single. It's interesting listening to Emilio Gay talk about that last night. Actually, kind of what was in his head, but coming out in the interview, talking about, Test cricket, it's another level up. He was talking about the New Zealand 4-class bowlers keeping the pressure on the whole time, and that, I suppose, in a way, he's explaining what Test cricket is, that step up, what it's like.
Yeah, but over time, the more you play, the more confident that you get that you can challenge a bowler a little bit earlier. He's probably just at that stage now. He's just kind of batting for a bit of time and just giving himself a chance. They bowled well to him yesterday, particularly O'Rourke.
Yeah. Now the leg slip is in for Nichols. Archer bowls, and it strikes Nichols on the pad. That hurt as well. I think whether it got hit on the pad, but it just hit a bit of pad and a bit of leg. Goes into the onside where it's picked up by Jordan Clark.
You're a person of the youth. Do you know the celebration of Jofra?
I don't. No.
Is it? You're down there with the kids.
Is it a heart? Is it like a heart or half a heart? Or
Not
something?
sure.
I don't know.
Not sure what.
Does it look like a C? Is it?
It is. I think it is a C. Yeah.
Right.
But we've asked Jack, who is our
Well, I was going to ask me, Michael. You're younger than
he's
me.
Our young person's correspondent, and he said it counts. What did he say, Andy? I don't think he said much about it. I don't think he knew what it was, so I thought you'd know.
I'll ask the young uns tonight, see what they say when I go home. Here's Archer bowling, up on his toes. Nichols plays away into the offside towards cover. And there's no run.
But it definitely stems from Steve Smith, doesn't it? Was that in Brisbane where they had that little chase?
Yeah.
And Joffrey ran in bowl quick.
Also no ball from Archer.
And Steve Smith took him down a bit, didn't he? Hit him around the park. Conway said it's too late bowling quick now. There's a couple of chirps, wasn't there?
Yeah. I see you bowling quick now, champ, when there's not much left of the play.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. And, fair enough to Steve Smith. I mean, he was right in a way, wasn't he? I mean, Archer did roar in. The game was up. Bowls now. It's full. It's driven away by Nicholls, square with the wicket on the offside. It's probably going to go for 4. Yeah, it is. You don't catch much. Not after 3 or 4 days of dry weather in South London, as we've had warm weather as well. That a rainy spell for a week or.
He's called the captain over here. Joffrey's not happy with something. Can't imagine what was wrong with the field there. It was just a
long half volley, wasn't it?
Long half volley, which you'd expect anyone to put away. So I don't quite know what he wants changing. The skipper's run up from second slip to have a chat. It doesn't look like much he's going to change. He's probably just said to him, "Can you just whack length, please? Just drag your length back a couple of meters."
Half volleys. 23 for 1 with that boundary. Nicholls goes to 8. The lead 123. New Zealand battling to build a challenging total for England to chase in the 4th innings of this game. On this 3rd day, game quite advanced. Archer bowls and forward goes Nicholls. Hits that way in the offside. Going to get another run at least. They're going to come back for a second. Duckett's after it.
It's a shocker fielding on that side. Well, both sides here, the over, all the old wicket ends, and you know, you could see Duckett there. He was going to dive and kind of slam. Then he went, "Oh God, look at the old wickets. It's really kind of dry and crusty." You dive on there, and there's a big graze coming in. You get that. What's it? Is it Friars Bolson that you have to put on it?
You're probably right. Sounds about right.
Yeah. Ointment. It's
when you take the skin off your elbow early in the summer. It's really unpleasant.
Well, you could see when he was chasing that ball, he waited for the green bit.
There are 4 cut strips and then 4 uncut strips. It's a bit like, is it Battenberg cake? It's a bit like that, isn't it? I mean, you don't want to be diving on one of those old brown, old wickets, especially the wicket ends. It just, yeah. And he does have his sleeves down, so he'd have been okay. But some people like Fisher and Baker,
oh yeah, you get in the elbow.
Yeah, horrible. And sometimes actually you do see players with those tuba grip things around.
You have to sleep in them at night, because if not, you know, you can get stuck to the bed.
25 for 1. And Nicholls 10, Conway 10. And it's worse as well when it's really hot.
Ooh, yeah.
You're just sweaty at night as well. Conway just holds up Fisher, someone moving down beneath us. And Fisher sets off to bowl to the left-handed Conway's over the wicket, and Conway comes stabbing forward and plays it towards mid-wicket, where it's picked up by Tongue. And excuse me, and there's no run.
So looking for the difference between the two sides' first innings, so 100 runs. Both sides had 7 players reach 20. Only Phillips was able to get past 60 on either side, made 100. And the other major difference, extras, England conceded 53, New Zealand just 9. So it's a 44-run difference, quite a significant chunk of that lead.
Yeah, definitely. Fisher round the wicket to bowl to Conway. Conway gets one that seems to bounce more than expected, stabs at it and manages to keep it down. It runs out towards Emilio Gay at square leg, and there's no run. We have seen a few balls today that misbehaved a bit. 1 or 2 kept low and 1 or 2 that bounced from that end. We're not in Lord's territory, not by any means. But that one did take off. It climbed from Fisher. We've seen some benign pitches at the Oval this season in the Championship. This isn't one of those, is it? It's not totally straightforward for the batters. It's fine, but there is something there for the bowlers. Fisher around the wicket, bowls outside the off-stump, regulation delivery. Conway stretches forward.
I just think, Sam,
allows it to go through.
You've got to put into the equation, you've got 4 quality bowlers on each side. You know, in county cricket, Matt Fisher has a decent amount of success here, but I'm not diminishing any of the county bowlers, but the standard obviously isn't quite as high as of what these 2 teams have got. England have got 4 bowlers bowling over 85 miles an hour. New Zealand have got, two bowlers at 6'8", whatever they are, in Jameson and O'Rourke. They keep her up. James Root has
there we go. Yeah,
to the sticks.
Keep her up. New Zealand's tactic or the Australian tactic, whatever you like to call it.
I think it's Andrew McDonald's. I think it was his idea.
Because he called up Boland, didn't he, and said, how about the keeper standing up to you? And I don't think he was that keen to start with, Scott Boland. What? And then I think gradually talked him round and saw the logic of it, and we saw the benefit of it in the winter in Australia. 25 for 1. Conway on 10 with the keeper standing up, and here is Fisher bowling, and Conway brushes that into the onside. They're off a quick single. Throw comes in over the head of Roux. It's backed up behind him by Bethel, and they get that single. It's quite a tight one, that, to Josh Tongue. He couldn't prevent it. Conway goes to 11, 26 for 1, the lead 126.
The Adelaide test, the one test Pat Cummins played in, we saw Carey standing up a lot to Scott Boland, and the average speed of the game, Boland was slightly quicker than Cummins, around about 85 miles an hour. So it's in the context, the extraordinary level of skill that Carey showed in
he's magnificent.
That test in that series.
He's absolutely magnificent. So Boland in that test match was quicker than Cummins, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, on average, but only fractionally. But,
yeah. But Cummins was coming back from injury. That was the only test match he played. So whether
still 85 miles.
It is. Yeah, it's sharp, isn't it? 26 for 1. Nichols, keeper's still standing up. 2 short extra covers. Fisher bowls, and Nichols stands up in defence and plays it to one of those extra covers, Jordan Cox. And there's no run. I suppose as a batter you're facing bowling, aren't you, at 85, 88, 90 miles an hour. So your reactions are there. You're primed.
You've got someone standing in the way though as a wicket.
Yeah,
swishing about.
No, it's fabulous skill, isn't it? To better do that. Concentration as well, underneath the helmet, standing up. I suppose it forces you to concentrate. You can't drift off in that situation. He's gone back now. James Roux. Fisher goes in to bowl to Nichols, short of a length that helped on its way, paddled round the corner. Not a particularly good ball from Fisher. There's some relay fielding out in the deep, and they come back for 2 runs. They went very quickly to deep back with square leg, and Archer got round the boundary and knocked it back. So 2 more to the total. New Zealand are 28 for 1 at the end of that Fisher over. 4 overs for 9. Nichols 12, Conway 11, and 2 teams at the moment. Well, New Zealand just trying to get in, aren't they, and build something. Toughest comes in. Good afternoon to you.
Afternoon, everyone. Yeah, no rush for New Zealand, is there? Got another, 2.5 days just to try and slowly eke out a pretty healthy and substantial score. England, quite exciting at the start, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Seeing Archer come flying in. If we could have just managed to prize 1 more out, it would have been handy. But I think this chap holds the key. You can't imagine Jofra Archer bowling too many overs, and you've got to sort of manage him a little bit, Joe Root. Josh Tongue, I think, if he can just get on a bit of a roll, he's a bit of a sort of streaky bowler, Josh Tongue, for my money, and if he can just get a couple early, he could bust it open.
Here is Tongue's first ball. It's outside the off stump, and he hits the wicket. First ball, Conway edges to second slip. Brook with the catch, and New Zealand are 28 for 2. It's a firm drive from Conway, thick outside edge, good catching height, and Josh Tongue, immediate intervention. 28 for 2.
Yeah. He's a fantastic bowler for my money. Just makes things happen. I know we say that a lot, but just a goodish ball outside off stump. Oh, a little bit wide actually. Went after it, didn't he, Conway? It's loose shot that. Just lured him into that sort of like expansive extra cover drive, and on the up, just got a bit big on him, and pretty good catch from Harry Brook. I've seen him drop a few in that second slip area, but he's managed to cling on to that, and another timely breakthrough for England. Let's not get carried away, bowling unit, but we need to be patient, disciplined, but with fire.
I think it's fair to say England are in a better position now than they were at 20 to 12 today, and they were set a 9 down for 238, well, that sort of time anyway, 11:30 this morning. They've actually fought their way back into the game. I mean, it's not level at the moment, but New Zealand under a bit of pressure. If they were to lose a couple more quick wickets, then it's a very different game. But you'd rather be in their position I think, than England's. Definitely you would.
Absolutely, no, absolutely. But because you always feel like you're chasing a game of bowling unit, and you're sort of busting every gut, and every little leg by feels like a, you know, like a spike through the heart. But England have just opened the door. Can they rush through it?
Yep. So Rachin Ravindra in at number 4 for New Zealand. It's 28 for 2, so the lead is 128. And Alison Mitchell to pick up the commentary.
Thank you, Simon. You wonder whether it's that change of bowling almost a sense of relief or release, perhaps, that you don't have to face the fire of Jofra Archer. And Tongue offers you a drivable ball, or a ball that you think is drivable with a little bit of width, and chase after it and find that you're on your way. But Ravindra then out there, getting ready to face up a scorchingly hot day. There certainly was some heat from Archer, hitting 92 miles per hour within that opening 4-over spell. Right, leg gully, slip, gap to Bethel and Duckett. 2 gullies. Catcher at mid-wicket as well, outside the off stump from Tongue, and left alone. Bounce and carry through to the keeper.
He's a bit short of runs as well, isn't he, Ravindra? Hasn't had a great 2 or 3 knocks,
Well,
has he?
certainly not at Lords. Got
No.
a start here in the first innings with 33, but got that first baller at Lords and 8 in the second innings.
Yeah, he's not had a 50 against England yet. This is his 5th test against England. Just on Devon Conway, made an absolutely magnificent double century on test debut against England in the first test of the 2-test 2021 series.
Tongue running in with the pavilion behind him. Oh, he struck on the pad and Ravindra is falling forward now. Tongue was excited. Everyone behind the bat was excited. Tongue's looking towards that cordon and asking Roo the question. Joe Root is asking, what do you think? They're turning and there won't be a review. Ravindra not comfortable out there at the moment. Let's get another look at this one. Ravindra with his back to us. Tongue, that ball nipping back into the left-hander, probably missing leg stump, Tuffers.
Yeah, perhaps just done a little bit too much. Actually, that's unfortunate, isn't it, on this flat oval pitch? Done too much. Good bit of bowling, though. He's getting up ahead of steam. Josh Tongue, let's have a look, perhaps a little bit high, but worth a shout. Yeah, just going down the leg side.
Around the wicket again comes Tongue, shouldering of arms, leaving it alone is Ravindra. And through it goes to James Roo.
It's to continue on. Devon Conway made 80 in the second test of that series, but since then 9 tests against England, average is just 20.7. Still got an overall test average over 40, but has been quite inconsistent since that stunning debut.
Yeah, I think his average has probably helped as well by the double 100 he got against the West Indies as well in his career. But England have found a way to keep him contained largely. 2021, that double 100 against England at Lords on his debut. In comes Tongue around the wicket full, but forward is Ravindra defending, rolls the ball up to Archer at mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, I was talking to him this morning, actually, myself and Varney out there, and he
Conway?
says... Yeah, no, sorry, Ravindra.
Oh, right, yeah.
And he was saying... yeah, he said Josh Tongue, he said he's an ugly bowler for him, you know what I mean? Doesn't like it. Left-handers as well. He said you always feel he's trying to sort of square you up, get that left shoulder coming round and that outside edge, but then has the ability, like it did just then, just to sort of nip one back and thump into your pad.
He's waiting here with bat poised in the air as Tongue is in, and he plays this one up on the up, flashing it away, but into the ground and into the hands of backward point. And Jordan Cox there safely fields to end the over. So wicket taking over from Josh Tongue with the first ball of his first over in this second innings. England have got 2 New Zealand wickets then. They need another 10 to really try and keep themselves in touch here. The lead for New Zealand is 128, 28 for 2. So Latham gone for 4. Jofra Archer striking. A catch behind for James Roo, and then Devon Conway driving to Tongue, and the catch then for Harry Brooks. So as good a start, really, as England could have hoped for within this new ball spell. We've had 9 overs so far.
No, absolutely. You know, you want to see a couple of go. You want to see both back of both openers. That's for sure. When a side has a big lead on you, and you just feel that you can sort of start working through their batting order. Interesting field here for Fisher. Couple on the drive to the left-hander on the offside, and a short mid-wicket as well. Bit of an umbrella front and back field.
Nichols will be feeling the heat. Keeper standing up, and well, it's gone through James Root. A click of something. I think it's a pad, but it's run all the way down. It's by. It's run all the way down towards the pavilion for 4 byes. So James Root trying what was so effective for New Zealand when Matt Henry was bowling, with the keeper standing up. This time it's gone right between his legs. Yeah, was the click, I think, perhaps clipping his ankle or pad on the it's got the bottom of his gloves on the way through then, so bottom of the glove through the legs down to the boundary for 4 byes.
Yeah, England got to be right on it here. They've given themselves an opportunity. Get another 1 or 2 here quickly.
Fisher around the wicket again. This time defence from Nichols from the crease. He knows he can't get too far forward, and with Root standing up to the stumps. So I just had a question for you around the extras. 53 for England in total. How many of those were day 1 versus day 2 when England continued? I'll leave you with that one for the moment, but I'm just interested to know the breakdown of the extras conceded. Obviously a full day of bowling on day 1, but Fisher moves in around the wicket here, standing up, turns to mid-wicket where Emilio Gay is there to pick up. They've scampered through for 1.
Just saw Joe Root there, just clapping his hand and going, come on lads, come on, we're in this. And then a little bit of a shake of the head. This is where you're all captains out there, you're all thinking of little plans, and you're one voice as a fielding side in this situation. You know, even if someone sort of like starts playing a few shots and gets a few boundaries, you've still got to be at them. You don't want that intensity to drop. It's hard, I know, especially on a flattish pitch when the sun's shining on a blue sky and it's pretty flat, but you've got to keep that intense sort of pressure in the batsman's ear.
Well, he'll know, Joe Root, won't he, that he can't afford to let a couple of partnerships develop here. Defence on the off stump from Ravindra, straight bat and a high front elbow, deflecting it away into the offside.
Day 1 there were 44 extras out of the 291 runs in 77 overs. Day 2 at the end of New Zealand's innings, 9 more extras in 19.2 overs, so over 50 in the innings. Only the 16th time England have conceded 50 or more extras in a test innings.
That's when it comes to, you really see the difference, don't you? Because if New Zealand's lead was 50 instead of 100 first innings, it's a huge difference. Over the wicket here to the left-hander Ravindra. It sits up for him to pull, well in front of square for 4. That's raced across this fast outfield, the wide square, and then whistling away down to the rope. He's very quickly onto it. So Ravindra off the mark with that pulled boundary, 37 for 2, the lead 137.
Yeah, a bit of a tired bouncer. It's more of a long hop, I'm afraid, from Matt Fisher. All the time in the world for Ravindra to get in his position, and he's just taken that from outside off stump, smashed it in front of square. No chance for the fielder out there.
Stand stock still. 1 slip, a gap to 2 gullies. Well, that's a ball pushed well wide outside the off stump and through to Rue almost at first slip, and Ravindra has no interest in chasing that whatsoever. 37 for 2, the lead 137. That pulled shot from Ravindra was reminiscent of the kind of shots we saw him play in the 2023 World Cup when he burst onto the scene. It was where he made the global impact, if you like, and the rest of the world were able to see exactly what he could do and the sort of flamboyancy that he can show. And that's what got him a deal in the IPL, CSK, off the back of that.
Oh, he's a player. He's a player, that's for sure. Bags of ability.
He broke Sachin's record for the youngest player to score 500 runs in a World Cup. Of course, doing that in India as well would have won him lots of fans.
Yeah.
Nichols on strike again on 13. So another over from Josh Tongue. Took a wicket with the first ball of his first over last time, running in from the pavilion end. He's in again now, covering up, and drops it into the onside. England need to keep up their energy in the field, keep some intensity about them. If they have a loose passage of play, well then this lead balloons, and very quickly the game goes way, way beyond them.
And this England side are quite good at having a loose session. That's the one thing you can't afford to have, like that first session yesterday, you know, with the ball in hand, a couple in Australia as well. This England side seem to, yeah, you know, they just don't have a rough 20 minutes. It's a whole session usually.
Tongue in, full, clipped into the onside up towards mid-on. Searching for Yorker length there as Tongue getting it right up there.
Yeah, so you've got to guard against that, that is for sure, because, you know, with that kind of lead, you know, if you quick 50 or 60, New Zealand will start to just relax, and, you know, when they get the 200 lead, oh, well, that's a little bit better as well, and so they've got to keep right at it.
And they'll all be conscious of having got those starts in the first innings, not being able to kick on. Conscious also that a few of those wickets fell to Jacob Bethel.
Yes.
I'm sure they'll be kicking themselves about.
Well, he might have to have another go this thing.
In comes Tongue, right arm over. Has him crouching low, Nicholls in defence. Bat and pad close together, and Tongue thought he wasn't too far away from sneaking that past the bat. As he wanders down the pitch, prodding away. It's still a good surface. It's not a surface which is completely placid. Every now and again, the odd bit of movement, still one that will dart back in.
Yeah, just to keep you interested as a seam bowler, that is for sure. But you're right about Jacob Bethel. I mean, they were 3 fortunate wickets, but I think he's going to have a role to play as well here, even if it's just a...
Tongue in, turn towards mid-wicket, up to mid-on, no run.
Rotate the seamers and just give them a bit of a breather on this, as you say, very, very hot day at the Oval. He might have to bowl a little spell of 5 or 6 overs. Just look to go for, you know, 2 and over, 3 and over perhaps. Just rotate the bowlers. Joe Root will have his thinking cap on here.
Oh, I think he found day one, there was a real feeling of buoyancy about that day, wasn't there? That we'd all shared in the joy of Sonny Baker's first Test wickets.
Yes.
He felt Root was very proactive and made some, you know, a lot of tinkering with field placements and bowling changes. Tongue is in again. Defence once more from Nicholls coming forward. Tongue fielding off his own bowling this time to end the over. A maiden from Josh Tongue. No, sorry, one more ball to come. 37 for 2. You might yet bowl a maiden. But then that kind of unravelled, didn't it? And you felt, well, Root's remembered what it's like when you have a poor day in the field as captain.
And if someone looks to come out and just looks to take the attack to England, like perhaps a Jameson or something like that, or a Glenn Phillips, very attacking player, it's going to be a sort of, you know, a stick or twist moment. You know, do you keep the slips in or do you look to put people back? There's going to be decisions have to be made.
Last ball of the over has Nicholls up and clipping it to mid-wicket. Fielded by Cox, who sends the ball back into the gloves of James Rew. That is the end of the over, and a maiden from Tongue. So 37 for 2, New Zealand's lead 137. England were 291 all out earlier. Jordan Cox was the overnight not out batter, and on the face of it you would have been looking to him to say, well, he needs to stay there to try and build England's total, and the tail enders, the bowlers needed to stick with him, but Cox was only able to add 6 to his overnight score before he was out, offered a catch to Latham at short mid-wicket. So England were 235 for 7 at that point, and then Matt Fisher putting on a stand of...
Played well.
Yeah. He got a maiden Test 50, 50 not out off 77, batting with Sonny Baker. The 10th wicket stand, was it 53 for that last wicket? Yes.
And that just gave England a little bit of hope, a little bit of momentum swing.
Yeah.
And they brought that into the way they bowled, actually.
Yeah, 169 behind at the start of the day. And New Zealand taking a 100-run lead into this second innings now, but could have been much, much heftier.
Well, yeah, if England had just fallen down very, very quickly.
Right, Matt Fisher has been replaced by Sonny Baker here, who is racing in with his hop, skip and a jump around the wicket, full first up to Ravindra, who turns him along the ground to mid-wicket, and Archer from mid-on moves forward to field.
Yeah, if England had fell down really quickly there, and those last, you know, that last wicket partnership there, it might have been a bridge too far for England. You know, even if you come out and blast New Zealand out, which you're probably not going to, you're still going to be looking to chase 300 on it. Yeah. At least now they've got half a chance. I don't think England would mind chasing 300, 350, to be honest with you.
They might have to hark back to the
old days.
That tour against New Zealand when Brendan McCullum first took over.
Yeah. Beautifully bowled, by the way. Mentioned there for Matt Henry. I thought it was a real you know,
Henry for his 5 for 80 he finished.
top class, skillful bowling performance on a placid pitch.
Leg slip back in here as Nichols is facing up to Baker around the wicket, and he forces away through the point region. Chase back here for cover and a sliding stop as Nichols is back for 2, runs his bat in. As the throw comes into James Rue, so 40 for 2 now. Another couple for Nichols, he's on to 15 from 29. Sonny Baker was asked in an interview the other day about his hop, skip and jump, Tuffers, about his approach to the crease, because we remarked on it, didn't we? The little stutter and then the hop and then off he goes. And he said it sort of emanated from bowling indoors in the nets when you don't quite have your full run up or you're coming in from an awkward. So he was doing this bit of a stutter or hop and a skip, as you might say.
Give you a bit of momentum.
Well, yeah, and then he's found that actually it gives him a decent rhythm. So he's just carried it on outdoors.
Well, I had a hop and a skip.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There he is.
it's all about muscle.
And now he leans forward and gets into that full-paced run-up around the wickets. In now, angled into the left-hander, bat and pad. Ball drops out into the offside. Duckett races into field, no run.
It's all about getting that feel, isn't it, as a bowler? Perhaps as the years go on, the hop might not be quite so high.
Well, he says bowling in some of the T20s, whether it's maybe in the 100 as well, but the crowd have sometimes joined in on that. And as he does the little hop, yeah, exactly, little and then off he goes.
Yeah.
But he loves the crowd interaction. I think already, a lot of people have warmed to him, but it's about his skill set. It's the pace, it's the airspeed, as he says, but it's the angles. It's what movement he can get around the wicket. He rushes in now. Turn of the wrists to Archer at mid-on. And another dot ball.
Well, I think he's got a little bit of a different role here as well. He'd probably be bowling as the sort of front-line bowler for Hampshire. He's looking to come in and bowl fast, but I think you kind of got Archer and Tongue to do that. He's going to have to help his mate out, Matt Fisher, a bit, I think, and just sort of slot into a good line and length and rhythm. Obviously, the ability's there to just slip it down a gear and bowl a quickish spell, but that's not quite what we're after here, I think, from Sonny Baker. Bit of patience.
2 slips, gully, leg gully. Baker in around the wickets, forward defence, solid defence, just angling in, keeping it tight. Stringing a few dot balls together here to Nichols. And 40 runs on the board so far for New Zealand, and a gorgeous day at the Oval. Hot and sunny. It'll be a hot afternoon in the field for sure. But a warm day to be sitting out and watching as well, but you wouldn't want it really any different, would you?
No. It'll be lovely as well all week, isn't it?
And for Trent Bridge this week.
Yeah. So we're going to be... There will be a victor in this series, that is for sure.
Yeah, remember, New Zealand have got to win this match to make it 1-1 and a decider at Trent Bridge. Baker rushes in, clipped away, a little aerial initially, past the leg gully, down to fine leg, just a single. Nichols gets down the other end for 1. So 41 for 2. Baker's opening over, going for a couple of singles and a 2. A decent start for him. No particular looseners.
No, and that's what you can't afford. You've got to be right on it. You've got to be tuned in. Everyone in the field, all the bowlers have got to know their roles, what they're going to be doing. Joe Root's got to be thinking 4, 5, 6 steps ahead. How is he going to rotate the bowlers? Who do you think looks the most threatening against different left-handers, right-handers, and everything? It's an afternoon where you've got to be spot on if you're going to drag yourself back in. Patience as well is the key. Don't get carried away.
I wonder, well, it's going to be intriguing, isn't it, after the match to find out how costly that second morning is going to be for England, and then ask some questions about it. Forward, pressing Nichols here to Josh Tongue, and no run into the leg side.
I can tell you now, it's going to be hugely costly. We could feel it happening, couldn't we? Sat up here, it's.
But when you got a chance to ask, it'll probably be only at the end of the match when you get a chance to ask Joe Root as to, were there instructions as to how much to bowl Jofra, and did he know that by bowling him 8 would mean he wouldn't be able to bowl the next day, or was that just a response to the way Archer felt on the morning, or is there an edict from the physios and the strength and conditioning staff about how much he should bowl or what amount of rest he should have?
But that drop catch, the nick that no one appealed for, it just looked...
It went ragged, didn't it? It went horribly ragged.
Yeah, good word, ragged.
Tongue in full. Great stop at short mid-wicket by Joe Root. One-handed, leaping. Certainly saved runs. There's been One man out on that deep mid-wicket boundary for protection. Good bit of reflex fielding.
And I said earlier, this England side do have the ability to, when things do get ragged, they find it very hard to sort of like stop the raggedness.
Need a tailor to come and stitch it all together again.
Yeah, but it sort of just unravels, and it unravels for a long time. You know, as a test side, you're always going to be having other sides getting on top of you and what have you, but, you know, it's all about them trying to, you know, minimise the damage. With this England side, it gets away from them.
In goes Tongue, full, worked past Root there at short mid-wicket and up to mid-on. A dot ball, though. And England are in that phase right now where they've taken 2 early wickets. But they need to keep that momentum going. But it's still really with New Zealand with the lead 141. They're the ones feeling more comfortable at this moment in time. Nichols and Ravindra have a chance to build a partnership that really could leave England toiling in the field. But another couple. Still got Mitchell and Blundell to come after this. And Glenn Phillips is always dangerous at 7. We've already seen that.
Not off.
Tongue moves in. Here's Nichols on strike. Tongue full. Struck him on the big bat and pad out towards the square leg umpire. Scampered through for 1. There was bat involved.
This is where the likes of Broad and Anderson were handy, weren't they? Because, or like a streaky bowler. Sometimes some of those things that Stuart Broad, you know, those
need him to get on a roll.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden the crowd are right behind you. It's a warm, sunny day at the Oval, but you've just got to wait and be patient. And then when you feel that, you know, really grab hold of it.
Well, the crowd were getting behind Archer, weren't they,
absolutely.
when he got that wicket, and they could sense that he was bowling in that 90, hit 92 miles per hour within that opening spell. Tongue bounding in around the wicket again, and Ravindra finds some space through the leg side this time. Just a gentle clip. It's a chase here for mid-on into the deep, and Ravindra comes back for a comfortable second. In comes the throw to the gloves of Root. New Zealand 44 for 2, and Ravindra on to 7. He's dropped at 3 catches now, I think, in the series.
3 out of 3, I think.
Yeah, not a good trio, that one.
100%.
So he'll be feeling he sort of owes the team something at the moment with some runs. Early days from out there in the middle.
This is what Joe Root will be saying as he's put it out. So he's now just having a little tinker with the field. Let's have a look at some short ball stuff. You know, you've just got to be trying to think, how can you get the next wicket? And sometimes it's down to the fielders. You know, brilliant catch, brilliant bit of fielding or something, or a run out.
And that will really energise everybody.
Absolutely.
So I've got Emilio Gay back at deep mid-wicket now, and it's a full delivery, defence from Ravindra. And Joe Root skips forward to field. And here's James Reed jogging from one end to the other. England trying to keep that positivity up, that they can still take a few more New Zealand wickets. And they've got 2 early in the shape of Latham out for 4, wicket for Archer in his second over, and Devon Conway dismissed for 11. A wicket each for Archer and Tongue then. New Zealand's lead 144. And Tuffers, another bit more from you, and Daniel Norcross is coming in.
Yes, and they're going to have a little drink. A pretty good session there for England. 13 overs, 2 for 44. Just to get rid of the 2 openers, it was a great start. We've been going on about it, Dan. You know, you now just got to be patient. Perhaps Sonny Baker's got to look to bowl a slightly different role.
Yeah.
You know, just look to hang in there and bowl for the likes of Josh Tongue. But a decent start for England. That's what they needed.
Well, they needed a couple of wickets at least.
Yeah, and they got them.
And they have got them. They dearly love a few more. Now, all eyes are on the County Championship today. Obviously, most people have gone to see Surrey, but no, sorry, have gone to see Durham play, because England captain Ben Stokes is in action up at Chesterley Street.
How's he getting on?
Well, they chose to field, I beg your pardon. Well, I say that. Andy hates that. They chose to bowl. No one chooses to field. Am I right?
Absolutely right. No captain thinks, I want to get my fielders in the game early.
Oh, let's get fielding.
Yeah,
have to march around. So, the captain isn't, of course, Ben Stokes there, but I don't think the captain will be particularly chuffed, because Northants find themselves 163 or none.
Well, yes.
So, telling you about how well Ben Stokes is getting on, you know there's none next to the wicket column.
Yeah.
9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 26. Luke Proctor 35 journalists there. Luke Proctor's making a name for himself. He's
Sorry, what did you say? How many? What?
35 journalists.
Are there? Oh, right.
Yes.
Okay, well,
Oh, yes. Kevin Howells is there, and he told us that there are 35 journalists at Chesterley Street.
Yeah.
I haven't checked downstairs to see which of those are missing.
I thought it looks a bit sparse down
Right,
there.
they've all legged it up to Chesterley Street. Luke Proctor's unbeaten on 56, but star name Ricardo Vasconcelos is 88 not out.
Right.
From 134 balls, 13 fours and a
Nice,
6.
Nice.
Match delayed by rain as well. It gets even worse. 35 journalists have turned up and it's raining in Chesterley Street. Oh dear. That's when you sort of question your life choices, I imagine, at that point.
It is quite amazing, though, that not often during a World Cup, a football World Cup, does cricket get on the back pages. But
so you think it was actually helping?
Well, I don't know.
I suppose we're talking about cricket more than we might have done.
Well, absolutely.
And another person who's talking about cricket is Jack Beckford. He sent us an email. He says, Jack here from the Zoltzmen 8, nice, pluralising your name, in the last man standing Hackney Marshes League. Big league, that.
Yeah.
Hey, don't you snigger.
What sorry?
Not all of us. Not all of us get to play Test cricket.
There's no easy game to the last man standing Hackney Marshes League.
Yeah. It's School of Hard Knocks. We've named our team after Zoltz. Well, I imagined you had.
Wow.
For whom we have a cult-like following. Put simply, Zoltz is our muse.
Oh.
He's our muse too.
Yeah.
Despite currently sitting last in the league standings, you're not doing a great job, Zolt. We are really starting to find our groove and have very high hopes for the second half of the season. What would really give the lads some much-needed motivation to drag ourselves out of the relegation mire would be some words of encouragement from the legend himself. Yours sincerely, the Zoltzmen 8.
Churchillian speech.
So we sit back and
hold on.
Right, so we saw Stephen Finn do it the other day, didn't we?
Oh, it's
Sonny
nice.
Baker.
Yes. Yeah.
What's you going to do?
Unaccustomed as I am to public speaking, try and be less rubbish for the rest of the season.
Okay, lovely. Good start. That's a great start.
Stirring words.
Will that do?
Yeah.
It's up there.
Yeah. To the point.
Yeah. You should present a cap one day.
Yes.
Marvellous.
Don't be rubbish and have a great time. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you did a cap presentation that was pretty succinct, but lovely, I thought.
Well, yeah.
I won't go into the details.
Gucci nicked all my lines, but there you go. I like that. Don't be rubbish. Yeah,
Don't
lovely.
be rubbish.
Yeah.
Well, we have a producer here who says just be better a lot.
Yeah.
How did that go? Well, just be better.
David Lloyd, before we used to go out, just said, just do something.
Can Sonny Baker just do something? He's in right around the wicket, defended it to the onside, up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Just do something. As we were all just wandering around, you know.
Is that what level 4 coaching teaches you?
Yeah, just do something, make something happen, do something. Yeah.
Extraordinary. Coney's hovering. He is.
Next over,
yes. As Baker's got 2 slips and a leg slip, a gully as well. He's got Henry Nichols and Rachin Ravindra, 2 left-handers at the crease at the moment, with New Zealand 44 for 2. In comes Baker. It's a short ball that's tucked into the onside, the back foot, straight to Cox. There is no run.
Let's got something on Josh Tongue. He's already done some fairly extraordinary things in his short England career. This is his 11th test. And struck with his first ball today. It's the second time in his career he struck with his first ball of an innings. He did so on the second innings of his debut. In fact, it was his maiden test wicket, Peter Moore, the Ireland opener, LBW. And only 4 England bowlers have taken a wicket with their first ball of an innings more than twice.
Oh, right.
Which surprised me a little bit.
Yeah,
he
Graham
did it on
Swan.
debut, didn't he?
Yeah.
Graham Swan, he felt like he was doing it all the time.
Yeah.
Baker in, pulled away, just past a diving leg slip, down to the boundary, and it will be cut off, actually.
Fielded.
Very good work down in the deep.
That's what you need.
Saves a couple of runs, 46 for 2.
Go on, sorry.
Who are they?
Yeah, Stuart Broad, Simon Jones, Matthew Hoggard, and 1920s Sussex legend Maurice Tate.
Oh, Maurice Tate.
Oh, Tatey.
Yeah. Ooh.
So Tongue's already done it as many times as Jimmy Anderson in his 350 innings.
Oh, that's amazing.
Bowling career.
Sorry, with the first ball of an innings.
His first ball of an innings.
Yeah. See, I thought Graham Swan kept getting wickets in his
Just
first
overs.
overs,
Over,
but
yes.
not first ball.
India springs to mind.
Yes. In comes Baker again, forward in defences. Nichols back to the bowler, no run. Because there must be quite a few at the first ball. Did Richard Illingworth or
Yes,
somebody like that?
Phil Simmons.
Yeah, they were just in the days when they used to, because it was on BBC and they had to hit 1 o'clock for the lunch break. I remember vividly watching it. They were panning back as the last over before lunch began to go to the news, and you just saw Richard Illingworth have his moment of history in the background as the camera just disappeared. So slightly missed.
Yes, that's a shame. Did happen a bit in those days, didn't it? I'll never forget. Turned out that my dad and I, in 100 miles apart, he was in Warwickshire, I was in London.
Right.
Both rang up the BBC at tea in 1990. And Baker's in again. Oh, strikes the pad, but a bit too high. Bounces out to Cully, no run. Well, because at tea, Graham Gooch was on 299.
Right.
And the previous triple hundred by an Englishman was John Edrich against New Zealand in about 1972.
65, I think.
65, was it? He scored 310. So I hadn't seen one in my lifetime, right?
Right.
299 not out. I'm sorry, this is the old BBC. So I can be critical of the BBC in 1990, I hope. Came back so excited there, summer holidays and all that, you know. I'd even managed to explain to my girlfriend at the time, this is very important. I can't go anywhere. Gooch is on 299. Here comes Baker to complete the over. And that is up on his toes. Nicely played by Nichols. Finds a gap behind square on the offside. Pushes it away and picks up 2. 48 for 2 at the end of the over. Nichols to 21. Came back and it was Eve Pollard.
Oh, high.
No.
Oh.
That's Sue Pollard.
I'm sorry.
No, this is Claudia Winkelmann's mum.
Yes.
Eve Pollard was opining, I think at Royal Ascot, as to whether spots or stripes were in that year.
Oh.
I was furious.
Were you? So was your dad.
That was my dad.
Yeah.
We both rang.
Exactly.
Both going, we wish to register an enormous complaint. Missed Gooch's 300.
Missed it? Oh, you missed it?
Well, they missed it. I say we. It wasn't on.
Chip off the
because
old
they
block.
were talking about
were you
dresses.
Were you a chip off the old block?
Turned out we were, yeah. So 2 men called Norcross shouting at the receptionist at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Hats weren't going to analyse themselves, Dan.
I suppose not. You're right. This was the time before fascinators. 48 for 2. Jeremy Coney's coming in. Phil Tufnell's taking a break. With Tongue in the middle of a splendid spell here. He's going to start his 4th over. He's in, wide of the off stump, shouldering arms is Ravindra. We're down to 1 slip, 2 gullies, a backward point, a sort of quite a tricksy catching cover, who's relatively square, and a catching mid-wicket, as well as a long leg. It's been an impressive start for Tongue, but England are not going to strain too hard here. But they do need wickets. Jeremy with
a couple more wickets.
New Zealand.
The game's a lot more even, isn't it? 140 for 4.
Tongue's in outside the off stump, too wide. Ravindra's not tempted.
It's a field that says to a batsman, particularly Ravindra, who likes to flash. Not flash. He thrashes the ball sometimes.
Yeah.
Square. And if there's a little bit more bounce, then perhaps the cordon, which is an extraordinary... I don't know how they work out exactly where they stand.
No.
But because, I mean, it might be lucky and go straight to them. It might easily be unlucky. But for this first slip, and would you say there's 2 gullies? Let's call them 2 gullies.
I'm deciding, designating it as that, yeah. It's edged and dropped. Well, did that not carry, do you think?
Yep. That went down
I think
into the left glove and down.
Yeah, Rue diving away to his left. It was a tough chance because it was kept very low. It never really got up much, but he's got exactly that edge that he wanted, and it went to him fast. But he should have taken it. He went one-handed. He probably couldn't have got 2 hands to it, and he wouldn't have had much time. But
one of those, instead of falling over, I think that you had to dive and use 2.
Oh, yeah.
And once you're falling over, then you're restricted, I think, a lot more because you've got to extend the arm further. And so it nipped away, didn't it?
It did.
It was of a length that encouraged a drive.
It's that thing from Tongue, isn't it? It's beyond the perpendicular thing. They did just check the run out, by the way. You may have heard the stump's being broken, but he was well home, was Ravindra. Just turned around and put his bat down. As Tongue is into Ravindra again, who clips this in the air, but well timed for 4, out to a wide mid-on. And that won't improve Tongue's mood a great deal, because he'll feel he had him there. I mean, it wasn't a regulation one. It wasn't one of those ones that's, you know, a nice height, and it would have gone quickly because Tongue's a quick bowler, and he's not standing a million miles away. However, he probably should have caught it. In his defence, I don't suppose James Rew has kept to many bowlers of Tongue's pace in his time. Looking at the Somerset attack, doesn't really contain a Tongue or similar. I suppose it's Craig Overton, but he's a good 5 or 6 miles an hour slower, you'd think. Right. Tongue into Ravindra, who's gone to double figures. That the 50 up with that 4 as well, 52 for 2. Tongue's in forward in very watchful defence. Here's Ravindra back to the bowler, and there is no run.
This is an interesting time of the game because Ravindra is the sort of character who will give you a chance. We've just seen that. But he also can take the game away from you quite quickly. He's a boundary hitter. He likes to play shots. But he will give the odd chance here and there. If he starts to play well, then, you know, he will take, as I say, the game beyond you within a session quite comfortably. It wasn't a comfortable fall, was it?
No. Tongue in, and that keeps a bit low. It's not a million miles from the off stump. Ravindra survives. This is very testing stuff from Tongue. He's into a very lovely groove here. He gets a low 5 from his captain. End of the over. 4 conceded. Could easily have got the wicket of Ravindra. I've just seen the replay time and time again. And the more you see it, the more I'm with you, Jeremy, that he might have found a way, perhaps, of going with 2 hands. But that last ball will encourage the New Zealand bowlers as well, because it really hasn't got up. And it was not far away from, so it sort of went underneath the bottom of Ravindra's bat. And some theatrical dismay from Tongue.
The other thought was to stay on his feet and to get a stride and a shimmy, a quick shimmy across.
Ben Folkes probably.
Yes.
He's very good with the footwork, Folkes. Not that there can be any debate about him at the moment, because he's not available anyway, having bowled a ball of 72 miles an hour and discovering that can be quite a painful thing to do.
I mean, the number of extras is half, basically, isn't it? It's the same. Was it the same number as the last partnership for England? Were extras?
Yeah. Here's Baker, starts a new over outside the off stump, left alone by Nicholls. So it's 53 extras, weren't there?
Yeah, there were. So
New Zealand's first innings.
It's over half the lead.
Yeah.
Very handy innings, that.
Apparently, according to Zoltz, it was the second fastest 50 by extras. For or against England? What are we calling it when England do with them?
Well, I'm not sure. Against England, I guess.
Against, but produced by.
Yes. The only time England conceded 50 extras in fewer overs comes it after this ball.
Sonny Baker hop, skip, and then he crank of the handle as he runs in round the wicket to Nicholls, who gets a very full ball, which he digs out well. Good diving stop at mid-on by Archer. Parries the ball in the direction of mid-off. Fisher tidies up. They take the single. 53 for 2. Nicholls to 22.
The only time they conceded 50 extras in fewer overs than they did in this match, I mentioned yesterday, in 1934 at the Oval, they had a 47-year-old stand-in wicketkeeper because Les Ames was injured. They had Frank Woolley keeping wicket.
Frank Woolley kept wicket?
And,
wow.
Conceded, I think, 37 buys. They shipped over 50 extras in
I'm guessing he didn't
67 overs, I think.
I'm guessing he didn't sort of squat too much.
May have been past his athletic best, I think.
47-year-old wicketkeeper who doesn't keep wicket. And they say English cricket's in crisis at the moment. Baker's in, forward in defence, back to the bowler, no run. You know, these old timers, how quickly they forget.
Was that Frank Willie with the little curl on the hair there? Just a nice...
They've had a bit of that.
Yeah.
50-odd thousand runs and quite a lot of wickets as well, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, was it? Are you bowling like Frank Willie? Jeremy's just doing a bit of left arm tweaking. Send in your bowlers and we'll get Jeremy to bowl like if you like. This is defended by Ravindra. Back to the bowler, no run. We're getting to do the lobster next. You familiar with the lobster?
Didn't we talk about him yesterday? There's the demon and then there was the lobster.
No, well, I wasn't here when you were talking about that.
Oh, we had the terror and the demon.
The terror.
Terror Turner, the demon spot and the lobster.
Lobster?
Yeah. Well, I think it was right arm lobs. I'd love to have seen a lob bowler, because presumably they didn't just lob it up. What did they do? Did they just lots of tweaking? Could you get quite a lot of spin from an underarm, I think? Here comes Baker again. Over the wicket, that's clipped away out towards deep mid-wicket for 4. That's a sumptuous shot from Ravindra. Beautiful to watch, magnificent timing, lots of space. And it got to the boundary in a flash. Ravindra to 15, 57 for 2.
Weren't there some bowlers who used, maybe it was overarm, who would get the ball so high and to a point where it would drop vertically
down onto
the bails?
Yeah, I believe so.
What were they called? Were those?
Don't know. But I think
quite hard to play if you think of it. Would you take a step behind the stumps to play it?
Yeah, I think so. And then try and just Well, isn't there a short story? There's something of Spedigew's dropper.
Right.
And he comes in to win the Ashes on Test by just... Yeah, I mean, there'd be no balls now, but flying up and then just landing on the top of the stumps. Here's Baker into Ravindra. Ravindra lets this go through to the keeper. That is the end of the over. Another one passes, 5 from it. Ravindra 15, Nicholls 22, New Zealand 57 for 2. They lead by... Therefore, if I can work that out, 157. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Jeremy Coney, and Jonathan Agnew's going to come in.
Well, there's still plenty of interest for England in some of the bowling, and certainly that's principally, I'd have to say, about Tongue at the moment, who's having a good spell from the pavilion end, and he's getting the ball from around the wicket to the 2 left-handers, and it's coming back in. Some of them are variable heights, and drawing some interesting shots, an interesting field also, particularly to Ravindra, looking as he likes to drive out in that area and can't quite control it on some occasions.
Hello, Jeremy. Good afternoon, everybody. In comes Tongue then from round the wicket at the far end. Bowls again to Nicholls. That keeps a bit low. We're seeing much more variable bounce now today than we have been so far. And Nicholls lucky to survive. Chance to wicketkeeper Roux. He just seemed to overdive it a bit, and then Ravindra went just overstretched a bit to put that one down. But New Zealand 2 wickets down, building on their lead. Root has to have that lead in mind, doesn't he? 157 now, 8 wickets left, so field placings canny, but also with a thought about the runs. As Tongue bowls, and Nicholls left-handed stands up and plays it away into the offside. It's fielded by Gay, and there's no run. Hot afternoon.
Important spell this.
It is, yeah.
From particularly from Tongue. Dangerous bowler.
Yeah, England need a couple of wickets to get back into this. They don't want to be chasing any more than 250, 260, really, I think. Another fielder comes in, so we've got a slip. Gully is fine, there's a leg slip. Covers close, and then there's 3 in a ring. Catching on the leg side there as Tongue comes in round the wicket. Oh, clips it in that direction too. I'll tell you what, that was in the air for half its journey to the fielder at mid-wicket. Almost clipping a catch there as Cox did this morning. These are the sort of fields that Ben Stokes set when England went to Pakistan what, 4 years ago now. 3-4 years ago, and won 3-0, which was amazing.
It was a fabulous. I really enjoyed that.
It's an incredible
watching
series.
at home. Yeah,
flat pitches, short days with the light. Fridays because of lunchtime prayers, even shorter. And you really had to work hard to bowl opposition out. And there were fields like this, and Stokes was all over it. He was brilliant as captain in that series. And I think it's probably the last time I've seen a field like this. Tongue again moves in, bowls, and Nichols waits on the off stump, pushes it away, go for a quick single. Gay picks up, throws, misses the stumps. And Ravindra has dived there full length to make his ground. Just, I think, that's making the batsman think, now why is he standing there? What's going on? It's okay, if he's there, I can't quite play as I'd like to play it. Getting a bit funky. We had a couple of occasions, I seem to recall, where a batsman got 100, but horribly so. And there were just kind of runs squirting off all over the place, the ball going in the air and plopping in, and so literally you'd have sort of, silly positions, everyone. And so you'd go sort of wide, short, mid-off, or deep and not quite so square cover point. You know what I mean? Shortish third man. So between fine and long leg.
Find a silly spot and
just find a silly spot and stand there. This is absolutely pointless.
Yeah.
And sometimes it paid off. Ravindra twiddles his bat, so he's doing battle with tongue again here. Brook quite wide at slip, which is why Rue went for that catch. As the next one has Ravindra nicely forward, just content to push that away off the front foot out to extra cover. And there's no run. So yes, there is quite a gap because they're spread out here in the slips. And again, I don't know if that's some sort of, I don't know how accurately they calculate where they stand. I mean, here we are, we're on the flight path to Heathrow, and you see with amazing accuracy every 3 or 4 minutes an aeroplane go across, boom, over the ground in exactly the same place. So it's on a radial. Do you think the slips have been, do you think Brendan McCullum's gone there and he's worked out the exact radial that these fielders should stand in? Because they're spread out. It looks quite random from here, doesn't it? Here's the next one, flicked away to the leg side. That's a good shot. And that should go for 4. I think the fielder's running after it, but I don't think he need bother. Just straying onto the leg stump. So nice shot from Ravindra. It goes to 19, and the lead up to 162. It's 62 for 2.
I think if it's a slowish pitch, which this one tends to be, then the catches tend to go a little bit wider. I think that's fair, but exactly where they stand, I don't think anybody quite knows.
No, they're not. He's on the 210 radial.
It's kind of an intuitive guess, isn't it? Really.
He's busy on his walkie-talkie. I've been watching. I don't know who he's talking to.
Who's that?
Brendan McCullum.
Ah.
It's quite. It's a nice. He's sitting back with his feet up in the corridor.
Probably just behind him.
He's up there and he's just leaning back
in the shed.
It's like someone smoking a pipe, but actually he's talking to a walkie-talkie. I don't know who to. There's no one obviously going round with messages or information. Now, change of bowling, and we've got a spinner on, and it's not Bethel, it's Joe Root. 2 left-handers, I guess, so he's going to have a little look and see if there's something there. Joe Root is the highest wicket taker in this team. How many has he got to? 80 odd now, is he?
Most runs. Most
wickets.
tests.
Yeah. 5 for 8 is his best. Here he comes, round the wicket. He bowls to the left-handed. Nichols is hit on the pad, appeal for leg before wicket. Given not out. It needs to straighten a bit, I think. I'm not sure that one did, but it just skidded on a little bit and struck Nichols on that front pad. So no review of that decision.
Good start though from Root, bowling from wide out around the wicket, and he's missed it by a long way. It's just going down the leg, I think.
A little slower that time and driven out towards the man at deep point. And let's take 1 run there. The throw comes in from Fisher. who's running around okay. I was a bit worried about him, but he seemed to be stretching his thigh after the first of those hastily taken twos that he ran when he was batting, but he seems to be all right. 63 for 2.
Root has 73 test wickets.
Now he's on his way again, round the wicket bowls, tossing it up. Ooh, a horrible mistimed drive from Ravindra. I think he got there a bit early, didn't he? And played that almost with a horizontal bat. 63 for 2. Root again just shuffles in off a couple of paces, tosses that up. Ravindra drives down to Archer, back on his heels a bit, picks up, throws, and misses the stumps at the non-striker's end.
Slightly dicey run. It started to move and ran with the shot, but then realised he could be in trouble because he's showing Jofra Archer 3 stumps, isn't he?
Yep. He was in, had that throw hit, the replay there. But yeah, he had to get a bit of a move on. Root again bowls, and that's swept hard out to the fielder at deep square leg, who's Emilio Gay. 65 for 2, the lead 165 now. With 8 wickets left, a lot of batting to come. Ravindra on 20, waits for Root again. The bowls. Oh, he's hit that in the air, just landing in front of Archer, who got a hand to it. And they'll get 1 run for that, but that's a nasty one for the fast bowler because it was hit flat and looked to be hit hard, and I don't think it was quite timed. But a nasty one to stop. In fact, yes, he's looking at the bottom of his bat there. So Archer's immediate instinct would have been to have gone back a little bit. And it's landed just in front of him, isn't it? Nasty one.
I don't know what Ravindra's doing. No. This is the first over by a spinner that he's faced. He's looked to actually go over the top of a deepish mid-on, and he's got a bottom edge to it, and that's why it hasn't. Well, it saved him in the end, but it looked ugly the whole stroke really. I don't think he needs to be lofting at this stage, to be really honest, in a game where New Zealand aren't safe here yet.
No, they've got all the time in the world, haven't they?
Yeah,
just
nail
nail
as long
it down.
as you like.
Nail it down.
It's a very. It would be the complaint, I think, from everybody in New Zealand who follows the game to have such a talented player who wants to keep scoring all the time. Every ball he wants to score runs.
Don't tell me that's the way he plays.
I'm not going to say that phrase.
It's them that usually say it. But, yeah, I know what you mean. It is frustrating. He's such a talented player. I remember the 100 he got against England in the World Cup. Whew. Terrific innings. I hadn't seen him bat before. 66 for 2. He got a single after that little skirmish, and he lets that go outside the off stump as time continues from the pavilion end. The blue sky all around, 1 or 2 trails there of aircraft way above. Not those coming into Heathrow, but way higher than that.
You worked out the speed, didn't you, from
the
shadow going across the ground?
Bit of an anorak about flying.
Yes, I know you are.
180 knots they're doing. So that's 210 miles an hour. That shadow is going 210 miles an hour across the ground. In comes Tongue and bowls outside the off stump, and there's no stroke from Ravindra, which is pretty fast. But I mean, we're still some miles out here, aren't we? So they've still got some slowing down to do. But that shadow goes straight across the ground, 210 miles.
What are the speed of the aircraft that you're flying?
Not 210 miles an hour.
No.
You might squeeze 140, 150 out of it. We sped across Australia at about 140, 50 miles an hour. It's nice. You land at about 70. There's Tongue bowling, and that's pushed away out into the offside. Again, he looks at the bottom of his bat. There's a lot of that going on too, isn't there? Whether he's standing too tall or the ball is keeping lower than he anticipates, I'm not sure. But
well, he certainly stood up to play that stroke, didn't he?
Yeah.
So he could get power into it, and so he could control the bounce. .66 for 2 in New Zealand. They had that lead of 100
on their first innings, which of course is what they added yesterday, in that hour and a half of mayhem. Tongue again, bowls. Oh, look at that one. Oh dear. An absolute dribbler.
This can't be much fun for all the batsmen watching.
No.
In the remainder of the match. That
the third day.
You're starting, yes. You're starting, makes batting pretty tough.
I mean, it's not as
someone like Tongue.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as consistently erratic as Lord's.
No.
But that's as bad as anything we saw at Lord's.
That's kind of Bethel height, I think we can call it.
That's unplayable.
Yeah.
If that was straight, it's all over. Wow.
Well, maybe 250 might be enough. Who knows?
Yeah, a couple of those. 66 for 2. And there's a fielder now out at deep square leg. Ravindra on 21, waits again for Tongue. Round the wicket he comes and he bowls. That's full length this time. He drives nicely. Oh, he's gone tumbling over that there at mid-off. And Archer's going to have to go and pick the ball up. It's a crisply hit. A disappointing follow-up, if I'm honest, I think, there from Tongue. He's made one shoot along the ground and he's served up a half volley afterwards.
Is it the left hand that's troubling Archer?
Yeah, right.
Okay. Couldn't quite get there.
He it up again over on the boundary. I think you'd want to follow that up with another shorter of a length ball, wouldn't you? It's like a similar length that you've just bowled. That was a nice one for Ravindra just to put away. 70 for 2. Cover point has been brought in quite close now. Root at mid-on is also only 15 yards from the bat. Tongue bowls, and again very full, flicked away down to fine leg. They've run the first one quickly, they won't get a second. The throw is already on its way.
Ravindra now has overtaken Nichols. So, you know, it's just emphasising the point that I'm saying. He's a very dangerous player if you let him get away.
Yeah.
He gives you a chance, as we've seen, but he can take this game and in a session, can take it away from him.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that 100 he scored against England, it was in Ahmedabad, it was England's first game in the last 50 overs World Cup. I know it's a test match, it's Andy, but it was a very, very fluent innings. I mean, it really showed us what a talent he is. Won the game, and well, England, as we know, is a very poor World Cup. In goes Root round the wicket and bowls slightly short of a length. It's pushed away round to mid-on.
Yeah, England made 282 in that game. New Zealand 283 for 1 in 36.2 overs, winning with 13 overs and 4 balls to spare.
Yes, there's Root again, bowling. A bit of slow turn there, pushed away by Ravindra.
Devon Conway made 152 not out of 120, and Ravindra 123 not out from 95 balls.
That was it.
Sixes,
it's a terrific innings. There's Root tossing it up. So runs away off a thick edge out to point. Yes, a bit of a hiding that was. And things went downhill from there.
Well, Curran got Will Young out first ball.
That's right. That's right. Oh, spirits were high at that stage. Quickly snuffed out. Root again, bowls against that little bit of slow turn there. Ravindra does push quite hard at the ball. In that massive Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad. Root bowls short this time, he's on the back foot. Picks up one and rolls out to deep point, away there to our right with a big screen behind. New Zealand pick up another one, and the lead now 172. Nichols on strike on 25. Ravindra 27. As Root bowls the last ball of the over, and then forward he comes, hit on the pad. Beautiful leg before wicket. Now they like that. And I wonder, it's one of those sort of modern DRS spinners opportunities maybe, but Root's not going to appeal it. You think he nicked it, Alistair, do you?
Good afternoon. I never thought you were going to introduce me there, Agus, but yes, I thought it was absolutely dead, and then I saw Harry Brooke walking straight from first slip saying he'd hit it.
There we go.
If he didn't hit it, I think would have been hitting the stumps.
Not one of those sort of modern DRS spinners, LBWs that
Tuffers and Victor always bemoan, saying,
about.
why didn't we have those in our day? But yes, there's the ultra edge, and Harry spotted it correctly. 72 for 2. England need a couple of wickets.
They do, actually. I was actually outside for that initial burst from England, and Oval really got behind the team for that 20 minutes, half an hour or so, and you felt something could happen, and these two, Nichols and Ravindra, have kind of just deadened it and just calmed it down. It's back to that lull, the kind of the Oval lull. They've taken the steam out of England.
And Sonny Baker's having a change of ends. Who's going to come on from the far end to us? That's the pavilion end here.
I met his parents in the pub last night.
Oh, did you?
They came over and said, took a photo, and I said, oh. And they didn't introduce themselves straight away as Sonny's parents.
Here he comes. Bowls outside the off stump. And, it's ignored by Ravindra.
So I did the go, oh, you've enjoyed the cricket. Were you there today?
Oh.
Yes, we're there. My son's playing. I was like, really?
Okay.
Yeah, make me feel like a bit of an idiot.
Well. That is full of life as Sonny is.
They actually, I turned up and they legged it. So
you do have that.
Made that. Yes, thanks, Agus.
72 for 2. Out comes Baker. Moves in, bowls outside the off stump. There's no stroke from Ravindra.
A tactical change, isn't it? A bit 7-2 for Baker coming from the pavilion end. Just going across Ravindra, encouraging him to play the drive with a lot of protection. 1 slip, 2 gullies, 2 catching covers. Who are you trying to spot?
Just seeing who's on the committee balcony, but
anyone?
No obvious celebs on there, I don't think. You never know who's going to quite pick up on there. It's way behind the sight screen, behind Baker. As he bowls again now on the off stump. It's pushed away down to backward point. I gather Mick Jagger's here today, but he's not sitting on that balcony, or at least I couldn't see him.
Probably the first time in both innings that England have just settled into one plan for a little bit here, the 7-2. Try and build a bit of pressure, a few dots. Not sure Ravindra will leave many, will he? He will want to try and counter it. So I don't mind this tactic against him.
Yeah, just the two. So a long leg and a mid-on who's close there. Hands on knees at the moment. 3 slips, well spread out. Very tight offside field as Baker comes up and bowls outside the off stump. And there's nothing offered there by Ravindra. He lets it go by. It's a couple keeping low. That one he got on the last over. Whew.
Just hope both, but he's hit that spot twice, hasn't he? Both have been missing the off stump. So maybe it's one of those where, at Lords where when it did keep low, it did cannon into the stumps. Maybe that one spot, for whatever reason, could just be slightly too wide. And then maybe as a bowler you could come slightly wider of the crease, still hit the same spot, and you've got quite more of an angle.
Yeah.
That's a bowler having to think.
Indeed. Here's Baker again, arms pumping, runs in, bowls outside the off stump, and Ravindra's on the back foot and plays that nicely, crisply away into the offside. Finds Emilio Gay fielding there at point, and there's no run. He's enjoying himself out there. I mean, who knows if he's doing the next game or not? I don't know if he knows, to be honest. I don't suppose it really matters as far as Joe's concerned. He just does this game and sees what happens afterwards. It's raining in Durham. That was the last news we had there. So all those journalists who've gone up there, has swelled the crowd by about 1,000 people. It's raining outside the off stump. Nothing from Sonny Baker. It's the end of the over. We've got about 20 minutes to go until tea on the 3rd day. 72 for 2. Ravindra 27. And Nichols has 25. So the lead is 172. Cookie, thoughts from you? And then to take us to the break, it'll be Simon Mann.
Well, that was a maiden. And I can't remember too many maidens England have bowled in this game.
Well, in this innings, Josh Tongue's first 2 overs were maidens, the first of which was a wicket maiden. Actually bowled a few in the first innings, 14 maidens out of 96 completed overs.
It's absolutely normal. I was just talking.
Yeah, that's fair assessment.
Yes. Simon.
Good afternoon. So here's Root going into bowl to Nichols, tossing that one up, and it's driven down the ground. And that's a very good strike before. And New Zealand advanced to 76 for 2. Good firm shot from Nichols. First ball of the over. A bit of flight from Root and bang down the ground. Nichols on to 29.
Joe Root encouraging the shot with both mid-on and mid-off up. He played a sweep shot the previous over. And I think Rooty would much rather him play the sweep shot than he would that. I think there's not much turn. Just keep going back down the ground to him.
Root bowling with 2 left-handers in. He floats that one up, and that's driven for 4. Wide of mid-off. Tempting him. Tossed up, held back a bit, but slapped away.
Is that the 50-run partnership?
They came together at 28.
Yes, 50 partnership in 13 overs and 1 ball.
Despairing dive from Baker at mid-off. I thought he was going to get there for a moment, but couldn't quite make it. So Nichols taking on Root here, challenging him. Of course, there's a real benefit in doing this as Root moves in, tucked away, back with a square for a single. You bring on the slow bowler, and then you want to perhaps hold an end, slow bowler to hold an end, and rotate the quicker bowlers from the other end. If you hit the spinner out the attack, then it causes a problem for the captain. They could go to Bethel, but obviously the logic here is the off-break bowler to the 2 left-handers, turning the ball away. 81 for 2, Root bowls, and Ravindra plays into the offside towards point.
Modern
no
word,
run.
the match-up word.
Indeed.
Match-up, good match-up.
Yeah, the slowest one can't possibly bowl to the left-handers. It's got to be the off-spinner. Root with a slip in, bowls to Ravindra. Ravindra comes squeezing forward there, plays away into the offside towards Duckett, who's filling in the covers, and there is no run. Latham out for 4, Conway for 11. Wicket for Archer, wicket for Tongue. Here is Root bowling, and played quietly by Ravindra into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. 81 for 2. Root's bowled 3 overs for 14. Root to continue, do you think, Alistair? What do you think?
Maybe Bethel. I think England. I know it shouldn't be important, but because they were so slow in the first innings, -9 behind the over rate, surely they might have to bowl a bit of double spin just to try and drag that back a little bit. But I think Bethel. Would you say Bethel's a better bowler than Joe? Sorry, I'm not allowed to ask you questions. You asked me that question.
It's a good question. Okay, do you think that Bethel is a better bowler than Joe?
I think Bethel's a better bowler, right? No. Yes, I would say Bethel probably is. But you can bowl left arm spin to the left hand. What did Tuffers always say? You used to love it. Just bowl it into the rough and let the rough do the work. Simple game, isn't it?
It's going to be Baker to bowl, his 5th over, no wicket for 13. England looking for a bit of inspiration here. And Baker moves in to bowl to Nichols, and Nichols stands up in defence and plays that into the onside towards mid-wicket. And there is no run.
Joe Root through his career, 73 test wickets. When he's been bowling to left-handers, 41 wickets, average 38. To right-handers, 32 wickets, average 61. So quite a pronounced preference for left-handers, but that hasn't been the case in the last 3 years. Since the start of the 2023 test summer, he's averaging 60 to left-handers and 50 to right-handers. I'm not sure if there's any explanation for that. But yeah, he's been much less effective against left-handers than previously, according to those statistics. Can you explain why, Alistair?
No. If I had to guess, maybe he doesn't quite spin the ball as much as he used to. Maybe the one-day cricket has made him dart it in a little bit more. So you're less likely to... If you're playing against him, you are playing for the inside edge rather than the outside edge.
Bit of leg theory here. 3 men back on the leg side. Baker bowls and nudged away by Nichols for a single towards deep mid-wicket. So 3 men back. You imagine that Baker's going to bang it in from here. Field up on the offside, but back on the leg side. It's changed for Ravindra. Everyone's coming in.
Yeah, just maybe not turning it quite as much. In his advancing years, fingers getting tired.
The body less supple. 10 minutes to go until tea. 82 for 2. Ravindra on 27. So yeah, the field has completely changed. We've got the 7-2 offside field for Ravindra. So he pretty much knows where this is going to land, I think. Outside his off stump, Baker bowls. There we go. Outside the off stump, Ravindra comes down the pitch, tried to manoeuvre it away into the offside, but it's stopped by Gay in the covers. And there is no run. Sun still beating down on this very warm Friday afternoon at the Oval. There is a breeze now, much stronger breeze than there was earlier. But if you're out there, that's hard work. And England are behind the game here. New Zealand got a wonderful chance. I think we sensed that yesterday, actually. From the moment that Matt Henry got those 2 quick wickets, he sensed, right, here we go. New Zealand got an opportunity. Okay, it's not been plain sailing for them since then, but they've gradually nailed down their advantage. 182 ahead. Baker bowls to Ravindra, crashes that away. It's only half stopped by Gay at short cover, and it's going out towards the boundary. Chases on it, won't go for 4. It's picked up. Oh, I say it's picked up just inside the rope. Fielder out there. Jordan Cox slipped as he went to pick up the ball, and it has gone for 4. I think because his boot hit the sponge at the same time as he was holding it. He's also hobbling as well. I think he's okay, but he did just slip out there. How do you slip on it hasn't rained for about... Well, we did get a bit of rain yesterday, didn't we? But it feels quite dry, the outfield.
Yeah, just got a little bit of a muddle whether you wanted to slide or not slide. On the square, you never want to, do you? And then he tried to slow down, and he's just slipped.
Left foot slipped, didn't it?
It did just slip. I'm sure he's absolutely fine, but when he made a misfield, he might as well limp back.
Yeah, there must be an excuse. 86 for 2. It's hit hard, that by Ravindra. Went through the hands of Gay.
He's actually feeling his knee.
Well, he's had those injury problems. He gets in the England team or squad and he gets an injury. He's not been able to play. Here's Baker bowling, forced away into the offside. On the bounce out towards extra cover, and Joe Root stops it. 86 for 2.
Oh, England trying to prey on Ravindra's possible impatience. They'd strung together 10 dot balls to him before that, just 1 run in his previous 15 before that boundary. He's not played a lot of red ball cricket, hasn't played domestic red ball cricket. I think it's only 1 game in the last 3 domestic seasons in New Zealand. Played 55 T20 matches since the start of last year. I don't know whether, as a player, that might sort of disrupt your red ball rhythm quite a bit.
You tend to get better at things when you play, don't you? Or do you?
Baker bowls, forward goes Ravindra into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Well, I mean, that's a good debate, isn't it? Because if you play a lot and play too much, then you can become stale, can't you? And you can go off your game a bit. I suppose, and also, I suppose if you're a bowler, if you over bowl, what's the optimum point? If you over bowled, you then be unable to really put it in the whole time, so your paces drop. And
without a doubt, the rhythm of 4-day batting just takes a little bit of getting used to. And someone has qualities, Ravindra, despite all the white ball cricket he plays, it's just that rhythm of allowing to let the game. You can have a quiet half an hour, can't you? You can leave a few balls and just getting used to that pace of it.
Why wouldn't you want to bat all day? Why do you want to sit in the pavilion and watch someone else bat after crashing it around for half an hour?
He does play a lot of cricket, isn't he? He's not just putting his feet up, isn't he? I think he just plays a lot of white ball cricket, but he's without a shout the thing. Modern players are a lot better at doing it, but there is the rhythm right now, just that cruisy walk. You don't get that in a T20 or the 50 over game.
No. Jofra Archer's going to bowl from the Vauxhall end. So 4 overs, 1 for 19, so change of ends for him. This is the first time he's bowled from the Vauxhall end in the match. He's generally bowled at the Pavilion end. It's 86 for 2. England needs something to happen for them reasonably quickly here. Nicholls building a partnership with Ravindra. Nicholls 35, Ravindra 31. And here goes Archer with a short leg in, bowls to Nicholls. It's a short ball. He's ballooning over the batsman's right shoulder. And he just wondered, the umpire's having a quick look.
Did he bowl this end when he came after the 91 minutes of should?
Oh yes, he did, didn't he? Yeah,
Yeah.
right at the end when they took that wicket of Matt Henry.
Yeah, that was his only over from this end.
And Archer bowled those 8 overs in a row the other day. Andy Caddick was in the back of the box, former England pace bowler. And I said to him, "What? Here's one feeling, Cookie. I know you like a quiz question, but I said to him, what was the longest spell in terms of consecutive overs that you bowled?" And he knew immediately.
He would do.
Yeah. Archer bowls a short ball. He ducks underneath it again with men back on the leg side. We've got 4 men out, so clear tactic here from England with Archer bowling just before tea. He might only bowl one over here. What's the most number of overs you think Andy Caddick bowled in one spell?
I don't know the answer to this.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that he would have definitely bowled one total session. So like started off at 11 o'clock,
yeah,
bowled through to lunch.
So that would be what?
So that's normally, we'll say 30 overs. So
15
overs. 15 overs.
14 overs.
So that's 15 overs. I'm going to say he then bowled on one of those days, carried on bowling. But normally you'd be picking, if you're bowling a 15 over spell, you're picking up wickets. So there's not that many overs left. But I'm going to say this is one of those freak occasions where he just found a bit of rhythm. I reckon he bowled 36 in a row.
Well, that's not a bad guess. It's not a bad guess.
Is it too many?
It is a few too many, but not too many. Here's Archer bowling, and it's guided away by Nichols towards backward point, and there's no run.
Okay,
he says he bowled 28 overs consecutively in a spell.
That doesn't surprise you, because he was one of those rhythm bowlers, wasn't he? Like, just kind of the metronome, wasn't it? Just, you'd be loose by the end of it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, and then stiff about a couple of hours later, yeah.
But sometimes you understand it, don't you? You just find that rhythm. I don't understand it, but but normally you pick up. What was his? If he did bowl 28 overs,
what were his figures? I didn't ask him that. I should have done, of course.
I just bumped into now. Maybe we can. Maybe I can ask him what game it is. We can go and check his figures out and see actually whether it's true or not.
Yeah, here's Archer bowling and Nichols turning towards mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, sometimes people come on and say something even on the air, and then you check it out, and we've got results, of course. There's no way you can get that past him.
That's what I'm so careful about when I say something. But I think one of the great stories I heard was Dave Masters. Remember Dave Masters, Essex, and opening bowler, legend at Essex, played for Leicester, and they played against Somerset, and he didn't play the game. I think this is the game when Graham Smith's got 300, and then
Archer bowls to Nichols outside the off stump. Nichols leans forward and lets it go through to the keeper.
And I think Hoddy, he exaggerated the truth a little bit. He said, every time I played against him, I got him out. I don't know why I'm not playing. And then they did a bit of research. He'd never played against Graham Smith ever.
So is there a way of checking this 28 overs in a row results? Have you got that in your vast database?
No, the sort of CricViz database, which has spells divided up, doesn't cover. So his longest spell in Test cricket on the CricViz database is 15.5 overs, 93 balls.
But we must be able to find every
first
game.
class.
We've probably found the game, though, haven't we? We could have a look to see whether he's.
Yeah, if you can find.
Once if he only bowled 16 overs in the innings.
Archer to Nichols, forced away, square with the wicket on the offside. Might run away for 4. He's timed this nicely, and indeed it will go for 4. No real power in the shot. It was all about timing, using the pace of Archer. And Nichols moves to 13-9. What an opportunity this is for him. And replaced Kane Williamson in this New Zealand lineup, trying to re-establish himself in the side. He's got the chance of a half century after tea, because this will be the last over. He's on 39. Now Ravindra will be on strike on 31. So it started promisingly for England, 28 for 2. And they had that last wicket stand of 53 as well. But those passages in the game, New Zealand getting away yesterday morning, 100 for 3, and those flurry of wickets post-tea yesterday just put New Zealand ahead of it. And it's going to be tough for England.
Yeah, but also these two have soaked up a bit of pressure, because that actually atmosphere when England did get those 2 wickets, it was quite loud, wasn't it? It was Oval starting to get behind the England team, and they've kind of dampened the crowd down. And this is the opportunity as a batsman. You just can't miss them. You can't miss the opportunity here. You come out after tea, bowls into their second spells after bowling both on day 1 and day 2. It's warm, the pitch is in general a good pitch, quick outfield, you're ahead of the game. You should get excited to cash in as a batsman.
Baker, last over before tea, bowls to Ravindra, comes forward, purely in defence there, and it rolls back to the bowler who picks up And there is no run. Harry Brook is directing things from first slip. Is Root on the field? Yes, he is. Yeah, he's just strolled up towards mid-on. For a moment, I thought Brook might have taken over the captaincy with Root off the field, but Root is still there.
And that's a key moment in that phase. The drop catch off Ravindra. Ravindra was on 7. He's moved to 31. It was 48 for 2. So it would have been 48 for 3 had Root hung on to that chance low down to his left.
Yeah, it was not an easy chance, but you hope your keeper clings on to it, really. Baker bowls, and Ravindra careful in defence there. Plays it to Root, I should say, who throws it to Root. We can have some fun if those two bat together, aren't we, Root and Root?
Shame they're not both right-handed or something. Same kit as well, just to make it a bit harder. But yeah, this will be the little test, the start of a test for James Root. You know, you're keeping on your debut, no hiding place. Drop a difficult one, yes, but I think he would have fancied it. Is he left-handed? I know he bats left-handed, but is he a left-handed?
Yeah, it's a good question. So,
it was to his left hand. Is that his stronger hand?
Because if you're a left-hander, your stronger hand should be your right. In the same way, if you're right-handed, your strong hand should be your left. Here goes Ravindra playing that square of the wicket on the offside towards backward point. So you're left.
No, right-handed.
You're right-handed.
Yeah. I'd play tennis right-handed, squash all those.
Everything right. So
everything
you bat left-handed, and to me that's the natural way of doing things.
I've just had a look there, and Root, he looks like a left-handed keeper. Because I know it sounds silly, but he looks left-handed, and then he did throw the ball. When he got the ball in, throw it with his left hand. Okay. So I'd say naturally might be. So that should have been his stronger hand.
In which case, yeah.
But it was tough, because it's a tough chance, because if he had a steady first slip, Harry Brook was wide, wasn't it? So it would have gone to Harry Brook at traditional first slip. So he could have left it, he had to go for it.
Ravindra waits for Baker. It's full, it's clipped away towards wide mid-on. Good piece of fielding. Tumbling save at wide mid-on from Josh Tongue. Prevented a run.
But they're the bits now, isn't it? He's keeping in England, doing a decent job, but it has dropped the guy thinking, God, if we'd got him out, we're back in the game. There's no hiding place. So you've got to deal with what the so-called scrutiny. You cannot do anything about it. That's when keeping becomes hard, isn't it? Remember Matt Pryor talking a lot about that in his first, because he came in for a bit, didn't he? Then got left out a bit, came back, and he said that was the realisation of how much work he had to do in his keeping.
Yeah.
And if you then did him after all that work, he was almost at peace, because he was like the best he could be. But he realised in his first innings as keeper in England, he wasn't good enough.
Baker to Ravindra, forces that away. Fine shot off the back foot through extra cover. This will be 4. Jofra Archer's given that one up. Save his energy. Trots after it. Barely a reaction from the crowd. It was a beautiful shot from Ravindra. Lovely sound off the bat. 94 for 2. New Zealand continuing to dominate the game. And right in control of this one. 194 runs ahead, 8 wickets left. And they'll be looking at setting England world record plus, I would think. World record is 420.
Is that what you're setting yourself on?
Oh, I'm 550. Have you got time?
There is a lot.
Baker bowls, forward goes Ravindra, plays it back up the offside of the pitch. It's stopped by Baker, and that's the last action of the afternoon session. Aren't you 550?
No, I'd declared it 300. You know me, Simon. No, I'll get as many as you can. I mean, that's a long way ahead. Right? Their lead now, 194. If you're there, you'll be thinking, my message would be now, New Zealand, let's be ruthless. There's a batting group now. What's there? Well, how many overs are left in the game? There's another 30
180 plus.
There's not 180, because then it's 160, because there's only 80 in the day at the minute, and then 90 on the last day. So but there's a fair few overs left, but just don't look too far ahead. If we're still with our main batters in tonight, lead of 300 odd, you are in control of the game. Don't give this England side a sniff.
Yeah, 94 for 2, so nearly 200 runs ahead with a session and 2 days left. I'm only just past the halfway point of the Test match, so everything is in New Zealand's court at the moment.
And also the weather tomorrow, it's absolutely no rain, but it's cloudy. So you make the most of today in the next 2.5 hours. And also just on a bowling point, again, not looking too far ahead, if you bowl 45 overs, say on day 4, you're then fresh again on day 5. So everything seems to be falling into New Zealand's lap. They've earned the right to do it.
Totally.
But England, if you're in England's camp, it's right. How are we getting ourselves back in the game? And that's another session like they started off after lunch, after tea. You've got to go again and hope you can force a mistake and then jump in again.
So 94 for 2. Nichols has 39. Ravindra has 35. The lead 194 therefore. Latham out to Archer for 4. Conway out to Tongue for 11. A catch for Rue and a catch for Brook. Archer 1 for 23 from 5. Fisher 0 from 14 from 5. Tongue 1 for 17 from 6. Baker 0 for 22 from 6. And Root 0 for 14 from 3. England all out today for 291 with Matt Fisher making 50 not out. So tea time here at the Oval, and the stewards are out there guarding the surface. The ground staff are doing their sweeping, and the spectators getting up and we're just getting out the stands for a bit, getting out the hot afternoon sunshine for a bit of respite at tea. It's time for Daniel Norcross.
Thank you, Simon. You know, I think they're doing a tea time pitch walk, because I got a message from a friend, Shamita, who's they let you come out and have a look at the pitch, which is something they do that for 4-day county championship matches a lot, but they don't often do it for the tests, because obviously the pitch is sacred and hallowed ground. Now then, we will be crossing to Chester Street shortly to speak to Kevin Howells, where it's been a frustrating day for Ben Stokes, but some interesting comments from the Durham hierarchy coming up. Looking forward to hearing those. While here at the Oval, it's been a day for Thorpe in memory of the late Graham Thorpe, who sadly passed away 2 years ago after a struggle with mental health. This series is being played for the Crow Thorpe Trophy. Plenty of the supporters here are wearing the Graham Thorpe trademark white headbands, with funds and awareness being raised for Thorpe's Bat and Chat programme, which gives people with mental health problems a chance to get active and build friendships through the power of cricket. The Day for Thorpe was launched last year by Surrey and the mental health charity Mind, and I'm very delighted to say we're joined by Dr. Sarah Hughes, the Chief Executive of Mind, and also James White is going to be attempting to break the Guinness World Record for playing the highest cricket match ever to raise money for Bat and Chat. Sarah, I'm going to come to you first.
Absolutely.
But this is crazy news. Tell us, James, what are you doing? What's the original record, and how are you going to beat it?
So the first record was set in 2009 at base camp in Everest, and then the current record is at Mount Kilimanjaro in 2014, and we're planning in February 2027 to set the record at 6,000 meters in Ojos del Salado in Chile.
How much higher is that than the previous one?
So it was 5,752.
Right.
So
and this is the record set by the likes of Heather Knight, Ashley Giles,
exactly.
Phil Walker.
Exactly.
Yeah. And so you're going to go 250 metres further up.
We are. So there's a group of 30 of us that will be going out, and we will go for 2 weeks. And we've basically got a 9-day acclimatization period, and then we'll kind of do the challenge on the 10th day before a couple of days on the coast afterwards.
Oh, right. I thought you were going to play a test match.
No, not quite, no. So it's very much a T20 under ICC regulations and all kind of above board with Guinness World Record.
I mean, it's a serious challenge. A lot of these things, you know, are all wonderful and worthy and whatnot. You know, even running marathons, but people can do them in 7 hours and you can sort of like walk your way around it. But these are serious challenges. I mean, have you spoken to the guys that did Kilimanjaro? I'm not putting you off.
No.
But I think Ashley Giles got quite serious altitude.
So I've been speaking to the guy that did the first challenge, the organizer of that. So I met up with him and he spoke through kind of all the challenges that they had, because there was a big concern for them, and they had per team 15 people, which they then had to cut down to 11 on the day, which became a bit of a challenge for them. So no, it's slightly daunting, but we've got a good group with us, and we'll have doctors. And yeah, as I said, they seem to be okay with the 2 challenges, with a couple hiccups. So no, it's all very exciting.
And it's not an active volcano.
It's not an active volcano.
It better not be.
I hope not. No.
And you have double-checked there are no Bond villains lurking in the middle of it.
Let's hope there's not. But no, it's a funny old volcano, if there ever is one. There's just loads of craters that kind of end up being these cricket pitches kind of going all the way around. Yeah, exactly. So
who scouted this out in the first place?
So it's basically, I found a guide. Well, it's a kind of combination of Google Earth and kind of doing a bit of a recce through that, and then speaking to some guys to go and scout it out and take some photos and kind of send them through to us, and kind of working out the measurements of kind of the boundaries, 150 meters, and you can kind of kind of work it all out from there. So it's all.
How exciting! And are there slots available for?
There are slots available. We've got 3 or 4 available. If people.
So this is a come and get me, please.
This is a come and get me, please. Yeah. So if anyone would like to sign up, feel free to check out our website. If you search sixersinthecity.co.uk, then there's a whole page on there called Sixers at the Summit, which is what we've called the challenge, and there's a lot more info about what we're doing there.
How thrilling! Well, good luck with that.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And being in March, I suppose the weather's just going to be pretty dreadful at 6,000 metres, regardless, isn't it? But you'll play on, won't you?
Yeah, we will play.
You're not going to appeal.
No, but
the light.
They just no, exactly. But they just did this year the longest highest altitude marathon there, and they had a few issues with the wind. So that would be something that we're watching out for. But I think that would be kind of the worst thing that we'd be looking out for.
Now, Sarah.
Hi.
You were in last year, and money has been raised. Can you give us an idea of what sort of programmes the money's been spent on over the last 12 months?
Well, thank you for having us again. And look, last year we raised £170,000. What an enormous amount of money for Bat and Chat, which is our cricket support wellbeing activities that are going on across the country. At the moment, we've got 10 of our local mines running 12-week programmes. So people can come play cricket together, make friends, talk about their mental health, and already we're getting such wonderful feedback from those people who've already joined. It's quite an extraordinary thing.
And are they dotted all around the country?
Yeah, they are. So at the moment we've got 10 organisations that are sort of trialling it. We've got South East London Mind, for instance, and they train here at the Oval. It's just an extraordinary thing. And what we're seeing is that people are really coming and using that physical activity to break the ice. Something that they feel natural and instinctive about, and relationships are being made, friendships are being, kind of developed. It's extraordinary.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because thinking about this, cricket, at the same time, you can see it kind of driving bad mental health outcomes for professionals, for example, because, your whole life is dependent on being watched and recorded, and, failure is kind of baked into the process, isn't it? A batter goes out to bat and most times they fail. But at the same time, it's a game that's, in a sense, more social and convivial than most, because half the time there's only 2 people batting, the other 9 are hanging around together, aren't they? So
Indeed.
Do you find that with recreational cricket, it's actually a really good place to sort of build those social relationships, because you've just got more time milling about?
I know, I love that. I mean, look, it is, for professional players, it's an incredibly stressful environment, and we know sports people from across a range of sport, football, rugby, cricket, tennis, and it's really hard for professionals, and all of the things that you said, pressure, the kind of intensity of the game, the scrutiny, all of those things contribute to poor mental health. But when we speak to those individuals, what they also say is the relationships that they've made, even during difficult times, are so incredibly important. So when we think about Bat and Chat, it's the same thing. Like you say, yes, they can be milling about, they have those moments where they're sort of, there's that kind of real team spirit, and that sense of togetherness can make a real difference, even when you're under incredible, enormous pressure.
Cricketers themselves never used to talk about mental health. But actually, over the last 15, 20 years, we're starting to see a massive change, aren't we? Marcus Trescothick wrote his book, Michael Yardy, Jonathan Trott, and even, the England captain Ben Stokes himself took a mental health break some years back. Are you starting to see an altogether more healthy environment developing within cricket?
I mean, look, we're incredibly grateful to those individuals for speaking about their mental health, because the reality is, and if you look around the grounds, although, cricket is loved by men and women, this is largely a male environment, and men do find it much more difficult. That's still true, despite all of the progress we might have made. So the fact that these individuals have come out, and these are, really high-profile sportsmen, that it means that people will open up. So it is a much more open environment. We can talk about our mental health in ways that we could not have done, absolutely not have done 15 or 20 years ago. But those people have helped create that. We wouldn't have been able to do it on our own. And so, you know, that message is incredibly powerful.
And I believe Joe Root supported Baton Chat on the eve of the test, didn't he?
He did. How lucky are we? Yeah, it was a great surprise, and I know to the people who met him, it was just a dream come true. It made such a difference, and to have his support is extraordinary. Last year when he came out with the headband, I don't think anyone will forget that moment. It was so incredibly emotional, really.
Well, I suppose he'd be acutely aware of it, wouldn't he? Because he was captain during the sort of COVID period, and that was a time when there was a lot of problems with mental health. You know, people cooped up, stuck inside, and it's not just the cricketers are doing that. You know, the whole country was. Yes. So has that kind of created a bit of a storm, actually? Because, you know, you talk about kids being kept out of school and whatnot. Is it quite a battle still dealing with the kind of tale of COVID?
Yeah, we can't underestimate the massive kind of shock that it gave us all, you know, in all sorts of different ways. For the majority of people, it was very difficult. And then re-engaging with the world again was very difficult. And the world, of course, is different now post-pandemic. So all of those things. And people had forgotten how to get out and about, and, you know, team sports again. People had to re-engage because all of that had stopped. And so we know that, you know, we're gradually getting back to all of those things, and, you know, community sport, community activities, cricket teams and so on are coming back to themselves. But it has taken time.
Just give me an idea of Baton Chat. If I wanted to go to a Baton Chat.
Yeah.
Paint the picture for me.
Oh, how lovely. What a great question. Well, first of all, go and have a look at our website. Now, all of the programmes that are running have started now, so you'll have to wait till the next time. But you go on our website, you can find out where they are in the country, and there'll be a really simple process that either is a phone call or an email to the local mine that's running them, like SE or South East London Mine. And they'll be in touch with you. It'll be a nice, brief, you know, conversation about, you know, what you could get out of it, and then you start. There shouldn't be any kind of worries. You'll be deeply welcomed. You'll be supported, and you'll have a great experience.
I mean, it sounds. It's wonderful.
Well, you come down. Come down next time.
Where's my nearest? I live in Tooting.
Right. Well, we'll find one for you, and we'll get you down for a cuppa.
That'd be lovely. Have you been along?
I've not, no, but very much look forward to making one eventually.
Well, he's going to be raising money for the whole next round, so, you know, he's very important.
I've got a target here. It says 150,000.
150,000, yes. So we're splitting that between Dave Thorpe and Razor Sunshine.
Well, that would be fantastic. Thank you so much for coming in, and we're going to see you next year, aren't we?
Oh, we had better. Well, I rang the bell to start play this
You rang the
morning.
bell?
I rang the bell. Did you hear it? I tried to do it very loudly.
No, I really did hear it.
Yeah.
Well
so
done.
I feel like I've set the tone now.
Give us an idea. Did you go vigorous?
I really did. You can see my ponytail was, you know, going in
marvellous.
the wind. So I've done a proper job. I hope so. My friend who is in the Crown today, Matt Hyde, he is also chief executive of a charity, Lloyd's TSB Foundation, and a member of Surrey Cricket Club. And he was telling me, he was really clear with me, don't mess it up and embarrass me in front of my friends. So the pressure was on.
Quite nerve-wracking in its own way.
It really was.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Sarah Clark. But James White. I was about to call you Jimmy White because the way to remember it was your name was Jimmy White, but it's not. It's James. Thank you very much.
Thank you
for coming in.
Thank you for having us.
And we'll see you getting all the best of luck with going up a volcano. Like I say,
Thanks for having me on.
Don't look down. Right. Thank you. Right. I need to know which colour you're on. You're on that one. Lovely. So. We've still got about 3 or 4 minutes before the players come out. And I think we've got to get some news from Chester Street. Let's head straight over there because we can join Kevin Howells, who's waiting for us.
Ben Stokes is bowling his 12th over in this game when he, by all accounts, by everybody's account, he should be bowling there at the Kia Oval for England. But he's 12 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 46. From a cricketing point of view, deeply frustrated, along with Durham, because they chose to bowl first in this top-of-the-table meeting with Northampton Division 2, and Northamptonshire haven't lost a wicket. 191 without loss. Vascon, Sellers and Proctor not out pair. So that is a frustration, and a clear frustration. Our wicket has just been taken, and it's been taken by Ben Rain, is it, I think, bowling? Anyway, we want to talk about something here with Matt Henry, BBC cricket writer, because whilst this has been going on on the field, off the field. Again, a real feeling of they're looking at things here in the northeast a lot different maybe than the rest of the country. Tim Bostock, who is the CEO of Durham, has been speaking. Matt, you've written this up. It'll be available, if not now, very shortly on the BBC website. What's Tim Bostock, the Durham CEO, had to say about the Ben Stokes situation?
Yeah, so this is just another disparity between what Durham think up here and what has been said previously over the past week. We've talked a lot about what Brendan McCullum said at a press conference earlier this week when he said he was really worried about Ben. Worried was the word he repeated again and again. And that led to doubts about how Ben Stokes was while this situation around the nightclub's going on. And I'm just going to read you some quotes from an interview with our colleagues at Look North, local news, about Ben Stokes. It's just normal Ben. He is here all of the time. I was a little bit bemused about some of the comments about his state of mind, and maybe in the first 24 hours when this exploded, I'm sure he was thinking, what has happened here? He has been absolutely fine. Now, the strange thing is that seems so different to the picture that was being painted by England earlier in the week, and that just adds to the confusion around this whole situation, which we think may end with Ben Stokes being back playing for England next week in Nottingham, possibly, but we still haven't heard from him either. So there's just a lot going on.
And he seems to be suggesting that all of this decisions were taken too quickly. That seems to be the tone that I'm picking up from what I've heard there of what Tim Bostock's had to say.
Yeah, he uses the phrase rushing to conclusions and things like that. It says we'd be in a different space without doing so. It's quite hard to get a clear picture when two camps in such opposing views. And I must admit that's not just Tim Bostock saying this. Ryan Campbell, Durham's coach, said very similar earlier in the week. And that's the mood that we've been picking up from a few people, shall we say, around here as well. And the background to this is that Stokes, since the incident in a nightclub in London, came back up to the northeast where he still lives. Obviously he plays for Durham, and he was training last week around the match against Derbyshire, and he trained Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday this week with Durham as well. So he's been around Chesley Street a lot recently.
And wasn't a man who seemed to be wanting to walk away from cricket, certainly.
Yeah, and as you say, we've watched him today, and he has not looked. We've watched Ben Stokes today, and he's been forlorn in his quite. He's not been able to get that breakthrough, but it's not been through the want of trying. He's looked his competitive self. He was beating the pitch at one point when he didn't get an LBW decision going his way. It has not looked an any less competitive Ben Stokes or a less motivated Ben Stokes.
Animated in all the right ways. He's been out there most definitely. I'm focusing as well, but maybe this is too much. But Tim Bostock also said he within this interview said he questioned whether there was a curfew. Whether there was or whether there wasn't a curfew. I just wonder whether we might be hearing some confusion. England have certainly said there was a curfew still in place. I wonder whether we'll hear from somebody along the lines of perhaps that message just got a little bit complicated and misinterpreted somewhat. We do not know. But that's from Tim Bostock. Many thanks, Matt. You can read more from Matt on the BBC website. Tim Bostock, CEO here at Durham. Meantime, Northants have lost a wicket. Northamptonshire 191 for 1. And the sun is shining, and Ben Stokes still looking for the first wicket for him of the day. Back to you at the Kia Oval.
Yes, thank you much indeed. Well, it's fascinating, isn't it? Thank you, Kevin, keeping us up to speed with all events there. Thanks to Tim for the chat as well. So, welcome back. Yes, the sun's shining here as well, as it has been all day. For the moment, we've peeled back the curtains at about 7:15 this morning. It's been absolutely gorgeous. As long as you like the heat, of course. It's about 30 degrees today, and it's going to be more of the same, I think, over the weekend. So all set fair for this match, which is intriguingly poised, although I think everyone would much rather be in New Zealand's position at the moment. They lead by 194, and there's still a whole session of play to go today. And on we go, of course, for 2 more days. So New Zealand will simply look to bat, I don't know. Well, as long as they can, but can they make it through to tea time tomorrow? That would be kind of what they would think, have 4 sessions at England. I just wonder if in their mind, the back of their minds will be their last visit here to England. Of course, it was the first summer of Bazball, the golden year in which Johnny Bairstow absolutely bludgeoned them at Trent Bridge and elsewhere. And I just wonder if that might just be in the back of their minds, that England are capable of scoring at that sort of a rate. But of course, having lost the first test match, and with this and only 1 more to go, New Zealand need to level. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see how. Of course, all that will come to nothing if England could get some wickets here this evening in this final session of the day. How many overs have we got left? I mean, it's a ridiculous question these days, Andy, but it's always nice to have some sort of idea at the start of the final session.
I think it's 40.
Right, there we go. Okay, well, here's Fisher, and he bowls the first ball, which is pushed way out to cover, and there's no run. It might be, of course, with the new way that the captains are held responsible for over rates, and actually all this discussion about Ben Stokes and Trent Bridge will come to naught because Joe Root will be suspended anyway, because he, of course, is on his watch, these over rates, and they're way down on first innings. So I'm being a bit facetious, I know, but it's what's that sort of... It's been that sort of 10 days, hasn't it? 94 for 2. Nicholls has 39. Ravindra was dropped early on. He's on 35. And still this very tight set field as Nicholls waits and Fisher bowls to him. Keeper standing up. And rolls out to mid-on. Very much the vogue thing, isn't it, now? The keeper standing up. It's like it's a new tactic. If you look at the old films of Tom Cartwright, Derek Shackleton, they'd all been up there, wouldn't they, wicketkeeper? Godfrey Evans have been up there.
Yeah, I think one of the very early days of cricket, it's quite rare for the keeper to stand back, I think.
Was it? It's certainly upset a couple of the England batsmen. There goes Fisher, bowls, driven up towards mid-off. I think maybe in T20 cricket, actually, the wicketkeeper will be more inclined to stand up whenever possible to stop the batsman leaping out the crease and so on.
Yes, I mean, that has happened quite a bit in T20 cricket. But I remember thinking in the early days of T20 whether it might bring back the specialist keeper, because you don't generally need all 11 to bat. But that hasn't really happened.
No.
You generally go with a hitter as keeper.
Yeah. Here's Fisher bowling, and that's a driven away square into the offside. He's timed that pretty well. To nip and tuck here, the fielder might just get there if he pats it back, which he does. And so they come back for 3 runs, 97 for 2. Nicholls goes to 42. Where did you find that sandwich from?
Well, no.
You've been out among the...
You've tumbled me, John.
Well,
sorry.
I certainly have.
Sorry.
Cutbacks at the Oval mean no sandwiches. Where did you find that one?
Well, you've got to know the nooks and crannies.
You've been round the some box, haven't you?
Well, I must admit.
Hello, I'm Phil Tufnell. Can I have a sandwich?
Well, I like a sandwich at tea.
Well, I like a sandwich at tea. But no,
it's
a drastic cutback.
Yeah, it is indeed. But yeah, no, I'll get you one tomorrow. Sorry, mate. I didn't think.
No, well, there you go.
Oh, well, apologies. Sorry, mate.
What was it?
A very nice sort of egg and cress. Yeah, crust cut off, little fingers, beautiful.
Oh,
yeah, scone was in there as well. I'll get you a scone as well. Sorry, mate.
Here's Fisher round the wicket, and that's gone straight through to the keeper. I say straight. There's some arms raised there, as if there might have been a little something on that. Was perhaps not. Perhaps it was just a little bit of a early session exuberance.
We need to get rid of Ravindra, don't we? He's a good player when he gets in on a flat pitch.
Well,
no, Nick.
We looked at the figures from the World Cup.
Yeah.
Against England when New Zealand gave England a ferocious hiding in the opening game in Ahmedabad.
Yeah, he can take a game away from you in this session.
97 for 2. Fisher again wanders in, bowls, and that's played off the front foot and fielded there in the offside, and there's no run. So the end of the first over after tea, although tea not for most of us, but
you're not happy.
Did you have a cup of tea as well?
Yeah, the old Tommy. Yeah, no, lovely Earl Grey. Went for the Earl Grey.
I saw Andy Zoltzman come back. I said, "Did you get a sandwich?" A long face.
No, nothing. No. I know it used to be top drawer at the Oval.
Yeah, cutbacks.
Yeah, well,
it's happening everywhere.
Yeah,
every walk of life, even affected the Oval sandwich.
Yeah. Where was your favourite ground when you played, John?
Oh, for food.
Yeah, certainly not Grace Road. Bless them.
Grace Road was fairly low down the list, if I'm honest. We never quite entered that whole sort of
gourmet
entertainment gourmet side of it. I mean, did you play there when little Ernie used to bring up the cate of brown ale at the end of the day?
Absolutely.
Well, no, there was a choice: pale ale or brown ale.
Yeah, warm,
and in a bottle. So take the lid off.
Yeah. My favourite ground.
Because I should explain. Most counties, there was a drinks list, wasn't there? And you'd get whatever drink you wanted at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And some people had a pint of milk. Some people had a pint of Coke.
Did they?
Some people, yeah. And at Grace Road, you weren't afforded the choice, apart from these crates are brought up.
Yeah.
A crate of brown ale or a crate of pale ale. Archer's on and he bowls short. It's gloved away. Oh, it's gone past Roux.
Is that full?
Down the leg side. Archer can't believe it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's got something
That
like
was
that.
definitely off the bat or the glove, and Archer looks like a man who's been burgled. Oh, he looks devastated. It's a good bouncer. Nichols took it on and it flew past Roux. Let's have a look and see how far away it was from him. He's put one down today. It's it's obviously a first ball loosener, but it went inside his hand, I'd say. It was sort of inside between his hand and his head.
Yep. Yeah, that's got to go down as a chance, I'm afraid.
It has.
Yeah. Tough game. Debutant keepers. Game on the line.
Tough game. Slow motion always makes it tough as well.
Yeah.
You know, the real speed, but yeah, I'm afraid that is a chance. In comes Archer again, bowls. That's flicked away past the leg slip. And long leg will pick that up and throw it into Roux. Yeah, it is tough. And wicket keepers are under such exposure, aren't they?
Yeah, they are indeed. And it's such a tough job.
Yep.
You know, you're up, down, heat, up to the wicket, up to the stumps, you know, taking throws. You know, he probably wouldn't have played or kept in a game under sort of so much pressure, you know, which perhaps just leadens the legs a bit. Didn't quite jump, did he? Yeah, there's a couple of, he's dropped a couple of pretty straightforward ones for me.
Well, yep, and they're important, aren't they? I mean, it's
the business end of the game.
Yeah, that's both batsmen now. Here's Archer bowls, and that's been thrashed away through the leg side. Ravindra waiting for a short ball, and he got one. And he's pulled that past mid-wicket's right hand. And straight into the fence, down by the Bedser stand. That's an imperious shot.
And that is the difference, isn't it? You know, the difference, the main difference for me in Test match cricket, you know, the pace bowling, you know, all of a sudden it goes up a notch from county, doesn't it? But then also, you can't afford to give top order batsmen a chance because they will absolutely crucify you.
Yep.
You know, you're not going to get another one coming along quickly.
Archer again moves in, bowls. Ravindra tucks him away off his pads.
Yeah, he won't be feeling great about that.
No, but somehow you just got to put it away.
Yep.
You've got to concentrate on just the next ball. It's much easier said than done. It's like when you run somebody out. 106 for 2.
It's now the longest partnership of the series, just past 18 overs. They added 78. The previous longest 17.5 overs between Mitchell and Blundell in the first innings.
So New Zealand's longest. Yeah.
Of either side in this series.
Either side.
Yeah, which, considering we're now 1.5 games in, still not had a 20 over stand.
Have you ever done a bit of wicket keeping, Agus?
Very, very, very briefly.
Yeah. Never to return.
It's incredibly hard.
It is.
Here's Archer round the wicket, bowls. That's a solid defensive shot from Ravindra. Archer picks it up. I think it was really, really difficult.
Yeah, especially standing up. Oh, umpiring. I didn't mind umpiring.
Did you?
Yeah, I was looking the other way most of the time. Didn't really matter.
I remember keeping wicket in a school game, I must have been about 10, appealing for a catch behind as the ball hit my forehead.
Oh, right, well, there you go.
I'd forgotten to put my hands together to catch it first.
Yeah,
that's not great.
No. No, it is hard. It's a hard game, that's for sure.
Yeah. Great job. I mean, you're in the game all the time, aren't you? Here's Archer, bowls, and Ravindra on that front foot plays the ball carefully up to mid-on. And that's the end of the over. So, yes, Roux goes skipping off to the other end.
Yeah, you've got to keep buzzy.
Yep.
You're the engine.
106 for 2. Back to your question, I don't know. It is different. So, yes, we never really embraced that side of things. I mean, we used to go away, as you would have done, to the counties with the marquees up, the festivals.
Beautiful.
Kent.
Yeah, Tunbridge Wells.
All those grounds around there, weren't there?
Lovely.
Yeah. Cheltenham.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Essex, out the outgrounds out there.
Yeah, there's a couple.
There were some nice ones.
A couple of dodgy park ones over.
Well, yeah, but they get the marquees up, and you know.
Yeah, Guildford.
They make it look. Yeah.
Yeah. What was your one? Hinkley, was it?
Well, we did have Hinkley. Yes. There's Fisher bowling, tucked away out to mid-wicket. And there's no run. Yeah, they get the tents up around.
Yeah.
I remember Essex they always complained. You know, the Essex lot, John Lever and all that lot, Gucci. Always complained. Well, going back to our little Ernie with his crates of brown ale and light ale, they always complained about this. And there's this conversation one day about the fact that Grace Road, you never have anything at Grace Road. There's never any hospitality for us, never any marquees up, never any tents. And Gower is in on this conversation. And brown ale crate. There's Fisher bowling and driven wristily into the offside. Runs here for Nichols. He'll get his half century here. The ball hits the boundary. And 4 runs takes him to 51. Oh, the ball's hit him though. They're coming in. He's all right. He's raising his bat. He had his back turned to the ball coming in, which whizzed in. And anyway, he's regained his composure. He's played well. 72 balls, 6 fours. And his 51 not out. Played nicely. But yes, so anyway, Essex come to Grace Road.
Yeah.
And it's a big playing area, isn't it? So a large part of it was roped off.
Yeah.
Here's Fisher. Short mid-off in place now, and this is guided away. There's more runs here. Down to third man. It's a very short boundary, as we always say, down towards that third man. And suddenly boundaries starting to flow. Joe Root's changing the field. Deep square leg posted.
Nichols' half century is 23rd 50-plus score in Test cricket, 10 centuries amongst those, 72 balls, 6 fours. Against England, just his 3rd in 18 innings, made 145 not out in Auckland, the first innings he played against England in Test, but just 150 in the 16 innings he's had against them since until this innings here.
A deep square leg got out now, which is a little surprising because the rest of the field is still very tight. It's like an umbrella field. 114 for 2. Fisher aborts that ball. So yes, we arrived at the start of the game against Essex, and there by itself, and erected, was one of those little Action Man tents. Little guy ropes out,
Really?
little zips, the little Action Man tents that you might have in your garden. Yes, and it was just sitting there by itself. It's on the over the boundary rope, as it were. And goes Fisher, bowls, pushed away into the offside, going for a single, and it had been erected by David Gower for the Essex boys. We have tents just like you do. There's a little Action Man tent was there all day, sitting there. And at the end of the day, Essex are in the field, and to be fair, as many of them could piled into it. They didn't come into the pavilion, they just ran for the tent and sort of dived in. They probably got, I don't know, half a dozen in there, sort of writhing round in this little tent.
Yeah.
Oh, it was ridiculous. But that was
well,
that was the Essex.
Yes, I don't think there's another game where, I mean, we used to sort of like walk round the outside of the field, didn't we, and saying hello to everyone. Yeah. Yep. I don't think there's another professional sport.
Fisher, bowls, there's another boundary.
This is
that one off I think he just worked it down there, and I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. It did bounce a little bit. I think Ravindra just he nudged it down through the slips. No one at third man. Let's have a look at it. Is that a moral victory? No, I think actually I'm giving that 70-30 to the bowler, I think.
Yeah, just opened the face and sort of guided it a little bit, but a bit edgy.
It was.
This is looking. There's a few dropped shoulders out there at the moment.
Look at the lead, 219 now.
Yeah, this is looking tricky now for England.
Here goes Fisher again. He bowls down the leg side, and Ravindra missed out there. They're going to clip that away through square leg, but finds him on instead. 119 for 2. Ravindra 43, Nichols 56. The lead 219 with all that play left today. Oof, we won't get 40 overs, but they'll go through to 6:30 this evening. So another 2 hours 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, I don't think there's another sport where that happens.
No,
really.
you're right.
No. Everyone's sort of like ushered in and ushered off, aren't they? And sort of protected and everything. Yeah, we just walk around. We used to walk up to Mr. Whippy, get a nice cream.
Yeah.
Have a chat with everyone.
Yes.
Yeah, lovely.
It's
on the festival game.
On the advertising hoarding, chat to the members.
Yeah,
absolutely. Players between balls.
And what I did like about it is what the pitches were pretty good.
Yeah.
But always
that turned
row coming.
Yeah. Archer bowls and it's pushed away off the back foot. More runs out towards deep backward point. Fielder chasing, might just get there. I'm not sure. It's Duckett. And he's just taking a bit of boundary with him. It's one of those that the third umpire will watch and see if there's any contact between Duckett and the boundary when he was also touching the ball, and he's made a gesture there that suggested that he doesn't know. So inevitably the replays really touch and go. No, that's going to be 4, I think. Yeah, I think it's going to be 4 runs. Definitely 4 runs. Oh, boundary's flowing. What have we had since tea?
Yeah. Since tea, we've had now 6 fours and 29 runs from 19 balls, including the 4 from the missed chance that went past Roux at the first ball of Archer's last over. 26 runs from 13 balls.
Oh, wow. Deep point going back. I mean, Root's got to be really mindful here now.
It's racing away from him.
Yeah. It's where the fielding captain finds himself in this really difficult situation of needing wickets. Here's Archer, bowls, pushed away for a single, got deep point now. Needing wickets, but also needing to save runs.
Yeah, fine balance, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think they did pretty well, England, on that session up to tea. They sort of bowled it pretty decent, got those 2 early breakthroughs which sort of lifted the spirits. But, I was talking to Graham Gooch out there.
Is Graham here?
Yeah, Graham's yeah, my old skipper.
Yes.
And he was licking his lips. He said, "You get in on this, Cat.
Yeah.
Get in on this."
So the old one keeping low, though. There were a couple of real grubbers.
Yeah, but nothing like Lords.
No.
You get on this, you can fill your boots, and New Zealand are starting to do this. Could be terminal.
There's Archer round the wicket, bowls, and it's played down to mid-on. So favourite place for tea, or does food in general? They were saying.
Well, food in general. I mean, Lords is up there.
Lords is up there.
Yeah. Nottingham.
Sheffield is always good.
Sheffield, yeah.
That's always nice.
Yeah.
Aberdale Park.
Yeah, a bit of pie and peas.
Scarborough.
Scarborough, fish and chip.
Yeah. Love Scarborough.
Yeah.
So I loved playing at Scarborough.
Yeah, it was lovely.
I really hope Yorkshire don't lose sight of what a wonderful ground that is, and make sure that cricket by Yorkshire continues to be played there. Here's Archer, solid back again, very solidly by Ravindra. It's just such a wonderful place to go and play.
Yeah,
in an amphitheatre, as it were, and you always get a good crowd there.
Yeah, I've bounced off the houses a few times.
Oh well, I was hit out of that ground by Lance Cairns, and it's still going. I think he could hit a ball.
Yeah. Did he have one of those bats with no shoulders?
Yes.
What was yes?
What was it called?
I don't know, but it didn't have any shoulders of the bat.
That's right. It was, yes. Oh, he thrashed this thing. He just went out of the ground. There's Archer, pushed away back to the bowler again by Ravindra. So that was always. In fact, those sort of grounds always made quite a big effort with things like lunches and teas.
Oh yeah,
It's
absolutely.
a special event, cool, we've got a county game on.
Yes, little sort of bowl of flowers.
Yes.
Sort of on the tea table. Little old goal used to come round with a big teapot.
True, it used to
poured it over Gat once.
No,
it did.
What, the top came off?
No, yeah, the whole, those really big teapots.
Yeah. Oh no.
She poured it all over Gat's chest.
It singed him, didn't it?
Oh no, he was struggling a little bit. He had to take the rest of the session off.
Oh, dear. Here's Archer again.
Yeah,
a bouncer.
And he was lying upstairs at Canterbury. I know that was at Canterbury,
yeah,
their proper ground. But and he was there was iced towels wrapped round him.
Poor old guy.
Yeah, really sore.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, whole pot of boiling tea.
You're right. Those festival games are wonderful because it was so informal.
Yeah,
and you just wander around amongst the crowd.
Yeah.
It was great. Have I overstayed my welcome, Dan? I have. He's standing there as if I probably have. I've lost track of time. I'm going to your box. I'm going to go.
Yeah, well, go on.
After you, in comes Dan.
Yeah, asked for a nice egg and cress salmi. It went down well. It's not going down very well for England here, though, at the moment. Andy, are you poised?
Well, just to sort of highlight maybe how lax England have been in the field. Henry Nicholls' half-century, 72 balls. And a flurry of boundaries since reaching 50 as well. Of his 23 50-plus scores, it's the third quickest. His 2 previous 50s against England took 149 and 158 balls. And now his last 24 balls, he's scored 38 runs, so out of character.
Fisher is in, started a new over, clipped into the onside, stopped by one of the short mid-wickets, and Mick Jagger is watching on. And much like Joe Root, I imagine he's not getting much satisfaction out there.
No.
No.
No is the answer to that. It's really the game-changing session, this, isn't it? You know, England have got to somehow, on a flat pitch, muster up 4 or 5 wickets. If they get only 1 wicket here before the close, I think it might be doomed. Doomed.
Fisher is in again, driving nicely through the covers. 4 runs for Nicholls. Fielder in hot pursuit, but it will be in vain. It was really well threaded through between cover and mid-off. Nicely played. 100 partnership up. Yeah. Nicholls to 65, 128 for 2. And the reason I think we're saying doomed is that basically New Zealand are able to dictate the terms of the match, aren't they? And if they get through, as you say 3 or even 4 down, with a lead of another 100 on top of this at least. That would be a call it 340 lead, close of play. Then it's up to them sort of when they pull out, I guess. As Fisher is in, this is tucked into the onside again, but straight to one of the 2. That's Cox there. We've got Cox and Gay at these 2 sort of catching mid wickets, which tells you everything about the pitch apart from anything else. It's gone to sleep again. I've seen it many times. Yeah. It's snoozing.
How do you wake it up?
You don't, I'm afraid.
No,
it's
Sleeping Beauty.
Full-on hibernation.
Can't Sonny Baker go and give it a kiss or something?
No, you basically move to the one next to it. In my experience.
Yeah.
It could be different, but it hasn't looked like it so far. As Fisher is in again and forward in solid defences. Nicholls to a full ball and off stump.
The 100 partnership took just 21 overs and 1 ball, and it's the first 100 stand of the series.
Wow.
Really? Yeah. Well, that is Lords.
Yes, that is Lords.
Yes. Had a bit of Lords.
But there was, 391 in the first innings, I suppose. But yes, there were sort of wickets were going every now and then, weren't they? But we're in that tired phase, and I heard you talking to Aggers. It's so hard as a captain here. I mean, Root's trying to come up with some plans, some funky plans. It's quite a subcontinent-y field, would you say? I mean, you've got the keeper up to the stumps, with Fisher bowling around the wicket, driving again up to mid-off, where Sonny Baker does the fielding. There's no run. Then off the last ball of the over, away goes one of those mid-wickets. Well, Gay out to deep square.
Yeah, and as a batting side now, you're just sort of walking around, you can feel the sort of air coming out of the fielding side.
Hot.
Yes, and you're just saying to your mate, come on, another half an hour here and we've got them. And we are right in the box seat for this test match. There's lots of clapping and encouragement from the fielding side, but it's a bit fake.
As Fisher's in, this is guided away to point off the front foot. There's no run, just the 1 boundary off that over. 128 for 2, Nicholls 65, Ravindra 43. How difficult is it to stop the thoughts that are probably going through the minds of spectators and commentators when you're out there in the middle, namely that, when are they going to declare? Well, it's going to be 2:30 tomorrow, so we just have to endure. And of course, you can't play cricket like that, can you?
No, but you do.
Right.
It's just always there, like the little devil on your shoulder, just thinking we're just sort of going through the motions. But you're right, you've got to try and put that through your mind, and you look at your premier fast bowler and say, "Come on, Joff, come on, give us 2 or 3. No, give us 2 or 3 quickly, and this is, but no spinner. No spinner now. You're sitting there thinking to yourself, "Oh crikey, I wished I had a Graham Swan to come on."
Archer starts the new over round the wicket, full on off stump, defended by Ravindra up to mid-off, no run.
Having said that, though, as you say, these things can change round very quickly, but it doesn't feel like it today. But England will be thinking to themselves, well, we can bat a long time on this as well.
That's true.
Yeah, and I don't think they're the side that I saw at the beginning of Bazball against New Zealand, whacking it all around Trent Bridge and everything, but I think they're a side that will be thinking, right, come on, what you can do it's our turn now to try and hang on, perhaps 5 sessions. It'll be creeping into their minds now.
Archer is around the wicket. A bouncer, a loopy bouncer, goes through to Root, taken on the way, very much on the way down when it got to him. Yeah, it's not easy, but I mean there are things for players to play for, and we mentioned earlier, you know, there's still the enthusiasm for the 3 debutants and for Fisher as well, who's only got the 1 cap, and for Emilio Gay. You know, these are people who want to impress.
Oh yeah,
and want to show what they can do. And you know, for Cox and for Roux, they'll be thinking second dig. Okay, if we need 500, that gives me a chance to be a hero.
Absolutely, yeah. Go out there, play with freedom.
Yeah,
you know, without. You know,
probably playing for a place as well, because if Stokes does come back, as we're sort of getting the sense that he will, as Archer is in, it's worked along the ground, a little flick of the bottom hand up to mid-on.
Have we written us off a bit too quickly?
No.
You know this place, don't you?
Well, I wouldn't say, I would never write off a team in a 4th innings at this ground.
No,
because it's very hard to bowl sides out.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the win could be tricky because New Zealand can dictate. Because they've had so much time in the game, haven't they? You know, with England being bowled out on the 3rd day, you know, before lunch or whatever, then you get this, or just at lunch, then you've got so much time that as a batting side now, you can say, right, we don't have to go hell for leather to get 500 ahead in the middle of day 4, you know. Worked into the onside, by the way, they're going to take a single as a shortish ball on the hip.
Might be a few scars from that baseball, that last baseball, you know. In a funny sort of way, it could be an awkward declaration. So that's what
when you're going to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. So England will be thinking, right, come on, let's just keep it tight for as long as we can now. Let's keep it as tight for as long as we can. And then you never know, you know. They might go, right, okay, 4.5 sessions, go and get 450.
Well, because they've got to win.
Yeah,
they're going to win the series.
Absolutely.
They have to win this game.
Absolutely. So there might just be that little kind of, you know, little bit of poker playing out there. You know, they've got to force the issue.
Archer in again. That's worked. Flicked. Oh, has it been brilliantly caught or not? I don't think so. I think it's landed just in front of Emilio Gay at leg slip. There was a moment of high excitement. He's there for the flick off the pads, and it went almost off the middle of Nicholls' bat, but it must have bounced just in front of him. There was a moment when the slips were excited and the wicketkeeper was excited. We'll see now. Oh,
just short.
Oh, it was so close. I mean, there was one drop there, wasn't there, on the first day, and it had, I don't know, 5 or 6 inches. It's bounced in front of him. He's done very well to take it on a half volley. But who is that with his hands on his face? Yeah.
There's a bit of that going on out there.
Archer in again. This is worked away down to long leg, where Fisher does the fielding. Eagerly gets it in, slightly over eagerly with the throw. And they take a single to finish the over. 2 singles off at 130 for 2. Ravindra 44, Nicholls 66. So, yes, I'm not ruling out any team. No, bats 4th on here. I think the difficulty is there's 4 very good bowlers, and they could have to bat for a really very long time. James Roberts has been in touch. He says, after hearing people talking about naming their cricket team after Andy Zaltzman, I wanted to get in touch with my experience of meeting Zaltz. Oh yeah, this could be fun. Come on, spill the beans, James Roberts. During a match against Penshurst, Zaltz's team, I was facing up in the final few overs when Zaltz came on to bowl. In an attempt to force a mistake from me, I guess, Zaltz proceeded to bowl an over comprising of right arm over, followed by right arm round, followed by a very decent left arm round. Root is into the attack. He's starting a new over from the Vauxhall end. Forward comes Nicholls, plays the ball back to Root. Didn't stop me from depositing him over the boundary for 6 to win the game, but a moment I will forever cherish, getting to play against the legend that is Andy Zaltzman and his son. Do you remember that game? Andy, Root in, goes for the sweep. There's Nicholls, and he's got it away out towards deep backward square leg. Good diving stop in the deep. Is that Gay again?
Yes, he's everywhere.
He's been fielding really well, actually, Gay. This is the enthusiasm I was talking to Tuffers about. That, you know, you've got players, inexperienced players in the team, all keen to impress. And he's done well there. He's saved 2 runs on the boundary as Root comes in again to Nicholls on 68. Nicholls takes it on the full, pushes it up to mid-on. There's a shy at the stumps that misses. I think he would have been home. 133 for 2. Bethel quick to the ball, one-handed pick up and throw. Sorry, Andy, do you recall?
I think I'd remember that game. For me, that 6 was pad first and should have been LBW. But
You do bowl a lot, don't you? You're like was it Kamindu Mendes, the mystery right arm, left arm, ambidextrous character?
Callaway at Glamorgan, doesn't he do that?
Oh, I've heard rumours of that. Speaking of Glamorgan, I haven't checked in on their score lately as Root. He's in, tosses one up, forward in defences. Ravindra, Michael Vaughan is alongside me. There is no run.
Good afternoon. New Zealand have an incredible chance here, and they bat the day out.
At the day, back tomorrow morning. Here's Root, and Ravindra drives again on the front foot back to Root.
Oh, we got
Fields moving pace to his left.
Just short of 2 hours, about 27 overs. Scoring at near on 4, so let's give him another 100.
Yeah,
90 maybe.
Root in again, it's worked away, the ball just doesn't turn, it's worked away off the pads out to Gay at deep mid-wicket, they take the single.
So 320 overnight, so England probably need three or four wickets in that period to give them any chance.
When I was saying to Tuffers, I'm not writing off a team batting in the 4th innings. I'm not sure that getting to a target is doable, but it can be very difficult to take wickets. It does get slower and lower and easier to bat on often here. So New Zealand do have to find a sweet spot that they want, and they might want to dangle a bit of a carrot of sort of 470 in 4.5 sessions. I mean, that's not much of a carrot.
I mean, it's never been done before, so it's it's not very big carrot.
Ben Duckett doesn't care for those kind of things.
How big a carrot do you want?
By
the way, I've been contacted. I was talking about Jofra Archer's celebration where he gives.
Oh yes.
And we were asking the youth, weren't we, about?
Youth, yeah.
Well, I've had someone on Instagram DM
yes.
saying it's C for champ.
Champ.
Yeah, C.
Now,
champ.
Smith champed him, didn't he?
Yeah. So look. Maybe we'll have to ask Joff, but I think it's C for champ.
Right. Okay.
I think. Well, that's according to Instagram.
Okay.
Which is where the world.
Well, evidently, so we get all your information from these days as start of a new over, and it's Tung's first ball has been creamed through the covers for 4. Beautiful shot from Ravindra. It's lovely to watch Ravindra. His timing is superb. When it hits the middle of his bat, it does speed along the ground, doesn't it? 138 for 2, Ravindra to 49.
He's a lovely chap. He comes and speaks every morning to me and Phil. Likes to have a good chat about old times. He likes watching old YouTube clips.
Does he?
Yeah, he does.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, we were talking about Chris Cairns. Chris Cairns on this ground hitting Phil onto the roof.
Oh. Those kind of clips.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We feel we're probably the best two to have a chat about his catching as well. We're not quite at that stage to just say, come on, how's it going? They're checking the ball, they're trying to get it changed. It's not going through the ring. Oh, they're squeezing it through the ring.
Well, it varies, doesn't it? It depends which way you hold it. I don't quite know how that works as a sphere. Is he just going to be giving the ball back? I fear he is. We're definitely at that stage where skippers are trying everything to make something happen. And Tung is looking very sceptically at this ball, as if to say, are you sure? And he's going to have to bowl with it. Ravindra's on 49. Slip 2 gullies, a catching cover just in front of square. Tung in. Ravindra goes back and defends. That's a bit off. There's no run. They had a chance to perhaps blow this game open when Ravindra was driving, got a thick edge, and Rue just sort of fell to his left and put out a left hand to it, and it didn't stick. And what was the score at that point, Andy?
It was 48 for 2.
Yeah, 48 for 3 with Ravindra out.
Yep.
And the ball still quite new, and the crowd up as well, because they were a bit, weren't they? You got that sense that the crowd were getting involved.
Yeah, low down to his left.
Could have been different. Tung is in once again. Ravindra digs one out, pushes it up to mid-off, but the England fielders are very keen to prevent this 50th run. So they're very busy to the ball. The lead 238 on a picture perfect day. There's also quite a nice refreshing breeze I can see from the flags above the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion. Getting a bit of a clap going as well. I mean, it does mean that people have got fourth day tickets, you're going to get a good day. And you know, there may yet be fifth day.
Oh, definitely.
Tongues in, and slapped away, and he's going to get 4 for it, and that's his 50. Really well played by Ravindra. Yes, he's had a life, but a wide-ish ball, bit of width, played it into the ground, down through deep backward points, and bring up a half century of some class. 79 balls it's taken him. There have been 11 boundaries in there, and he's such a lovely batter to watch when he's in form. He's not had a great series with bat or, as you say, with hands, but that is his 11th score above 50. And
Yeah,
5 times he's gone on to get 100.
Yeah, the problem for England is he's hitting this ball on the up now. So these aren't half volleys that he's climbing into. He's realising the ball's old, there's no movement, and he's going to be making this a real tough last couple of hours for England.
Sun comes in around the wicket to him. And Ravindra drives at one, misses through to the keeper. 85 miles an hour that from Tongue, but there was a bit of shape, and it drew the false shot from Ravindra, but he survives.
Yeah, I always do, you know, the Aussies still do it, don't they? And really good teams realise that the best time to put a team under a huge amount of pressure is now. England have been out there for 32 overs, it's hot, they're into their second, third spells, and New Zealand have got an hour and 50 minutes, and England will be a lot fresher tomorrow morning, so you might as well run them ragged now.
Yeah, be brutal. And, you know, tomorrow morning the ball's going to be even older, even if they're fresh. It's sort of all working in New Zealand's favour here as a full ball is clipped away past the right hand of Shaw mid-wicket, up to the boundary, up to the groundsman's hut for 4 more elegant runs for Ravindra. That is the end of the over. And they're motoring. 146 for 2. Ravindra 57, Nichols 69. I'm going to get out of the way for Alison Mitchell before Andy Zoltzman has something to say.
It's still a little more on that 50s. You said his 11th in Test, 500s amongst those, 11 for 79 balls. His first Test half century against England. This is his 5th Test against England and his 10th innings. He's had a score in the 40s, a couple in the 30s, one in the 20s. He's had a few starts, but not previously gone on to make 50. And just to recall, he was dropped by Roux on 7.
Hello, Zoltz. Hello, Michael. I think Ravindra, the last time Henry Nichols played a Test match, he and Ravindra put on a big partnership together. And remarkably, Henry Nichols in that match, which was against Zimbabwe, he made a big 150, but then got dropped afterwards, left out. So these two, though, have had experience of putting on big partnerships together before. Root in here, around the wicket, plenty of flight and forward, a whip of the wrist to work this up to mid-on.
Yeah,
straight to the fielder, though, no run.
Yeah, they're going to be aggressive, aren't they? You can just see that they've they played so well, and they're just starting to go up in the gears here.
Root moves in again, and Nichols awaits outside the off stump. Well, that turned and spun into the hands of first slip. Left well alone. A bit of, not seen much in the most sharp turn. Bounced as well. Just that one slip in place. Root in again, 66 on his back. Slightly fuller that time, pushing forward out towards the covers. A tumbling stop and no run. Nichols 67, 69, Ravindra 57. Ravindra in particular love those cover drives when he unfurls them. Long levers, stands tall. Root in again, a little bit quicker. Forward defence pressing back up the pitch. Root picks up in his follow through. There's no run. Barely a cloud in the sky here at the Oval. A couple more balls of Root to come here in the over.
He's one of those, he's easy on the eye, isn't he?
Root trots up around the stumps. Plenty of air. It's a low full toss. Drilled along the ground to long off. Fielded by Fisher. Single taken.
Where are the pigeons today? Do they not come out in the sun?
I had noted that they were absent, actually. Is it too hot for them?
I don't know, where do they go? And did you know?
I'll check my pigeon tracker.
Thank you. See where they are.
In goes Roots. Round he goes, leaving it alone to go into the gloves of Roux. There's Ravindra, end of the over, 147 for 2, and New Zealand's lead a whopping 247. Looks, Michael, as if at times they've tried to roost above our commentary box here, because they've got all these spikes in the rafters to try and stop the birds from roosting, nesting, whatever they might do, hanging out.
It's quite a big scene, isn't it, the pigeon racing scene?
I had one fly into my bedroom during COVID in Southampton once. Do you remember that?
Well, it got lost in a race.
Well, evidently, because it landed on my balcony and flew right in through. You know how you've got the rooms that look into the cricket pitch, into the outfield, and my sliding doors were open, and a pigeon flew right in and was suddenly plonked on my desk in front of me. And then it, in a flurry of wings, went and flew and perched on the lamp. And it had a little ring around its leg. So I think it was a stray racing pigeon, or if it was a stray homing pigeon, it clearly lost its radar. Here is Tongue from the pavilion end, getting in behind it, ball with maybe a little bit of extra bounce there. And Nichols drops it down into the turf, into the onside. It's been struck on the glove. He's removed his glove. He's dropped his bat now, so he's caught one nasty, maybe on the finger or the wrist. It's his left hand.
He's called straight for the physio. Just hit that bottom hand, the left hand. He's wiggling his fingers around, which from my experience of breaking the odd finger, it's very difficult to do when you have got a break. So he's probably just a bit of bruising, sore. Get the physio out, but the magic spray
Might do the job.
You can't beat that ice spray that they put on.
Pigeon track has come up with nothing from results at the moment.
You sure your pigeon with the ring on its leg wasn't just a naughty pigeon that had been tagged?
Well, he was definitely misbehaving. I know that. I had to take very good care. I was doing my match prep, and I had to take really very good care of my scorecard.
Yes, I had when we did that England-Scotland one-day international at the Grange when Scotland beat England. A brilliant game. I think it was 2018. Our commentary box was on top of the roof of the pavilion at the Grange, and had a bit of a seagull incident with my scorecard that
Oh
night.
no!
Oh no!
Bad news.
Oh no! Was it white or what colour are we talking? Have you still got the score?
Got the splatter pattern ingrained
in memory. Have you framed it?
He's a bit traumatised. I think it's best to shift the conversation on. The physio is out, tending to Henry Nichols' hand. Might be a good opportunity to just let you know what is going on in the Women's T20 World Cup at the moment. Tonight, holders New Zealand are taking on Ireland, and New Zealand have been having a really torrid time of it. That's on Sports Extra 2 from 6:15 on BBC Sounds. There was a really thrilling game last night. Scotland taking on West Indies, and Scotland only narrowly failing to beat them. And there are highlights of that match on the BBC Sport website right now. We've got every game of every match, every ball, indeed, of every game of the Women's T20 World Cup for you via BBC Sounds. England's next match is tomorrow up at Headingley against Scotland. It's quite an historic match there for England. Scotland playing
pretty good,
each other.
aren't
They have put in a good account of themselves so far. But yeah, last night was a real heartbreaker for them, actually getting close against West Indies. So they beat Ireland, and Scotland would have been eyeing up this game against England. And England without Nat Sciver-Brunt, so that's the big news from the England camp. Their regular captain is out. Charlie Dean will be in charge again.
Ali, we've been at the Oval before when
Yes.
there's been a ball change.
Yes. I'm thinking back to Stuart Broad's final game here in the Ashes.
And England have worked their magic to create another opportunity.
Yeah, they took this chance while the physio was out to take the ball to
Now, what year do you reckon it's from?
What, the change of ball?
Well, do you remember that moment? There was the story that the change of ball that England got was from the batch from the previous Ashes where the ball had hooped around everywhere.
This comes back to the argument as to why, when people say we can't change to a pink ball mid-match because it will be too different. Well, when that red ball was changed, it did an awful lot that was different. It did not please the Aussies at all.
It was Chris Wokes, wasn't he? He had it on a string.
Well, England needs something very special to happen here because they are facing a real punishing deficit at the moment. New Zealand's lead, 247.
I presume we've taken drinks, haven't we?
They must have now, I think. This is much longer than a physio coming on and off. The substitutes are out there with their fluoro bibs on, so the two teams are in there, England in a little huddle, and now they're dissipating. So we will have a change of ball. Nichols has had a little bit of treatment. Joe Root is using a little bit of sweat from Josh Tongue's forehead to give this changed ball a little bit of a shine.
I don't think I've ever seen that before, where a player's walked up to someone and nicked some of his sweat.
Maybe Tongue sweats better, more or differently to Joe Root. Root's very much the shiner and the polisher. He uses the cuff of his sleeve, doesn't he? Pulls the long sleeve over his palm and uses that to polish the ball
They
up.
used to occasionally rub the ball on Jack Leach's head.
Yeah, the
Oh,
nuts. Yeah.
Good old COVID. Changed all the rules on no use of saliva, and that's been in place ever since. 147 for 2. The only wickets to have fallen were within the first 9 overs of the New Zealand innings. Latham was out for 4. Archer opened up in much excitement when he had Latham caught behind, and then Devon Conway drove at tongue to a ball that was outside the off stump, a looser shot, and was caught by Brooke in the slip. So Conway was out for 11. Since then, it's been all Nicholls and Ravindra. A chance when Ravindra was on 7, flying to James Roux. Couldn't grab it in his left glove. And these two have continued to pile on the runs. So it is a change of ball here, and 5 balls left in this over from Tongue. In he goes down the leg side, and it's got through Roux again, tumbling to his right, down to the boundary for 4 leg byes. Well, I'm not sure whether we'll see this ball move anymore, but where are we up to with extras for this innings, Andy, if we keep track of remembering the 53 from the first innings?
I think that's just 9
okay,
so far.
Not quite in double figures yet. But yeah, pushed across the left-hander. Didn't get any bat on it, but Roux couldn't save the byes. New Zealand have passed 150 now in this second innings, 151 for 2, so the lead has gone past 250 as well. Here comes Tongue. Around the wicket he goes, blocked forward. Nicholls solidly into the onside.
He's played nicely, hasn't he, Henry Nicholls? In the first innings, you could see his kind of bat face was closed off. That's why England were targeting those straight deliveries. And he ended up edging one onto his stumps with that bat face closed. In this innings, he's been able to meet the balls from particularly around the wicket with the full face of the bat. He's looked really solid. Played some good shots as well. I mean, he's 70 from 95, so he's got on with it.
He's been a bit sort of feast or famine in terms of his run scoring in test matches. That's why he's been a bit in and out of the side. Down the leg side again, taken by Roux this time. Not getting any bat on it, but in this angle, Tongue bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. That's 2 now that he's slanted across. Nicholls is looking to whip this away. There is a leg gully in place and a deep backwards square. Joe Root looking a little thoughtful and pensive at the moment about how he's going to somehow manufacture a wicket. At the moment, it's really waiting for the batsman to make mistakes. But these two are locked in. Nicholls on 70. Bright sunshine, perfect batting conditions, a hot day. And Tongue races in past the umpire outside the off stump, looking to drive, hasn't timed it, to extra cover. And no run. Tell you who else was here on that same day when the ball was changed, that test match. That was Stuart Broad's last, wasn't it? That
yes.
Test match. Sir Mick Jagger.
He's here again today.
He is here, isn't he? In his own box. So that match,
What is
if I
it, his
remember
own box
rightly.
today or back then?
Well, on that match, he was celebrating during the match, he was celebrating his 80th birthday, and his family gifted him a lifetime box here at the Oval. So I'm presuming that when we saw him in a box, it must be his own box that he's got.
Okay.
How nice is that, to have your own? In goes Tongue, clipped into the mid-wicket region and bounced and fielded. End of the over then. Great deals.
So is it above,
151 for 2.
Is it above the dressing rooms?
I think it is. I'm going to say it's a little bit closer to the scoreboard. I'm trying to recall. I can't pick him out from here with his insider on the balcony. But I actually ended up paying a visit to that box during the day, and I'd never met Sir Mick Jagger before, and suddenly sort of realised I was standing right behind him and got introduced, and he had memories of being on Test Match Special. I think interviewed by, I don't know whether it was Aggers who would have interviewed him. It was a long time ago, but he had certainly some memories of the programme.
He loves his cricket.
Here goes Roots to Ravindra with one slip in place. Bit of width and chopped out towards the cover boundary, 1 run taken. You can't be getting no satisfaction from watching this today, though, Michael. I'm going.
Go on, keep going. Keep going, Ali.
That's all I've got.
Second outing for that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, it had to be, didn't it? Roots around the wicket again. Nicholls leaves one alone, thought about playing with it. having a little bit of a fiddle, shape to play, and into the gloves of Roux. Brook leans on his knees at first slip. Roots, blonde-haired, around the wicket he goes. Use of the feet this time, lofted shot down the ground. And how much has he got on it? Not enough for 6. Oh, and it's taken over the rope. A sliding attempt by Fisher to save the boundary, and he's taken the ball with him. And Nicholls advances. He's on to 74, 156 for 2. There's some real intent there against the spin.
Yeah, I know the obviously off spin against 2 left-handers is what they call a good matchup, but Jacob Bethel did get 3 for in the first innings.
You never know. In goes Root again. Nicholls waits for it, pushes it out towards deep cover, jogs through for 1. A change-up is just required somewhere, isn't it, to try and unsettle these two, because they are very comfortable against the pace at the moment. They're comfortable against Root.
Well, they're scoring quickly as well.
257 is the New Zealand lead. Root, and again, slightly flatter delivery. Defence this time from Ravindra. Picked up by Duckett. What have you made of Archer today, Michael? He came back for a second spell. Didn't quite hit the 90s, 92 that he reached in his opening 4 overs.
Yeah, I mean, he got the big breakthrough early. He bowled nicely with that new ball. Could have had another one.
Root in again from around the wicket. Defence on off stump. No run. Archer there is picking up at points. Dot ball to end the over. So 6 runs coming from it. 157 for 2. Ravindra 58, Nicholls 75, coming together when, that second wicket went down with just 28 runs on the board, and England knew they needed early wickets, and Archer did help them to get those early wickets. Nothing since then. So he had a break, didn't he? Had the tea break. He had 1 over before.
What are his figures, Andy, today? I mean, he seemed to have bowled pretty well. He's got the wicket.
1 for 39 from 8 overs. Had a catch dropped, missed behind the stumps that went for 4. So yeah, not flattered by those numbers, certainly.
No, he could have had a couple.
Tongue's continuing. Stiff breeze keeping the flags blowing on top of the pavilion against the blue sky, and Tongue races in outside the off stump, defended. A bit of a juggle there by Baker, enabling them to take 1 off the misfield. Baker at short extra, scampering through. They're alive to the opportunity. Nicholls moves on to 76. Tap of the bat as they come together.
I reckon they're going to go for the short ball theory.
Yeah, the field is changing.
Yeah, they're all going to get spread out on the leg side here. The helmet's going to come on as well. They're going to change the tactics to Ratchin.
Well, the short ball hasn't brought too many problems yet today. Seen a few banged in short, and fly to the boundary again. Right, out comes the helmet. So that'll be given to Emilio Gay, who's had the joy of 2 half-centuries in each of his first 2 test matches so far. And very much looking the part at the top of the order. Right, he's got the lid on. Other than that, we've got 3 on the offside. Everyone else stacking the leg side, spread out in the deep. And James Roux standing well back here. And Josh Tongue ball in hand. So Ravindra knows what to expect. He's on 58. In comes Tongue, and he's up on his toes, and he's played it out through point for 4. Well, that's far too comfortable for Ravindra. Not what the doctor ordered.
That's what you call a gift, and the field has been set pretty much all on the leg side. You get a short, wide one with a big vacant space. Pretty much the whole acreage on the offsides available. It's not easy bowling to this tactic when you're into day 3 of the test on a slow, flat wicket. Josh Tongue's into his 9th over.
The lead 262. Drone is hovering in front of our window, and Tongue moves in around the wicket again, pulled into the leg side this time. Should be saved. 2 fielders there in the deep. Throw comes back into the middle, so just the one. Controlled that well enough, kept it down. That's the key, really. They're looking for a ball which will really climb quickly. Try and find that top edge, but when it's not kicking up at pace, and these two are so well set, difficult to induce the error.
Yeah, absolutely. You just need, when you've got this tactic, you just need one to just kind of bounce off the pitch with a bit of extra oomph. And if it just comes off the pitch so slowly, it's very difficult to induce the mistake.
Nichols on 76, waits with his bat poised. There's a bouncer that he simply flexes his knees and leans forward from the waist. He's able to pass harmlessly over him through to James Roux. Down the track comes Ravindra to have a little word. They're both looking so calm out there, so composed, untroubled, unruffled.
It's not the Tongue versus Ravindra contest today. In the first 10 balls that Tongue bowled to Ravindra today, just 2 runs. 9 dot balls, of which the final one was the dropped catch behind by Roux, since when Ravindra's taken 30 runs off the 19 balls he's faced from Tongue with 7 fours.
Certainly a shift in momentum, isn't it? Oh, there is a leading edge. It pops out harmlessly home to the offside. Archer is there in the covers, but yeah, not in control that time. Single added, 164 for 2. If you missed any of the action earlier in the day, well, England were all out for 291. Jordan Cox, who was not out overnight, could only add 6 to his overnight score, and England managed to get to within 100 of New Zealand's total, thanks to a half-century, a maiden Test 50 from Matthew Fisher. More unlikely of those at the start of the day. Tongue moves in, short ball swung around the corner, hard and fast for 4. Well, there was no stopping that, even with a fine leg in place. Bethel could not get there. He's a man who is finding his form, found his form out there. He's on to 67.
Yeah, this is a problem for Joe Root. When you turn to this tactic, you turn to it obviously because you think you might get a wicket, but more so at this stage, you hope that the scoreboard won't tick because the batters might duck and weave and kind of get out of the way of a few. Once you get hit for a, what did he go for in that over? 10, 11 in the over. Oh, it's problem times. Jacob Bethel's going to come on. Just a change of spinner, left arm to replace Joe Root.
Well, will there be a little bit of purchase for him? Could he just play on the batter's ego? And those 3 wickets he got in the first innings, they weren't what you'd call wicket-taking deliveries.
No, there's a little bit of rough. Happen. Yeah, I mean, we've seen Joe Root spin a couple of balls out of the rough the outside the off stump of the left-hander. So that obviously will be where Jacob's going to try and aim, get the ball spinning back through the gate. It won't be easy because this pair are well set. Nichols on 77, Ratchin's on 67, the lead by 268. It's quite a nice time to be batting.
Well, their aim is to continue batting all the way through until the close tonight, build on this lead through tomorrow. New Zealand so much in control, they'll be able to look at the situation unless England really suddenly start to run through them, which would be thoroughly against the run of play. New Zealand will have the opportunity to even potentially decide when to declare and how long they'll want to set about bowling to England. Sir Alistair Cook, welcome to you. Pretty comfortable position for New Zealand to be in, and Tom Latham, the captain, now already dismissed but up in the dressing room watching proceedings. He'll be very happy with what he's seeing unfold.
Absolutely. When they lost those 2 wickets for 28, you felt their dressing room would feel very different to what it does now. And they've earned the right, they've put the pressure on. The England bowl soaked up the pressure, now putting the pressure back on. And this is what, where I think we're looking at the bowling attack of it's exciting. Tongue in particular, Baker, Archer. But these are sessions where you have to learn how to not leak many runs. This is like, I look back when Jimmy and Broady played. On their day, they were outstanding early on in their career, but these are the days where you're not going to blast out the opposition, you're not going to get 5 for 10, but it's can you return figures of 1 for 40 or 2 for 15 and keep the pressure on, not let the game go away, do your job without blasting away, and I think that's the next step for these bowlers.
Bethel, left arm spin, drags one down into the pitch. Dropped behind square. Harry Brook, that one slip there. Scampers back to pick up. So one slip, short leg in place here for Bethel with his left arm spin. Bleached blonde hair and bowling with his sunglasses on. Got Archer at backward point, deep cover. Root is there at mid-off, catcher at mid-wicket, as well as the short leg as Bethel's in again. Hoiked, oh, it's ricocheted off Gay, did it? Wicketkeeper.
I don't think so. I think it's just skidded on now. Nichols is disappointed because he thought he's missed out on a bit of a long hop, but he's bowled quickly. The first two balls are 59 miles an hour, darted in.
He's not exactly getting up there. Oh, it went bottom edge and between his own pads. Shaped to play a big pull shot.
Get flushed him somewhere a little bit more uncomfortable than that.
I'm trying to be elegant about it, Alistair. In goes Bethel forward. Bat and pad close together in defence. Bethel picking up off his own bowling. I think Emilio Gay's got shin pads on today. But yesterday he went in at short leg without any padding whatsoever. Actually wore one right on the back of the thigh, wasn't it? Which still wouldn't have helped with the shin pads on. Bethel in, another one dragged down and a missed sweep attempt. Bottom edge into his own boot from Nichols, picked up by Rue. Well, they're seeing an opportunity to play attacking shots. It's not coming off as yet.
England won't mind. I quite like this field. In, out, you'll say a couple of catches, short leg, catching mid-wicket, and then four boundary riders.
Bright sunshine, dark shadows. There's another one dragged down a little by Bethel. Worked away to point for a single. Archer picking up. A lot of these are short-ish deliveries, aren't they, from Bethel?
He's just trying to find a bit of control, isn't he? But he's darting them in. There's not much F and G, as Tuffers likes to call it.
The old flight and guile. Oh, the Pigeons is back, not roosting though on the outfield, just fluttering around in the sky above us here. Blue sky, clouds flying merrily. Now Bethel's having a chat here with Root at mid-off. What's he thinking about Ravindra? He's asking Root to go a little bit deeper. He retreats a few paces from his position at mid-off. Got long on back, stuck it here. He looks to loft one over the onside. Bethel in, a little bit more flight there. The ball pops up towards Gay. He can't get there. He went one-handed. There was a chance. There was a chance. And Emilio Gay is left on his front, sprawling. How close did he get? Looked like he got his hands to it, got fingertips to it. That was a good effort. It's the end of the over from Bethel.
There's another one of these chances. England have gone begging. Big inside edge. Gay at short leg. He looped up. He's gone one-handed. Couldn't quite get there. So whether that goes down a chance, but it was in the air for such a long period of time. You thought you would have said Ollie Pope would have got there. Guy who's very good at short leg. First thing went through my mind is how much has Emilio Gay done at short leg, or is it a case of the youngest man goes in there, or the most inexperienced?
Well, it's an interesting name to bring up, isn't it? Given that you've got James Rue keeping wicket, making a Test debut. Ollie Pope name could have been in amongst the conversation. Simon Mann is here, Alistair, to join you with the lead now 269.
I've seen the replay again. It did he's been firing it in, and actually this one was slightly wider. It did just grab into that rough. It looped up, and Gage did make good yards to him. He's a big man to be fielding at short leg. Simon.
Well, they've created chances, England, but they've not been able to take them. Here's Sonny Baker moving into bowl. Short ball way down the leg side, taken by a leaping Rue. Talking about the chances, he's had two of them, and one's you'd hope your keeper would take away to his left and to his right as well. The interesting one with Nichols is he got his glove outside the line of the ball. You don't see that happen very often, do you? It kind of went inside the glove at catchable height. Not an easy one.
Well, but we both have to say there weren't easy chances.
No.
Both of them. One low to his left, one high to his right. But again, they're the chances. Look at New Zealand this morning in particular. Blundell took a brilliant catch standing up to Matt Henry, big edge from Archer, and then Tom Nathan diving low to his left at extra cover or mid-wicket.
Baker bowls down the leg side, flap at that one. He's missed it, Nichols, on its way through to Rue. So Nichols 78 not out on his return to Test cricket. He's got 10 Test hundreds. Ravindra 67. Both have been reprieved. He's looking for his 6th 100 here, and New Zealand in such a strong position, 269 for 2. Chance to really back England out of the game here and decide, well, totally dictate tomorrow what they want to do in terms of setting England a target and how many overs or how much time.
I can say they won't be thinking about that now.
No, just
totally
bat.
unnecessary, just bat.
Yes, bat, because we're only on the third day still. There's so much time left in the game. Baker bowls, and that's pulled away down towards fine leg on the bounce to Bethell. And they go through for a single. England with this leg theory, with all the fielders on the leg side. Took it on, and it wasn't far away. It's interesting, got Bethell down at fine leg, and he's a very good fielder. And it bounced in front of him, not by much. And he stepped forward, it smacked into his hands. It got there very quickly. It's in the shadows, cast by the JM Finn stand here at the Oval, the Vauxhall end. 170 for 2. So the lead is 270. I mean, for England to win from here, to get back in the game, you feel they've got to 8 for 100 or something like that, 8 for 130, and then obviously that'd be a fantastic chase as well. Baker bowls, pulled away by Ravindra, out towards deep back with square leg. It's gone for 4. He's hit it really well despite all the fielders on the leg side. He really climbed into that one. Low pull. Ravindra goes to 71. This is hard. This is when Test cricket gets hard. Can you remember a game, Alistair? I was just thinking, you know, as a fielder, you out there in a bowler, you kind of try to presumably put all the match situation to the back of your mind and just concentrate on over by over, ball by ball, and try to create some sort of pressure. But games that, perhaps in these sorts of situations where you really hated the Test match, you know, you thought, I can't wait for this game to be over. I mean, you would never have said it at the time as an England Test cricketer or as an England captain. But matches you thought, oh, this is all out of hand, and
I think
I'm
it's
looking forward to Monday night or whatever. I'll give you a moment to think about it anyway. Here's Baker rushing in to bowl from the pavilion end. Short ball, he ducks underneath it there, Ravindra, and it's through to Aru.
I think the ones I found the hardest were, say you bowled first, and the opposition, because they got 300, and then you got rolled quickly for 140 or something. And then the opposition is so far ahead of the game straight away. And your bowlers are hating the batters because they're back bowling. You know, they bowled 80 overs and 90 overs in the first innings, and then we batted 40 overs, so they've had no rest, and they're back bowling again. You're like, you know you're going to pretty much lose the game, or there's a good chance you're going to lose the game. You're asking for a massive effort, and you just stand at slip or mid-wicket. You can't do anything, and they've got to go through the pain.
Baker bowls short, flapped away on the pull down towards fine leg, and that's really good fielding by Bethell down there. He ran round, collected the ball, and then passed it on to Harry Brook, a bit like a scrum half, a little inside pass or a fly half inside pass to the flank forward, coming in on the inside of you. It was really neatly done. They got a single. 175 for 2.
Because you feel a bit hopeless. You're helpless. You feel like not only have you not batted well enough, so you are part of the responsibility to the situation you're in. Because say 300 was par, and then you're there, and you wish you could take the pain. You wish you could bowl the 30 overs to like make up for it, but you couldn't. And whatever you try at, and batting becomes easy when you get that far ahead of the game. It does, and it's like this. It's a death by 1,000 shots, whatever they're saying.
Yeah.
And whatever you're doing, you know, so you go 7-2 for a bit. You go short ball theory, but because the pressure's off, batter's a bit better.
Yeah.
And this is why Test cricket is a hard game. But when you're in the shoes on the other foot and you are on top, don't mess it up.
Exactly. Bethell bowls, pulled away by Ravindra, out towards long on, so that foot pull up towards straight rather than square. Another run.
There's no easy runs in Test cricket. There are occasionally right at the end, but both Nicholls and Ravindra here, 70 odd not out. These are the opportunities which really look after your career. They guarantee places for a bit. You get that 100, you get 150, and then there'll be other times where you're coming into bat. Like 20 minutes ago, the end of the day, it's cloudy, the floodlights on the ball's doing all sorts. You need these sessions.
Bethell bowls outside the off stump, but padded away by next door. He offers the pad anyway. It's not taken cleanly by Rue. Goes down towards short third. There's no run.
these are the sessions that look after you when the thing, because it's not easy. And then you get the only bit which irritated me about it was in the media stand this end, and we are sat up there, we've dominated the game, we're in a great position, and we've just got Simon Mann calling for a declaration.
No.
Jonathan
No, hold on. Here's Bethel bowling. It's pushed through. It's played away off the back foot by Nichols up towards long on for a single. I never call for a declaration. I want as many as you possibly. I loved what Shubman Gill did at Edgbaston last year, where he set them 600 to win.
But if you win the game,
yeah,
absolutely
won the game.
fine. I just think, that.
Okay, that was a bit extreme, 600.
Yeah,
but
did they win?
Yeah, they did.
So that was the only irritating bit. We played some really good cricket, we're ahead of the game, and yet we're still getting criticism because we didn't declare quick enough. I can tell you what, this England side in the field now would love to be getting criticised for batting on too long.
Bethel bowls nudged away by Ravindra for a single, back of the square for a single. Ravindra to 74.
Yes, and that's the 150 partnership in 31.3 overs.
And they've scored quickly since tea as well. They've been scoring at over 5.5 runs and over since tea. The runs have really flowed. Perfect session for New Zealand.
84 in 13.5 overs since tea.
Yeah, with an hour and a quarter to go, a chance of a 330 lead or something like that by the close of play today. They are so far ahead of the game in terms of time. The weather's good as well. And Bethel bowls, sweep shot from Nichols, half stopped at short fine leg, but they're going to come back for two because it was parried away from the fielder coming in from deep back with square leg. 180 for two.
I think this is where I thought the development say of Jimmy and Stewart as bowlers, and I'd say Chris Wokes and the guys who found a way to survive these situations in Test cricket. The figures then they're not going to be brilliant, but they're not going to be bad. They're going to be.
This is Bethel bowling to Nichols outside the off, and that's spun and it nudged away towards short fine leg. I don't know, it's rough there or spin off the surface, probably the rough inside the off stump, but turn and bounce there for Jacob Bethel. Well, you heard the announcement there.
Turn.
Drinks, yeah. It did turn, didn't it?
Absolutely ragged and bounced. That's almost hit Nicol front of the chest there.
I'd like to see a replay of where the ball pitched. Was it in a foot mark or something like that?
Has to.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? So Nichols 82, Ravindra 74. Drinks coming on to the field in this final session of the day. Play will finish today at 6:30. We've had two 7 o'clock finishes because of slight delays because of showers on the first 2 days of this match, but barely see a cloud this evening at the Oval. It's a lovely midsummer's day, and New Zealand 180 off 40 overs, scoring freely, and England they're staring at 1-1 really.
Yeah, you feel like it. Just seeing that. So England at the minute, they've gone short ball from one end, you've got Bethel bowling into the rough. Is it a case now saying, right, we'll have maybe one more over of bounces at it? It hasn't worked. Then we're just going to try and dry up that end. If the ball keeps doing it, certainly when the two left-handers are in, keep throwing the ball in the rough, Bethel, you're going to be the more dangerous thing. And we can just hold from the other end. So you're not leaking as many runs. Bethel, he's better than a part-time bowler, but he's a part-time bowler. So you might leak the odd one, but actually then you tie up an end. So tactically now, England are almost attacking for both ends. Is it a case now of maybe one over after drinks? You never know what happens after drinks break, one poor shot. If that doesn't work, you get Fisher or whoever, but maybe 7-2 or everyone in front of the thing will bowl wicket to wicket, try and give them nothing, and then use Bethel as the attacking option. I think maybe this England side need to not just attack. You can settle in on and be boring on wickets, which apart from the odd one, this is a very good wicket.
Yeah, New Zealand have earned their right to be in this position and to exploit it. It's been a strange pitch in a way because we have seen one or two keep low today and one or two bounce as well, more than expected, more than we often see at the Oval. There's been some unpredictable bounce, but not that dramatic low bounce and high bounce that we saw at Lords, and also the sideways movement at Lords as well, and the slope and the overheads as well. I mean, it was good luck really to the batters there. Now, where did that bounce? Oh, was that a foot mark, really, would you say?
Yeah, it was a foot mark.
We just seen the replay on where that pitched, and it really did spit. They took it on the glove. It was one of those, if you saw that in a test match in India, you'd go, wow, good
luck.
Yeah, good luck surviving for the next, however long left in the game, but it might be a rogue ball. So this drinks break seems to be going on quite a long time at the moment on this hot day.
Yeah, if you're England now, can you then just rush through the drinks break and try and quick drink, then get back on it? Because they're minus 11 on the over rate. And if you can nip 2 minutes back, because every drinks break will be on the same, on the computer as 4 minutes. You could gain a minute back.
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
But they don't care, do they, Simon? They don't care about the over rate.
Well, it's cost England in terms of World Test Championship points, because you end up with a heavy punishment. You lose World Test Championship points. I think to qualify for the World Test Championship final next summer, England would need to win all their games this summer, and obviously into the winter as well when they play South Africa and Bangladesh. So a tall order for them. They didn't beat India last summer. They were well beaten in Australia, so they're trying to get a lot of ground back. Get those over 8 penalties. I think it's not always that clear, is it, what your penalty is going to be? I mean, Australia missed out on the first World Test Championship final. They missed out on over 8. They had enough points.
Did they?
Yeah, well, in terms of wins and things like that, but they missed out, I think, to New Zealand, who then went on to win it.
It does feel like England is a tough place to win the World Test Championship, because in one of the in every cycle, either away at Australia or away in India.
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't it? Like, you can't.
Yeah. So England probably on paper got the harder fixtures.
Can they? If you're now an administrator, could you now try as ECB? Could you not try and just move the schedules around so that when you are playing India and Australia, Australia away is set in stone, but you can maybe move the India one so it fills into a different cycle.
Yeah, they're lucrative series though, aren't they? You've got to play India and you've got to play Australia. Right, Jonathan's here. A very long drinks break. I think I did 3 overs there in that 15 minutes or so.
It's just meandering, isn't it? I mean, the previous one as well, they had a drinks break not so long ago when the batsman was being treated, and the ball was changed. And interesting, actually, reflecting what Ian Gould said yesterday about helmets. And there's a helmet out there parked up outside behind the wicketkeeper, but yet when they wanted a helmet, one was brought on from the sidelines. It's extraordinary. Right, Baker with a great leap comes running in and bowls a bouncer, which is collected by Root. This is the tactic of yesterday morning that really set the tone, I'm afraid, for what England are now experiencing. New Zealand 280 in the lead. They've got 8 wickets in hand in 2 days and an hour and 10 minutes. So there's no rush. I mean, okay, Ravindra's a free scoring player. Well, they both are, actually. And so is Mitchell, who'll come in next. So they've got plenty of power batting to come. Baker rushes in again, bowls short once more, paddled away around the corner, down to deep backward square leg to take a single. Well, what's interesting, okay, for me is that they've gone to this now. Are they going to do this until tea time tomorrow? Bowling bouncers.
Well, I was just saying to Simon, maybe one more over at it to say we've had a go at it, and then maybe a couple of half chances, and Nichols and stuff, and then we're just watching while the left-handers are in. You could attack with Bethel and defend at the other end. We feel like because you are attacking both ends at the minute, aren't you? With Bethel bowling to the rough aggressively. It looks threatening, so you say that's more threatening than this. But as I say this, Nichols is going to first over innings. He's going to cloth one to one of those 7 catches on the leg side.
Well, they're all out there, and Baker around the wicket bowls a bouncer, and Nichols gets underneath it. He's not a tall man. Goes whistling through to the wicketkeeper. 181 for 2. The notion of running up and sort of bowling tight maidens seems to have gone as a means of applying pressure.
Absolutely. And I keep saying the improvement in Broad and Anderson was when they could do that on these kind of days.
Yep.
On their day, beginning of their career, when it swung and they were brilliant. It was these days which turned them into the bowlers that they became.
being able to hold.
Exactly.
Hold. Not let the opposition go too far.
Baker bowls, he steps away, he's hit that into the offside. Well, this is inevitable, really. Ball rolls into the boundary at backward point, and Nicholls there. He knows where he's going to get. So a little hop into the leg side, and then cleverly played off the back foot, over point, and into the boundary once more. So when you know what's coming, it makes it easier. Now Joe Root, what's he doing here? Well, short leg is retreating by the look of it, so then I've got 2 helmets redundant out there, and Root is coming into the offside, so he's going to sort of a fine gully, really. So we've got a very wide, well, we've got, what do we call that fella standing out there, a rather sort of misplaced mid-wicket, deep square leg. Here comes Baker, bowls, that's tucked away into the leg side, beats the fielder there, and they take a single to the man out in the deep. Quite what do you call that fella out there? What position's that?
I like the misplaced mid-wicket.
Mid-wicket, right. So
I
from
like
now on,
that.
yes. Go to misplaced mid-wicket, a square leg, fine leg.
An accidental cover point as well.
Isn't it just a deep mid-wicket, 10 off the boundary?
Well, deep sort of means that he's on the boundary, doesn't it?
I just said he's 20 yards. Go to deep mid-wicket, 20 yards off the boundary.
Misplaced mid-wicket.
You go misplaced, okay.
Yeah, I like that. Brendan McCullum, I see sitting up on the balcony there, observing. And then we have Archer is at a short point, but not silly. I'd never call Jofra silly. Fine gully. In comes Baker, rushing in, bowls short. Another bouncer. Ravindra's underneath it. So he's quite close. Root was sort of fourth slip. Very fine third man. Deep backward point, and then an assortment really out there in the leg side. It's one of those, when you get those boxes of celebrations, is it? And you put your hand in, you're not quite sure what you're going to pull out. It's sort of an assortment of things. That rather describes that leg side field.
What would you hope to pull out in celebration?
Hope to pull out a Galaxy.
Oh. I wouldn't. I quite like a bounty.
Oh, no, I hate bounties.
I knew that. I knew it was like they're going one or two ways.
Well, we have a trade. If you pull out a Galaxy, you give it to me. If I pull out a bounty, I'll give it to you.
Yeah, well, I'm happy. I would actually quite like to do a little bit of research on England's short pitch bowling in general. When they go to the short pitch theory.
And that's what's Bethel. He won't go short. They'll toss it up, aiming for that rough again if he can, but he's driven out for a single to deep point.
So I'm sure, I mean, it'll take a bit of work, but you could have every time England, say in the last 4 years, have gone to every man short, what the stats say.
Rarely works. I'm trying to think.
Clearly there has been some wickets.
Yes.
How many what is their average and what is the economy rate of doing it?
And how long it takes to get those wickets as well. You go through. It seems like it takes forever with this. Bethel again, floating it up, and it's clipped away down to long on. Duckett's down here in the sunshine.
Because I'm right. I reckon the stats wouldn't be great. It's not particularly pleasant for the batsman. You know, it's all well and good sitting up 150 yards away, but it's not particularly nice. The ball coming down at 140 k's an hour near your ears every ball. But I mean, the stats my so-called stats, what I think's happened.
There's a sweep into a deep backward square leg. Take a single. Well, AI help you if you program your AI, or
I hope Zoltan
program Andy Zoltan or AZ.
It's going to take a while to do.
Yes, so on the CricViz system, you can look at balls that have bounced at a certain length. What doesn't tell us
what the field is.
Yeah, it's more when it's all in. You know, you got your deep third man.
I'm with you. I mean, it'd be very interesting to know. Bethel bowls, and there's a sweeping hit on the pad. Has been given out leg before wicket. Sweeping Bethel, and again the batsman will confer. He got a good stride down. It's a sort of LBW that years ago would not have been given out, but with technology, the bowler has more of a chance. And England are delighted. They have reviewed this.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. It's a fair delivery. We go to front on, please.
Okay, let's have a look. It's Rod Tucker, the voice we hear there.
Coming up.
Is he outside the line of off stump? That's first question. You think he is
Go
good?
to ultra edge, yeah. When it's ready, please. Just to check if there's any bat involved.
No, he's missed it. So all that
Under the
impact.
bat there, we've got a flat line.
Outside or umpire's call for impact?
Missed the glove, so gone through to the pad. The pad's the first contact, so
I think
we
it
can
hit
go
the
to ball
stumps.
tracking when it's ready.
Let's have a look. It's this
Ball tracking coming up.
first one, and it's
Impact
pitching
is umpire's
outside. Off
call.
impact is umpire's
And
call.
wickets.
So he's out. Very tight. But Bethel, well, he's turning into quite a partnership breaker. And Ravindra there pays the price for trying to sweep. Almost got his pad outside the line of the off stump. As I said, it's a decision that pre-technology you would not have got that.
So I was going to query that.
No, you wouldn't have got that. Front foot,
good
stride like that. There were certain umpires.
I was just about to say.
There were certain umpires that would give you for sweeping because they don't like the shot.
Well, that's what I was about to say.
Usually former left arm spinners.
For the umpires who didn't like the sweep shot.
Yeah, Sam Cook, the old boy, used to bowl for Gloucestershire. Bosh out. You knew who it was. You knew the umpires who would give it out.
I'll tell you what wouldn't have been given out if you. No way with a big stride if that hit him with a full defence back in the day.
No chance.
No way that was given out. But I thought you would get given out for the shot a bit more.
Well, occasionally, but it depends on the umpire. I think Ray Julian might have seen you off, but he saw everybody off. So England finally have a wicket. That's the highest partnership ever by a New Zealand pair on this ground. And now Mitchell arrives. He likes to be positive, of course. With a wonderful series here. The last time that New Zealand were in town. Toppers is smiling.
Wow,
that's lovely. A wicket. I was just saying to Cook, that's a wicket you wouldn't have got.
No, never. No, never. I wouldn't.
Apart from Sam Cook, maybe Ray Julian.
Yeah, perhaps Ray might have just got the finger up there. But no, delighted to see a bit of spin at the Oval, making a breakthrough. I think he's got some ability. You know, Jacob Bethel. Well, for a start off, he's got a knack.
Gets wickets.
Yeah.
Gets people out.
Yeah, which is a good start. And yeah, he's got another one there.
So Mitchell, right-handed. England will be pleased about that as well. He bowls outside the off stump. It's interesting. I was looking up. England, of course, have got 4 left-handers in their side. Yeah. And there's been a couple spit out of the rough. And Ravindra will bowl.
Yes,
left arm spin.
Absolutely. Bit of Glenn Phillips as well.
Yep.
Who's more than useful.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, he's rapidly turning into an all-rounder, Jacob Bethel.
He goes again, bowls from round the wicket, and that's tucked away to Root, who's at mid-on.
Let me at him. Let me have a little bit of work with it. He's got a nice steady action. He's got a nice sort of easy, steady action, and it gets it down, obviously with a bit of action on it and a bit of fizz.
Yep.
You know, and it seems quite natural, sort of, to get it down the other end. You know, see some spinners with arms and legs and elbows jutting out. It's a very sort of like nice, repeatable action.
Yep.
Puts it in the right areas and see what will happen.
Interesting hair.
Okay.
I think I could see you. I could see you with that, with a bit of.
Well, I had a Mohican when I was
a gold Mohican.
Yeah, lovely. Yeah, but I think he's got a bit of promise.
Yeah, what is
good
cricketer?
Yeah, good all-round.
Everything. Yeah.
But the only trouble now is that you've got to put in a little bit of work. You know, so you can't just have your knock. You know, bowl half a dozen and then off you go.
Oh, correct.
You know, you've got to put in the work with a spin bowling coach, and it really comes down to just balls bowled.
Right, we've got the field again for short bowling here. As this is Baker bowling, just short of a length, and Nichols on 89.
And we're talking. Sorry, I'm just a little bit buzzed up about this.
You are?
Yeah. Well, no. In fact, well, the Oval. It's all coming back to me. The old fingers are starting to twitch again.
If you had a Coke or something, I mean Coca-Cola. Just to clarify.
Yes.
You are buzzing. You haven't been animated all day.
No, I have.
I know you had an early night last night.
I did. So it's just nice to see. You know, we don't want to go back, and especially for the balance of the side. You know, we're always talking about balance of the side. I don't want to go back to just that. You know, four seamers ploughing in all day, as these kind of pitches show.
Yep.
You do need that balance.
You do. Right, Baker's coming over the wicket now. And he's bowling, a very high bouncer, and Baker falls over. Bowled himself off his feet. He's got a very dirty back of his shirt now.
Oh dear, yeah.
189 for 3.
Stick it in the dry cleaning. It's quite expensive dry cleaning nowadays, isn't it?
Well, I don't know.
Sorry, don't you do the washing run?
Well, I do. Actually, I'll be honest, the dry cleaning that I take and collect, I look at it and I have a little laugh with Sonia, who does the dry cleaning in Melton Mowbray. None of it is ever mine.
Oh, isn't it?
No, I just get a handful of dresses. Say, thank you, Sonia.
Oh, okay.
Nothing for you there, Mr. Agnew. I say no. Here's Baker, bowls down the leg side. And Nichols steps inside the line.
It's Ravindra's final numbers, 76 from 99 with 15 fours. The partnership was 161 from 33.5 overs. There hadn't been a 100 stand or a stand of more than 20 overs in the series before that. Drop catches at 48 for 2 of Ravindra, 97 for 2 from Nichols. So costly misses that stand.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, you can't afford that on a long hot day. You need every chance gobbled up. What's that? You mean you don't take? I've seen you in a suit. What? Don't you dry clean your suit?
I was trying to dab off any soup spillings. Here's Baker, and that's short and goes over Nichols' head again. He's not joining in here. He's not playing, is he?
Who's that? No, well, why would you? Why would you?
Exactly, I agree.
Yeah, why would you?
Why get out to this? I've got another day to go yet.
Absolutely, and if you're a top order batsman as well, you just watch them go past. I'm not falling into your trap that everyone else seems to.
Yep.
No, why wouldn't you? Why would you give away a potential 100?
Yeah, he needs 11. Let the bowler come tearing in and keep bowling bounces.
Thanks very much. You're going to, let's see how you go tomorrow morning.
We don't like facing it very much, would you?
Well, no, but I mean, these boys are used to it, John.
Yes, I suppose so.
Got better eyes than we have.
Here's Baker again, bowls, and that's a gloved away. It's come very fine, and that's going to be 4 more. So the problem with this, as we were saying yesterday, is there's no control about where the ball's going to go. If the batsman just hooks or pulls or whatever, yes, you might get lucky, and he might sky one. It's possible.
Yeah.
But also, equally likely, is this going to go flying all over the place, like this one. I mean, no one's going to be able to stop this.
And this one down the leg side as well. So, good players just, they can be selective about the short ball. Oh, that one's, down the leg side. I'm just going to follow it round, catch up with it and knock it down past. Fine leg, They're not
193 for 3 and 93 to Nichols now. Well, do you remember there was a discussion of not many years ago with an optician that we had on Test match? Remember this?
Yeah, right. Okay.
Here's Baker, runs in. He steps away now, clubs it back at him. Oh, he's hit it straight down the ground through Baker's hands, and that's going to be 4 more. And that is dismissive.
Yeah.
It's a rather disdainful way of treating this tactic, to be honest.
Slap. I know what you're going to bowl this time. I'm going to give myself a load of room outside the leg stump and just sort of like, what was that, like a 4 hands sort of cross court.
He's just smashed it down the ground.
Yeah.
Baker got a bit of hand to it, but it's still gone for 4, so Nichols goes to 97. So do you remember that the optician very wisely, as it turned out, said, because your strong eye is your right eye, isn't it? And my strong eye is my right eye. And we both concluded, therefore, that we should have batted left-handed.
Yes, a few have told me that.
And what players we could have been.
Wow.
Why didn't we do it?
Could have been the next Gower.
Yeah. If only we had batted left-handed rather than tried to bat right.
Graham Pollock.
That's where we went wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no one told me that.
No one told me.
Yeah.
But that's why. I mean, David is right-handed at everything else.
Yeah.
Batted left-handed, got a stronger eye. Bethel bowls, and that's pushed away into the offside.
Yeah, I'm the other way round.
Take a single.
I'm left-handed and do everything else right-handed. Double-handed sports, like bat, play golf. I might. I put the fork in my left hand. What's that? Is that right-handed?
Yeah.
Oh, is it?
I think so. I'm right-handed and use the fork with the left hand.
Yeah, well, I do that as well. Yeah, weird.
That's where you're trained, isn't it? I mean, you know, taught good table manners.
Oh, well, there you go.
Don't shovel it in with the right. You don't have the knife on the left side, do you, when they're laying up a place?
Etiquette.
Yes. 198 for 3. And Bethel's going to bowl to Nichols on 97. Slip, short leg. In goes Bethel. Can he hit that rough? He moves in, bowls, and Nichols very carefully just comes forward. What'll be interesting to see what they're going to do.
Yeah, got to win
on
this
the
game,
other
John.
end. But when Mitchell's on strike,
yeah,
are they going to go short straight away at him, or are they going to try and get him out? Yeah, I don't know. Well, they'll say they're trying to get him out by bowling short, but you know what I mean.
Yep.
Bethel again bowls. It's short and cut into the offside. Take a single. 98 to Nichols.
Yeah. It's been a chastening afternoon for the England side. Nothing's gone right. Those two misses from Rue now starting to really sort of grind at you. The one good thing for England, though, is that New Zealand need to win this Test match.
They do, yeah. Bethel and Mitchell's down, down the pitch.
Oh, you see, he's got
a little bit tangled up there as he bowled into the rough.
Yeah. He looks like a natural. He looked like he could become a more than useful left arm spinner.
Well, go and
I might have a word with him.
Yeah,
tomorrow morning.
Display your credentials.
Well, he might be a bit tired. Might be thinking about his batting. Perhaps after the Test match.
Bethel again bowled it shorter this time. Played carefully by Mitchell out to cover. You'd be delighted if you approached him.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a very cheap day rate.
I think for these young cricketers these days, Tuffers, I think they'll be able to afford you.
Yes.
199 for 3.
Yeah, cab there and back and a cheese sandwich.
Yep. Bethel again bowls and Mitchell drives. Bethel can field that in his follow through, and that ends the over. So 199 for 3. Mitchell has 1. Nichols is 98, so he's 2 away from his 11th Test century. More for you, Tuffers, and then Dan's going to have a go.
Yeah, and he's played very well. You know, there was a slight feeling of a wobble, wasn't there, when Jofra Archer was steaming in and bowling 90 plus. Got rid of the 2 openers, but he's come in and steadied the ship and just really taken the sting out of this England bowling attack just by good, solid batsmanship. Nothing too extravagant. You're right, mate.
No, I've just broken the world record for getting from the 175 restaurant back to here.
Oh, where's 175? Oh, right over
See
there.
Where the black windows are that we look for the rain in.
Crikey.
I'm
surprised you made it.
So am I.
Yeah, okay.
It was only because there was a lift just there when I arrived. 3 minutes 10 seconds.
Okay.
Through the traffic, human traffic.
Roger Bannister.
It's a bit like that. I mean, he managed nearly a mile, didn't he? And I managed about 300 yards.
Yeah, he didn't obviously get through a crowd, did he?
Well, he didn't. No. See, that
a pacemaker as well, didn't he?
See, that would be an interesting Olympic event, Nathan.
Absolutely.
Yeah, wheedling your way through a crowd for a mile. Let's see how quick they can go then.
I've always quite fancied sort of like Formula One.
Yes.
You know, like with a few speed bumps.
Yes.
You know, or something.
Yes.
Or half the cars go one way round and the others the other way round.
Yeah. Didn't Monty Python have a 100 metres for people with no sense of direction? Right. Matthew Fisher from the pavilion end. A wicket has fallen.
Yeah.
Nichols on 98. He's in now, Fisher. And he's dabbed into the offside, just pushed gently straight to short extra cover, no run. He looked a little bit tentative when he first came in. Do you remember that first over when he came in and Archer was on a high? He got Latham out.
Yeah. And
the crowd was lifted.
They were.
And there was a real sense. And Nichols looked quite agitated. He wasn't quite. He's feeling for it, wasn't he? And he was late on the shots. But he's battled through that. And I say battle, it's 98 to 130, so there's been some lovely shots in there as well.
Well, I mean, that's what you've got to do as a professional batsman, though, isn't it? When you first go, everyone's vulnerable when they first come in, especially when it's coming down at 90.
Keeper up the stumps, Fisher in, pushed into the offside, again fielded at short extra cover, and there is no run.
It's called getting in, isn't it?
Getting
in and working your way through the hard times, and but then knowing
that it will get easier. That's what I never had in the back of my mind, you know. I always
In
thought,
fairness, you were often let down by your partner at the other end. I mean, how many
Correct.
times have you sawn off tragically 98 runs short of a maiden Test 100?
Absolutely. Yeah, run out of partners, but that's what you have in the back of your mind, and that's what makes batting tough. You know, you've got to think you can get through it.
Fisher in again, defending on the front foot is Nichols. And just to give you an idea of the field here, so Root has sensed the moment. I mean, cricket is a game of moments, constantly.
Yeah.
And, yeah, there's a deep backward square leg. The only fielder on the boundary.
Well, everything
The rest of the field is nicely, tightly packed, trying to not let Nichols get even one run closer to his 100. There's a forward square. No, he's not. He's a kind of square mid-wicket, but short, a catching one. There's a very straight, short mid-on. There's a gully, a slip-in. Nichols, hits into the ground. And Root fields at that tricksy mid-on position, the one that Michael Vaughan made famous, didn't he, by putting someone there, Matthew Hoggard, into...
Didn't even mean to do it, did he? Didn't even.
I don't know. Was he just ambling? Was he forgotten where he was? Did he?
No. I think it was late out of the dressing room.
Right.
And they were sort of like behind time. I think this is the case.
Is that right?
Michael, yeah. And then instead of putting him there, he's just gone, I'll just stay there.
Stay there.
I think that's the case.
Well, some of the great inventions are discovered by accident.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, he's there now, is Root, as Fisher is in. And Nichols, defends a ball from the crease. This is the power of having the wicket-keeper up to the stumps, isn't it? Now, it's a big ask for Root to do this, but it keeps Nichols stuck in his crease.
Penicillin,
yes.
Yeah. Discovered by accident, wasn't it?
That was, yeah, by bread, was it? Was it faulty bread?
Oh, yeah, cheese.
Yeah, that sort of thing. I often wonder how the poppadom was discovered. Was it just accidentally dropping some durum wheat into a boiling fat? Oh, I say, extraordinary.
Yeah. Looks rather tasty.
Let's make more of them. Last ball of the over. No runs off it so far. Fisher in. Nichols defends again, solidly into the offside. There is no run, a maiden over, which will please England because we have got 45 minutes left. We're already scenario building, of course.
Oh, well,
we have done all day.
Yep.
45 minutes. The rate England bowl, even joking aside, amounts to 9 overs.
Yeah.
Possibly 10.
4 and over.
240, that makes 340. And the idea for England is to force them to bat after lunch, do you think? So that there's...
Yeah.
So you get them into the second session after lunch at least before they feel they can declare.
Because then things like extra new balls come into the equation, and we always used to sort of find ourselves having to bat for the 4 sessions.
Yes, you did a bit, didn't you? Yeah.
It became a little bit monotonous after a while, and we never really managed to. But on this pitch, as you well know,
yes, you can do that.
Yeah,
you can do.
So all is not lost.
Bethel in. Clipped away, thick inside edge to backward square leg by Mitchell as he comes forward. Look, I mean, I have seen 820 scored on this ground last season, albeit against the Kookaburra ball. But there are some fine bowlers on display, and it brought most of them to tears. Yeah. It brought the commentary team to tears as well, if the truth be told.
Yeah.
As Bethel comes in again, just 3 or 4 paces, flat ball, and just whacked away off the back foot out towards deep backward point. They've run 1. He's coming back for the second. He's very rapid, agile on his feet, is Mitchell. And the 200 is up, 201 for 3.
We were just talking about Bethel. That he looks like a natural bowler, really, but nice little bit of batting there from Mitchell. He's just, knows he's a bit inexperienced. He's just fainted to come down the pitch early, so he's seen it, and that's just a little bit of lack of experience that he needs to sort of gain, so he could then just rock back and cut him away. Used to hate them.
Hate them when they do that. Yeah. Bethel in again. That's more tossed up and worked into a big space on the onside through where a conventional mid-wicket would be. Root goes from mid-on to field. They take 1, 202 for 3. Brings Nichols on to strike.
Yes, Carl Hooper was very good at that.
Was he?
Used to sort of bob at you. Like up and down.
Yeah.
So you're sort of going, well, what's he? Is he coming? Is he coming? Is he not coming? What's he doing?
I imagine it'd be quite scary to bowl to because he did hit it very hard, didn't he?
Yes, but very smoothly. One of the best players of spin I've actually bowled to, Carl Hooper. Excellent player.
Andy, can you remind me of the bizarre stat about Hooper? There's a weird one about thousands of runs and hundreds of wickets in various formats. He's got a thing, hasn't he, Hooper? There's Bethel He's into Nichols. Oh, Bowles, horrible flat pie, and
There
that's
it
been
is.
thwacked away for 4 through deep mid-wicket. And Henry Nichols has reached his 100. A very, very fine knock. He's in this side because Kane Williamson is not. And after enduring a fairly tricky start, a torrid start really against Jofra Archer, he's held his nerve, he's held his composure, and he's unfurled a really beautiful century that has put New Zealand firmly on top when they could have been wobbling, having lost a skipper very early on. He's come out and, I say, apart from those first 10 minutes or so, he has not really looked in trouble. Fine knock from Nichols.
No, very, very good knock indeed, and he might have to buy Mr. Bethel a lemonade for that. You're on 90, what was it, 98, and an absolute half-tracker. All the time in the world just to smack that into the leg side. Good knock, that.
Yep.
Good knock.
Certainly was. 206 for 3. Nichols to 102 with that 4. As a better ball off stump is just worked into a big gap in front of square through a vacant cover. Fisher fields to take the single. 207 for 3.
Henry Nichols' 11th Test century, 136 balls, 14 fours. He was 25 off 53, so 75 off 83 balls from then on to reach his century.
Bethel's now got the right-handed Mitchell, who probably prefers to bowl at. In his sights now as he comes in. And a slower ball worked into the onside again, though. It's at almost an identical place to the last time Mitchell faced him, which is just through mid-wicket. There's nobody there, and again Root has to tidy up. 9 off the over. 208 for 3. Mitchell will keep strike on 5. Nichols 103.
And much quicker than his average hundreds. It's the second quickest of his 11 Test hundreds. 3 of them have taken well over 200 balls, so slightly out of character by the standards of his career. He's been out of the New Zealand team for most of the last 3 years. I played just 2 tests in that time when they rested a few players for a trip to Zimbabwe. But a fine innings at number 3. New Zealand had only had 1 century on this ground in Test cricket in their previous 8 tests here. Now they've had 1 in each innings here. And that partnership with Ravindra, 161. As mentioned, it was New Zealand's highest on this ground in those previous 8 tests. They'd only had 300 stands and nothing over 125.
Wow.
Howarth, Jeff Howarth, and Wright.
Correct.
1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the previous highest.
Yeah, I heard someone talk about
That's unusually good. For, I mean, I don't know if it's me.
Andy nearly fell off his chair.
You haven't played against Howarth and Wright, have you?
I played against Wright.
Did you? Yeah.
Not Howarth.
No, Howarth would have finished in the mid to late 80s, I think. Right, Fisher over the wicket to Mitch, and he nearly gets through the defences, but doesn't. And Mitchell gets bat on it, pushes it to short cover, and Duckett does the fielding.
He used to glue his top, I'm sure this is correct, used to glue his top glove.
Oh, what, John Wright or Jeff Howarth?
John Wright.
Glue it?
Yeah, used to glue it to the bat handle.
So when he wanted to take his hand out of the glove...
Yeah, it was still stuck there.
Stuck there on the bat.
Because he wanted to keep himself, his top hand in the right position.
Tricky if your bat breaks, though, isn't it?
Well...
As Fisher's in, thick edge goes along the ground to a sort of gully region where Bethel fields. Because
it's true.
Wow.
Yeah. Used to glue it. Yeah, and it was a bit sort of turned round, like, you know, but it used to...
Oh, like Chris Tavares.
A little bit Tavares-ish, yes, but he used to glue it, so he just used to put his hand into the glove and off with bat as well.
Brilliant.
Crazy.
That is a bit crazy.
That's
Tell you something else that's crazy.
Go on.
But Henry Nichols, who hasn't played, he's played 3 Test matches in the last 2 years, is the joint seventh leading 100 maker in Tests for New Zealand. And there are some pretty good names above him. He's ahead of Stephen Fleming, who had a notoriously poor conversion rate, didn't he?
Yeah.
As Link's ball has defended the offside no run. Did he get like 960 50s or something daft?
It was something
daft.
He had one of the worst conversion rates. And it took him a very long time to get his first 100 or between his first and his second. It's on Nichols. He's tended to go pretty big. Of his 10 previous hundreds, 5 have been 150 plus another 145 not out. He's not got a great record against the top teams. He got 145 in his first game against England, but not a lot in the 10 tests he's played since then.
Fisher in, Mitchell defends, another full ball off the front foot back to the bowler. There's no run.
and averages 17 in 4 tests against Australia, 13 in 6 tests against India. So that might be one of the reasons that he'd been out of the side, that he'd had a few failures in the bigger series. But overall, averaging just over 40. Good conversion rate, 11 out of 23 50s converted to hundreds.
Yeah, very different from Stephen Fleming, who's a lovely
player. Stephen
watch.
Fleming,
lovely
good player.
Yeah, you'd have bowled against him a few times.
Yeah, I would have done.
Here's Fisher down the leg side, and actually a really good diving save by Roux. Horrible for a keeper standing up. He did see it quickly, anticipated it, dived to his left and parried it to Gay at leg slip.
Yeah, he's had a tough afternoon.
He really has.
Young Roux behind the stumps, I'm afraid.
Do you think he will be feeling rueful at his experiences?
Oh yeah, he might well be, I'm afraid. But that's what Test cricket's about for you, isn't it? You know.
Have you detected whether is he a chirpy keeper for you?
Well,
because what they've said about Jamie Smith is possibly a slightly better gloveman, as Fisher's in, defends the front foot to a route at short mid-off, and they're running round quickly.
Yes,
it's good to see.
That little pat on the
little pat on the back, yeah. Well, there's another maiden over. Is that Fisher's second maiden in a row?
Yes,
feels like
it is.
It is applying a bit of pressure. Bowling stump to stump and all that. I just wonder, but because we've lacked a bit of chirp behind the stumps. When you think about everybody else's keepers in the world,
very chirpy.
They're much chirpier than England keepers have been of late.
Yeah.
See, Johnny Bairstow would have been chirpy.
Yeah.
I imagine Joss Butler would have been not so much chirpy as pointed. He would find the bon mot, is my feeling. Whereas Jamie Smith has been mostly silent, hasn't he?
Could you have an off-field chirper? If you affix a little Bluetooth speaker to the wicketkeeper's helmet.
Yeah, nice idea.
To have remote chirping from a chirp specialist.
Chirp specialist?
Yeah.
Well, they've reduced the backroom staff quite significantly under Brendan McCullum. There might be space for a chirp specialist. There's more action tonight, by the way, from the ICC Women's T20 World Cup. New Zealand, the holders, who are on life support, really, having lost their first 2 games. They're playing Ireland on Sports Extra 2 from 6:15 on BBC Sounds. And it will also be here on 5 Sports Extra around about 7 p.m. when we've finished the podcast and whatnot.
I saw the defending champions, New Zealand, drop about. Did you see?
Do you know, it was so bad that former New Zealand great Debbie Hockley, who averages about 50 odd in Test cricket, she got in touch to express her dismay to me.
Must have dropped 10.
In the first game, I think they dropped 8, I think, and it was about 7 in the next. They were, and some of them were. There was one that poor old Brie Ulling, who's a very, very fine bowler. I like her a lot. Tall, quite rapid left arm. As Bethel is in, that's played away from his body side. A ball that just pops a touch on Nicholls. He plays it to backward point, no run. And it was one of those ones, when the sweeps come, and it's like, but not that high. Short fine. Like an underarm.
Oh dear.
Like you're underarming it back round to the bowler.
Oh dear.
Oh yes.
We've all been there.
A horrible flat short ball is amazingly hit straight to root along the ground at mid-off. Could have gone anywhere. That could have picked his spot there. Nicholls has faced 139 balls, and irksomely for him, he found root, so there's no run. Bethel does go to the flat ball a bit.
Yes, I was just going to say that. Not a lot of air.
No, that's got air, a bit more of it, and it's squirted off the outside half of the bat as a result and rolls its way to point. There's no run.
Well, it's sort of gone out of the game a little bit, hasn't it? A bit of flight and guile for the spinner. Who's the flightiest sort of spinner now playing in Test cricket?
Yeah, because a lot of your leggies are quite flat now.
Oh, absolutely.
Because they're playing so much T20.
Absolutely, bowling it into the pitch.
Yeah. Who's your flightiest spinner? Bethel. That's a little bit flighted, and his left eye padded up, but doesn't hit the pad. No run.
I remember as a boy, watching Bish and Bade.
Oh, now that was flight.
Yeah, I mean
that almost took off and left the Earth's atmosphere. It was so high.
Beautiful sort of dip and
yeah. Bethel again, a bit more flight. That's nicely played in the end. On the front foot, finds a gap. Just a defensive push that finds a gap, and Bethel has to field of his own bowling. They take the single, 209 for 3.
Not a lot. Well, I tell you, spin's going out the game.
I'll tell you a spinner that I've seen that I was really impressed with here.
Yeah.
Played for Sussex. And when the slog was on, he bowled really well with great control, and he had a bit of flight.
Yeah.
Jack Carson of,
Yes.
of Sussex.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And he scored 100 in that game as well.
Right.
So if we're on the lookout for spinners, he's not often in the conversation, but
yeah,
I think he possibly could be. As Bethel's in to Mitchell, who comes forward and defends with a straight bat into the onside. It's picked up by Gay, no run, one off the over. So 2 maidens from Fisher and 1 off that over from Bethel, 209 for 3. Still going on at over 4 and over, 48 overs gone, but they've just, since the wicket, tightened stuff up a bit. Mitchell 5 off 17, Nichols 104.
Well, it helps, having a spin bowler.
Yes.
You can sort of set a bit of field, and it's easier just to contain a little bit. I mean, it's sort of going out of fashion a bit, isn't it, spin bowling, especially in this England side. I know that they played Bash, bless him, at Lords, and he didn't get a bowl, and then perhaps the one test when you think you might need a bit of a spin bit, even though you've watched a lot of spin here, it hasn't really done anything. No.
But I mean, Surrey haven't selected a spinner. They've now got Rahul Chahar, the leg spinner, who's coming in. So we might see slightly different conditions here as we get to the back end of the season. And, pitches can change a bit, can't they, as we get into July, August, September?
Absolutely. That's usually when the spinner sort of comes into his own a bit.
Well, Chahar played a game for Surrey last year, and he took 12 wickets or something against Hampshire for nothing.
Yeah.
Towards the back end.
Yeah.
But it's a long time to wait. As Fisher is in, that's cut, but straight to backward point along the ground, and there is no run.
Well, at least just for us.
Oh, yeah, just for us, yeah. That's a bit of variety. Yeah. Come on.
Yeah, at least.
Think of the children.
Yeah.
And the commentators.
Yeah. We need a little bit of something just to refresh the...
Bit of variety.
Yeah, the brain.
I was impressed with Carson. I felt that he did have the capacity.
A bit of up and down.
A bit of up and down, yes.
A little bit of garlic.
And also, they were coming at him hard, and he wasn't being tonked.
No.
And there was like a Dan Lawrence who was going berserk at the other end with the bat. As forward in defence comes Nichols to a full ball, defended back to the bowler. How many consecutive dot balls has Matt Fisher now bowled, Andy? It's at least 14.
It is, 14 in this spell.
Yes. Well, yeah, I didn't, yes.
The last 4 of his previous spell.
Oh, OK. I'm having that. 18. Fair enough. I mean, but he's sort of in this team selected for that, isn't he? Because they've got 3 sort of strike bowlers. And so poor old Fisher's then going to go, am I the legwork man?
Yeah. I'm the donkey.
Bowling now, defended into the offside of the front foot. Nichols to short extra cover, another dot ball.
Well, we can't all be racehorses.
No?
No. Got to have a few little donks in the field.
Yeah, but do you
keep them company?
But then you look at it and you go, well, I know this pitch very well. It's very hot.
Yeah.
I'm bowling 7 overs, aren't I?
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
Yes, you're bowling for an hour.
Yeah.
Because that's what that amounts to nowadays.
You've got to have a
bowl a 7 over spell.
Yeah. Well, this is why we love the game. You've got to have the blend, haven't you? You've got to have the balance of everything and everyone, But unless you're the West Indies and you had Roberts, Holding.
6 gun batters, a keeper, and 4 of the best fast bowlers the world had ever seen, yes.
Yeah.
Right, and to the onside, nearly got a single there as he just comes forward and tucks it towards Gay, but he's quick to it. And commendably here, England have not lost their mojo. They're still
plugging away.
Yeah, well, they're on it as well as a field. They're trying to stop the singles. The lead is 309. It's a Sehwag, isn't it? 309. Sehwag get a 309? Feels like it. This is what numbers do to me, I'm afraid.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
Send me in directions.
You like a number. You like a word and you like a number.
There are numbers I don't like.
Oh, are they? Go on.
Yeah. This is all pushed into the covers, short extra cover, there's no run.
Go on.
I find the number 24 extremely pedestrian.
Really?
Don't like it.
Why? Quite nice, isn't it? All divisible.
Really? Well, I don't actually care for even numbers very much.
Oh, you like an odd one?
Yeah. It's got to be a very good even number to get me going.
88.
Don't mind 88, yeah. 287 I'm a particular fan of.
Who scored that? Not Gary Kirsten.
R.E. Foster, the highest score on debut. That's it. This is worked at the onside up to wide on. There's no run. It's also divisible by 41 and 7, which are 2 prime numbers that I really like. I'm getting out of the way with that.
Okay. You've left.
It's time for Simon, man. I've left prime numbers with Andy Zaltzman.
Inform, educate and entertain.
New Zealand on 209 for 3.
You've left me in the lurch a little bit there. I'm not particularly good on my numbers. Yeah, but England, you're right. England stuck manfully, gamefully to the task, but they've just been worn down in the sunshine in South London, haven't they? And the pitch has deadened. There has been a little bit of life in it through these first 3 days, but New Zealand sort of got a bit of life out of it, didn't they? But England, absolutely zilch. Simon.
Yeah, this is when it is hard work. Hurts psychologically and physically as well. You just got to keep going, haven't you? And hope somehow you can engender a collapse. But they're already 309 runs ahead.
It's a lot, isn't it? It's a hell of a lot. I mean, you're probably thinking best case scenario, you might be able to chase down a 350 or something, or a 370.
But more than that, well, world record is 420.
There you go.
So
they're there to be broken.
Harry Brooks into the attack. Bowls to Mitchell, and Mitchell, does he play at that? Difficult to tell. It wasn't a particularly convincing shot from Mitchell, poking out at it, taken by Roux standing up. What did England try to chase here last year, Jols? What was it?
Yeah,
what was the precise
against
total they were looking for against India? I think
376. 374. We looked at that earlier on.
374.
And we're cruising it.
Yeah, 300 for 3, and then Harry Brook got out and all nose dived. Bowls now to Mitchell, and Mitchell gets a straight ball. Forward he goes towards mid-wicket, and it's picked up by Gay, and there's no run. I mean, Harry Brook is so innocuous, doesn't he? He really is.
Well,
he underlines the military and military media.
Yeah, I think he's been working at it a bit. He enjoys it. He likes his bowling. Got Smith out here with an absolute beauty, didn't he?
He got him out early in the season. He bowls now to Mitchell. Mitchell's forward, playing away into the onside. I think it was up at Headingley where he picked up those wickets. It wasn't the only wicket he took as well. I think he picked up 3, didn't he?
Yeah, he did 3 for 11, I think.
I mean, I think some of them were extraordinary wickets as well. They were not, but the one he got Smith with looked a good ball. There was one that was belted to cover. Here is Brook bowling to Mitchell, and Mitchell is forward, head right over it. Almost say, I'm not getting out to this. No way. 209 for 3. Nichols 104. Mitchell there on 5. The field for Brook, he's got a leg slip, a slip and a gully. Kind of ring field really. It's like a sort of club cricket field almost. For club cricket pace bowling. Brook bowls and forward goes Mitchell, pushes away into the offside, and there's no run. You get a speed gun anywhere? Results on, oh there we are, 73 miles an hour. Well, I suppose there are a few in county cricket that bowl at that sort of pace. It's got a short run. Moves in now and bowls to Mitchell, and Mitchell's forward again to a straight ball, playing it up towards mid-on. There's no run. What you don't want to do is, if you don't bowl very much, is pull a intercostal muscle or rib muscle, something like that. And as indeed happened, Jeremy's here, and we were talking about this off air, as it happened to Ben Folkes earlier in the season when he took the new ball in a championship match. Towards the end of the game, it was a real nailed-on draw. And I think everyone was getting a bit bored, and so Folkes, I think, took the new ball, opened the bowling, and the last half an hour, and pulled a muscle, and was out for a while. So, yeah, it can be costly if your body's not conditioned to bowling. 209 for 3 at the end of that Brook over.
They take a long time to mend too.
Yeah.
You won't believe it, I actually had one, and that took me 6 weeks.
Fisher bowls, and Nichols turns that through forward square leg for 1. Nichols is coming back for a second, but Mitchell says no, very rightly as well.
I didn't even know I had one.
Well,
Muscle.
Your bowling was
horrible.
It was quite medium pace, wasn't it?
Oh, horrible.
Parsimonious, wasn't it?
Well, I don't. Yeah, no one really collared me except Capel Dev one time in a one-day game, and he hit me so hard. I mean, they had to panel beat the top of the Clem Jones stand and things like that. So
What do you think you bowled at? So Brooke bowled a ball that was 73 miles an hour. I'm not sure if they were all 73, or they were a bit slow. What do you think you bowled at? About that? About 70?
Yeah, about that.
Yeah.
But I was able to. I was
You had
able
height,
to
you had
swing,
height there
to
as well.
swing
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
I remember also when we won our first match out at Leeds.
Fisher goes into bowl to Mitchell with the keeper standing up. Mitchell's in defence towards silly mid-off, and there's no run.
And we ended up winning the game, and I managed to get, I think, 4 wickets. Zoltz will tell us. And certainly they included Botham and Lamb and Chris Tavares. Villainous little edge it was too. And it was swinging a bit. And I remember that was also the same game when Richard Hadley didn't get 1.
This is Fisher bowling to Mitchell, and it's turned away fine past the leg slip along the ground, I think, although we might need the replay to see how close that was to Emilio Gay. Anyway, it went very quickly off the bat, wide of Gay, and it's gone away for 4. 214 for 3. They were all put off by the moustache, Jeremy, I think.
I'm not sure, but it was. I sometimes I'd shave half off, but I remember in the celebrations, looking over at Richard Hadley. There were a lot of people in our changing room at the end of the game, and there were 3 generations of Hadleys. There was the Walter, the dad, who had captained in 1949. He had been in charge of the board. And he was just emotional. I think our first Test victory in England.
Fisher bowls to Mitchell. He's there on 9. He defends that, just drops it onto the surface. Fisher steps forward to pick up.
Richard in tears because he hadn't got a wicket in the match.
Even though you won.
Even though we won.
They should have had a great big smile on his face.
Even though we won.
Yeah.
And there was his little boy as well that he was holding, because Richard had got confused with a nappy rash or something like that and put on some deep heat.
On the baby?
Yes.
Oh, no.
So I had sympathy for the child.
But not for your fellow bowler.
Thank heavens you can bat, I said to Hadley, because he did. He got a 70, I think, somewhere in the game.
214 for 3. Fisher bowls, and Mitchell goes big into the onside with the field up. This is travelling, I think. Just looking into the distance to see where this has gone. Waiting for the signal from the umpire. What's he signalled?
He's looking at his watch at the moment.
He hasn't signalled anything, has he?
No, he's... Natasha.
There we go. There's the signal of 6. It looked like 6, didn't it? The way he hit it. The venom in the stroke, but they lost the flight of the ball, so we wait for the umpire just to check, and it's gone over the rope. That's a big hit out there, out to wide, long on. So your opening bowler has been smashed by Mitchell for 6. He's just blocked it basically so far. Okay, there was that one little glide down the leg side that wasn't that far away from Emilio Gay at leg slip, but he's climbed into that, Daryl Mitchell. Field is still up. It's a really tight field there. We've got short mid wicket, silly mid off, short cover, leg slip, gully. It's very much almost a club field on a Saturday. Fisher bowls. Mitchell gets the ball outside the off stump. That comes off the keeper's gloves. This is going to be another bye. It's going down towards short third over the inner ring on the offside. What's the umpire? What's the umpire signalling here? He's having a word with is he running down the pitch? Anyway, he signalled by Nitin Menon, but he looked to be having a word with the batter there. Oh, it's the end of the over. It's a bye. It's 221 for 3. Nicholls 105. Mitchell has 15. We've got 20 minutes to go until the close of play today, and New Zealand are in a wonderful position in this Test match. 321 runs ahead. Zoltz has probably dug out that game you're talking about.
Yeah, 1983 Leeds Test. With New Zealand won England's first innings, 225 all out.
Cairns got wickets, didn't he?
He took 7 for 74. Coney 2 for 21 from 12 parsimonious overs. Chris Tavares for 69 off 229. Quite flamboyant by his standards, I think.
Rook begins a new over, bowls to Mitchell. Mitchell is deflecting that past the leg slip fielder for 4. I think that bounced just in front of Gay. Gay punched the turf there in frustration. I'm not sure whether he didn't catch it or didn't stop it. I don't think it was a catch. It went very quickly to his right-hand side. So Having another look. No, he was frustrated he didn't stop it. That was what it was. 225 for 3.
And Bob Willis was your other victim in the first innings. Second innings, 2 for 30 off 8.
Brook tries again. Right side of the off stump. Thick inside edge from Mitchell, goes square, and they trot through for an easy single into the gap.
Lamb bowled, and Coney caught by Howarth. Sorry, both of them caught by Howarth.
It couldn't have been bowled. It's impossible. It wouldn't have been quick enough to knock the bails off, surely.
Yeah, fine win for New Zealand. Chatfield.
It actually took the stump out of the ground. I really got to the groundsman. I got to know him quite well. And I said, please water those stumps. I only want to know. and then both of them, I think.
I think we need photographic evidence.
Yeah, well, you can get it, I'm sure. I've got a couple of copies here in my pocket.
So I'm proud looking at your list of test scouts. And big names in there. Greg Chappell, Viv Richards, Steve Waugh.
They all had weaknesses.
It's Brook bowling and forced away nicely by Nichols through extra cover. No more than a push. He'll get 2 at least here, might get 3. The ball does run away on this outfield. Duckett's after it, sends in the return, and they come back for 3 runs. 229 for 3. New Zealand here, I mean, they could be 350 ahead by the close of play with 2 days left in the game. It's been Matt Henry's day, and it's been Henry Nichols' day for New Zealand. It's interesting, actually, Kane Williamson in the lead up to the game saying, you know, I'm sort of an old stager now, and it's time for the young guys. I sense that young energy in the group, and it's time for me to move on. And Brook goes into bowl to Mitchell, and Mitchell's up on his toes, guiding it towards cover. But actually, Nichols is 34. So where are these young players? I mean, is there another sort of rung of players just below this Test squad? I mean, we used to Will Young. He was called up, wasn't he? We've heard of.
Yes, he's here.
Know Will.
He's here. Yes.
Yeah. He actually worked for us. I worked with him, Will Young, actually on an ICC match a while back. Here's Brook bowling, driven up towards mid-on, tumbling save. They go through for a single. Tumbling save by Fisher. Forensic going for 4, but they get 1, 230 for 3. But below them,
well, I think
any other names?
Well, Ravindra's 26, I would say. Young would be in 30, I would guess. 30, 31 maybe.
So 33.
33. Well,
this is Brook bowling to Nichols. Nichols defends towards short extra cover. It's the end of Brook's over. 2 overs and 9 from him. New Zealand 230 for 3. And Nichols 108 and Mitchell 21.
There's a lad called Mario who's down in Canterbury. He's an opening batsman. He looks a good prospect. He's getting in. Look, I tell you, we had actually a few months ago, we had of our 6 teams, and I guess there would be, say, 17 in each group of all our provinces. So 6 17s, 102. We had 54 players at various parts of the world playing at that time. Some were at the IPL, of course, the main player. We are certainly preparing, in other words, for a changing of the guard at some point.
Yeah.
And we have beaten South Africa A when we took our New Zealand A side over there, and we have beaten other sides as well. So there is some hope in that second group is coming through.
Yeah. Because, I mean, look, Mitchell's, what, 35?
Yes.
Latham's 34.
Yes.
Henry's 34. Conway's 34.
There's Zach Folks, is a new name.
24, isn't it?
Yes.
Right, Tongues into the attack. Bowls to Mitchell. Mitchell turns that away through mid-wicket for at least 2. Again, it's one of those that's going out towards the boundary, so they probably have time to run for 3. Baker's hurting around the rope. That can't prevent them jogging back for a third run. 233 for 3. Phillips, what's he, 29. Santner's 34, he's in the squad. Tickner's 32. Yeah, Young 33. So that means it's an old.
And we have some other.
Squad.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And we've been pushing in New Zealand to try a few younger men who are ones who are poking their heads up above the sand and saying, "Pick me. Just let's have a look at them. Let's try them out." Perhaps when a team comes through New Zealand and they get a start, we usually start our players. I don't know how England do it, but you through the ODIs or the T20s, and then go from there. There's a guy called Robinson from Wellington who's an opener. And there are a number of decent players coming through.
Tongue round the wicket to Nichols. Nichols turns that away off his hip nicely, crisply out towards deep forward square legging. He'll have a fielder out there, so it'll only be a single. 234 for 3. Crowd thinning out now as we move towards the close of play. And also, it's been a punishing day for them as well. Those who've been sitting in the sun all day.
Some of them haven't got quite the mix of gin and tonic in the sun. That has taken its effect, I'd have to say. Or it's just the sun, maybe, I don't know.
234 for 3. News at the Victoria line, which is one of the lines out of the Vauxhall station, is having severe delays. So perhaps people are thinking, I'll try and beat the rush. Tongue bowls outside the off stump, nothing there from Mitchell. Through low to James Root.
I'm very pleased for Nichols. He's polarised people in New Zealand a bit, just with age, and did he get special treatment and things like that, and he's been kept in the side for a long time. And but he's taken the place of, I think that's what you were referring to, of Williamson in this game, and he's certainly filled that hole very adequately, hasn't he? 11 hundreds now. I'm sure Zoltz has read all that out, and that's his second 100 against England.
Tongue bowls, Mitchell leans forward and lets it go through to Roux.
I remember that match at Eden Park when I think England might have, it was a pink ball test as I recall, and they were bowled out for 50 something. England in the first were Bolt.
I think they were 27 for 9,
I think something like
that.
Then
Overton got some runs.
He actually smashed it, didn't he? Came out and attacked it, yes.
And the game, because there was so much so many weather interruptions,
Correct.
The game actually finished on the 5th day.
Correct.
With England sort of just hinting they might be able to save the game, but they weren't able to do so. Tongue bowls and dropped away into the offside. They're off a quick single, shot at the stumps, misses. But I think in any case that Nichols would have been home. It was a well-judged single, unlike a couple in that England innings.
Yes, I do. I recall almost a run out towards the end where Monty was involved and diving.
That was a
and get in the
That
crease.
was a different game.
Was that another one?
Yeah, that was a different game. That was
confusing it then.
It's easy, isn't it? We see so much cricket over the years. It's easy to put almost two series together.
I was gluing them. I was. You're right.
In terms of how Nichols got back in this side, mentioned he'd been out of the New Zealand side for quite a while. Since the second test against Zimbabwe last year, he's now averaging 115 in 9 first-class games.
Tongue bowls to him, and he clips that away to mid-wicket, finds the fielder. There is no run. It's the end of the over. Tongue 10 overs, 1 for 45. Nichols is 109. Mitchell 25. 10 minutes to go until the close of play. Then we'll do our roundup and get some reaction as well from the players who starred today, with Jeremy and Zoltz, and then Jonathan.
It's to finish that on Nichols, the domestic season in New Zealand over the English winter. 870 runs, averaged 96 for 300s, 5 other 50-plus scores. So he sort of forced his way back in.
Just weight of runs. It's been very simple, Zoltz, yes. And he deserves to be here, and he's coming ahead and over Will Young. And Will Young I just had a chat to him just the other day down by the pitch, and he said, yep, that I have no problem with him being selected ahead of me for this game.
Well, it puts Kane Williamson's decision into perspective, too, doesn't it? You know, he said, I've looked out there and I saw players, all his energy and so on. So, yeah, they haven't missed him, have they?
Not yet.
No. Yeah, still a wonderful player. 235 for 3. And, well, the lead 335 with 2 days to go. 235 for 3. Bethel was going to continue from the Vauxhall end.
I think the interesting thing for me this session has been when Bethel bowled to the left-handers from this end. Yep. Did you see the bounce and the turn?
And England have 4. Because Bethel, that's pushed away out towards it.
The top 3 and Roux.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
So, yes, that did go through my mind, I say. Because you have Phillips and you'll have Ravindra. So spin could yet play a part. It was out of the rough, I think. It was out of the sort of the roughy stuff rather than actually off the
player traffic.
Pitch, yeah. 235 for 3. And Mitchell, who's on 25 now. Waits and he sweeps Bethel hard and past the fielder there, the tumbling fielder, and away for another boundary. Runs of us come so easily.
That's the 50 partnership in 11.4 overs.
Yeah, Rattle. I mean, Mitchell's going to be dangerous tomorrow too. Well, they both will. Both like to be positive. But, the crowd almost stunned into silence, and it's noticeably thinned out.
Is that the sun? I wondered whether
Might be the sun.
a bit of sun.
It might be the sun. It's been a hot day. Not quite so bad tomorrow. A lot of cloud around tomorrow, but it's still going to be very warm. But, yeah, the ground's barely half full now. Bethel trots in, goes round the wicket, and on the back foot, Mitchell picks up another single there out towards deep point. And 240 for 3 then, so they lead 340. And Mitchell goes to 30. Some are still in good voice down there, I note. There are 2 pubs you walk past, aren't there, on the way back to the hotel area around here. And everyone's spilled out on the street and staggering about. It's a long day sitting in the sun, isn't it? Especially if you start early. Bethel left on over this time, bowls into the rough, is pushed away for another run by Nichols. He goes to 110. Lead up to 341. And how many overs are we going to be short today, do you reckon?
It's supposed to be 11 left after this one. Right. So probably 9, I imagine.
Yeah, so our running total for the match so far for 3 days will be almost a session, isn't it?
31.
31 is more than a session of play. There's Bethel again, bowls and steered away into the offside, another single taken. You put it in terms like that, I mean, people always get a bit, oh, shut up about over rates, as long as it's exciting and so on. Okay. Speaking to a friend here who's paid £120 to come and sit and watch. If you actually lose a whole session of play has gone in 3 days. Yeah, that's cricket, isn't it? Put it down into those sorts of terms, the money that you're paying. 242 for 3. Nichols 110 not out. There's a short leg and a slip. Short leg hoping that Bethel's going to hit the rough here again, but it's too full. And that's driven easily, a half volley out to deep cover. Who emerges from the shadow there, from the big stand that wears impressive. Well, it's actually 4 levels, and we're on the 3rd, and there's still one above us. Out in the open air, a bar and so on, which is always very pleasant. But, the shadow of this now almost has reached the pitch. And it's showing, what, 6:24 on our clock, so we might get 2 more overs in before the close of play on a long or wearying 3rd day for England. Chat there between Jofra Archer and I was going to think it was Joe Root, but actually it's not. It's Bethel having a conversation there. Root's at mid-off. He's trying to, at this stage, whip some life into his fast bowler, saying, come on, bend your back one last time. He's brought Tongue back in. He's going to bowl round the wicket. What field do we have? Well, it's a more orthodox field anyway. For Nichols is on 111, and in comes Tongue. It's a long day, and he bowls on the off stump. And, Nichols just moves across his stumps, turns that out to mid-wicket. And there's no run there. The drone is back. Just catching our eye. Hovering there rather menacingly between us and the players. The change to the field, and Root again, he's been pretty proactive with his fielders. The trouble is that they spent as much time chasing the ball to the boundary as they have been moved into different positions. A lot of leather chasing today. New Zealand lead by 343 with 7 wickets left as Tongue comes in and bowls, and that's beautifully played. Pushed away by Nichols. There's no one down at 3rd man. It's a long chase, a futile chase out to that position. Another boundary. Runs are coming at a rate. So how many scars will remain from 4 years ago if it comes to the declaration situation, Jeremy, do you think? And the heady days of early Bazball, when Johnny Bairstow put you to the sword.
Oh, I don't think any.
None, zero.
Well, I don't think so. I think they've put that behind themselves, to be honest, and I think they will work out how many overs they feel they need, and that will be after lunch tomorrow.
There's Tongue bowling a bouncer. We've seen a lot of that today.
Maybe as far as tea. Who knows if they can bat that long?
I wonder what it'll be. I wonder what they do think, because they're going to have more than enough runs. I mean, they've probably got more than enough now at 350. Realistically, there's a chance they could score 350, but
they won't.
450.
Yes, it'll be more like that.
Yeah, and they're not
if they're able to.
450. So that's another 100 runs. They could have that by lunch.
And they'll push on.
Yeah. Here's Tongue bowls, clipped away out to mid-wicket.
I guess there'll be all sorts of computations and so on going on about how many runs per over, and
yes,
they'll factor in a couple of the players as well who can play very aggressively.
Yes, Root.
Yep, and Brooke.
Cox.
Yes.
That plays the three who spring to mind. Probably, and Duckett could get them off to a good start.
He did in the first innings, didn't he?
Yeah. 2:47 for 3. The clock showing 6:28. There's 2 balls to go in this over. And everyone's taking a bit of time out here. I think New Zealand saying, hey, we'll come back tomorrow. Tongue round the wicket, bowls. Oh, I'm not sure what that was down the leg side. It was a slower ball, but it seemed to come out from a very odd place and drifted down the leg side. Well stopped by Rue in the end. But, Nicholls has got a smile on his face. He wasn't expecting that at all. But a slower ball, I reckon, an off spinner, and it's gone way down the leg side. Surprising that's not signalled a wide. It's scuffing through to the keeper. Reminds me of the slower ball that Steve Harmison bowled at Michael Clarke at Edgbaston in 2005. Last ball of the day. Here comes Tongue again. That's driven into the offside. A push drive, really. Showing 6:29 on our clock here. Let's see if the umpires are going to get another over in. Mr. Holdstock's cruising in from square leg. Bethel's taken his cap off, so they're going to get another one. I think they go by the electric clock that's down on the stand at the far end. They're showing 18:29. As long as it doesn't tick over by the time Mr. Holdstock arrives, which it just hasn't. So Bethel will bowl one more. Mitchell will be on strike. The lead 347. I think of a certain former New Zealand commentator has probably been up all night watching this in Wellington and will be thoroughly enjoying every minute of it. Here's Bethel bowling a low full toss, which is driven down to mid-on. He might even be listening to us, you never know. If you are, Wads, enjoy this.
He told me he's dragged his bed into the living room so he can watch it on the telly.
Bethel pushed back at him by Mitchell. 2:47 for 3. Bethel again. Just trots in, bowls round the wicket, lobbing it up there. And, well, that's interesting. Bit off so far back there that they've given a single away, maybe just to try and bowl into the rough here at Nicholls. One last time. We got 3 balls, but they definitely just gave the single away there. So in they come. Short leg putting on a helmet. Mid-wicket gets closer. Root's having a conversation with Bethel saying, just go on, get the length right. Get the length into that rough. So gaps there in the offside. So can Bethel hit this rough? And he goes again, bowls. And it's a little bit short, just fiddled away backward of point. And there's no run, 2:48 for 3. 2 balls remain. Bethel shuffles in,
Tosses it up. Oh, that's going to run down to the boundary. But through third man, it wasn't where he was aiming there. He was looking really to drive the ball into the covers, but it's still 4 more runs. And that takes the lead over 350. Well, there's a New Zealander in the crowd. Look at him waving his flag. And quite right too. It's been very much New Zealand today. It was yesterday too. 252 for 3. And here's the last ball of the day, the third day. Bethel over the wicket bowls. It's a low full toss which is just pushed back at him. And that will be it. Umpire Holstock pauses for a moment, but he hands Bethel his cap and his sunglasses and everything else that he needs. Knocks the bails off. The stewards come running on with one of the more energy, I must say, than England's fielders walking off. Here they come. A whole army of stewards in their lime green reflective jackets. No one's running on. I don't think anyone in the crowd, frankly, can summon the energy to run on the field either. It's been an energy-sapping day. Particularly if you've been out there fielding for much of it, as England have. 56 overs they've been out there for now. That after England were bowled out for 291, with the last pair putting on 53. Wickets tumbled quickly, but Fisher and Baker put on 53 together. Fisher making a half century. Weren't expecting that at the start of the day, but they got to within 100 of New Zealand. Bowled out for 291, and then New Zealand lost Latham and Conway early on. So then that partnership between Nichols and Ravindra moved things along. Ravindra was out, elbowed over to Bethel, sweeping, and he made 76. Attractive innings, as his innings tend to be. 76 for 99 balls. And Nichols has moved on. He got the century that Ravindra had his eye on. Nichols 119 not out. Mitchell 32 not out. They're back tomorrow for some more. Bowling wise, Archer bowled a fiery first spell, 8 overs, 1 for 39. He had a chance dropped off him just after tea. Fisher 12 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 45. Tongue also had a chance missed off him, both of these by Rue. They weren't sort of orthodox catches behind. One a leg side that he dived past, and one an offside with the slip fielder wider, so he had to go for a chance that, had it first slip been standing in the usual place, I think he would have taken. But Tongue 1 for 49. The other wicket taker was Bethel, 1 for 34. So 252 at 100, 352. And that's the lead that New Zealand enjoy with 2 days to go and 7 wickets in hand. Simon Mann is in to lead the review of the day.
Great, thank you very much, Jonathan. So yeah, the shadows lengthening at the Oval, crowd dispersing after a tough day for England. So welcome to our review of the third day of the second test between England and New Zealand here at the Oval. New look England flattened by New Zealand. New Zealand making the most of the advantage they built up on the second day. They lead by 352 with 7 wickets in hand and 2 days to come. I mean, good luck getting out of that one if you're England. Great opportunity for New Zealand to level the series. England bowled out for 291 today. Their last 4 wickets going for 69. There was a 53 partnership for the last wicket, with Matt Fisher making 50 not out and Matt Henry taking 5 wickets. And then New Zealand, after the loss of 2 early wickets, had a fine partnership between Nichols and Ravindra of 151. Nichols making his 11th Test 100, and New Zealand are on their way. We'll get some reaction. Jonathan Agnew is here, Michael Vaughan is here, Alistair Cook is here. Let's start with you, Michael. That was a pretty tough day for England.
Yeah, tough day for England. Brilliant from New Zealand. They had one kind of little shining light, the England team, with that partnership between Sonny Baker and Matthew Fisher, who got a really well-made 50, but you know, New Zealand lost a couple of wickets, and there was a moment. Jofra Archer bowled nicely, then Josh Tong
Mike, and I've got the reporter
found the outside edge of Rachin Ravinda, and there was a real tough chance.
Yeah, got you there.
not
Lovely,
taken
thank you.
behind the stumps, just flying down to his left, which he should have taken really. And then another one down the leg side
Ooh,
off
I'll run over and grab
Jofra
that.
Archer. But yeah, a dominant day for New Zealand. They've capitalised on a good pitch. They're workmanlike. They know when it's in their favour. And in particular, Henry Nichols and Rachin Ravindra, they saw this pitch, they saw this attack that looked a little bit tired down the back end and thought, we're not going to miss out today.
I mean, they're in a wonderful position in the game, aren't they? I mean, it's hard to see England
This is guess, 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 if you could hear me.
We're going to go long on the 50.
We can hear you.
Yeah, I think we got a bit of a problem. We've got
Wires
wires at the moment.
Did I have wires yesterday?
So we can hear Dan on the far side of the ground. I don't know whether you can hear
Where
it,
do
but
you
we
want
can hear it in our headphones. We need to get
Yes, I
that
can sit
sorted
down
out, really.
now.
Otherwise, it's quite tricky for you all listening to this.
All right.
To really focus on
Do I need
what's
the ears?
happening.
Well, we're just
Let's
showing
just go
everyone
straight
who's
into
behind
that.
the
I don't
scenes,
need
aren't
the
we?
ears, no.
Let's hope Dan doesn't say anything untoward.
There's a good chance he might.
So Matt, half century in only your second test. Tell us what it was like out there.
Yeah, it was obviously quick bowling, so a lot of bouncers, but yeah, just trying to work with Sonny really and figure out a way to elongate our innings and try and put a partnership together to help us get closer to them really. So yeah, just working out when to play, when to duck, when to turn the screw and try and hit a agricultural boundary or two. So yeah, that's how I went about it really.
I mean, you played a lot of cricket here in the Oval and you've had some success with the bat for Surrey as well, so you knew that what conditions to expect. Were they pretty much exactly like a typical Oval pitch?
Not really. It's a different colour to any wicket I've played on here. It's usually a bit greener. It's a little whiter than normal, so yeah, there's not that massive carry that you sometimes get with the county championship games. So I think Lee's over-prepared it. I told him to get the covers on 2 days before, but yeah, no. Obviously 5-day test, so you want it to go to 5 days. So it'll be another couple of good days, and hopefully we can get a couple of early polls tomorrow.
Word for Sonny Baker playing his first game. Batting, he would admit, is not his strong suit, but he really stuck in there with you, didn't he, in that partnership?
Yeah, no, a couple of days out, we were down in the Indale school, both batting together, feeding each other on the machine. So I think that kind of helped us know each other's game and trust each other to do what role we needed to do. But he's unbelievable. Like, his character is infectious. His attitude's amazing, just charges in. He's a player that you want in your team. So, yeah, England are lucky to have someone like that to watch in the next 10, 15 years.
It was a really important partnership because, you know, it's the third highest partnership for England against New Zealand for the 10th wicket, incidentally. But at the time, you'd lost a couple of early wickets. It could have been looking down at a deficit of 150. Getting it back to 100, psychologically significant, yes?
Yeah, 100%. And any bowler knows the longer you're out there batting, less time with your bowling boots on. So I think we all use that as motivation, really. So, yeah, it was just about getting closer, put them under pressure. Yes, we've missed a few key moments in this game, which we'd look back on and hopefully we could change next time. But credit to New Zealand, they've put us under the pump when we have let them have them key moments, and we just got to keep running in, charging in, grafting, and hopefully we can get a few poles early in the morning.
What's your role here in this four-man seam attack?
Well, to swing it early doors, I think we complement each other pretty well. The batch of balls, to be honest, weren't great when we looked at them. Very red. Usually the darker ones swing a lot more, and now that it's got drier, more abrasive, it's hard to really shine at one side. So the swing's kind of gone out of it. So I think my role now is just bash the pitch as much as I can, get the keeper up. We saw it in the Ashes down under with like Nisa and stuff, and a lot of batters these days use their crease to try and eliminate LBWs or whatever, and we've played with the leg slip. So it's all tactical to try and keep them in the crease and try and get them LB and bowled, because we think that's the main mode of dismissal now. So yeah, just trying to be patient and not go for many runs. Like, we tried the aggressive option, then we tried being boring. Just always Baz wants us to make them think. So yeah, you're always trying to figure out a mode of dismissal and work out how to get them out. Yeah.
And lastly,
Right, that's Daniel Norcross talking to Matt Fisher, who made a half-century day. We've got one or two technical problems. So what we're going to do is we're going to do our review of the day, and you better download it as a podcast later. What we're going to do now is we're going to go to the Women's T20 World Cup. Ireland against New Zealand. Join that commentary, and we'll be back tomorrow at the Oval for the 4th day. So goodbye for now.
But it's perfect conditions. This time, just rolling her hands over that one ever so slightly, but again, top of off stump. And all Green can do is defend the ball into the covers. Just the one run off this 3rd over so far.
Really consistent start here from Arlene Kelly. I think this is probably the strength of the Ireland bowlers, just bowling slow, forcing the New Zealand batters to try and hit over the top and hit through the ball. The last ball of this 3rd over.
As Kelly has pulled away, uppish, but on the bounce to the fielder at deep square. So it's just a single, 3 overs gone. New Zealand, they're 10 for 2, and a welcome to Southampton.